the apocalyptic world, what's the use of a tycoon system? Can even a huge amount of money defeat zombies? That's not quite right. The power of money is useful in any era. Ahem. Although the power of money can't buy food, can't buy girls, and can't even buy equipment in the apocalyptic world. But please believe that even in the apocalypse, the power of money will have many unexpected uses. Keep your eyes wide open and see how the tycoon brother, who only relies on the power of money, gradually thrives in the apocalyptic world step by step with the help of the tycoon system. Chapter 1. The purpose of the apocalypse rich system. The rich system, with chattering lips tinged with a shade of blue. Lin Xiaodong gazed at the system panel, muttering a curse. Whoever sent this system, couldn't you exercise a bit of forethought? Come out, and I promise I won't harm you. Balance, infinite. Expenditure, 0. Intelligence, 5 week. Physique, 13 week. Agility, 12 week. Stamina, 15 week. Perception, 8 week. Skills can be added at. The cost of rich points. Rich points, 0 can be used to enhance physique, improve comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. For every billion spent, 1 rich point is awarded. The system is linked to the world's bank, allowing for cash withdrawal at will, supporting fingerprint, facial recognition, or iris scanning payments. Yet this wretched system does not even deserve a marketplace. The sender must be oblivious to the fact that this is a post-apocalyptic world. What store is still operational? 1-star review. As he grumbled, Lin Xiaodong cast his gaze downward on the 35th floor below. Hordes of zombies were in pursuit of a dog with a tail, while others stood idly like wooden stumps. The desolate rooftop certainly lacked provisions. The sole consolation was that the water tank atop the building still contained a fair amount of water. However, glancing at the row of icicles hanging like sharp blades from the eaves, it was clear that water was not a scarcity. What use are these bills, which are as hard as toilet paper, to me? The winter wind swept across the rooftop, sending colorful banknotes swirling like snowflakes in the breeze. The gust of frigid air swept by, causing him to shiver involuntarily. In his mind, he envisioned using these notes to kindle fire, but alas, he possessed no means to ignite one. Perhaps that idea could prove useful. He recalled a scene from an unknown novel, where crumpled bills stuffed into a cotton coat provided warmth. It truly is freezing. I must find a way to get inside the building. Shivering in the cold wind, he felt an urgent cry within. Yet the heavy steel door leading to the stairwell offered no hope of being opened. He knocked, and the insatiable groans of zombies echoed from within, making the door rattle ominously. Sniff, sniff. He inhaled to clear his frozen nose and looked up at the sky. The sun descended toward the horizon, and the biting wind that swept across the rooftop grew even more frigid. It felt as though claws were raking at his skin, inflicting pain that he needed to devise a way to enter the building. Otherwise, he'd surely freeze into a popsicle by morning. Reaching the edge of the building, he looked down, feeling a wave of dizziness. Fortune smiled upon him as he caught sight of the top-floor window. But unfortunately, the upper edge of the window was more than 1.5 meters from the rooftop. Even if he clung to the rooftop guardrail and stretched his body, his toes would still fall short. And on top of that, a thick layer of ice covered the windowsill. Looking up at the sky, it felt as if the sun was diving toward the horizon, and Lin Xiaodong's heart plummeted along with it. The wind that swept across the rooftop carried a faint whistle. The cold pierced like a knife, stripping away his warmth layer by layer. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach emitted the last sounds of digested food, the stomach contracting desperately to voice its hunger. He continued to search the rooftop in hopes of uncovering something useful. He discovered the door to the elevator shaft and, driven by a yearning for the warmth of the corridor, kicked it with all his might. Bang, 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 hiss. The tips of his toes, protruding from his tattered boots, made intimate contact with the iron door. Damn it. My sen, my fata, my ev. Cursing the conscience-stricken real estate developer while balancing on one foot, he realized that the elevator shaft door was constructed of thick steel. The biting cold wind seeped in through the breech of his boots, numbing his toes within mere minutes. Though the pain had subsided somewhat, the sun sank lower, obscured by neighboring buildings, casting a distinct shadow over the sky. He was resolved, with determination. He untied the long laces of both pairs of boots and fashioned them into a single long cord. connecting it to the waistband of his padded jacket. Measuring the length against the window of a room below, he was pleasantly surprised to find it sufficient. Holding the shoelaces, Lin Chaodong felt an urge to dance with joy, sensing that fortune was about to shift in his favor. The length of the cord was adequate to reach the windowsill, if he could descend without plummeting to his demise. Hope for entry into the building lingered. Regrettably, after a long search, he still could not find anything to secure the rope to. Then, a more dire predicament arose. The frigid wind, like an insidious hand, swept away several dark clouds, unleashing a fine drizzle that mingled with the cold breeze, assaulting Lin Chaodong. Damn it, what the hell? On such a cold day, instead of snow, it rains. The rain soaked the waterproof layer of his jacket, rapidly siphoning away his last remnants of warmth. In no time, the moisture froze, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds with the slightest movement. His body trembled uncontrollably, his mind wandering, speculating whether he had somehow found himself in Russia or Scandinavia, for it was unbearably cold. His rain-drenched face felt tight, the skin stinging painfully as though it might crack. Fortunately, the cold rendered it numb and wooden, soon robbing him of sensation. Even more despairing was the fact that the long strap he clutched tightly had nearly solidified into a rigid ice stick. Leaning the icy stick against the wall, attempting to slide down with such a slippery object would surely result in a fatal fall. What to do? There was not a single place to take refuge on the rooftop. His heart heavy with hopelessness, he sank against the wall, despair flooding his thoughts. Resignation beckoned. He had heard that dying from the cold was somewhat more comfortable than other fates. He attempted to wiggle his toes, but felt nothing, likely suffering from frostbite. Touching his face with his hands yielded no sensation. Either it wouldn't be long before he succumbed to frostbite. Alas, after crouching for so long, he longed to stretch his legs, only to discover he was utterly unable. His boots were firmly frozen to the ground. He shifted his body forward, reaching out to pull off his boots. To his surprise, even his padded jacket had frozen solid against the cement wall in such a short span. Turning to glance at the ice stick propped against the wall, composed of ropes, he suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. Money. I have money. He quickly retrieved crisp, crackling bills from his pocket and tightly wrapped them around the stick. In just a few minutes, the damp areas froze into solid ice, wrapping and freezing further. After half an hour, he had fashioned a sturdy ice bill stick the thickness of his arm. Most intriguingly, one end of this ice cudgel appeared as sharp as a frozen stalactite. With just a few strikes, he managed to dislodge his boot from the ground. Regrettably, his padded jacket remained firmly frozen to the wall, leaving him no choice but to abandon it. At this point, he was determined to enter the building. Otherwise, in mere moments, he would find himself as liberated as the ice cudgel he wielded. Lin Chaodong, clutching the ice cudgel, limped over, desperately signaling toward the iron door of the stairwell. Bang, 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 the steel door stood resolute, his strength waning, warmth dissipating from his body, and his arms growing feeble. Hungry. The zombies within the door stirred, emitting cries of insatiable hunger. This primal desire for life elicited an anguished roar from Lin Chaodong. Break for me. Summoning his remaining vigor, he struck the door dozens more times, yet the sharp tip of the ice cudgel dulled, while the iron door remained stubbornly immovable. Near madness, Lin Chaodong's clothes were drenched, clinging tightly to his skin like a tattered rag. Had it not been for his frantic exertions, he would have surely frozen. In a fleeting moment, he caught sight of his padded jacket, firmly frozen to the wall, and a bold idea sparked in his mind. He stripped off his soaked thermal shirt and pants, retrieving the still dry, thermal trousers beneath. Rope! I have rope now, ha! In a fit of excitement, he rushed to the edge of the building, binding the sleeves of his thermal shirt to the frozen jacket on the wall. He tugged at it. The jacket, despite the unusual misty rain falling from the sky, remained steadfastly frozen, grasping the ice cudgel. He peered into the dark abyss below, and without a second thought, he began to slide down. The relatively dry, thermal trousers offered enough grip, enabling him to reach the window, his feet even finding purchase on the icy ledge. However, a dreadful sound, like a tearing fabric, echoed ominously from above. Chapter 2. The House of Zombies. The sound of the warm pants tearing sent Lin Chaodong into a state of sheer panic as he frantically swung his ice pick. Bang! The local real estate developers truly possessed a conscience. The sturdy tempered glass withstood the impact of his blows like iron. In disbelief, he swung the ice pick again. But once more, a sharp crack echoed above him. Damn! With no courage left to strike the glass, Lin Chaodong spread his limbs to brace himself against the window frame, barely stabilizing his body. His fingers were pinched painfully between the ice pick and the wall, sending sharp pangs through him. The already torn pant leg fluttered like a paper kite through the night sky, lost to the void. At this moment, his predicament was dire. He was clad only in cotton pants and a thin thermal shirt, soaked by the rain. In such extreme cold, he could scarcely endure for more than a few minutes. Balance. Infinite expenditure. 0 intelligence. 5. Weak physique. 8. Frailty. Agility. 9. Weak stamina. 11. Weak perception. 10. Average skills. Skills can be added, requiring the consumption of God points. 0. Can be used to enhance physique, improve insight, add skills, and increase skill levels. The results from checking his attribute panel were disheartening. Hunger and cold had further diminished his physique, agility, and stamina. Strangely, his perception had heightened, perhaps due to the instinctual sharpening of senses in extreme hunger, advantageous for hunting. He strained to open his eyes wide, but the room was pitch dark, rendering everything invisible. Heaven help him, the sliding window was not locked. He pressed his forehead against the frame and pushed the window aside. After several futile attempts, it became evident that it was secured from the inside. The damp clothes clung tightly to him in the biting wind and rain. He believed that if visible, they would be found frozen. Survival hinged on opening the sliding window, otherwise. Suddenly, an unusual idea struck Lin Chaodong. He tilted his head back as far as possible and then tensed his muscles with all his might. His forehead slammed heavily against the window. Bang! Bang! Hungry, hungry, hungry. The roars of zombies echoed from within, a sound he had never anticipated would fill him with such overwhelming relief. Despite the dizziness from banging his head against the glass, he continued to strike it with fervor. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of impacts, he felt pain radiating from his frozen forehead, likely having broken the skin, blood trickling down. The warmth of the blood made the area feel as though it were on fire. Hungry, hungry, hungry. The commotion within grew closer. He could not discern whether the noise had attracted them or if they were drawn by the scent of blood wafting through the window. Regardless, the zombies inside were approaching the window, just as Lin Chaodong had hoped. Yet in the darkness of night, visibility was non-existent. It was merely an instinctive feeling, a sense of danger drawing nearer. Just as Lin Chaodong prepared to strike the glass again, something heavy collided with it from inside. Bang! The force was far greater than the impact of his head. Not only did the glass tremble, but the entire window and wall shook in unison. Cursed be the tyrant. Perhaps owing to an enhanced perception, Lin Chaodong glimpsed the creature attacking the glass within the room. It was neither tall nor robust. In fact, the fist that hurled the window could scarcely exceed that of a small teacup. A female zombie. Bang! The glass reverberated with another heavy impact. Come on, my dear. Exert yourself. Just a little more. While he fervently encouraged the zombie within, Lin Chaodong continued to press his forehead against the glass. He did not expect his head to shatter the barrier, but merely wished for the wound on his brow to bleed profusely. The scent of blood was far more alluring to the zombies than the noise. Bang! Another resounding crash shook the walls. At last, Lin Chaodong heard a sound that brought him a flicker of hope. The glass had developed cracks. Wasn't tempered glass supposed to shatter into shards? Just as he reveled in this moment of joy, a disconcerting situation arose once more. Bang! Something within the room shattered, and the footsteps of the zombies grew ominously closer. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Alas, did the scent of blood lure the zombies in the corridor to open the door? While this heralded greater peril, battling the zombies indoors was preferable to precariously hanging on the window ledge. Bang! He raised his head to further provoke the zombies inside, readying his ice pick. The moment the glass shattered, he would strike with all his might. At that moment, feeling his stamina waning, Lin Chaodong gritted his teeth, whispering words of encouragement to himself. Bang! At last, the glass shattered under the weight of the zombie's onslaught. In that instant, having mentally prepared himself, Lin Chaodong grasped the window frame. Finally, he could stabilize himself on the ledge, even raising his other hand to thrust the ice pick toward the zombie. Though the pick had dulled from bashing against the iron door, it still caused the zombie to recoil with a roar. Lowering his body, Lin Chaodong slipped inside the room. The modest space was evidently a bedroom, and the petite zombie lay sprawled upon the bed. He climbed onto the bed, seeking to escape the confines of this room and distance himself from the terrifying creature. Yet hungry, just as he had dispatched one zombie, another lunged at him. Compared to the one that had shattered the glass, this newcomer was taller, more robust, and possessed an extraordinary strength. The ice pick he thrust at it was almost effortlessly swatted away. Pressing his back against the wall, he narrowly evaded the powerful zombie's grasp. Guided by the frantic cries of hunger, he thrust the ice pick toward the creature's gaping maw. The zombie clamped down on the tip of the pick. At that moment, the petite zombie that had just fallen onto the bed sprang to life, crashing into Lin Chaodong. Despite its diminutive size, it possessed an astonishing strength. Slamming against the wall, Lin Chaodong nearly lost his grip on the ice pick. It was not that he was unable to hold on tightly. Rather, the creature had seemingly frozen his hand in place. The excruciating pain from the violent tearing compelled Lin Chaodong to cry out in agony, as he forcefully flipped the petite zombie that lunged at him with a knee strike. Without regard for the ice pick in his hand, he plunged it downwards into the small zombie beneath him. A resounding thud erupted, filling Lin Chaodong with unexpected elation. There was no need to inquire. The ice pick, previously severed by the powerful zombie's bite, had regained its sharpness. The female zombie beneath him emitted desperate sounds until Lin Chaodong thrust the ice pick in her twice more, finally ceasing her struggles. At last, he had dispatched one. However, before he could catch his breath, an overwhelming force surged from his side, and in an instant he found himself pinned down onto the bed. The dire predicament was compounded by the fact that the arm wielding the ice pick was trapped beneath the weight of the formidable zombie. In a flash, the robust zombie ascended the bed, bearing down upon him, its foul mouth descending directly towards his face. Chapter 3. The money that cannot be saved with drawn money. Give me my money, Lin Chaodong shouted desperately as he was overwhelmed by zombies. Brand new banknotes erupted from his bosom like a fountain. In an instant, a thick pile of fresh bills separated him from the undead, and, as the money increased, Lin Chaodong felt the coldness dissipating. He fainted. After an indeterminate period, Lin Chaodong awakened to a stifling sensation. His body felt warm, devoid of the previous chill. Unfortunately, darkness surrounded him, rendering him unable to see anything. Lying on his side, he was heavily pressed down by something, immobilized. He attempted to move his head, but it was futile. His body remained still, save for a slight gap where the ice banknote stick had melted. With a bit of reflection, he realized that this space was created by the melting of the ice banknote. He managed to move his arm slightly, causing a few banknotes to fall, which tightly squeezed his arm. Was he to be the first person to perish under a pile of money? Surely, this death could earn him a place in the Guinness World Records. System, can I deposit all this money back? The system responded swiftly, presenting a screen that glowed blue like a toxic haze. Balance, infinite expenditure, 0 intelligence, 5 weak, physique, 8 weak, agility, 7 weak, stamina, 10 weak, perception, 8 weak, skills. Skills can be added, requiring the consumption of godly points. 0 can be used to enhance physique, increase insight, add skills, and elevate skill levels. The answer was, of course, tragically disheartening. Infinite balance implied an infinite amount. How could he possibly deposit any back? With his mouth biting down on a stack of money in an attempt to shift it, Lin Chaodong, feeling increasingly suffocated, yearned for more air. Damn, this money-making paper is truly remarkable. He tried to bite down a few times, but aside from rendering his mouth unable to close, he made no progress. Just then, it seemed the pile of money shifted slightly. He suddenly recalled the previous night when he withdrew a large sum, hoping the banknotes would create a barrier between him and the zombies. That powerful zombie should be pinned to the side, unable to move. Perhaps he could exploit this labor to his advantage. With this thought, he forced his tongue to push the bills out of his mouth. Regrettably, the stack lodged in his mouth was firmly pressed down, and no amount of effort could dislodge it. An idea sparked in his mind. He placed his tongue between the banknotes and his lower teeth and bit down hard on the tip. Ouch, that really hurt. He struggled to inhale, then blew out the blood-tainted air with all his might. Huff, huff, huff. Although he had just awakened, after a few breaths, he felt dizzy. Without a doubt, he had inhaled too much carbon dioxide. The air he needed while asleep was less than when awake. Now, having woken up and struggling, the scant oxygen among the banknotes was rapidly depleting. This was Lin Xiaodong's only chance to escape his immobilization. Ignoring his dizziness, he continued to blow air. Boom! The massive stack of banknotes finally shifted again under the powerful zombie's thirst for flesh. Lying on the bed, Lin Xiaodong felt the pressure on his body gradually lifting, which filled him with both joy and concern. If the incessantly struggling zombie were to gain the opportunity to move before him, the situation would be dire. As the weight of the cash on him diminished, he attempted to analyze the possible outcomes. The reason for the diminishing weight was undoubtedly due to being pushed out from the bedroom door. If the door to the bedroom was at the foot of the bed where the formidable zombie was located, then it would likely escape first, leaving him with his head facing the headboard. The analysis was disheartening, for the zombie would undoubtedly bite his leg first, prompting an absurd thought. How intriguing it would be to encounter a zombie endowed with a divine wealth system. As the burden of the cash continued to lighten, Lin Xiaodong felt the pressure on his legs gradually ease. Hunger gnawed at him. Approximately half an hour later, he heard the ghastly cries of the zombie. It had emerged, and he was doomed. Utterly doomed, he was destined to revert to his previous state. Anxiously, he squirmed like a worm. Compared to the immobility he had experienced upon awakening, he now felt considerably lighter. Although sweat dripped from his brow as he struggled, he had not managed to create even a sliver of space. At this moment, the pressure on his legs was noticeably diminishing, while danger loomed ever closer, and his breathing grew increasingly frantic. The strong zombie struggles had reduced the gaps in the pile of cash, blocking the airways that had previously allowed air to seep through. Oxygen became scarce, and his head spun. The pressure on his legs continued to lessen, and he found that he could move his hands with a slight degree of freedom. Suddenly, a greater peril arrived. The pressure from the cash on his legs plummeted, revealing that the powerful zombie had extricated its claws. As the claws scraped away at the cash, Lin Xiaodong felt the pressure on his legs diminish even further. The sensation of the claws clawing through the money becoming increasingly distinct. With the next swipe, they would undoubtedly grasp his leg. He could only hope that his cotton pants would provide some semblance of protection against the impending strike. While he fervently prayed, Lin Xiaodong's upper body, although experiencing reduced pressure, remained immobile. At last, a chill enveloped his legs, leaving no doubt that the claws were perilously close, perhaps just a bill's distance away. Now was the moment. This was Lin Xiaodong's solitary chance for survival. Summoning every ounce of strength, he curled his legs, shaking his upper body with all his might, causing the mountain of cash atop him to sway. With a thunderous crash, the sound of cascading paper echoed as the formidable zombie's frustrated roar filled the air, entombed beneath a deluge of bills like a landslide. Yes, the pit the strong zombie had clawed out collapsed, burying it once more under the weighty cash. This reduction in pressure on Lin Xiaodong offered him the opportunity to struggle free. He clawed with his hands and kicked with his feet, finally emerging from the pile of cash just moments before being suffocated by it. Gasping for breath, he stood atop the bed, his head finally breaking free from the mound. The dawn light streamed through the shattered window, ushering in a cold yet refreshing breeze. The entire room was filled with cash, all pristine bills with seals unbroken. It appeared that while he had been unconscious the previous night, his uncanny ability to conjure money had not ceased, continuing to flood the room until it was completely filled. The unfortunate strong zombie was likely shoved against the wall by the surging tide of cash, trapped in its corner. Until this morning, it was only the allure of the blood drawn from his tongue that compelled him to struggle once more. With a sense of delight, Lin Xiaodong watched as the robust zombie, still ensnared, continued its futile writhing. He exerted every effort to grasp the banknotes, finally managing to extricate himself from the heap of currency. He then glided towards the bedroom door, akin to a swimmer navigating through water. Standing at the threshold, he did not forget to express his gratitude to the formidable zombie. With arms outstretched and chest puffed out, Lin Xiaodong softly declared, "Withdraw." A substantial amount of banknotes materialized from his embrace, and he gently pivoted his body, directing the torrent of currency towards the vacant space in the room. In the blink of an eye, the once half-empty room was replenished with an abundance of notes, while the strong zombie was shoved back against the wall, rendered motionless. With a long sigh of relief, Lin Xiaodong, having just relaxed, felt his stomach grumble audibly. "I am starving. I am truly on the brink of starvation." Chapter 4. The Vegetarian's Home. Cursed vegetarians. Why can't they, like the Northerners, keep a sack of flour at home? Or, like the Southerners, have a bag of rice? This house is truly a sight to behold. A heap of neatly stacked, immaculately washed greens, with only carrots among the other vegetables. The air inside has long been devoid of life, the temperature having plummeted below freezing. Gazing at the frozen, iron-hard vegetables, he stared blankly, powerless to complain. He needed to find a way to start a fire. Otherwise, consuming ice-cold vegetables would surely send him running to the toilet. In this damned apocalypse, there was no medicine to be found. Twisting the faucet, not a single drop of water flowed from the pipe. Although the rooftop water tank was full, the pipes must have frozen. A glance at the gas stove elicited a shake of his head. This was a world ravaged by biohazards, and gas was an impossibility. The era of scrambled eggs had given way to the era of vegetarianism. Helpless, he rummaged through the house, hoping to uncover something useful. The robust zombie, slightly taller than him, stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Clad in somewhat oversized, clean cotton clothing, Lin Xiaodong gradually began to feel warmth. Fortunately, the creature's feet were of average size, allowing him to find a decent pair of short boots, even with steel toes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiaoyun checked his toes. Although swollen and red, they could still manage a few movements without significant trouble. The house was somewhat disheveled. There had undoubtedly been a struggle when the male and female owners had transformed into zombies. Starving, he needed to find something to ignite a fire. Casting aside idle thoughts, what he required now was a lighter. With an abundance of cash, he lacked for fuel, but he certainly couldn't resort to friction fire. Thankfully, after some searching through the cluttered basement, he came across an exquisite paper box. Cigars? Where there is smoke, there must be fire. But where was the fire? With hunger gnawing at him and an insatiable craving for tobacco, his eyes, glowing with desperation, scoured the floor for anything that might serve his purpose. He even resorted to crouching down, peering into the crevices of the sofa, hoping to find a lighter that may have fallen beneath. Yet to no avail. Despondently opening the cigar box, he beheld the finely filtered cigars within. Gripped by a fierce craving, Lin Xiaodong even contemplated whether he could chew one. The gnawing hunger paled in comparison to the torment of his unrelenting desire for smoke. At that moment, he felt his body trembling involuntarily. A common sign of low blood sugar, he surmised. He yearned for a cigarette, a means to quell his anxiety. The intense desire for a cigar suddenly sparked an idea in his mind. Batteries. A short circuit could ignite a flame, and surely the gas stove contained batteries. He dashed back to the kitchen, filled with hope, and flipped the gas stove upside down. However, reality crushed his hopes. The stove was inexplicably connected by an electrical wire. Cursing under his breath, he found an unexpected surge of strength, leaping onto the stove and stomping it with frustration. The sound of shattering echoed as the panel broke into several pieces. When his foot crushed the gas valve, a hissing gas burst forth. There was gas. Remarkably, there was still natural gas. Not wishing to succumb to poisoning, he swiftly slapped down the red safety valve, silencing the hissing of the gas leak. Feeling engulfed by the pervasive malevolence of this world, he despondently sank down beside the stove. Perhaps I should move on to the next place, he contemplated silently. At the next location, there might be zombies and given his current physical condition. He opened the system panel to glance at his status. Balance, infinite. Expenditure, 0. Intelligence, 5 weak. Constitution, 5 weak. Agility, 6 weak. Stamina, 8 weak. Perception, 14 weak. Skills can be added at the cost of godly points. Godly points, 0, can be used to enhance constitution, improve comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. Death loomed ever closer, as the lack of food rendered his attributes pathetically feeble. Eat. What else is there to do? Even if it leads to an upset stomach. It's better than starving to death. He pulled out a cigar box and inhaled its aroma. A splendid cigar, Lin Chaodong assured himself, with just a match. It could transport one to ethereal realms. An epiphany struck him as he recalled a passage from Robinson Crusoe. The Brazilians, regardless of their ailments, abstained from medicine, opting solely for tobacco leaves. A glimmer of hope rekindled within him. Consuming frozen vegetables might cause discomfort, but perhaps a bit of tobacco could yield beneficial effects. Crack, crack. At that moment, he distinctly heard a rhythmic sound, echoing with remarkable regularity. Curiously following the sound, he noticed a wall clock affixed above the sofa, currently indicating 11:40. After a morning of futile efforts, he and team managed to secure a single morsel. A tragedy. This truly was a farcical drama, starring none other than himself. The ticking of the clock seemed to serve as a reminder. Yet the despondent Lin Chaodong failed to grasp its significance. Returning to the kitchen, he picked up the frozen, rigid leafy greens and shoved them into his mouth. He dared not taste the carrot, fearing it might shatter his teeth. The icy shards felt like consuming a popsicle, the bone-chilling cold mingling with the distinct flavor of the vegetables. Unable to swallow, he resorted to meticulously chewing, hoping to warm them slightly. Gurgle. Perhaps sensing the presence of food, his stomach twisted painfully, yet it churned with renewed vigor. He continued chewing the vegetables, green froth accumulating at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he spat the chewed remnants of the mushy greens onto the ground, wiping the green residue from his lips with his sleeve. How foolish of me, he mused. How could a quartz clock possibly lack a battery? He leapt onto the sofa, removed the quartz clock, and with trembling hands, opened the battery compartment. A square high-energy battery. This discovery nearly brought Lin Chaodong to tears of joy. He then brought the battery to the kitchen, pondering where to find copper wire. And his gaze fell upon the gas stove he had accidentally damaged. An idea sparked, and he seized the stove head, which still had a segment of steel pipe attached. Without a second thought, he detached the natural gas hose and inserted it into the stove head, then took some tissue paper and tightly packed it into the gap between the hose and the copper pipe. Once the mind starts to work, inspiration tends to flow in abundance. Having completed these tasks, he retrieved the cigar box, emptied it, and carefully tore the foil inside into fine strips. He turned on the gas stove's safety valve, and the hissing sound of gas escaping immediately filled the air. With hands clasped in silent prayer, I beseech the heavens, God, bodhisattvas, and all celestial beings, to grant me success in igniting the flame. My thumb presses firmly against the foil atop the battery, while the other end of the foil is bent towards the opposite terminal. In an instant, the connection to the battery causes the foil to warp from the heat, and a small yellow flame bursts forth. A roar erupts as flames leap from the burner, though the natural gas flame appears an unusual pale yellow. How foolish! I chide myself, tearing away the tightly wedged tissue between the stove and the hose. Fresh air rushes in, and the flame instantly returns to a vibrant blue. The elation of success compels Lin Chaodong to whirl joyfully in the kitchen, his voice rising in exuberant shouts. "I'm starving." The noise disturbs the zombies outside, who begin to batter the door, their faces turning pale as they abruptly cease their reckless assault. Suddenly recalling something, I pull out a cigar, igniting it in the flame and taking a deep drag. Bliss! To be alive and savor a cigar. What a truly exquisite pleasure. I lean against the stove, tilting my head back, allowing the intoxicating essence of tobacco to lift me into a blissful haze. Chapter 5. Life is meant for two mouths. Having indulged to his heart's content, Lin Chaodong reclined on the sofa, massaging his slightly swollen feet, his spirit decidedly vexed. Sustaining oneself solely on vegetables was a veritable torment. He possessed a stomach that hailed from a kingdom of gluttony, a carnivorous creature who thrived on meat. At the entrance of the room, ensnared with zombies, a few bills slipped from the pile of currency. Upon closer inspection, the room was filled with money, subtly shifting in a manner almost imperceptible to the human eye, while the trapped zombies continued their futile struggles. Burdened by the malevolent weight of currency, they were condemned to perpetual despair. This revelation solidified his resolve to depart. Yet this house, serving as a potential refuge, warranted careful fortification. He had always been a man of action, impulsively selecting an ostensibly prestigious biotechnology major in college, only to graduate into the honorable profession of a delivery driver. Some temperaments are inextricable. He filled every receptacle, bathtubs, sinks, anything capable of holding water, with bills, without exception. Then, laboriously, he stacked the soaked currency at the entrance, akin to laying bricks, until a towering wall of cash reached from the floor to the ceiling, completely obscuring the door. After securing the kitchen door, he opened the balcony door. The frigid air surged in like an unwelcome guest, wreaking havoc within the confines of his home. Even a hot tea on the coffee table crystallized into ice within half an hour. Hiding in the warm embrace of the kitchen, Lin Xiaodong observed the bill wall gradually encasing itself in ice until it resembled a frosted dessert. The icy barrier, constructed of paper, was remarkably sturdy. Yet his internal conflict intensified. There might be zombies next door, and the supplies there could be inferior to his current stock. He truly loathed the thought of abandoning his secure haven. Yet, chewing on vegetable leaves like a sheep was utterly disheartening. To feast on meat, one must venture forth. Today was the day. Reflecting on the previous day's experiences, he felt compelled to prepare a reliable weapon, ensuring that the embarrassing incident of having an icy cash staff frozen to his hand would not repeat itself. However, after a thorough search of the house, he discovered only a flimsy kitchen knife made of battered metal. Wielding such a tool against zombies would hardly breach their defenses. I require a weapon. A genuine weapon. At this moment, he wistfully recalled the boning knife from his kitchen, and in a flash of inspiration, he thought of the icy cash staff from the previous night, sparking a plan. He fashioned a cross shape using 2 kitchen knives and a wooden stick salvaged from a mop. He soaked the bills, encasing the battered knives, leaving the remainder to freeze outside. In just half an hour, the frozen cash spear solidified robustly. Yes, it was reminiscent of the weapons from the spring and autumn period, featuring a horizontal blade and a spear tip, suitable for thrusting, prodding, and even pushing or hooking. With the addition of currency, he preserved the sharpness of the kitchen knives while enhancing their strength. Particularly, with the combination of bills and water, the head of the frozen cash spear became quite weighty, sufficient to deliver a formidable blow to any zombie. Peering out onto the balcony, he sighed at the sun, lamenting, the trials of life, all for the sake of the palate. It was not merely the lack of food that made him reluctant to leave this cozy haven. Before departing, he meticulously scavenged the premises. He discovered a few scattered packs of cigars and an entire box, along with some foil and several high-capacity batteries, which should be sufficient to kindle numerous fires. Like all smokers, the homeowner had the habit of carelessly discarding lighters, and he found 8 or 9 half-full gas lighters. Additionally, there was a rechargeable flashlight, several sets of warm undergarments, and some commonly used medications, toothpaste, and soap. All these items were packed into a large backpack. What particularly irked Lin Xiaodong was that he couldn't find a single book or magazine. Not that he intended to read them. If only there were glossy magazines. They would be light and bite-resistant when strapped to his arm. Disdainfully, he tossed the found phone and tablet into a drawer. What use were they without power? Upon entering the kitchen, a wave of warmth enveloped him, lulling him into a desire for sleep. If only he could enjoy a meat-laden meal before dozing off. Accompanied by a large cup of sugary soda, of course, that wouldn't suffice. It would be even better with the company of a woman. Indeed, whether in an apocalyptic world or not, one must toil for sustenance. Pulling over a block of ice, specifically placed in the warm kitchen, he was astonished to find that it had not melted after several hours, and the cotton cloth designed to prevent stickiness felt completely dry. Ice could serve as a weapon. Perhaps it could be fashioned into armor? However, crafting armor would take several hours, and he felt a sense of relief at the thought of avoiding adventure next door. After years of delivering takeout, life had worn him down. The unknown always heralded new challenges, which invariably brought forth new exploitation and grievances. Over the next few hours, Lin Xiaodong fashioned a square, slightly curved shield. For a helmet, he chose a round sun hat belonging to the female homeowner, layering it with dozens of wet banknotes before tossing it onto the balcony to freeze. He had yet to devise a suitable solution for armor and had to set that aside for the time being. By the time he completed these tasks, it was 3 in the afternoon. The vegetable soup could hardly withstand consumption, yet he lacked the appetite to face the vegetables. In the end, he simply reclined on the sofa, savoring a cigar. At 5 o'clock, as the sun began to set, he knew he could delay no longer. No matter how comfortable it was here, it could not quell his craving for meat. Sighing, he donned the straw-like helmet, which fit well but felt somewhat cold. He wrapped a towel around his head and threaded a belt through the holes deliberately left in the helmet. This would protect him from rain and ward off bites. He secured the ice block shield to his arm, and a plan for armor began to take shape in his mind. 2 pieces connected by straps, akin to a woman's sundress. Yes, that was the way to proceed. Peering down the stairs, he noticed the zombies seemed more active in the sunlight. If he were to fall had he not been so ravenous, he would not have dared to venture next door. Before setting out, he activated the system to confirm his readiness. Balance, infinite expenditure, 0 intellect, 5 weak, physique, 13 weak, agility, 12 weak, stamina, 15 weak, perception, 8 weak, skills. Skills can be added at the expense of godly points. 0 can be used to enhance physique, improve comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. Though evaluations remain feeble, I have reached the pinnacle of my pre-upgrade potential. To upgrade, it would be splendid if the godly system could evolve, whether in special abilities or foundational statistics. Yet, in this wretched, doomed world, where can one find opportunities for expenditure? Each time I ponder this perennial question, Lin Xiaodong, endowed with the system, feels an ache in his heart. In the past, the godly system afforded a life above the rest. But what of the apocalypse? The wind sweeping past the towering edifices emits a faint, mournful wail. And between 2 balconies lies a barren expanse. Although standing at 6 feet tall, I could traverse the walls, yet the lurking threat of zombies looms ominously. The memory of the 2 zombies from last night stirs a flicker of trepidation. However, the desire for sustenance compels me to press onward. What is there to fear from zombies? I shall bury you with my wealth. As I continue my mental fortification, my hand reaches for the window frame of the adjacent balcony. I heft my ice cash spear and strike the edge of the window frame with force. The tempered glass shatters into fragments. I pause cautiously, suppressing the chill, and listen intently. Aside from the wind whispering past the skyscrapers, there are no peculiar sounds to be heard. I gaze down at the minuscule zombies below, swallowing hard as I extend my limbs, anchoring myself to the window frame of the other balcony. A new adventure begins. Chapter 6. System bugs. While waiting, he noticed that clothes were drying on the balcony. Among them were several garments that appeared to belong to an infant, a discovery that filled him with immense joy. Surely, a household with children would have food. Perhaps even baby formula. In this apocalyptic world, could there be a more desirable sustenance? With a dull thud, his newly acquired mountaineering boots struck the balcony floor. Crouching down cautiously, Lin Xiaodong felt akin to a rabbit, albeit lacking the lengthy ears of one. If only he could upgrade, he would undoubtedly enhance his perception first. Though the notion of increasing perception was perhaps sound, he was confronted with an age-old dilemma. How could he utilize his monetary abilities in this damned apocalypse? What a vexing question it was, in a world teeming with zombies. How could one effectively employ a currency that was surely rendered worthless? There lay a double-layered, sliding door leading into the house. Instinctively, he sensed that residing here would be far warmer than the neighboring dwelling. Don't lock it. Don't lock it. He cast aside his worries, and, as he extended his ice currency spear to hook the sliding door, silently prayed. The door creaked open just a crack, and this progress nearly elicited a laugh from him. He removed the ice currency shield from his chest and held it before him. advancing with caution, returning to ponder the issue of system bugs. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. If he could locate survivors, he could purchase their labor. It was merely a matter of spending money. Observing the apparent glitch in the divine system, Lin Xiaodong felt a thrill of excitement. Yes, a daily wage of 100 million. If he could hire several survivors in less than a month, he could ascend to the status of a deity. Imagine becoming a superhero with maxed out attributes. How magnificent that would be. Lost in thought, he failed to notice a shadow lurking silently within the house, drawing closer to him. It was not a zombie, but it posed an even greater threat. The creature, likely over a meter in length, was cloaked in black fur, and its bloodshot eyes gleamed with malevolence, revealing wicked slit pupils. It leaped silently, launching itself toward Lin Xiaodong in an instant. Just moments ago, immersed in contemplation, Lin Xiaodong had no time to shield his face with the ice currency shield. However, he did catch a glimpse of the assailant. It was a leopard. The sleek black panther approached stealthily, only to spring forth with lightning speed. Its movements were graceful as it twisted mid-air, channeling all its strength into its hind paws, which landed with force upon the ice currency shield. Lin Xiaodong, who had been in a half-squat position, was sent sprawling onto his back. To make matters worse, his tattered helmet tilted forward upon impact, obscuring his vision entirely. Thud! Something landed on the shield covering his chest, followed by a heavy paw striking the helmet. The crushing blow left him dizzy, akin to a mouse being swatted by a kitten. "I'm not a mouse," he roared, swinging the ice currency spear, tied to his wrist with a rope, desperately toward the spot where the feline had landed. Yet, the creature merely leaped away, vanishing in an instant. With his strike missing, Lin Xiaodong was gripped by terror, regretting his reckless decision. He recalled the garments that had deceived him, those infant clothes. Understanding dawned swiftly. What appeared to be children's clothing was, in fact, attire meant for a pet cat. Before him stood not a black panther, but rather a zombified house cat, its agility rendering it more perilous than any undead creature. Struggling to rise, he found that the infuriating straw hat-shaped helmet completely obstructed his vision. Suddenly, the zombie cat, having inexplicably reappeared, leapt on his helmet once more, delivering a heavy blow to his head. Lacking the suspension system of a safety helmet, the impact caused his vision to fade once again. This was utterly intolerable. He flailed his ice cash spear in a haphazard manner. Yet the cumbersome weapon proved ineffective against the nimble zombie cat. He was acutely aware of the vulnerability of his lower half. Where nothing could shield him from the cat's potential bites, his pants would surely be torn apart in an instant. His legs kicked wildly, hoping to complicate the zombie cat's attempts to attack him. After only a few swings of the not-so-light spear, his arms began to ache. What to do? What to do? In a state of rising panic, Lin Xiaodong was left with no viable options but to resort to trickery. Withdraw cash, withdraw cash. Give me cash. Indeed, the affluent gentleman had an abundance of money, if nothing else. The bills swiftly lifted the ice cash shield that guarded his chest, just as he felt the zombie cat drop on him once more. However, this time, as the cat extended its limbs, it could no longer strike his head. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind. The bills ceased to flow. With a forceful push, he rose, causing the ice cash shield and the bills to tumble down. He could hear the zombie cat hit the floor, followed by the sound of it scrambling back up. Finally, he managed to raise the front edge of his helmet with the back of his hand, and upon surveying the scene, his heart sank. Before him were not one, but two zombie cats. Fortunately, one of them distinctly bore the characteristics of a pet, with a large face, big eyes, and relatively short limbs. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have been an adorably cute cat. Yet now, it possessed a size akin to that of a leopard, particularly with those long fangs bared, sending chills down his spine. This was no mere zombie cat. It resembled a saber-toothed tiger. The only recourse was to continue utilizing the financial prowess of the affluent gentleman. In an instant, the bills cascaded once more from Lin Xiaodong's chest, swiftly creating a barrier between him and the zombie cats. At that moment, something amusing transpired. As the cats lunged towards the top of the bill pile, their claws slipped, resulting in a spectacular tumble. No, It was more akin to a zombie cat's misadventure. The firm bills acted like pebbles, providing little friction between them, making it inevitable for the cats to stumble. What a splendid opportunity it was, though regrettably, he only possessed an ice cash spear. If only he had a crossbow or some other ranged weapon, they would surely meet their demise. Lin Xiaodong thought with a heavy heart. However, it was evident that the zombie cats were driven solely by their thirst for flesh. They were not foolish. After a few tumbles in the pile of bills, they ceased their attempts and instead turned their gaze toward the adjacent wall. This was bad. Before Lin Xiaodong could fully process the thought, the two zombie cats leapt up, propelling themselves off the walls on either side of the balcony, darting toward him like lightning. With no other option, he shielded one side of his body with a shield, while his other hand thrust the icy spear with lightning speed. Unfortunately, the shield intercepted the black cat's kick, causing Lin Xiaoga's body to sway involuntarily, resulting in a loss of aim with the icy spear. The two zombie cats, darting toward Lin Xiaodong, were poised to pounce and bite. However, they landed on the pile of banknotes beneath them, slipping and unable to muster any strength. Nonetheless, they quickly set their sights on Lin Xiaodong, fully aware that bringing him down would secure a foothold for them. The banknotes beneath them offered little traction. While walking was manageable, any attempt to run or jump would inevitably lead to a fall. This was an opportunity, a chance provided by the power of the banknotes. Although he had just been struck by the black zombie cat, Lin Xiaodong found himself cornered with his back against the wall, unable to fall. Especially now, he was firmly grounded, making it the perfect moment to launch a counterattack. Chapter 7. I detest cat owners who solely rely on takeout with an icy spear in hand. Lin Xiaodong seized the opportunity as the zombie cat slipped on the pile of money beneath its paws, striking with lightning speed. The short-legged zombie cat, caught off guard, allowed a ghastly howl as the spear pierced through its lower body. Yet, astonishingly, the creature did not succumb to death. The wounded feline writhed in agony, dark, viscous ichor gushing forth like a spring from its grievous wound. What saddened Lin the most was the realization of the thick, tar-like nature of the black fluid. Trapped by the bills beneath its feet, the zombie cat suddenly exhibited an unexpected surge of strength. Its considerable force caused Lin's body to tilt precariously. Seizing the moment, the black zombie cat leaped from the pile of cash. Lin, nearly toppling over, had no choice but to raise his shield in defense. This cunning creature did not return to the pile, but instead clung tenaciously to the edge of the icy shield. The weight bore down painfully on Lin's arm. On the other side, the zombie cat, impaled by the icy spear, struggled with increasing ferocity, threatening to break free from his control. The situation grew alarmingly perilous. At last, the short-legged zombie cat extricated itself from Lin's grasp, but he was held fast by the black cat's relentless tug. This wretched creature loomed before the shattered window. Spotting an opportunity, Lin concentrated all his strength into the arm that held the shield. With a mighty effort, he hoisted the icy shield, sending both it and the black zombie cat tumbling onto the windowsill. The shield, now resting there, obstructed the cat's path, preventing it from re-entering through the broken window. Without hesitation, Lin wrenched his arm free from the shield's straps. "Perish!" he cried, pushing the icy shield. The black zombie cat, sensing its impending doom, let out a series of desperate howls as it fell to the ground below. With the most formidable foe vanquished, Lin felt a surge of confidence. Especially when confronted with the zombie cat whose hindquarters had been pierced, a sinister smile crept across his face as he uttered, "Even those who witnessed my monetary prowess would cry for mercy, let alone a mere zombie cat." Raising the icy spear and aiming at the remaining zombie cat, he commanded, "Stay still, do not move, I assure you. It will only hurt for a moment." The zombie cat regarded him as if he were a nefarious uncle attempting to seduce a young girl, disregarding his words and continuing to thrash about. Yet, with only its front legs engaged, its movements were painfully sluggish. This time, Lin had learned from his previous folly. He refrained from simple thrusts and instead swung the icy spear down with its broad edge, striking mercilessly. One blow, two blows, three, until the short-legged zombie cat, lying amidst the cash, ceased its struggles. Leaning against the wall, Lin breathed heavily, his strength nearly depleted. Weakly, he slid down the wall to sit. The first thing he did was retrieve a cigar from his pocket and light it, savoring a deep inhale. His body still trembled slightly, a remnant of the adrenaline that surged during the battle. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, akin to the lingering echoes following an intense encounter. Especially when indulging in a post-fight smoke, it was undeniably pleasurable. Suddenly, he found himself developing a fondness for combat. It was a conquest of sorts, a thrill of triumph. It bears a resemblance to the exhilarating thrill of intimacy, a sensation that is both intoxicating and addictive. After a fierce battle resulting in victory, the joy felt is tangible and fulfilling. This feeling can easily ensnare one's spirit. Struggling to rise with somewhat weakened legs, he stands up from a pile of cash, only to be astounded to discover that the bills have been congealed together by the remnants of a zombie's viscera, no longer sliding effortlessly. Yet, fueled by immense hope, he drags his fatigued body into the house for a search, only to erupt in exasperation, cursing vehemently, expressing disdain for those lazy souls who rely solely on takeout. In another realm, as a delivery man, he would have wished for a world where no one cooked, and hunger was merely satiated by ordering food. However, in this apocalyptic setting, anyone who braved life-threatening dangers to wrest control of a house from zombies would understandably feel incensed to discover that the owner was nothing more than a lethargic individual dependent on takeout for sustenance. There was no stockpile of provisions, no food, not even a drop to drink. The stark emptiness of the place would incite fury in anyone. What further fueled his ire was the realization that the owner was evidently a solitary female internet celebrity. Apart from her computer and camera equipment, the only items in the house were cat food, treats, and cans designated for her feline companion. "Curse you and your entire family," he muttered, cursing as he embraced the principle of leaving no stone unturned. Lin Xiaodong began a more meticulous search. He found a considerable amount of sanitary supplies, stuffing rolls of toilet paper and unused cosmetics into corners that were not easily accessible. He managed to gather a handful of sanitary pads, which in this dystopian world could serve as both kindling and bandages. Notably, he discovered a drone, though unfortunately it lacked power. Returning to the frigid balcony, he noted that dusk had descended, the sun's warmth once again obscured, and a malicious drizzle began to fall. Damn it all! Lin Xiaodong vented his frustration at the heavens. Having lost his icy cash shield and facing the prospect of imminent combat at the next dwelling, his anger was palpable. With the light rain just beginning to fall, he knew he must act swiftly. Any delay, akin to his first day of exploration in the enveloping darkness, would significantly heighten the danger. Realizing the precariousness of survival, he reluctantly decided to climb out of the window once more. Yet this time, he faced an even greater challenge. The building was a 6-unit per floor structure, meaning he would need to traverse a corner to reach the next apartment. He had to remove his wide-brimmed helmet and secure it on his back. Though it appeared somewhat unsightly, it was essential for his safety. The window ledge at the corner was not far. Given his height, he could reach it. However, crossing the corner was fraught with peril. He returned to the internet celebrity's abode, quickly fashioned a makeshift hook from a wooden stick and a frozen implement, and returned to the balcony. Securing the hook to the rooftop railing and fastening the lower end of the stick with a rope around his waist created a rudimentary safety line. He then grasped the window frame, stretching his body as far as possible, and indeed, he was able to grasp the window frame at the corner with relative ease. Yet, just as he did, his foot slipped, and he nearly lost his grip. Fortunately, his hands clung tightly, and the safety rope hanging from the rooftop played its part. Otherwise, he would surely have plummeted to the ground, reduced to a mere pulp. Alas, I have been exceedingly reckless. I should have contented myself with a more docile existence. Like a sheep in a vegetarian haven, in a moment of misfortune, as his body rounded the corner, he lacked the strength to shift his center of gravity. In other words, Lin Xiaodong found himself trapped at the building's corner by ill fate. The rain intensified, and without the protection of his straw hat-like helmet, the icy droplets poured down his neck. The cold pain in his back spurred him on, and he resolved to gamble everything on a desperate attempt. Damn it, I'll give it my all. He exerted force through one leg, aiming to swiftly shift his balance. Yet, Misfortune struck once more, his other foot slipped, and he tumbled down. Amidst his desperate cries of "Ah, I don't want to die like this," Lin Xiaodong found himself suspended by the safety rope. The biting cold wind howled around him, rendering him a hapless pendulum, dangling 100 meters above the ground, swaying precariously in the relentless gusts. Chapter 8. The Fortunate Abode and the Three Justifications. It is often said that when God shuts a door, he invariably opens a window. Clinging to a safety rope, Lin Xiaodong, swaying amidst the biting winds and cold rains, after enduring the initial panic, suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He extended the ice axe out and secured it to the windowsill. Within mere seconds, it was firmly frozen in place. Beneath the ice axe was a safety tether. Summoning every ounce of courage to combat the fear of dangling in midair, he diligently stretched his leg to insert his foot into the loop. Almost instantaneously, he found himself poised to stand beneath the windowsill. Even his upper body could emerge from the window, presenting him the opportunity to reach for the sliding window. It appeared that fortune had smiled upon him as he effortlessly pushed open the bedroom window. Grasping the window frame, he moved with the clumsiness of a bear, finally managing to squeeze his damp body through the opening. Below the window lay a soft bed, and he felt as if he had exhausted all his strength. Breathless and fatigued, he yearned to collapse onto the bed and succumb to a deep slumber. However, he remained composed enough to close the window before hastily dashing toward the kitchen. He required neither warmth nor sustenance. He merely wished to ascertain whether this household was akin to the previous one, a mere consumer of takeout. Upon entering the kitchen, his eyes were immediately drawn to a large cupboard. As he opened it, he could not suppress a joyous exclamation. "Ah, at long last, after a string of misfortunes, I must surely have stumbled upon some luck." Starving, he was suddenly interrupted by the loud thuds of zombies in the hallway, awakened by his jubilant cries, their ravenous roars echoing as they began to pound on the door. Delighted beyond measure, Lin Xiaodong discarded his backpack and promptly set to work. First, he ignited the gas stove, then melted the frozen faucet to fill a basin with water, soaking the crisp new banknotes within, just as he had done earlier. Within an hour, he had fortified the front door with 2 layers of ice. He then opened the balcony door, allowing the cold air to quickly freeze it. He covered the icy barrier of the front door with blankets to prevent the warmth from indoors from melting it. Only after securing the balcony door did he open the kitchen door, instantly causing the temperature within to rise gradually. Having completed these tasks, he rushed back to the kitchen, warming his frozen, reddened hands by the stove. By nightfall, he was able to illuminate a dish filled with vegetable oil using a wick crafted from toilet paper. Though the light was dim and emitted a faint black smoke, it was at last a beacon of illumination. Exuberant, he sang off-key within the confines of the house, oblivious to the muffled thuds of the zombies battering against the door sealed by the icy barrier. Mission accomplished. According to his reckoning, at least until the end of winter, this abode would remain relatively secure, compared to the neighboring vegetarian and takeout homes. The bounty within this residence could only be described as a magnificent harvest. This household, evidently northern in origin, seemed not particularly fond of venturing outdoors. There were 2 bags of flour, a basin filled with dozens of frozen, hard buns, and fresh meat hanging on the wall, frozen solid. In the corner, he discovered a large storage cabinet brimming with vegetables, cabbages, potatoes, pumpkins, and radishes. With a daily consumption of 4 pounds of flour, complemented by meat and vegetables, these provisions would suffice for a month, with plenty to spare. It appears that the winter here is quite lengthy. Otherwise, there would be no need to prepare such an abundance of food, showing no concern for spoilage. Based on the quantity of vegetables and meat, one can easily draw such a conclusion. This realization led Lin Xiaodong to further speculate about his surroundings. However, before pondering these matters, the priority was to satiate his hunger. Finally safe, he hastily prepared a bowl of northern-style dumpling soup using flour, tossing in 2 crumbled steamed buns. After finishing his meal, he collapsed onto the sofa, cradling his distended, aching belly, relishing the sensation of fullness. Outside, the sky darkened, shrouded in a misty drizzle that would evoke poetic musings. Reclining on the sofa, Indulging in a cigar, he envisioned a bright future. If he could locate survivors willing to pay $100 million a day for rescue, then he could effortlessly accumulate skill points. This idea filled him with genuine excitement. Soon, he would become an extraordinary being with unparalleled attributes. He finally conceived the last piece of the system's flaw, declaring from his reclined position, "I shall hoard food, save lives, and become a nefarious capitalist." No sooner had he uttered this than a rumble resonated through the sky, so thunderous that the glass windows trembled with a rattling sound. Could it possibly thunder in the dead of winter? For such trivial matters, did nature itself conspire to strike him down? Filled with perplexing questions, he dashed to the balcony, peering into the heavens. The perpetually gloomy sky was draped in a fine rain, with flashes of light streaking swiftly across the clouds. After waiting for a moment without further commotion, he returned to the warmth of the sofa, indulging in his thoughts. At that moment, it felt as if two little figures were engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue within his mind. Searching for survivors? Are you unaware that in the apocalypse, every starving survivor is perilous? The rational voice within him shouted at Lin Chaodong, hoping to dispel his obsession with acquiring skill points through the godly system. Yet that obsession responded slowly but resolutely. Really? What if the survivor is willing to accept a daily wage of $100 million, yet can only spend that same amount on sustenance? Clearly, such an ideal survivor is a rarity, yet it cannot negate the subsequent reasoning. With just one survivor, in a month's time, one could amass 30 godly points. 2 months, half a year. Regarding the dangers that survivors may pose, the obsession retorted. In a month's time, the survivor would face a superhuman. If there are enough survivors, this time frame could be reduced to a week. Ah, my dear obsession, have you considered the grave implications of this? The rational voice sneered, mocking the obsession. If we calculate based on 1,000th of the survivors, each would possess resources 1,000 times greater than before. The analysis of reason always dampens one's joy. The scarcity of resources may not align with your expectations, at least not until the next summer. However, the conclusions drawn from rational analysis are often accurate. Anyone possessing resources 1,000-fold greater than before, as long as fortune does not frown upon them, would likely fare quite well. So, what reason could there be to accept $100 million in worthless paper for employment? For instance, in the building where he resides, there are 6 households per staircase, and the entire structure accommodates 210 families. Even if half of these households, or at least a third, possessed a month's worth of food reserves like the one before him, then if they stockpiled provisions akin to how people in the Northeast prepare for winter, food scarcity would be utterly nonsensical. My extravagant system, my attribute points. Confronted with the stark reality of this analysis, Lin Chaodong lamented inwardly. Who would dare to traverse the throngs of corpses below to reach his fortified refuge? Constructed by conscientious developers in hopes of thriving? That is merely the secondary concern. Even if survivors were to arrive, what grounds do they have to relinquish their hard-won supplies to him? If he possesses only cash and no resources, how could he justify spending a fortune to hire those survivors? Without expenditure, his extravagant system is utterly futile. Why, of all things, did he have to be bound to an extravagant system? This is the apocalypse. A survival system tailored for such dire circumstances would be far more appropriate. His inner lament echoed louder still. Chapter 9. Not earth and the ice currency in the warm kitchen of Lucky Home, Lin Chaodong, wrapped in a quilt dragged from his bed, finally enjoyed a sound sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, Lin Chaodong first made his way to the balcony, where he engaged in some physical activity under the bright sunlight. As he performed chest expansion exercises, his spirits lifted, and he began to hum a tune. Morning light spills through the window. The sun is splendid and bright, watching butterflies dance and smell the flowers. The scenery is a breathtaking sight. With a snap, he ignited the gas stove, but no flame appeared. Undeterred, he continued to strike the ignition while humming away. You watch me from afar. Your smile radiates beauty. My heart blossoms like a flower in splendid bloom. He struck again, yet still. There was only the faint sound of the electronic ignition sparking, devoid of the gas flow's familiar sound. Closing and reopening the valves, he tried igniting once more, but still, no flame emerged, and in that moment, Lin Xiaodong felt a sinking despair. Come on, how can I be this unlucky? I just had a warm meal, and now there's no gas? This predicament was easily understood. After the cataclysm, the gas pipelines were likely left with only residual gas, which had now run out. Yet, Lin Xiaodong truly felt the world's malice directed at him, cursing mindlessly, "Damn it, I just had one warm meal, and now I curse your entire family." With the absence of natural gas, the situation posed little challenge for the wealthy Lin. After all, he was not short on cash. Although it could not be spent, surely it could be set ablaze, or so he thought. What a bizarre situation it was, unable to ignite the cash. The near-empty lighter was a pitiful sight, and the cursed bills remained unchanged in color. An unrelenting fury surged within him, akin to gasoline igniting in his chest, threatening to explode like a pressure cooker. With bloodshot eyes, Lin Xiaodong felt an overwhelming urge for violence. In the frigid winter, deprived of fuel, surrounded by raw food, was the world intent on starving him to death? Once again, he sensed the profound malice of his surroundings. Fortunately, there were other combustible materials within the house besides cash. In desperation, he resorted to chopping up a drawer from his writing desk for firewood just to prepare breakfast. Savoring the steaming bowl of dumpling soup, Lin Xiaodong began to contemplate his situation. He had initially thought that with his cozy refuge, he could endure the harshness of this abominable apocalypse. However, now it seemed he had to venture out daily in search of sufficient fuel. The downside of cooking was that he could only boil water and prepare meals on the balcony, leaving the interior of the house without warmth. Thankfully, he managed to find several large glass bottles, which he intended to fill with hot water to keep warm in bed, making do with what he had. However, Lin Xiaodong did not anticipate that another blow would arrive so swiftly. After breakfast, he discovered a delivery cardboard box in the corner of the living room. The shipping address was clearly marked: Dongkong Republic, Taiping County, Dean City, Ping'an Avenue, Fukang Community, Building 102. Even with poor geographical knowledge, Lin Xiaodong realized that this was not Earth. Blood surged from his limbs to the rapidly functioning brain, leaving his hands and feet icy as he sat languidly on the sofa. He puffed on cigar after cigar, furrowing his brow in contemplation of the myriad questions that erupted in his mind. Not Earth. This was indeed a grave concern, in a realm brimming with uncertainty, a society fraught with peril, and a biological system teetering on the brink of a biochemical apocalypse. He found himself in a strange and treacherous world. Even the trees in the community's greenbelt could spring forth at any moment to take a bite out of him. Moreover, if this was not Earth, what did the inhabitants here resemble? He meticulously recalled the few rooms he had scoured, noting the absence of mirrors or framed portraits. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such a scenario on Earth. Did he share a likeness with them? Instinctively, he reached to touch his face. If he differed, then he was unequivocally an alien. He was certain that an extraterrestrial endowed with a divine wealth system would be an ideal subject for dissection and study. A chilling sensation crept up his spine, yet he soon scrutinized the arrangement of the room and all the items he had encountered, applying his biological expertise to analyze them. Judging by their everyday possessions, they likely bore a resemblance to Earthlings. He extended his hand for a closer inspection, finding it seemingly indistinguishable from that of his earthly self. Considering the flour and vegetables he had consumed, they too appeared akin to those found on Earth. I require information, he mused. Lacking printed books, he would have to seek out solar panels or the like. However, as he inhaled the cigar smoke, lost in thought, he reiterated the importance of avoiding the natives repeatedly. It was paramount to ascertain the minerals, plants, and animals of this world, as well as the fundamental dangers it harbored. As for any thoughts of becoming a nefarious capitalist, those had been long cast aside in the face of potential dissection. If he were to venture out in search of fuel and information, he would need suitable gear. Crafting armor appeared straightforward enough. He soaked a set of thermal underwear that was evidently a size too large, intending to freeze it on the balcony. Prior to freezing, he cut it at strategic points, leaving holes for future laces. However, The outcome of this endeavor left him sorely disappointed. The clothing emerged from the freeze far from sturdy. Would it withstand a zombie assault? Observing the frozen attire, which had been easily shredded with a simple ice axe, Lin Xiaodong felt a wave of disillusionment. Yet, he soon realized that these frozen garments could serve as molds for crafting ice armor. The quality of the material was surprisingly good. How he wished for a plastic mannequin from a department store, as the armor would undoubtedly look more appealing. The figure in the mirror donned a helmet reminiscent of a straw hat, with only a narrow rim remaining. It bore a slight resemblance to the British World War II helmet, while also echoing the iron caps of the Ming Dynasty. Essentially, it was a vest made from a cotton undershirt, held together with ropes, draped over his shoulders, protecting his chest and back. Shoulder guards, arm guards, wrist guards, leg guards, shields, and even Lin Xiaodong crafted a handguard. In a rather macabre sense of humor, he fashioned claws resembling those of Wolverine, ensuring that a single punch would leave 3 gaping wounds. Adorned in a riot of colors reminiscent of currency, he appeared somewhat ridiculous. He donned a backpack and, armed with an icy cash spear and an icy cash shield, prepared himself thoroughly. This time, Lin Xiaodong would not foolishly leap onto balconies or scale corners, leaving himself suspended like a pendulum in midair. Instead, he ingeniously created a ladder with hooks, allowing him to anchor it directly to the rooftop parapet, granting him access to any building he desired. The weather was clear, and the rooftop breeze was no longer as fierce as it once had been. If not for the lingering chill, one might mistake the air for the warmth of an impending spring. Strangely, the ice showed no sign of melting. Of course, this was merely the understanding of Earthlings, which held little significance on an alien planet. From atop the building, he gazed down at the zombies below, hoping to glean insights into the native species through careful observation. Alas, the distance was far too great to discern any details. Resigned, he maneuvered the ladder to the rooftop of the 4th building, peering down with a silent prayer. Heavenly deity, grant me the fortune to find this book, or, at the very least, a functioning mobile phone. Chapter 10. Unexpected discoveries in truth. Being on an alien planet may not be such a dire predicament. Perhaps here one might encounter charming beings akin to catgirls or bunny girls. After overcoming the initial trepidation of this unfamiliar world, Lin Xiaodong sought solace in his own unworthy thoughts. A graduate in biology, he had dabbled in electrical work and engaged in mechanical assembly, yet ultimately found that being a deliverman suited him best, offering a greater sense of freedom. His sole source of amusement lay in perusing free novels on his mobile device, at which point his imagination took flight. Perhaps there would be angels or demons, or even an entirely fantastical realm. It was improbable that mobile phones existed here. It was undoubtedly a world steeped in technology. Crouching from beneath the chair to the windowsill, he cautiously tapped on the glass with his icy staff, jesting, "Hello, is anyone home? Are there any corpses inside?" Straining his ears, he detected no sound. A flicker of joy surged within him. This was indeed a promising sign. "Don't lock the windows, don't lock the windows." Testing the window frame with his icy staff, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. Damn your entire family. Living in a small apartment. How could you afford to secure the windows so tightly?" In resignation, he swung his icy staff with force against a corner of the glass, resulting in a resounding shatter. At times, Lin Xiaodong found it incomprehensible why the inhabitants of this planet opted for such exaggerated security measures with tempered glass. Of course, another possibility lingered. Perhaps industrial goods were exceedingly affordable here, or perhaps there were simply fewer unscrupulous merchants. Listening intently, he discerned no unusual sounds within the dwelling. And with determination, he grasped the window frame and climbed inside. He landed with a thud on the floor, but the scene before him filled him with unrestrained delight. Aside from the influencer next door, Lin Xiaodong had been unable to deduce the profession of the homeowner. However, upon entering this room, he instantly recognized the occupant's line of work. They manufacture electric vehicle batteries. This was a matter with which he was thoroughly familiar, as he had constructed the battery for the electric bike he used for deliveries. Lithium battery packs. Tutorials were readily available on the small video platform. Surveying the studio-like workspace, He noted not only the presence of assembled lithium battery packs, but also several electric vehicles. What splendid treasures! With these batteries, he could finally create power banks and get his phone and tablet operational. Undoubtedly, this would enhance his understanding of this world. Upon the workbench lay a multimeter, which he observed bore no significant difference from those on Earth. Randomly selecting a lithium battery, he measured it with the multimeter and was astounded to discover it contained not a trace of charge. What the hell? The lithium battery has completely drained. Has there been a zombie apocalypse here for years? An ominous hypothesis swiftly materialized in his mind. This planet must be frigid, otherwise wouldn't food have spoiled long ago? Wait, natural gas had only run out yesterday. These questions lingered without resolution, buried deep within as he continued to explore. Just as he set the multimeter down, an ear-piercing, frantic cry echoed from outside. Grr! Zombies! Lin Chaodong's scalp tingled with dread. He had no time to retrieve a shield and hastily grasped the icy staff tethered to his wrist. Yet it was all too late. Unlike the zombies of previous days, this creature did not walk upright. It moved on all fours, approaching silently like a fierce predator stalking its prey. More importantly, it attacked without a sound. By the time it let out a fearsome roar, it was already upon him, its jaws wide open. The zombie sank its teeth into his shoulder armor, producing a creaking sound as the sturdy material deformed under the immense pressure. Ice Chow Ge found himself pinned beneath the weight of the zombie, unable to move. In a moment of desperation, he swung his fists, striking the creature's head with all his might. To Lin Chaodong's dismay, the zombie's skull was as hard as iron. The claws on his gauntlet merely skidded along the rigid cranium, only managing to break the skin. Simultaneously, the zombie, still gripping his shoulder, raised its claws, its sharp nails descending upon the armor. Despite the protection, the force of the zombie's attack was astonishing. The once formidable ice armor was shredded, deep claw marks appearing as paper and ice flew away. Although he was not seriously injured, it was evident that the armor could not withstand many more blows before being penetrated. In a moment of clarity, he aimed a punch at the zombie's ear, a notably softer spot compared to its hard skull. The blow landed, and the claw easily penetrated the flesh. Take that. You think you can have me so easily? However, before he could strike again, the zombie had already wrapped its claws around his arm, releasing its grip on his shoulder armor to gnaw at his fist. Realizing it was too late to withdraw his punch, the zombie bit down on the gauntlet. With a crunch, one of the sharp blades was severed. What incredible teeth! Panic surged within him. His fist was far less durable than the claws. He struggled to retract his arm, but the zombie held on tightly, resisting all attempts to break free. Another bite, and the blade was completely broken off. Another bite would surely reach his fist. With no other choice, he twisted his body, desperately trying to create distance between his fist and the zombie's mouth. At the same time, he attempted to free the arm pinned beneath the creature. 3 sharp blades plunged directly into the zombie's chin. The zombie's grip on his arm loosened, shifting to seize his other arm. Seizing the opportunity, he took a step back, creating space, and raised the Ice Chow Ge to strike down upon the zombie's head. Although its ears and chin had been pierced, the zombie felt no pain and lunged at him once more on all fours. However, faced with Lin Chaodong, who wielded a shield and relentlessly jabbed with the Ice Chow Ge, the zombie found itself at a stalemate. With each fierce movement, black ichor gushed from its wounds like a fountain. As the fluid continued to pour forth, the zombie's strength diminished, its movements slowing, making it increasingly susceptible to Lin Chaodong's strikes. Finally, after a low whimper, it seemed to collapse like a dog, its bloodthirsty gaze still intact, yet bereft of all strength. Advancing, Lin Chaodong swung his weapon, and the horizontal blade of the Ice Chow Ge struck the zombie's head, finally extinguishing the threat. Gasping for breath, he raised his shield, revealing only his eyes, while poised to strike again with his ice spear, cautiously advancing. This was the first occasion in this world that he had the opportunity to closely observe the true visage of a zombie. It bore a striking resemblance to humans, even possessing 5 fingers on each hand. Tentatively prodding at the zombie's claws with his ice spear, he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding a weapon that had nearly penetrated his ice armor. The claws extended over 2 inches in length, manifesting a bone-like whiteness, resembling semi-transparent crystals. Whether they were born this way or had mutated post-zombification remained a mystery beyond his grasp. This led him to contemplate the claws of a zombie cat, which were reputedly 3 inches long. The thought of adorning his gauntlet with such appendages was unsettling. The most notable distinction was in the creature's face. Characterized by protruding teeth, he produced a banknote and lifted the zombie's lip, revealing that its 4 canine teeth had grown to over an inch in length. If they continued to grow, they would likely extend beyond its lips, reminiscent of a vampire. The final difference lay in its ears, which resembled those of an elf, or perhaps akin to the ears of an avatar, save for their lack of a blue hue. Whether this was an effect of zombification or simply the natural state of beings on this planet remained uncertain. Instinctively, Lin Chaodong reached to touch his own ears, a sense of dread washing over him. What if their ears were inherently shaped this way? He would undoubtedly be perceived as an extraterrestrial destined for dissection. Yet, another troubling thought surfaced in his mind. The 2 zombies he had encountered in the early hours of yesterday did not exhibit ambush behavior. Was this creature a result of its genetic lineage, or had it undergone evolution? This query was even more daunting than the previous one. What terrifying form might zombies evolve into in the end? Lacking pain perception, possessing ambush instincts, what further transformations could possibly await? Chapter 11. Could it be too ugly? The top floors still harbored 2 unexplored residences, which became the objective for today. Having faced mutated zombies in direct confrontation, Lin Chaodong was no longer intimidated by battling a solitary zombie. Alas, prior to his upgrade, he remained a mere novice in combat. Lowering a ladder from the rooftop, he recalled the lessons learned from previous encounters. Caution was paramount, and one should refrain from foolishly tapping on windows. The zombies of the present were far from foolish. They were adept at ambushes. Perched on a ladder, he cautiously employed an ice pick to pry open the window. Much like the majority of residents in high-rise buildings, people often neglected the importance of closing their windows. As he opened the window, Lin Chaodong felt akin to unboxing a mystery gift. Who could say whether he would encounter a detestable vegetarian or a delivery driver detached from the world? There is also the profession and hobbies of the homeowner to consider. Should he stumble upon a household versed in wilderness survival, or, even better, a military enthusiast? The abode of such unique aficionados in this post-apocalyptic world would be as exhilarating as Alibaba's treasure trove. Of course, the paramount concern was to uncover information regarding this planet. Holding his breath, he strained to listen. The wind howled outside the towering buildings. The sunlight cascaded in, creating an aura of tranquility. The quartz clock within the room emitted a rhythmic ticking sound, signifying that this expedition had proven worthwhile. At the very least, there was a battery to be found. Treading lightly into the room, he grasped the window frame and descended with care. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. The delivery influencer he had encountered owned a small drone that, if charged, would spare him from personal peril. With this thought, Lin Chaodong silently expanded his search to include solar panels. With such a panel, he could also charge his phone and tablet, enhancing his understanding of the world around him. Inside this dwelling, he discovered a crib, yet curiously, there were still no photographs. The places where pictures might have hung or frames rested were occupied by a small device of indeterminate purpose. The small high-rise consisted of 6 units, each a modest 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom layout of approximately 60 square meters. The master bedroom featured a large bed, which held little significance for Lin Chaodong. However, the wooden bed and wardrobe would serve as excellent fuel. In the secondary bedroom, there lay a crib. Well, since there were no infants, he could always chop it up for firewood later. Stealthily approaching the front door, he discerned that apart from the ticking clock, the only sound to be heard was a persistent hungry, hungry, hungry. At this moment, Lin Chaodong could ascertain that the entire top-floor elevator lobby was infested with zombies. It remained uncertain whether they were the inhabitants of the top floor or those that had ascended from below. This distinction was irrelevant. What mattered was the contents of the kitchen. Families with children obviously knew how to sustain themselves, as there was no excessive hoarding. He found merely half a bag of rice alongside a modest supply of poultry, eggs, meat, and vegetables. Additionally, within the pantry, he stumbled upon the coveted food of the apocalypse, milk powder. Not only did he find it, but there was an entire box containing 12 large cans, brimming with abundance. One glance was enough to evoke overwhelming astonishment. Goodness, must the taste of this planet be so extraordinarily intense as to warrant drinking fish milk? According to Lin Xiaodong's perception, infant formula cans typically feature images of babies, and he had hoped to see the normal appearance of the inhabitants of this planet. Unfortunately, to his dismay, 12 cans of formula displayed an image of a fish resembling a whale-like creature. He was touched to find that only one of the 12 1-kilogram cans had been opened. In a spirit of experimentation, and not merely out of greed, Lin Xiaodong took a small spoonful and placed it in his mouth. As a child, he had a fondness for milk tablets, but for a left-behind child, such treats were only available during the festive seasons. The flavor was not overly sweet, imbued with a rich taste of milk, reminiscent of the milk tablets he had enjoyed in his youth. Just as his grandfather often claimed that the milk consumed by rural folk was the genuine article, and particularly that of water buffaloes. He chuckled at the notion of commercial milk. As he examined the text on the formula can, he found himself perplexed by the history of their written language. Unlike the unity of form, sound, and meaning in his own script, the characters on the can appeared as a series of 4 curved, wave-like lines, suggesting they were not of Western origin. From the standpoint of language, what ancient script could have evolved into such a form? Despite his inner musings, Lin Xiaodong surprisingly found he could comprehend the text, and not only read it, but also write it. Unconsciously, he reached out to touch his own face, pondering whether he should fetch a basin of water to the rooftop, perhaps as a makeshift mirror to examine his reflection. This was a matter that had long eluded his understanding. He could not fathom why any race would lack curiosity about their own appearance. Yet there were no mirrors to be found. After searching 5 residences, he had yet to encounter a single mirror. In addition, the household of 3 provided him with a plastic bathtub. As previously noted, families with children tend to lead more organized lives, and evidently, a plastic bathtub was far more economical than a traditional tub. Setting this issue aside, he instinctively prepared to fill the tub, intending to use currency to secure the door. Perhaps he should leave a room or 2 unblocked, as he had no intention of residing there. And what if he needed access to the corridor? Although he had devised an icy cash ladder that allowed him to easily descend to the various residences on the top floor, venturing to the next level would necessitate navigating the exterior. This was a 35-story building, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, the drawbacks of traversing the corridor were equally apparent, as it was infested with numerous zombies, along with a significant challenge. Without a key, how could he gain entry to each apartment? Regardless, he was unconcerned. The door to the cat-loving, delivery woman influencer's abode was not secured, so he could access the corridor through that entrance. Thus, the doors leading to the vegetarian rabbit's home, the lucky house, the electric car house, and the current household of 3 could be left unbarred. He reminded himself to tread lightly when visiting the influencer's residence. While sealing the door to the household of 3 with currency, Lin Xiaodong silently cautioned himself. After completing the task of barricading the door, he diligently made his way to the influencer's home. The zombie cat still lay sprawled on the balcony, and with little effort, he acquired 4 cat claws. Using a short blade approximately 3 inches long, he fashioned 2 icy cash gauntlets from the scattered bills on the balcony, adorning the backs of his hands. With a triumphant grin, he felt as though he had truly transformed into Wolverine. Gazing at the 6 razor-sharp claws adorning my hands, I envisioned their swift penetration into a zombie's cranium, eliciting a thrilling sense of exhilaration. I casually experimented with a disarray of scattered banknotes, and found them sufficiently sharp and resilient. Remarkably, a mere 3 bills could be easily thrust through. Testing against the wall, I was astonished to discover even the ethically questionable cement of a developer-esque construction yielded to deep, indelible scratches. This prompted the thought of potentially breaching the walls of several top-floor apartments to connect them, thereby eliminating the incessant need to climb through windows. Stacking 4 bills together, While they could not fully penetrate, the fourth bill remained in a state of partial invasion. Throughout the experimentation, my mind wandered, contemplating the possibility of breaking through the floor to access the room below. However, I hesitated, recalling that the cat-loving delivery girl internet celebrity S apartment was off-limits. The door was not barricaded, but I feared the intrusion of zombies. In any case, as Lin Chaodong pondered the situation, he increasingly felt a sense of awareness befitting a post-apocalyptic world. Just as I was immersed in this exhilarating trial, I collided with an object of undeniable hardness, impervious even to the sharpest claws. As I pushed aside the banknotes that lay atop, I uncovered a dark, indistinct mass beneath. What on earth could this be? It was evident that the foundation was comprised of banknotes, yet the nature of that dark substance remained a mystery. Chapter 12. The grim uncle at the door frowning at the dark mass emerging from beneath a pile of banknotes. Lin Chaodong recalled the day he had wounded that mutated pet cat. The viscous remains oozed into the stack of money, forming a dark clump. It was astonishing to discover the adhesive properties of the corpse fluid had become so potent after mutation. This was not entirely surprising, as traditional carpenters used biological glues such as fish glue and pig glue. Intrigued by the corpse fluid, he unsheathed the claws from his gauntlet and pressed them against the banknotes enveloped in the viscous substance, applying all his strength. To his dismay, the claw blades, capable of piercing through 4 banknotes, were utterly ineffective against the dark mass. Positioning himself, he wielded the ice bank spear and struck with all his might. Yet, his efforts bore no fruit. The substance was not only robust, but astonishingly resilient. Even with the forceful slashing and stabbing of the ice bank spear, it remained unscathed. The material exhibited remarkable strength, suggesting it could be fashioned into protective gear. But what of weaponry? He had collected 20 sharp claws from the cat and 4 3-inch-long curved fangs. Reforging a spear using the cat's teeth and claws would undoubtedly yield a formidable melee weapon. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in his mind, a dong. Do you believe that zombies are treasures in themselves? The voice, reminiscent of days gone by, was as sweet and innocent as when they first entered school together. That was his childhood sweetheart, his neighbor, classmate, deskmate, and fellow graduate. However, due to a lack of connections and background, they both faced unemployment after graduation. He became a delivery worker while she ran a crepe stall. During their spare moments, they would still engage in discussions about their studies. She often challenged him with questions about seemingly irrelevant knowledge from their university days, such as why zombies could move at high speeds in the film I Am Legend. Despite his resentment towards the mindless choice of his major, which led to their mutual unemployment, he still entertained her whimsical inquiries. After all, it was the only way he could indulge her. Zombies could survive long periods without food, undoubtedly maximizing their energy utilization and thus possessed energy. Not quite comprehensive. Lin Chaodong, you were too busy grinning at the girls in class to pay attention. She teased, her hair styled in a bun, munching on a sweet potato he had roasted. Her playful smile mirrored the innocence of their village days. Swallowing the hot, crispy-skinned sweet potato, she cheerfully explained, zombies exemplify optimal energy utilization. Their powerful hearts and resilient blood vessels are prerequisites for the immense energy required for their motion. Interesting thought, but remember to ensure harmless processing, he replied with a smile, wiping the sweet potato remnants from the corner of her mouth. Later, his beloved was bullied by a certain wealthy boy from a particular city. Fierce and proud, she left with resentment. Of course, he could not simply stand by. He utilized his knowledge to ensure that the entire family of that arrogant boy received their just desserts. Then, unwilling to live alone, he arrived here. Sherlock Holmes once remarked that when the law fails to deliver justice to those involved, private vengeance becomes not only justifiable, but also noble from that moment forth. Helplessly discarding the banknotes stained with the liquid of death, Lin Chaodong leaned against the wall and sat down on the pile of money. He cradled his head in his hands, trembling all over, emitting a loud and continuous wail reminiscent of a lone wolf. He harbored no regrets for his actions, only a deep-seated resentment that the warmth of love had not endured. Arriving in this realm, filled with malice and devoid of any utility, he faced an unknown system of a wealthy god. Yet he felt no fear. Enduring suffering in this world, even if it were punishment, mattered little to him. His tears were reserved solely for the woman who had bestowed upon him the most beautiful life, and for the pure love that remained untainted by the world. After weeping for a brief moment, he pressed his sleeve heavily against his face, wiping away the last trace of tears, and silently vowed, in this apocalyptic era, even if that certain young man from a certain city were to appear, he would still annihilate his entire family. Lowering his sleeve and raising his gaze, he retrieved the banknotes soaked in the liquid of death, scrutinizing them closely. At that moment, plans for the future began to take shape in his mind. Since the liquid could enhance the banknotes, there was no reason to refrain from utilizing it. However, it was imperative to neutralize the liquid, and electricity was essential for that. Where could he find a generator? Initially, he had simply sought a few solar panels to charge his phone and tablet, but now his needs had undoubtedly expanded. Yet, he quickly conceived a solution. He could use the electric vehicle from the battery manufacturing company. The motor could easily be transformed into a generator. High-rise buildings were replete with wind, and the liquid and banknotes were abundant. What a splendid plan! Commending himself silently, he returned to the rooftop and made his way to the next building. As per usual, he descended from the rooftop via a ladder and gently opened the window with his ice-cold banknote weapon. Straining his ears, he crept inside like a stealthy little thief. The bedroom was tidy, showing no signs of struggle. Whether there were pet zombies, such as zombie cats, was uncertain as those creatures moved silently on their padded paws. Breathing in, he detected no lingering odors in the frigid room. Of course, such exploratory results were unreliable. He took out a banknote and tossed it outside the bedroom door. The soft thud of the banknote hitting the ground elicited a quickening of his breath and a slight tremor in his body. Testing his shield and gripping the icy banknote weapon tightly, he took a deep breath, preparing himself for battle. What a fool he was. He should have prepared some blood-stained banknotes, or perhaps kept some in a sealed bag to toss out as a test, during exploration, to determine the presence of zombies. If it weren't for the suffocating tension he felt, he would have surely jotted down these thoughts in a small notebook. This time, he threw out more than one banknote, purposefully tossing them higher to create a more scattered sound upon landing. Pausing like a puppet, he strained to listen but discerned nothing. With that, he felt a sense of relief, yet remained vigilant, holding his shield aloft as he cautiously exited the bedroom. In the living room, everything basked in the gentle embrace of sunlight, exuding a sense of tranquility and peace, particularly when his gaze fell upon the ashtray atop the coffee table, nearly prompting a jubilant cheer. As a chain smoker consuming 2 packs a day, the solitary cigar he discovered could only last him a few days. To prolong its enjoyment, he had even refrained from discarding the remnants of his previous smokes, having scoured the living room in vain. All his hopes now rested upon the final bastion of the bedroom, yet the door remained firmly shut. This sight ignited a mix of elation and vigilance within him. He gently removed his helmet and, utilizing the clawed back of his hand, rapped softly on the door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. Inside, the faint rustle of movement could be discerned. Damn it, what secrets are you hiding in there? A fervent wish took root within him as he discerned the living sounds that contrasted sharply with the moans of the undead. A living person, even just one, would suffice. Even if it meant forsaking his aspirations of becoming a nefarious capitalist, having someone to converse with or glean information from would be a boon. With this fervent desire, he knocked once more upon the door, articulating with utmost courtesy, "Is anyone home? You need not fear me. I am, in fact, a good person. Open the door and you shall see. I truly mean no harm." Yet, the same rustling sounds persisted, reminiscent of a cautious young girl left alone in her home, listening attentively to the unfamiliar knocking. She prepared in the only way she could conceive, but alas, what recourse did she have against the sinister presence lurking just outside her door? Chapter 13. Cigarettes. My precious. With a gentle click, Lin Chaodong pressed down on the handle, the lock emitting a faint sound as he cautiously pushed the door open with his ice blade. The door creaked as it swung wide, revealing a room suffused with a delicate pink hue, reminiscent of a young girl's sanctuary. Could it be that a little girl truly resided here? Surely, I cannot be encountering such a bizarre situation. As the door opened fully, Lin's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. What was this? A room seemingly designed for a young girl, and yet the notion of stumbling upon such a peculiar space unsettled him. He resolved that should this indeed be the case, regardless of whether its occupant had transformed into a zombie, he would confront them once more. Within the room, there was a glass enclosure, adorned entirely in the soft, pink decor favored by young girls. For the moment, he saw no signs of life within. Perhaps the occupant had concealed herself. However, his gaze was immediately drawn to an object of his fervent anticipation. On top of 4 stacked boxes, emblazoned with the insignia of cigarettes, he felt a sense of camaraderie with an unknown kindred spirit. To his surprise, it appeared that even in this alien world, there were individuals who shared his passion. The sheer volume of cigarettes here suggested a habit that rivaled his own. By his standards, 6 cartons a month, and yet, here lay boxes filled to the brim, each containing a standard 50 cigarettes. Exhilarated, Lin Chaodong approached the cigarette boxes, excitement coursing through him as he flung one open. To his dismay, he discovered that the boxes contained nothing more than brown, thumb-sized cylindrical objects, utterly unfamiliar to him. As he sifted through these oddities, pondering whether they might be some extraterrestrial delicacy or a peculiar form of tobacco, he heard a rustling sound from outside the door once more. Startled, he turned abruptly, raising his shield and ice blade in defense. The noise emanated from the glass enclosure, and the sight that greeted him left him utterly speechless. A spider. A colossal spider. Upon recognizing the creature within the glass house, his initial instinct was to flee. Having been bitten by a spider in his childhood, he had not gained superpowers but rather developed a lingering fear of them. And this creature was certainly deserving of fear. Who had ever encountered a spider the height of a person, reminiscent of a 4-wheeled all-terrain vehicle? Yet, unlike a vehicle, this creature fixated on him with 8 multifaceted eyes, its dark limbs moving with unnerving agility. Most spiders on Earth possess 8 eyes, yet they are singularly focused and often have poor vision. However, the compound eyes of this beast indicated that its vision was anything but lacking. "I'm sorry, I'm just passing through," he stammered, concocting a feeble excuse as he felt the urge to distance himself from such a terrifying entity. He inwardly mused that perhaps the inhabitants of this planet did not resemble him in the slightest. Surely not. The zombies pursuing him bore human semblance. Yet, who could say that intelligent life here could not take on the form of insects? Perhaps they were an entirely different kind of being, an insectoid species? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he cautiously began to retreat, inching away from the horrific sight. The enormous spider twisted its body, slightly shifting its 8 robust legs, evidently tracking his movements with its compound eyes. Just as he was about to escape through the door, the spider abruptly retracted its body a bit and then lunged forward, opening its mouth wide. With a sudden pft, a white substance was ejected from its mouth, splattering against the glass wall. Spider silk? But isn't spider silk supposed to be emitted from the spinnerets located at the rear? Ah, this is an alien planet. No need to marvel like an ignorant extraterrestrial. Observing the spider confined within the glass enclosure, Lin Chaodong mustered his courage to approach, realizing that it posed no immediate danger. As he lingered, the spider seemed to calm down, merely using its 8 compound eyes to curiously observe him. Upon his closer inspection, Lin Chaodong could feel the creature's ferocity. Its mouth was adorned with large, shiny black chelicerae, indicating that it was likely venomous. A venomous 4-wheeled dune buggy. Wasn't that both terrifying and oddly comical? Could it be a steed? Perhaps the inhabitants of this planet do not ride horses, or perhaps they simply have none, thus resorting to riding insects instead. If riding insects is indeed the norm, then appropriate gear must exist, such as saddles and stirrups. Considering the spider's slender waist, it might break under the weight of a rider without proper equipment. Yet, it is also conceivable that riding insects does not require such paraphernalia. Lacking any information about this planet, he could only speculate wildly. Soon, Lin Chaodong lost interest in the terrifying creature and returned to the box of cigars, scrutinizing the small brown cylinders and pondering their purpose. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. He turned to see the spider's 8 compound eyes fixed intently on him, its rotund abdomen swaying incessantly. Please, you are a spider after all, dogs wagged their tails. What is the meaning of your belly shaking? Nevertheless, the spider appeared to be securely confined within the glass enclosure, presenting no danger, allowing him to express his thoughts without reservation. It seemed his commentary had been understood by the spider, which then leaned back slightly before another burst of white silk erupted from its mouth. Do you want some? He curiously inquired, and to his surprise, the creature nodded. Although he had never witnessed a spider nodding before, nor did he know if they were even capable of such an action, he understood that it genuinely desired the contents of the box. He casually grabbed a few pieces and tossed them beside the glass wall. The enormous spider wobbled its abdomen, lowering its head in a desperate attempt to reach the morsels on the ground. Even through the glass, it sprayed several strands of silk, trying to drag the food closer to its mouth. It was only then that he noticed a small drawer-like compartment near the bottom of the glass wall, seemingly a feeding area. He casually grabbed a handful of what appeared to be spider food, opened the glass drawer, placed the food inside, and pushed it back. Now the spider no longer coveted the fallen morsels, but hurried to the glass drawer to lower its head. Indeed, it was spider food, yet he couldn't help but wonder why the creature had a cigar box at home. Had it taken all the cigars with it while escaping, thus deserving to turn into a zombie outside? With these questions swirling in his mind, he returned to the box and opened the cigar case beside the spider food. As the grand event commenced, he could feel his pupils dilating, followed by an exuberant cheer. Hooray! Hooray! An entire box of cigarettes, a whole box. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged, accompanied by a rhythmic tapping against the glass wall. Turning his head, he beheld the large spider, skillfully drumming its sturdy pincers against the transparent barrier. Its round, plump abdomen wobbled amusingly, while its 8 crystalline compound eyes gazed at him with an expectant glimmer. All right, seeing your pitiful state, I shall grant you a morsel. He casually scooped a generous handful of spider feed from another box and placed it before the drawer, admonishing, "Do not bother me while I indulge in my cigarettes. Pestering me further will result in your deprivation of sustenance." The large spider appeared to comprehend, swaying its rotund belly in response. And Lin Chaodong even felt as though it smiled at him. Despite its daunting black pincers, which remained fearsome, he could not shake the impression that the creature was grinning. Even if the spider could mount him, it would not dare. Who could predict whether it might unleash a torrent of silk and devour him whole? Nevertheless, feeding it was the humane choice after all, for it was indeed a living being. Yet, a troubling thought arose. According to the inference of the battery being depleted, the outbreak of the zombie virus must have occurred some time ago, at least 2 years prior. How had that creature survived for so long without sustenance? Like most questions, this one remained unanswered for the time being. Apart from the cigarettes and the spider, which might be kept as a pet, he found nothing edible in the vicinity, though an abundance of pharmaceuticals was present. Clearly, this was yet another slothful individual relying on takeout for survival. Furthermore, this indolent soul was a surgeon, as evidenced by the small quantities and diverse range of medications found. Only a doctor's home would exhibit such a collection. A larger stock would denote a vendor, not a practitioner. Chapter 14. Relentless pursuit of my demise. The morning sun poured down on another bright day. The crib lay in splinters, shattered by the fierce blows of the ice spear. Now dragged into the kitchen, the modified stove, crafted from a small tin can, burned splendidly, its flames dancing in a delicate shade of pale blue, a testament to the well-placed air vent. Satisfied by the soft hissing of the fire within, he turned on the faucet. However, the water refused to flow as anticipated. Frozen, perhaps, he moved the tin stove closer, attempting to thaw the faucet with its heat. Yet, after an eternity of waiting, not a single drop emerged. Dry, dry, dry. 1,000,000 times dry. No water again. The heavens seemed intent on driving him to despair. Yet he quickly reassured himself, "No, I shall not succumb to anger. It is futile to be vexed by this obstinate misfortune." Deep down, however, he recognized that the absence of water was far more dreadful than the lack of gas. In a moment of restless frustration, Lin Chaodong paced aimlessly, finally ascending to the rooftop. Under the radiant sun, his stomach grumbled, devoid of any inclination to appreciate the beauty around him. He opened the water tank's door, only to find it empty. The last time he checked, it had seemed sufficiently full. How could one person consume so much water? Unless there were other survivors upstairs? This thought jolted him upright. Scanning the tranquil rooftop bathed in sunshine. Just yesterday, upon discovering the great spider, he had mused about the possibility of finding a survivor. Even if they could not assist in upgrading his system, sharing conversation and gaining insights about this planet would be worthwhile. Yet, now that he considered the possibility of other survivors, he felt like a miser, guarding his wealth against the covetous gaze of others. He resembled a fugitive, fearful of being caught. Remember, he was an alien, and capture would undoubtedly lead to dissection. Overwhelmed by emotion, he clutched the ice spear, gazing around in confusion. Regret washed over him for not donning his ice armor or taking his ice spear before venturing out. It felt as though someone were watching him, reveling in the thought of claiming his life. Despite his thorough search revealing no signs of zombies or humans nearby, his sixth sense whispered a chilling truth. Someone was lurking, intent on taking his life. With no answers to be found and the sensation of danger lingering, he retreated to his dwelling. He silently vowed to hasten the construction of a wind turbine, to swiftly acquire knowledge about this world, to hurry as he departed. A large drone soared 3,000 meters above, departing the airspace, having detected a human survivor. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiaodong, he hurried back inside to boil water, his mind in turmoil as he clumsily prepared breakfast. Soon after, he stumbled upon a harrowing realization. Balance, infinite expenditure, 0 intelligence, 5 weak physique, 13 weak agility, 12 weak endurance, 15 weak perception, 8 weak skills. Skills can be added at the cost of God points. 0 can be used to enhance physique. Improve comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. In comparison to the first day of his arrival, there has been no discernible change. By his understanding, after several days of combat, there should have been some progress in certain aspects. The disheartening possibility is that the stagnant God system has hindered any transformation, including his physique. This implies that regardless of how many battles he endures, he may remain a feeble entity in this biochemical apocalypse. Oh, the unfortunate God system. When will it prove to be of any use? With a sense of resentment towards the system, he commenced today's tasks. Morning explorations followed by afternoon constructions. This was the rhythm he had imposed upon himself. The rationale behind exploring despite an abundance of food was twofold: to augment his food reserves and to search for the controller and inverter necessary for generators. Throughout the entirety of the uppermost level, he found no paper books or magazines, not even a single photograph or portrait. He managed to acquire a few mobile phones, tablets, and notebooks, as well as several USB-like storage devices. To gain insight into this world, electricity was imperative. However, the controller and inverter, akin to solar panels, were likely absent in ordinary households. If possible, he aimed to locate the water tank's piping and shut off the valve leading to the lower level. This would eliminate the need to transport collected ice back home through the window. He could simply toss it into the water tank and turn on the tap for running water. Regardless of whether the wretched God system functioned, survival in this perilous biochemical apocalypse remained paramount. Thud thud. He swung a heavy hammer, equipped with zombie teeth, forcefully striking the ground. Of course, the worksite was not the room he currently inhabited, but rather the abode of the herbivorous rabbit. Yet after 2 hours of relentless smashing, even having digested his breakfast entirely, the resilient floor tiles bore only a few cracks. He discarded the heavy hammer and sat down, utterly exasperated. The real estate developers in this world were astonishingly conscientious, and the building material vendors were equally scrupulous. This truly challenged his perceptions. Could a world devoid of real estate swindlers be considered a form of happiness? At least for him, nearly exhausted at this moment, it hardly felt fortunate. Resigned, he resorted to using a heavy ladder, equipped with a hook to hang outside the window. Each ascent on the ladder sent shivers down his spine. Knowing the perilous drop of nearly 100 meters from the 35th floor could turn him into a mere splatter if he fell. He had to find a way to breach the floor, for only by doing so would he ensure safety while traversing between levels. Bang! He encountered yet another locked window and, without hesitation, shattered it using his ice pick. However, this place harbored not just one, but multiple zombies. As the glass shattered, the ravenous creatures outside clamored, stretching their arms through the window in a desperate attempt to grasp Lin Xiaodong, who was precariously perched on the ladder. The sight of these zombies abruptly reminded him of the banknotes that had become remarkably resilient under the putrid fluid of the deceased. Indeed, the vile substance was repulsive, and it was plausible that it harbored a virus. However, in this apocalyptic world, what could be deemed more crucial than possessing sturdy armor and formidable weapons? Food, undeniably, held significance, yet without the aforementioned equipment, one might either fail to locate sustenance or, having found it, be unable to preserve it. Contemplating this, he did not rush to confront the zombies. Instead, he retreated to his abode. He swiftly returned to the ladder, carrying a large bucket. Inside, the zombies continued to extend their arms, eerily groaning in their hunger. At that moment, he found himself in a quandary. Wielding a heavy ice pick while perched on the ladder seemed precarious. He needed to devise a more stable method to obtain the vile fluid. Indeed, that posed quite a conundrum. However, standing on the ladder, foolishly clutching a bucket, would hardly yield any solutions. Deciding against this approach, he returned indoors, lit a cigar, and took a deep drag, cradling his head in contemplation. His intellect was not lacking. Despite having graduated in a field that led to unemployment, he was undeniably a scholar, as evidenced by his certificates. Thus, before he could even finish a second cigar, he had devised an excellent plan. This realization, however, left him somewhat disheartened, as he had initially intended to linger a while longer before resuming his endeavors. Chapter 15. The plans came to life. This made things considerably easier. Satisfied, Lin Xiaodong poked his head out of the window and secured the newly crafted tool to the cement wall below. It resembled a gallows, with a pulley made of ice and cloth at its top, the axle repurposed from an electric bike. Just like a true gallows, the rope threaded through the pulley was tied into a noose below. He descended the ladder, attempting to position the noose near the arm of the zombie lurking below. Unfortunately, it proved futile, as the wind perpetually diverted the noose. Frustrated, he retreated back into his room. Moments later, he re-emerged, wielding a meter-long ice tube. He threaded the gallows rope through the tube, leaving only the noose exposed at the front. Indeed, it resembled equipment typically used by dog-catching teams. Nevertheless, the soft noose continued to present him with considerable trouble. It was not until he discovered that zombies exhibited a brief delay in their movements upon hearing noise that he found a glimmer of hope. Timing his actions perfectly, he maneuvered the noose towards a zombie's arm and, with a malicious shout, commanded catch. As anticipated, the zombie's flailing arm paused momentarily at the window, granting him the opportunity to ensnare it with the noose and tighten the rope. "Huh, I caught you." However, this minor triumph did not bring him lasting joy, as another predicament soon arose. Standing on the ladder, despite exerting all his strength to pull the zombie from the window, the creature's relentless thrashing thwarted his efforts, nearly toppling him downwards. Amidst the biting wind atop the building, he felt utterly disheartened. Defeated, he returned indoors, lighting a cigar in a desperate attempt to contemplate a solution. Unfortunately, after 2 cigars, he found himself devoid of inspiration. Glancing at the clock in the living room, he realized it was nearly noon and reluctantly retreated to the kitchen to busy himself. He ignited a small tin can, placing a pot filled with ice atop it. As he sliced the freshly rolled dough from the morning, his mind continued to spiral with thoughts on how to hoist the zombie up. In a moment of carelessness, he cut his hand, the pain sparking an idea that struck him like lightning. Observing the bubbling water in the tin can, then glancing at the blood-stained noodles, he hesitated before discarding the pot aside. With great effort, he dismantled the gallows and relocated it to the rooftop, securing it to the cement parapet anew. He fashioned a large ice block, connecting it to one end of the rope, then pushed it over the edge. As expected, the heavy ice block plummeted, yanking the zombie from below and suspending it in midair. The zombie emitted desperate, guttural sounds, thrashing its limbs in a futile struggle, resembling a pig awaiting slaughter. Yet, Before he could revel in his accomplishment, a wave of disappointment washed over him as he realized his reckless haste had led to yet another misfortune. The zombie hung precisely at the height of the window, leaving him stranded. Moreover, in his eagerness to experiment, he had neglected to don a winter coat. Achoo! A loud sneeze erupted, accompanied by a glistening bubble of mucus. Chuckling at his own folly while rubbing his itchy nose, he reluctantly grasped the rope connected to the ice block and began to hoist it back up, patiently waiting until it no longer obstructed the window before securing the rope once more. Shivering uncontrollably as he descended the ladder, he muttered curses at his reckless self, lamenting his foolishness for not waiting until after the meal to engage in such perilous antics. Upon returning home, he darted back into the kitchen. To his despair, the tin can held no fire, only a cloud of smoke from the dying embers. Reluctantly, he added firewood and blew until, after considerable effort, the nearly extinguished orange flames flickered back to life. He placed the small pot atop the stove and began to warm his hands. At that moment, his hands trembled, his body shook, and he reminded himself to refrain from further recklessness. This was the apocalypse, and one misstep could lead to a fate far worse than today's misadventure, perhaps becoming a comical zombie with a divine system. After lunch, suppressing his impatience, he lay on the sofa to aid digestion, puffing on a cigar while contemplating the collection of zombie fluid, ensuring he had overlooked nothing before proceeding. Instead of confronting the zombie directly, he first froze a length of ice pipe on the balcony. The front end of the pipe was cut diagonally, adorned with sharp claws acquired from the zombie, while the rear was bound with a piece of cloth. Returning to the bedroom window with a pipe and a bucket, he adjusted the length of the ice pipe to ensure it could be manipulated from within the room before re-entering. Untying the knot, he pushed the ice block out. The block plummeted like a meteor, delivering a substantial force, successfully suspending the zombie at the window. Beneath the thrashing zombie, he secured a weighted ice block and pushed it down as well. In that moment, the creature resembled a slaughterhouse pig, hanging motionless from an iron hook. He gestured to locate the blood-rich spleen and, raising the ice pipe, thrust it forcefully. A hissing sound emanated from the pipe as gas was expelled, followed by a vigorous surge of zombie fluid gushing forth. Thankfully, due to his meticulous planning, the cloth tied to the back of the pipe functioned effectively. Although the fluid erupted under pressure, it flowed along the cloth and into the bucket below. A foul stench permeated the room, difficult to mask even in the cold. He soon realized a significant oversight. The zombie he had drained was blocking the window. Reluctant to pass by it, he reclined on the sofa again, indulging in 2 more cigars before returning to the fluid collection site. By then, the zombie's fluid had completely drained. He casually seized a pair of pliers and extracted a 1-inch long claw from the zombie. Unlike the mutated zombies from which he had previously obtained materials, this 1's claws were half the length, sharp yet less robust. From a material standpoint, the regular zombie was inferior to the mutated variant, which in turn was surpassed by mutated animals. Nevertheless, in the realm of a biochemical apocalypse, one could not afford to be picky. Every usable material was a treasure. Comparing the zombie's feet, he found the boots ill-fitting and discarded them, removing the socks to inspect the toenails. He was met with an overwhelming stench, but gained little else of value. Indeed, the nails on the zombie's feet exhibited alterations, possibly influenced by the footwear, resulting in a peculiar curvature. Upon rummaging through the zombie's pockets, Lin Xiaodong found nothing of value, which was quite surprising. To this point, he had yet to encounter a zombie in possession of a mobile phone. Was the mobile entertainment industry in this world so underdeveloped? However, from the perspective of food delivery, it seemed improbable that the functionality of mobile devices here would be inferior to those in his previous world. Like many other dilemmas, this was a matter solvable only with electricity, and there was no need for further contemplation at this moment. As he untied the knots, he was astonished to discover that the zombie, suspended from the gallows and drained of its bodily fluids, was still alive. It continued to emit faint, desperate sounds, barely audible to the attentive ear. This scenario served as a stark reminder of the inherent danger. Even a fallen zombie should not be disturbed until its fate is confirmed. Resolving to release the zombie, he let it plummet freely. With a thud reminiscent of a water bag, the zombie struck the ground, not only producing a sound akin to a splash, but also bursting open. Flesh and remnants of tissue scattered like liquid in every direction. In the greenbelt below, amidst the splatter of zombie blood and entrails, the resilient foliage, undeterred by the chilling cold, stirred slightly. Yes, it wasn't merely the wind. The plants were moving of their own accord. Their stems and leaves began to swell and redden. Furthermore, from the petioles, slender, tentacle-like appendages extended, swaying gracefully in the frigid air. The plants were alive. Chapter 16. Complete biochemical equipment. The search conducted in the newly occupied lower rooms yielded disappointingly meager provisions. It appears that the takeout industry in this world is as advanced as in the place he hails from. This is yet another household untouched by the mundane. What kind of family lacks even a kitchen, opting instead to convert their space into a gym with a treadmill? Shaking his head, he found it difficult to comprehend such a lifestyle. As usual, there were no books, mirrors, or photographs to be found, not even a notebook. The only electronic device present was a large tablet. Surprisingly, he discovered a significant amount of climbing gear, including ropes and carabiners. It seemed that this couple were enthusiasts of mountaineering. Additionally, he came across several helmets equipped with visors, high-quality climbing boots, and a thick, weather-resistant jacket. Most astonishingly, he even found a pair of binoculars, albeit a rechargeable model that was rendered useless without power. He was quite satisfied with the large backpack suited for climbing and several pairs of usable climbing boots. Particularly, a lightweight trekking pole provided him with an opportunity to craft a new weapon. He had long wished to utilize the 3-inch fangs of a zombie cat to forge a new spear. This hollow trekking pole, made of an unknown metal, was both light and sturdy, making it perfect for the new spear's handle. Moreover, what pleased Lin Xiaodong the most was a camping lamp equipped with a solar charging panel. The output of this solar panel was a glorious 12V, just right for charging power banks and other electrical devices. While he did not possess a power bank, the presence of lithium batteries posed no challenge for someone capable of assembling battery packs. Hope surged within him. As long as he had power, the phones and tablets he had found could be activated, perhaps allowing him to glimpse the general nature of this world. At the very least, he might ascertain whether the flora posed a threat. Ending his morning expedition prematurely, he returned home to commence the construction of his long-planned new weapon. Carrying a bucket filled with zombie biochemical fluid, he made his way to the balcony of the cat-loving female influencer. Even with the bucket sealed in a plastic bag, the stench of the biochemical fluid was still overpowering. Stuffing torn sanitary pads into his nostrils and covering them with another layer failed to mask the repulsive odor. Upon acquiring the biochemical fluid, he conducted a simple test. As he had discovered, this substance does not solidify in the cold. However, when it comes into contact with other materials and absorbs moisture, it solidifies rapidly, achieving a strength that was highly satisfactory. Combustible yet not volatile. This viscous fluid bore a resemblance to gelled gasoline, suggesting a considerable energy content. After all, zombies consume but do not excrete, lacking fat. Thus, their sole means of energy storage must be this biochemical fluid. This is a result of scientific biological analysis. But for Lin Xiaodong, this was the best adhesive. When combined with currency, only a few layers were required to withstand blows from an ice spear. He intended to use the original ice currency armor as a mold while employing a fabric-bound ice currency stick as a brush. A layer of corpse fluid is applied, followed by a layer of currency, and then the process is repeated. Ultimately, Lin Xiaodong acquires 2 pieces of black armor to safeguard his chest and back. Due to the necessity of a backpack, the back armor is somewhat thinner. Several reinforcing ribs are crafted to ensure durability while facilitating heat dissipation on the back. However, prior to undergoing harmless treatment, these pieces contain the zombie virus. To mitigate the risk of infection, he encases the armor in multiple layers of plastic bags. The entire armor is approximately 5 millimeters thick, remarkably robust, impervious even to strikes from an ice-forged spear. As for the helmet, a plastic climbing helmet offers no real protection against zombies, necessitating the application of a protective layer composed of biochemical fluid combined with currency. Before this, a sharp cat claw is employed to cut a stainless steel plate, which is then affixed to the helmet. It is fashioned in the style of Ming Dynasty iron helmets, with a slightly narrower brim, suitable for this cold, frequently rainy world. The helmet is also equipped with auxiliary goggles to shield his eyes from splatter when confronting zombies. The suspension system of the climbing helmet ensures it remains securely in place, no longer obstructing his vision. This equipment upgrade is comprehensive. Not only is the armor redesigned, but the gloves and boots are also reinforced with approximately 3 millimeters of armor. Ultimately, a fully encased, strapping-style armor set is formed. Initially, he contemplated crafting a historical scale armor, but deemed it unnecessary and lacked the inclination to pursue it. He then relinquished the ice-forged spear and opted to utilize a climbing pole as a base, outfitting it with the fangs of a zombie cat to create a new cat fang spear. Upon testing, it proves quite sharp, effortlessly piercing through standard, thick wooden boards, even swinging it around with enough force to overpower the previous ice-forged shield. Furthermore, he discovers the ingenious utility of the climbing pole. This lightweight metal tube is remarkably sturdy, and when Lin Xiaodong holds it against the sunlight, he notices its interior is exceptionally smooth. This resemblance to a playful blow dart ignites an idea. The arrowheads consist of several boxes containing hundreds of concrete steel nails, likely leftover from renovations. He fashions a small funnel from cigarette box cardboard to attach to the rear of the nails, which are then loaded into the climbing pole, ready to be forcefully expelled when needed. The power is not substantial, likely insufficient to pierce zombie flesh. However, when tested against frozen pork, it penetrates an inch deep, even in its frozen state. With this newfound tool, he begins to feel that the potential survivors may not be as terrifying as initially thought. Uncertain of the country's weapon regulations, he hopes that others are not armed with firearms. A standard bow or crossbow should be incapable of penetrating his outdated armor. Nevertheless, he resolves not to present himself easily to others. After all, he is an alien endowed with a divine wealth system. As for the divine wealth points, let's temporarily set that aside. After spending an afternoon crafting weapons and equipment, he gazes at the setting sun, braving the evening chill as he ascends to the rooftop. From the eaves, he breaks off icicles resembling swords, secretly hoping for rain to fall again that night, enabling the ice to reform. He stores the collected ice in a plastic bathtub discovered at a child's home, concluding a day's work and beginning his dinner. After finishing his meal, he engages in his solitary pastime. Holding a small bowl fashioned into an oil lamp, he arrived at the residence of the doctor who nurtured spiders. The supplies had long been gathered, including 2 large boxes containing 50 cigars, which had already been transported to his dwelling. The reason for his visit was the presence of the only living creature here. Even though it could not articulate words, engaging in conversation while feeding the spider would suffice. Otherwise, Lin Xiaodong feared that he might forget how to speak altogether. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Talp. A spider, resembling a 4-wheeled beach scooter, busily tapped its 2 gleaming black pincers against the glass in a manner reminiscent of Morse code. At that moment, it intermittently expelled silk, drawing the spider's food from the glass drawer into its mouth. Perhaps it was a habitual action. Even when not hunting, it would wrap the prey in silk before consuming it. Yet, something felt amiss. Spiders are known to inject digestive fluids into their prey, absorbing the nutritious juices once the victim has been reduced to a liquid state. Why then did these creatures on this planet seem to chew their food? The thought amused Lin Xiaodong, igniting his thirst for exploration in this new world. As he pondered, he instinctively turned his face towards the window. However, the scene outside nearly drove him to the brink of madness once more. Chapter 17. 2 moons, and the drone again, damn it, the sun, damn it. Your whole family. In the presence of the spider, Lin Xiaodong refrained from losing his temper. It would be inappropriate to lead the young ones astray, especially the little girls fond of pink. Yet, the scene outside compelled him to feel a surge of anger. Since his first day here, nightly rain had become the norm. Several times, he had nearly succumbed to the cold after being drenched, and he had grown accustomed to the gusts of wind that heralded the sudden arrival of dark clouds. Then came the kind of rain that fell in angle, resembling mist, rain, and wind, all favored by the literary-minded. However, now that the water supply had ceased, just when he needed the incessant drizzle to replenish his reserves, the rain had inexplicably stopped. To make matters worse, two enormous moons appeared in the sky. One, akin to Earth's moon, gleamed with a golden hue, while the other was gray and resembled an unsightly boulder. Its surface, devoid of numerous craters, suggested it had not been a moon for long, rendering it smooth and resembling a large metallic orb. Compared to the moon of Earth, these celestial bodies were nearly twice its size. A moon twice as large would surely evoke romance, or so he mused, only to realize it was a frivolous thought. A moon of such magnitude would bring not romance, but tumultuous tides. If there were no significant difference in astronomy, the sailors of his planet would undoubtedly lead tragic lives. Gazing at the two moons, Lin Xiaodong's heart brimmed with anxiety. The ice he had collected would last only a few days. Where could he find more water? Perhaps on the first floor? There might still be some residual water in the pipes. Yet, traversing the hallway filled with zombies to transport water from the ground floor to the top would be an arduous task. He dared not contemplate the dire consequences of prolonged drought. Not only would meals become a challenge, but even the simplest act of using the restroom would become problematic. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he engaged in idle chatter with the large spider, cautioning, little girls shouldn't shake their bellies so easily. They'll be laughed at. The spider seemed to comprehend, responding by tapping its chelicerae rhythmically against the glass. Once more, he glanced out the window, and under the luminous moonlight, he spotted something extraordinary. It was a drone draped in silver moonlight, conspicuously visible against the night sky. He sprang to his feet, immediately extinguishing the camping lamp. Hurrying to the window, he peered through the glass at the drone, which emitted a low rumbling engine sound as it slowly circled above. He had once harbored hopes that human civilization had not perished, that the government still existed, and that they might find a way to rescue the surviving souls. Yet, upon realizing he was not on Earth, he remained cautious. Without a mirror, books, or means to charge his phone or tablet, exposing himself before obtaining relevant information was perilous. He could easily be mistaken for an extraterrestrial. By earthly standards, such beings would likely find themselves subjected to dissection and analysis. The sight of the drone sent chills coursing through him. Top, 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 top. The oblivious spider continued its rhythmic tapping on the glass, resembling Morse code. The sudden darkness seemed to have no effect on the creature's vision. He wondered whether it possessed the ability to see in the dark, or if it was simply indifferent to the absence of light. That night, as I reminisced about the evening I aspired to become a nefarious capitalist, a gentle rain fell outside my window, accompanied by a distant rumble. It appeared that aircraft were continuously soaring through the sky. Were they in search of survivors? Tomorrow, the gallows on the rooftop must be dismantled to avoid detection, to be reassembled when needed. Confronted by the looming danger, I hastily resolved my course of action. Upon reflection, even if a drone were to uncover my whereabouts, the likelihood of being apprehended from the ground was minimal. The sole threat emanated from above, undoubtedly from an aircraft akin to a helicopter. I realized that I should not be complacent. Instead, I ought to explore more buildings to procure additional supplies, even consider establishing several backup rooms. In a whirlwind of thoughts, Lin Xiaodong contemplated various strategies. At that moment, the drone operators were reporting their findings. Nighttime reconnaissance had revealed no signs of human survivors. They would continue to observe. As survivors might have met with misfortune, should any traces be discovered, immediate rescue operations would be organized. Lin Xiaodong remained oblivious to this. For that night, he had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with the spider. As he returned to his dwelling, his mind was restless, culminating in a night filled with nightmares. The recurring theme of his dreams portrayed a relentless pursuit by drones. These drones either assaulted him with machine guns and missiles, or were accompanied by special forces descending from helicopters, capturing him alive. He envisioned himself in a lab coat, under the harsh glare of surgical lights, subjected to vivisection. Awakened from his tormented slumber in the early hours, he could not return to sleep. Instead, he lit a cigar, awaiting dawn. In that agonizing wait, a few thoughts crystallized. Firstly, he resolved to minimize his activities outside the building, even when necessary to venture out. He would meticulously scan the skies. It was imperative to recharge his phone and tablet to access information about this planet. He contemplated eliminating the zombies in the stairwell and, if necessary, establishing a backup living base within the elevator shaft. The elevator shaft, with its upward drafts, could be somewhat chilly, yet it would facilitate movement between floors using the rope he had found in the Mountaineer's residence. If someone were indeed pursuing him, hiding within the shaft would render him less detectable. Naturally, should his phone or tablet be operational, and if he bore a resemblance to the inhabitants of this planet, he would devise a means to signal for help to the drones. However, the likelihood of that scenario, despite the comfort of his current environment, the inevitable depletion of water, food, and fuel loomed, heralding a fatal conclusion. He must find a way to escape. This notion piqued his interest. Lin Xiaodong contemplated 3 potential means of transportation for his escape. The first was to construct a shell using biochemical armor, employing bicycle-like technology to create a human-powered cart. The drawback of this plan lay in the seemingly endless horde of zombies below, which would pose a significant obstacle to the cart's movement. The greatest peril resided at ground level. Another possible mode of transport included airships, balloons, human-powered aircraft, or delta wings. If sufficient fuel were available, a hot air balloon could serve as an excellent option, simple to construct and operate, though regrettably natural gas had run out. Thus, a composite airship emerged as a viable alternative, necessitating a generator for the purpose of water electrolysis. Then, utilizing as much hydrogen as possible in heating part of the air, one should be able to fly further on their own. Next in line is the human-powered aircraft. This plan may sound like a jest, yet human-powered planes not only exist, but have also traversed the English Channel long ago. The final option is the simplest, yet most perilous, the triangular glider. Having only seen such contraptions on television, there is no opportunity for him to learn about them now. Perhaps, for one who has never flown before, taking to a human-powered aircraft or a triangular glider might result in a fatal plunge from a rooftop. Therefore, the primary means of escape can only be a hybrid airship utilizing hydrogen and hot air. Through the most rudimentary calculations, a conclusion can be drawn. The density of hydrogen is 0.09 kilograms per cubic meter, while the density of air is 1.29 kilograms per cubic meter. Thus, the maximum lift capacity of 1 cubic meter of hydrogen is 1.29 to 0.09, equating to 1.20 kilograms. At a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius, the density of hot air is approximately 1.23. If the airship is to carry a weight of 500 kilograms, around 600 cubic meters of hydrogen would be required. Additionally, the heated air would cause the hydrogen to expand, with each cubic meter of hot air providing an uplift of 0.06 kilograms. Furthermore, there is the weight of the airship itself, although this weight is difficult to quantify. Given this, let us attempt to construct an airship. As he held on to hope, he withdrew a handful of banknotes from his pocket. Chapter 18, at last. Fortune smiles upon us, having made a resolute decision. Lin Xiaodong, adhering to his newly formed habits, contemplated the day ahead as the sun cast its golden rays upon the earth. After enjoying a modest breakfast, he commenced his day's endeavors. His primary task was to prepare for the establishment of a secondary base within the elevator shaft, which necessitated the eradication of the zombies lurking in the corridors. To this end, he did not hesitate to pierce his finger, crafting a zombie-attracting projectile, a few modest glass vials containing a mixture of blood and water, hoping to entice the keenly sensitive noses of the undead. Moreover, he needed to ignite a fire to melt the ice barricade that sealed off the vegetarian's abode. Clutching the firewood, Lin Xiaodong felt a pang of sorrow. The cessation of natural gas meant that the firewood had been painstakingly salvaged from several dismantled pieces of furniture. As he approached the balcony window, ready to venture forth, he ultimately resolved to abandon this course of action. Without firewood, there could be no warm meals, and to engage in strenuous labor while subsisting on cold rations could prove fatal. His plan was to prepare at the climber's residence on the next floor, then explore the adjacent house. Upon completing his reconnaissance, He aimed to devise an automated door-knocking mechanism, leveraging the sound to lure the zombies in the corridor, before retreating to the rooftop and re-entering the corridor from the opposite side. Should fortune favor him, the elevator shaft would be just a short distance away. However, should misfortune befall him, an abundance of zombies in the corridor would necessitate a confrontation. In such a case, it would be essential to construct an ice barricade nearly half a person high at the entrance, providing a relatively safe vantage point from which to dispatch them with a cat's paw spear. Ascending to the rooftop, he lugged the heavy gallows, securing it once more to the parapet. He then adjusted the newly affixed climbing rope, inserting his foot into the lowest ring and grasping the hanging rope to regulate his descent. Today, it seemed that Lady Luck was on his side. The window below was unlocked, and the interior was devoid of zombies. Most importantly, this dwelling, akin to the House of Fortune, was replete with provisions, an abundance of meat and vegetables, a sack and a half of rice, and a selection of canned goods and sausages, all of which were ideal for long-term storage. Additionally, Lin Xiaodong stumbled upon 2 crates of white liquor. Indifferent to alcohol, he found little joy in it. This potent 65-degree spirit was nearly equivalent to pure alcohol. Did the inhabitants here consume vodka like the Russians? Nevertheless, in the post-apocalyptic world, such liquor proved invaluable. If preserved, it could serve as a bargaining chip when encountering others in the wilderness and in dire situations. It might be utilized as a disinfectant for wounds, a vital resource in a world bereft of clothing and medicine. Today, his objective was not to unbox treasures, so he conducted only a cursory search of the house. Once assured of safety, he proceeded to the next task, the automated door-knocking device. This contraption was not overly complex. It consisted of an upper jar with a small hole, allowing water to drip into a lower jar. The lower jar was equipped with a balance mechanism, and when the water reached a certain weight, it would tip, causing one end to strike against the room. Subsequently, the water in the lower jar would be automatically discharged, restoring balance and resetting the knocking mechanism. If not for the concern of a large spider's venomous fangs, Lin Xiaodong would have been the ideal candidate to undertake this task. With a resounding thud, the first strike of the hammer against the door reverberated, prompting an immediate response from the ravenous zombies outside. They howled in hunger, relentlessly battering the reinforced door. Lin Xiaodong, having successfully executed his plan, swiftly returned to the window, secured his feet in the rope loop, and ascended to the rooftop. He then carried the makeshift gallows and jogged to the neighboring building, descending once more. Each action was performed in a hurried manner, and he had been sparing with the water in the container above, even pouring out the excess into a basin below. Upon arriving at the climber's lodge, he pressed his face against the door, listening intently for any sounds in the corridor. The silence within the corridor brought a smile to Lin Xiaodong's face. He thought to himself, I'm quite clever. These foolish zombies have fallen for my ruse. He carefully manipulated the door lock. A faint click echoed, and his heart raced in tandem with the sound. With his ear pressed against the door, he continued to listen. The corridor remained still, and he cautiously opened the door, allowing a waft of air tinged with the faint stench of zombies to enter the room. His heart thudding, he paused to listen intently. A distinct thud resonated through the corridor. He could hear the automated knocking from the opposite room's door. Satisfied with his swift actions, he gently opened the door. The hinges creaked ominously, emitting a sinister greeting akin to a devil's whisper. What the hell? Why does this wretched door still make noise? He muttered, bewildered, as he considered that better doors were usually equipped with bearings, operating in silence. Regardless of his fear or anger, the sound had already escaped. He focused intently, straining to hear. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, as zombies began to retreat from the opposite room. Damn it all. A perfectly laid plan ruined by this cursed door's creak. He cursed internally. Resolved not to take unnecessary risks, he stepped back, preparing to close the door and repeat his strategy of luring the zombies away. Just then, a distinct thud emanated from the corridor, halting the approaching footsteps of the zombies, which then turned and rushed back towards the door that had just been knocked upon. Thank the heavens, today they have finally looked after me, he thought with relief. Steadying himself against the door handle, he exerted force upward, slowly pushing the door open once more. The effort seemed to pay off, The door remained silent as it opened, devoid of any further noise. The dark corridor lay shrouded in shadows, but within moments, Lin Xiaodong's eyes adjusted to the gloom. His pupils dilated, and he perceived a newfound clarity in the darkness. He felt an extraordinary sense of strength surging through him, far greater than he had experienced on Earth. With a heart slowly calming, he took cautious steps forward, ears attuned to the faintest movements of the zombies. His footsteps were silent, each heel gently kissing the ground, ensuring that not a single sound would draw the attention of the zombies across the way. At that moment, the automatic door-knocking system on the opposite corridor once again rapped upon the door. The efficacy of this system was undeniably satisfactory. Grasping the newly crafted biochemical shield, he took a significant stride forward, completely distancing himself from the door. Despite the exaggerated movement, his feet touched the ground with utmost silence. His gaze fell upon a red fire extinguisher firmly affixed to the wall, and he reached out to retrieve it, lowering his head for inspection. A 5-kilogram dry powder extinguisher, boasting a standard pressure of 8 megapascals, and constructed of fiberglass. How delightfully lightweight. He produced a piece of rope, securing the extinguisher and slinging it beneath his ribs, contemplating its potential use as a smoke grenade if necessity arose. Moreover, he weighed the biochemical spear in his hand, recalling the blowgun and envisioning the formidable force it could unleash when propelled at 8 megapascals. His heart brimmed with joy, marveling at his fortune. Excellent, splendid. The heavens have finally smiled upon me. However, before the elation could dissipate, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Yet there was no time to react. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully thrust open, colliding heavily with the doorframe. Not only that, but as the door slammed shut, the broken lock seemed intent on ensuring the zombies heard it, emitting a loud click as it secured itself. Trapped in a dire predicament. Lin Xiaodong felt a surge of numbness coursing through him, cursing vehemently within his thoughts. Cursing the desolate landscape and the treacherous heavens, he lamented. Why must you torment me so relentlessly? Chapter 19. Terror in the elevator. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut behind Lin Xiaodong, leaving him stranded in the corridor, uncertain of his next move. The current predicament was utterly dispiriting. Ascend? He had not acquired any keys, and even if he did, he would be confronted by the zombies lurking in the hallway, unable to gain entry. Descend? Was there not a single zombie below? 1 or 2 would be manageable, but more than that, he felt utterly powerless. In an instant, his once fervent resolve dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of regret. Was the warmth of that room not inviting? Was the prospect of food sufficient for months not enticing? His only chance now lay in prying open the elevator doors. If fortune favored him, he might scale the elevator shaft to reach the rooftop and find his way home. The tremendous noise from the closing door had drawn every zombie in the corridor toward him, despite the automatic doorbell from the opposite room continuing its rhythmic knocking. It no longer held any allure for the undead. The clatter of shuffling feet, accompanied by ravenous growls, drew nearer. He glanced at the elevator doors, steeling himself as he struck the crevice with his clawed weapon. If only the sharp edge could penetrate the gap, he would be able to pry it open. With a heavy impact, the claw met the elevator door. Alas, the steel plating was astonishingly thick. He struck again with all his might, yet failed to make a dent. The cacophony of footsteps and the insatiable growls of the zombies grew alarmingly close. He retreated momentarily, aiming carefully as he wielded the claw toward the almost imperceptible seam of the elevator doors. But to no avail. 3 desperate attempts yielded no success in driving the sharp teeth into the crevice. Cursed be the developers and the builders. Their conscience seemed to have vanished, and it felt as though they were conspiring to seal his fate. The sound of the approaching zombies intensified, and Lin Xiaodong discerned an unusual noise among them, an animalistic commotion, reminiscent of 4-legged creatures in flight. Domestic pets, however, possess padded paws that render their movements nearly silent. Could be a zombie akin to a beach spider, or perhaps someone had been raising alpacas at home. A wave of frustration washed over him. The footsteps of the zombies drew perilously close to the elevator doors, and once they rounded the corner, discovery was inevitable. Panic surged within him, and a peculiar thought struck him. Cats, regardless of their circumstances, instinctively claw at everything. Perhaps a cat's claw would prove more effective against the door seam than his current weapon. He quickly extracted the cat claw from his gear, securing it in place, and pressed it desperately against the elevator door seam. The sharp tips of the claws penetrated a fraction. Yet, such minimal progress could not quell the despair swelling in his heart. Peering cautiously, he saw the zombies had rounded the corner and were advancing swiftly toward him. To his utter dismay, the foremost two zombies were now on all fours, mutated creatures known for their ambush tactics. A chill ran down his spine, recalling the harrowing experience of facing such abominations. His right hand, clutching the cat claw, was precariously wedged in the elevator door seam. He could barely lift the claw to defend himself against the impending threat. Hurry, hurry! With fervent determination, he vigorously swung his wrist, inserting the curved claws of his weapon into the already gaping elevator doors. At that moment, he had merely pried the door open just enough to create a narrow gap wide enough for a hand. Just as he was about to thrust his hand into the opening to widen it further, time was not on his side. While straining against the elevator door, he used his chin to push out the claw of the other gauntlet, securing it in place. The two mutated zombies drew ever closer, and as if orchestrated, they leapt towards him in silence. With a resounding thud, the two zombies collided with him. The force of the impact caused him to sway, yet fortunately, one of his clawed hands remained wedged in the door's crevice. Otherwise, he would have been toppled. The zombie that landed on him opened its maw and lunged for his neck. Fortunately, the high collar of his biohazard suit provided some protection. He violently shook his body, attempting to dislodge the creature clinging to him. Yet, the zombie remained unyielding, its claws firmly gripping his shoulders as it sought an opportunity near his neck. He had no choice but to tilt his head, using his helmet to fend off the attack. His eyes darted around, searching for the other mutated zombie. The second creature was fixated on him, poised to strike again. In this tense moment of close observation, Lin Xiaodong was astonished to discover that the zombie's eyes were golden, with sinister black vertical pupils, a stark contrast to human features. There was no time to ponder this revelation. Though his left upper arm was pinned down by the zombie, his forearm and the claws of his weapon remained free. With the agility of lifting weights, he bent his forearm toward his shoulder, simultaneously exerting force with his wrist to stab the zombie clinging to him with the curved claws. With each thrust, he could hear the claws easily piercing through the zombie's flesh, the sound of its viscous fluids gushing forth resonating with a wet splatter. The high-pressure ichor sprayed out from the wounds inflicted by the claws. Yet, this was futile. The zombie continued to sniff at his collar, yearning for the blood coursing through his veins. At such close quarters, he was taken aback to realize that the zombies did not require breath. Air only flowed in and out of their nostrils when they needed to smell. The cool air brushed against his neck and ears, perhaps heralding the imminent bite of the creature. While he was fully engaged with one zombie, his other hand persisted in its efforts. At last, the elevator doors finally gaped open wide enough for his head to fit through. Casting a quick glance, he saw that the opening did not lead to the elevator compartment he had hoped for, but to a deep, dark shaft that made his head spin at a mere glance. He could not afford to dwell on that. He pressed his back against the door, exerting force with his legs to push his body forward. Finally, he freed his hand and swiftly struck at the mutated zombie on his shoulder with his claws. This time, he aimed for the creature's head, delivering 2 fierce blows. Indeed, the head was the zombie's Achilles heel, and the sharpness of his claws did not disappoint. The zombie's skull was penetrated, and it lost its strength, tumbling down and granting him complete freedom. The mutated zombie indeed possesses intelligence. Witnessing its companion being vanquished by Lin Xiaodong, another mutated zombie paused in its pursuit. It shifted its position, seeking an opportunity, and unleashed a distinctive roar towards the corner of the corridor where a throng of ordinary zombies gathered. These common zombies moved upright, their speed decidedly inferior to that of the mutated ones. Observing the grotesque appearance of the horde, Lin Xiaodong reached for the safety pin of a fire extinguisher tucked beneath his arm and pulled it free. One hand gripped the nozzle while the other pressed down on the trigger. Whoosh! The sound of the discharge echoed as a cloud of carbon dioxide powder swiftly enveloped the corridor, obscuring visibility almost instantaneously. Whether the zombies could sense his presence remained uncertain, but he was now concealed from their sight. He could only hope that the fog would hinder their olfactory and visual acuity. However, before Lin Chaodong could finish his thoughts, an immense force collided with his side, causing him to lose his balance against the elevator door and tumble into the abyss of the elevator shaft. A long, anguished scream escaped his lips as panic surged within him. It was over. Chapter 20. A ray of hope. Life is indeed a tragic affair, if given another chance. I would resolutely choose not to return. As he plummeted downward, Lin Chaodong admonished himself. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled his hands to flail wildly, desperately clawing at the air around him. His hands encountered something, consistently gravitating towards that same direction. Once, twice, his instinctive reach, regardless of the pain it inflicted, persisted in its attempts. Suddenly, he grasped an object, a powerful force tugging at his shoulder, nearly dislocating it with a sharp crack. However, he halted, no longer descending into the unfathomable abyss of the elevator shaft. A surge of elation flooded his heart, washing away all misfortunes. His eyes, braced for the fatal impact, opened wide as he gazed upward. The light streaming in from the elevator doors was not far off. Scanning the surroundings, his eyes quickly acclimated to the dimness of the shaft. It was not as dark as he had feared. It turned out he had seized a steel clamp affixed to the elevator's guiding rails, protruding from the concrete wall, connecting with the vertical elevator tracks. Two U-shaped guiding rails were positioned along the side walls of the shaft. Fortunately, it was the collision with the grotesque zombie that had enabled him to grasp that clamp. Against the wall, facing the elevator doors, was a concrete trough, secured with various pipes. These two had steel clamps to stabilize the blue, yellow, and red pipes, presumably conduits for natural gas, heating, and electrical cables leading to the upper floors. The clamps were situated about 3 meters apart, and he had caught hold of the third one during his fall, meaning he was approximately 9 meters above his original position. Looking up at the fallen elevator doors, he saw the repugnant zombie that had caused his descent still peering into the shaft, its mouth agape as it emitted a chilling shriek. Not all zombies simply moan in hunger. This mutated creature's cries conveyed a different intent. Before he could ponder further, the mutated zombie demonstrated the meaning of its vocalization. It tentatively extended its claws into the elevator shaft, attempting to scale the concrete wall. This endeavor, of course, yielded no success. He had tested the strength of a zombie's claws, which were utterly inferior to the concrete crafted by unscrupulous developers. Yet, the zombie's probing was a harbinger of ill omens. As it began to survey the shaft for an escape route, alongside the various pipes, there were also clamps for securing them, offering a potential path to distance himself from the zombie while ascending to the rooftop. There, he glimpsed an exhaust fan, and beyond that, the door leading to the top of the elevator shaft. Hope. There lay hope, a beacon guiding him home. Extending his spear, originally over 1 meter in length, combined with his arm, it reached over 2 meters. Although he did not directly hook the clamp, he was perilously close. A piercing screech erupted from the mutated zombie by the elevator doors. At its command, the ordinary zombies formed a silent queue, leaping into the elevator shaft like bombs. A few landed alarmingly close. He clung to the track like a tree climber, releasing his grip on the steel clamp, and steadied his upper body as much as possible. If only he could snag the clamp, he would escape. Standing at a height of 185 meters, with an arm span nearing 1 meter, and armed with a spear over 1 meter long, his chances were not as bleak as they seemed. The protruding cat's claw, the weapon in hand, should easily hook onto the fixed steel card across the tracks. Indeed, the distance is sufficient. However, the instability of his upper body thwarted his initial attempt to latch onto the steel card. Engaging his abdominal muscles, he strained to stabilize his waist and raised the cat's claw once more. Suddenly, a zombie fell from above, crashing onto his legs, ensnared in the vertical track, rendering them unable to support his weight any longer. Inevitably, his body began to slide down the vertical rail. In that life-threatening moment, fortune smiled upon him as the cat's claw fortuitously snagged the desired steel card. Instantly, he released his legs from the grip of the vertical track, causing the zombie clinging to him to plummet. His body swung like a pendulum towards the opposite vertical track. With a jarring impact, his knees collided with the rail, causing pain to radiate through his legs as they rubbed against one another, searching for the steel card below. It was not a difficult task. In the next moment, his feet found solid ground to support his weight. A wave of relief washed over him as he lifted his gaze. An endless array of steel cards seemed to stretch upward to the uppermost level. A flicker of hope ignited within him, warming his spirit even in the frigid confines of the elevator shaft. As he extended the cat's claw, poised to latch onto the steel card above, a sudden awareness of danger caught his eye. The mutated zombie, which had been roaring by the elevator door, abruptly retreated from that very spot. Were they fleeing? Could zombies actually escape? A shadow darted out from the elevator door like a flash, the mutated zombie lunging directly at him. Damn it, this bastard intends to fight to the death. He wished to meet it with the sharp tip of the cat's claw, but alas, it was still hooked onto the previous steel card. The safety tether at the back of the claw was still secured to his wrist, limiting the freedom of movement in his arm. Meanwhile, his other arm clung tightly to the vertical track. Should he release it, he would lose his balance and dangle in midair. The mutated zombie, undoubtedly agile and ferocious, sprang out of the elevator without hesitation, heading straight for Lin Chaodong. In that perilous moment, he tightened his legs around the pipe, desperately twisting his torso to brace for the zombie's descent. There was no choice now but to rely on the most desperate and seemingly useless system that had, time and again, saved his life. Perhaps due to spatial constraints, a torrent of money surged from his arms, thicker, larger, and more enduring than before. As the zombie leaped from 6 meters away, it collided with the flurry of cash in midair. The bills were then forced back against him. Yet, the deluge of money was sufficient. The clawing zombie grasped nothing. With a frustrated roar, the mutated creature fell alongside the fluttering bills into the depths of the elevator shaft. A sigh of relief escaped him. No zombies remained outside the elevator, and safety seemed within reach. He liberated the safety tether from his wrist, akin to climbing trees in his childhood village. Grasping the cable pipe, he wriggled upward like a worm. At that moment, the corridor was not as tranquil as he had hoped. The earlier roar of the mutated zombie, distinct from the usual desperate cries, had roused the undead on other floors. Initially, they perked up their ears, straining to catch the sound of the zombie's frantic footsteps. Subsequently, the sound of the cat's claws striking the elevator door was followed by the chilling roars of mutated zombies. Having reached a consensus, the zombies surged towards the source of the noise. Their piercing cries summoned the undead from several floors above and below to join in their frenzied pursuit. Lin Chaodong, who was desperately climbing through the duct, paid no heed to the unfolding chaos outside. At that moment, he found himself level with the elevator door, mere inches away from safety, with only the next steel latch separating him from escape. That latch was 3 meters higher than the open elevator door, a height that ordinary zombies could not reach. Feeling a sense of relief, he mused that it must be around noon, and upon his return, he would prepare a delightful meal, perhaps a dish of noodles accompanied by some cured meat or vegetables simmered together. Saliva pooled beneath his tongue at the thought of a sumptuous feast, which he believed would soothe the torment he had endured throughout the morning. Just as he strained to grasp the previous steel latch, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the elevator door. Yet another mutated zombie. How could these wretched creatures persistently haunt him? He was too preoccupied with his ascent to confront them. Once he reached the upper level, while the mutated zombies would still be able to leap and attack, striking from crouch position would undeniably be far easier than being on the defensive. As he pressed onward, a zombie suddenly lunged out from the elevator entrance, landing squarely on his back. Its sharp claws dug into his shoulders, heedlessly aiming for his head. The bio-armor attached to his helmet proved its worth, showing no signs of yielding against the mutated zombie's vicious fangs. The razor-sharp teeth scraped against the helmet's surface, emitting a cacophony reminiscent of metal grating against glass. Chapter 21. The frenzy of air guns with a firm grip on the steel pipe, I tightened my legs. enduring the sharp pain that had replaced the initial discomfort. At that moment, the zombie behind Lin Xiaodong was anything but the clumsy variant he had previously encountered. As he thrust his clawed blade towards it, the creature adeptly evaded his strikes. Had the mutant zombie evolved further? Desperate and frustrated, he repeatedly jabbed at it, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Thus far, the luxurious system had shown no signs of advancement, while the zombies continued to evolve. If this persisted, how could one hope to survive? Fortunately, the armor crafted from biochemical materials was exceptionally sturdy, enveloping his entire body. Otherwise, given today's ordeal, he would have undoubtedly joined the ranks of the undead, perhaps as the comedic relief among them. After several unsuccessful thrusts, the agile zombie behind him caused his body to sway precariously. The considerable weight forced him to slide down the steel pipe slightly. In moments of peril, humans often unleash their latent potential. Cursing himself for his folly, he wielded the clawed blade and slashed at the zombie's claw gripping his shoulder. The sharp edge of the blade cleanly severed the zombie's forelimb, a torrent of grotesque fluid gushing forth. The creature behind him staggered violently as it lost its grip. Emboldened by his success, he swiftly targeted the other claw on his shoulder. With its hold now relinquished, the zombie reacted nimbly, attempting to leap back towards the elevator door. Alas, it had no claws to grasp anything, and with a guttural roar, it tumbled into the abyss of the elevator shaft. Despite his combat victory, Lin Xiaodong's situation remained dire. Black ichor splattered across the steel pipe, causing his body to uncontrollably slide down the cable. To his astonishment, the viscous fluid glided over the metal like oil. Thankfully, his clawed spear was secured on the upper steel bracket, and he grasped the metal shaft firmly. To prevent slipping, the spear was wrapped in a layer of biochemical material. Due to his less-than-expert craftsmanship, the bills that encased the spear were unevenly applied, akin to a poorly adhered tape. Ironically, this unevenness provided him with the much-needed friction to cling on. Outside the elevator doors, more footsteps echoed ominously. These were ordinary zombies, and Lin Xiaodong deduced that the first to arrive would be those from the upper corridor. Fortunately, the sole mutant among them had already fallen. Now, if he could just ascend to the next level, he would show them the might of his air gun. With one hand exerting all its strength to grip the spear and propel his body upward, he tightened his legs around the rail for additional traction. At last, he reached a higher level of the steel bracket, panting as he peered down at the elevator door from 3 meters above. Grateful for the ordinary zombies, for if not for them, the ordinary zombies emitted their insatiable growls, obstructing the elevator entrance. Behind them, several agitated mutant zombies jumped in frustration, but they were thwarted from advancing. Moreover, one could observe and hear an incessant throng of zombies emerging from seemingly nowhere, crowding into the corridor of the current floor. The foremost of these ordinary zombies was pushed so forcefully that it tumbled down from the elevator entrance. Finally, after what felt like a semblance of safety, he gasped for breath while the sound of explosions echoed from the depths of the elevator shaft reached his ears. Upon reflection, he realized the cause. Plummeting nearly 100 meters, it was not surprising for a cadaver filled with high-pressure, viscous fluid to burst upon impact. That day, while extracting the corpse fluid, he had discovered that the quantity of this fluid in zombies far exceeded the blood volume in humans. An average human possesses approximately 4 to 5 liters of blood, whereas 2 zombies could yield as much as 14 liters of this fluid. Whether this was attributed to the genetic makeup of this planet's inhabitants or the process of zombification remained unclear. Yet, this was not a concern for the present. Instead, he retrieved a steel nail adorned with a paper horn from his pocket, with one leg entwined around a steel pipe to stabilize himself. He loaded the blowgun into the hollow shaft of the spear. Aiming at an ordinary zombie, he forcefully exhaled, producing a sharp puff. The projectile did not soar swiftly, nor did it possess significant power. Embedded in the zombie's face, it rendered a rather comical appearance, yet it caused no discomfort whatsoever. This feeble force was utterly ineffective against the undead. It might have been somewhat useful in the wilderness for targeting birds or rabbits. A twinge of disappointment settled within him as he intended to stow the spear on the upper steel rack and ascend to the rooftop. However, Upon noticing the fire extinguisher hanging by his side, a new idea sparked in his mind. It is essential to recognize that human breath exerts a mere 6,000 pascals of pressure, whereas the fire extinguisher boasts a standard pressure of 8 megapascals. With proper force, a fiberglass bottle could withstand pressures of 15 to even 20 megapascals. Resuming his position on the steel rack, he prepared to reload another steel nail. Unfortunately, the diameter of the fire extinguisher's nozzle differed from that of the spear, complicating their integration. Resigned, he tightened his leg around the steel pipe to free both hands for this experiment. One hand grasped the rubber hose of the fire extinguisher, firmly pressing it against the back of the spear, striving for a tight connection. The other hand held the spear steady. Yet to his dismay, he realized a troubling dilemma. He lacked a third hand to operate the fire extinguisher. With no other option, he adjusted the position of the extinguisher, relying on his elbow to press the switch. Once all preparations were complete, he aimed at an ordinary zombie position before the elevator door. His elbow pressed down on the switch. A sound reminiscent of his own strained breath followed, leaving Lin Chaodong somewhat disheartened. However, as the spear released the steel nail with a small bang, it was accompanied by a plume of white smoke from the muzzle. Even more frustrating, his method of shooting lacked precision. All he could see was the steel nail trailing the paper horn, striking the shoulder of an ordinary zombie. The nail vanished from sight, leaving only the paper horn to spiral downwards from its clothing. Just as disappointment began to creep in, he was astonished to witness black liquid seeping from the shoulder of the ordinary zombie's attire. High penetrated. Who would have thought that an air gun could possess such formidable power, rendering it almost akin to a firearm? An air gun against zombies. This is no jest. The esteemed Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. met his untimely demise at the hands of an air rifle. As I witnessed that ordinary zombie get shot through the shoulder, an inexplicable sense of delight surged within me. Simultaneously, I resolved to include the air pump and additional fire extinguishers in my inventory search. As a modern individual, engaging in close combat with zombies using cold weapons seems rather lacking. And just at that moment, while I pondered, a mutated zombie squeezed through the elevator doors. It moved on all fours, its form obscured by the ordinary zombies surrounding it. Just as Lin Chaodong began to contemplate the future of his air rifle, the mutated zombie lunged forward, pushing the ordinary zombies down the elevator shaft. It then scampered to the entrance, poised to unleash a furious assault upon him. Chapter 22. The dire consequences of a reckless leap. As Lin Chaodong observed the figure poised to leap from the elevator doors, a cold smirk crept across his face. I have long been anticipating your arrival. This time, he adjusted his posture, ensuring a stable seat while repositioning his elbow to facilitate the use of the fire extinguisher. The barrel of his cat-tooth spear was precisely aimed at the impending jump of the mutated zombie. A sudden inspiration struck his mind. The laser pointer, in addition to the air pump, should indeed be equipped with a laser device. Even a child's toy laser pen would suffice, affixed to a climbing stick, allowing for greater accuracy at close range. Contemplating this, just as the mutated zombie was about to leap, he pressed the firing handle with his elbow. However, using his elbow to apply pressure significantly affected his shooting accuracy. The steel nail, initially aimed at the creature's leg, unexpectedly struck its head. Regrettably, the nail failed to pierce the hardened skull of the mutated zombie as hoped. Instead, it lodged firmly in its cranium, and the impact did little to halt its impending jump from the elevator. Yet, having made all necessary preparations, Lin Chaodong was determined to deny it the chance to attack him. As the air gun misfired, he deftly swung the cat-tooth spear. The mutated zombie, airborne and unable to evade the strike, was impaled by the spear's 3-inch tooth on its blade. Ouch! To Lin Chaodong's dismay, the heavy creature did not plummet directly, but rather yanked him off balance. Startled, he clung tightly to the railing, his cat-tooth spear wobbling dangerously as he struggled to dislodge the ensnared zombie. Though slightly anxious, he quickly formulated a new plan. Beyond seeking a laser device, he aimed to find several more fire extinguishers to connect together. If possible, he desired to acquire quick-release connectors to attach to the tail of the cat-tooth spear and the rubber tubing, complete with a valve. Such enhancements would not impede the spear's functionality. With a powerful air gun at his disposal, he envisioned a newfound sense of security. Ah, ah. The mere thought of effortlessly targeting the heads of ordinary zombies with a laser, leading to a swift demise, made him laugh uproariously. Unbeknownst to him, this laughter incited a flurry of agitation among the zombies. They tilted their heads, drawn to the sound, and without hesitation, began to move toward the source of the noise, oblivious to their surroundings. Particularly, the ordinary zombies at the elevator entrance, already crowded, began to tumble into the shaft. Upon hearing the laughter, they surged toward the elevator shaft with even greater abandon. In an instant, the elevator shaft was filled with bodies, and the number of zombies at the entrance diminished rapidly. The sounds of gunfire echoed continuously from below, reminiscent of celebratory fireworks. Ah, so they leap in response to sound. Why not? Suddenly, a cacophony of off-key singing emerged from the elevator shaft, accompanied by absurdly nonsensical lyrics. A house ablaze, I capture the moment. My life in disarray, I succumb to slumber. Faced with calamity, I remain oblivious. In the face of despair, I contemplate the ultimate escape. Today's tribulations may be postponed. Tomorrow's concerns shall await another day. I delight in this existence yet. That is inconsequential. What truly matters is the allure for the undead. The singer's voice, hoarse as a bellowing beast, reverberates through the air, unburdened by the weight of worries. Should obstacles arise, I shall circumvent them. Should you mock me, consider it jest. Should you strike, prepare to part with your coin. Speak your mind if you must, pursue your desires if you can. I relish living in this manner. The siren call for the zombies proves remarkably effective. Whether they are ordinary or mutated, they're entranced, queuing up and leaping from the elevator's entrance. At last, the exhausted vocalist halts, having sung for over 20 minutes. Parched and breathless, a cough escapes. Oh, how I long for water. Next time I venture out, I shall remember to bring a bottle. I resolve to establish rules for survival in this apocalyptic realm. Then I recall the surprise I prepared for the zombies. Reaching into my pocket, I extract several small glass vials. A mixture of diluted crimson liquid and water. I shake them briefly before hurling them down the elevator shaft. With a resounding crash, the vials shatter. The zombies, previously drawn to the sound, become frenzied at the scent of blood. I wonder how many floors my song has attracted. Regardless, the relentless tide of zombies rushes to the elevator's mouth, leaping eagerly towards the steel card. Neither ordinary nor mutated zombies possess the capacity to linger against the stark walls of the elevator shaft. Even if they manage to pause, they will be drawn to the scent of blood and topple over, crushed by those behind them. The zombies leap like lightning, cascading downwards like meteors. Then they plummet into the shaft, transforming into a cacophony of chaos. As each zombie descends from a height of 100 meters, they smash into the elevator station on the first floor, breaching its base. The shattered corpses fill the elevator, a noxious black ichor seeping into the lobby below. This black liquid flows like a river, winding its way out of the building, cascading down the steps days prior. The greenbelt flourished due to the reanimation of flora by the zombies. In just a few days, it has thrived. The crimson tentacles, akin to a cobra, rise in defiance. Crowned with even more vibrant red buds, they sway with the grace of an octopus, reaching for each droplet of rain as it falls from the sky. The splendid petals of the buds unfold into 6 segments, revealing 2 layers of sharp teeth at their core. Of course, the rain poses no threat. The red tentacles merely sway their enchanting forms, pursuing every strand of rain. This is not terrifying. What is truly fearsome is when nearby zombies venture within a meter's reach. The tentacles constrict around them like a python. The ensnared zombies thrash and howl, but they possess no strength to resist the robust tentacles. Subsequently, the bud at the tentacle's apex unfurls, adhering to the zombie's form. The minute sharp teeth close in, stripping away a thick layer of flesh and blood from the unfortunate creature. Nearby tentacles converge, each opening their 6-petaled mouths, eagerly descending upon the ensnared zombies. As the noxious fluids from the deceased seeped out of the building, the foul stench seemed to entice them, causing them to eagerly bend down. The serpentine tendrils on the ground coiled and slithered, with their broad leaves functioning like biological radars guiding the appendages. At last, the flower buds made contact with the black liquid, causing the appendages to curl. Like a flower drinking water, the buds unfurled, their vibrant stamens plunging into the dark fluid, directly imbibing it into their being. This was not the end. As the liquid diminished, the appendages began to sprout from the roots. The tips of the appendages retained a striking pink hue, while the rear sections steadily thickened, elongated, darkened, and eventually became woody. Seemingly to conserve nutrients, these thickened, black, trunk-like forms stood upright like conduits. Upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, the obstructive doorway prevented the living appendages from advancing any further. They congregated at the threshold, where tender leaves extended beneath the door. Astonishingly, the pale red leaves also absorbed the noxious fluid. Subsequently, the leaves grew at a visibly rapid pace, their petioles thickening and sprouting more appendages. Initially, the metallic door resolutely barred the entry of the appendages. However, as the outpouring of fluid escalated, the peculiar vegetation visibly continued to flourish. Finally, with a resounding crash, the metal door deformed and broke. The mutated plant's appendages surged through, invading the first-floor hall saturated with the noxious liquid. They thrived, leaving the area devoid of the vile substance. The appendages continued to grow thicker, longer, darker, and more woodinized. The entrance of this woodinized organism resembled an enormous conduit, nearly a meter in diameter, leading into the building. Yet, the front section, approximately 20 meters long, consistently displayed varying shades of red, adorned with the vibrant flower buds as it advanced. They surged into the elevator shaft, gradually ceasing their pursuit. The appendages coiled like serpents, resembling a gluttonous child who, having overindulged, succumbs to drowsiness. Chapter 23. Lousy is not an alien in need of slices as he pressed down on the handle. The long-unused brake emitted a piercing shriek reminiscent of some monstrous creature, and the massive exhaust fan finally came to a halt. Using both hands and feet, he crawled between the fan blades, taking the opportunity to examine the fan structure. He mused that should he ever need to escape in an airship, this contraption could serve as a propulsion device. However, Lin Xiaodong, who was about to see the light of day again, could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, all he desired was to exit swiftly and enjoy a hearty lunch. Upon ascending the iron ladder atop the exhaust fan and opening the door leading to the rooftop, he was rendered utterly speechless. Tragedy seemed to follow him relentlessly. This world was truly filled with malice towards him. A steady rain fell from the sky. While rain could be a blessing, it was regrettable that he had not set up a water collection system. Frowning at the heavens, he observed the clouds rising. The leaden overcast was thinning, driven away by the wind. This damned rain was about to cease. Despite this, he swiftly discarded all his belongings, hoisting the gallows to its designated spot. And then the rain stopped. Gazing up at the sky, watching the radiant sunlight streaming through the gaps in the clouds, he erupted in a tirade. Damn it all. May misfortune befall you. O heavens, why must you rain only when I am absent? Although he had missed the opportunity to collect rainwater, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the icicles beneath the eaves had grown longer. After a midday meal and a brief respite, he contemplated how to proceed with the construction below. This had become a newly cultivated habit, as carelessness in the post-apocalyptic world could lead to significant losses, and more importantly, it was far too easy to meet one's end. To survive, the foremost task was to devise a rainwater collection apparatus. Ideally, he would use a plastic sheet to fashion an inverted umbrella atop a water tank. As long as the surface area was ample, it could gather a substantial amount of rainwater. Unfortunately, perhaps due to being an alien with a divine luxury system, all simple and practical methods were too easily exposed. With safety as his priority, he ascended to the rooftop, surveying his surroundings until he made a discovery. What was this? Crouching down, he noticed a hole protected by a metal grid along the rooftop parapet, seemingly leading downwards. Leaning out to investigate, he spotted a plastic pipe extending down below. A drainage pipe? This was the rooftop's drainage system. If only, bathed in the gentle sunlight atop the rooftop, with a mild breeze caressing him, He stood on a ladder, straining to pull at the saw. He sawed through the downspout halfway and inserted a pre-prepared plug to seal the drainage pipe. Then, using a pipe, he could channel the rainwater into the tank placed on the balcony. Of course, nothing was readily available. He had to fashion containers and pipes from dampened banknotes. This unfortunate and seemingly useless divine luxury system had its merits after all. Without it, he would struggle to quench his thirst. On the balcony, he stacked the sodden banknotes like bricks to create a massive basin. The task of constructing 6 balcony water tanks consumed the better part of the afternoon, but he also undertook another crucial endeavor. He removed 2 large exhaust fans from the top of the elevator shaft and, at the resulting openings, fashioned a contraption akin to a gallows, complete with ropes. Thus, he could utilize the elevator shaft, allowing him to ascend and descend the building at will. However, in the absence of a means to open the apartment door, this approach held little significance, serving merely to clear the hallways of zombies and gather fire extinguishers. Nonetheless, it also presented the possibility of establishing a residence within the elevator shaft, contingent upon the malevolent intentions of the drones above. By the dim light of an oil lamp that evening, Lin Xiaodong gazed at the peculiar electronic device in his hand, filled with an inexplicable excitement. This small contraption would determine whether he would seek refuge in the elevator shaft or signal the drones. After days of survival and observation, he surmised that the technology here was slightly more advanced than that of Earth. Particularly, the camping lantern boasted not only a more efficient solar panel, but also the capability for wireless charging. Experiments indicated that the wireless charger functioned within a distance of 6 to 7 meters. The electronic device, poised to illuminate, consisted of merely a thin metallic frame. As the startup sound resonated, the frame lit up, casting a slender white beam across its internal expanse. A faint white light screen gradually brightened, and images began to form within the metallic confines. Humans, indeed, they were humans akin to those of Earth. Upon the appearance of the image, an inexplicable joy welled within him. Matters were finally progressing favorably. He was not an alien endowed with a divine system. As long as no one uncovered his extraordinary abilities, he would evade dissection and experimentation. In his elation, he scrutinized the 2 figures depicted in the image. They were a clearly distinguished pair clad in formal attire, strikingly similar to humans of Earth, to the point where they were nearly indistinguishable at first glance. Particularly, the man with the broad smile drew Lin Xiaodong's attention to his ears, which bore no resemblance to the pointed ones of zombies, nor did his eyes possess the vertical pupils characteristic of the undead. This perhaps suggested that the elf-like ears and feline-like pupils of the zombies were the result of mutations induced by the biochemical virus. What sort of malevolent virus could transform humans into such grotesque forms? As for the long-haired woman, Lin Xiaodong could only marvel at her beauty, refraining from further examination. The entirety of the photograph also featured a creature resembling the large spider before him. This electronic image, far from being a wedding photograph, carried an air of advertisement. Since they were not aliens, he positioned the camping lantern on the windowsill, confident that any reasonably competent drone would detect this conspicuous signal. The Dongkong Republic, where he resided, perhaps had not succumbed entirely to the biochemical virus, or, akin to the cinematic portrayal of Raccoon City, only one or a few cities had fallen into chaos due to the crisis. If that were the case, signaling the drones for aid became significantly more vital than constructing a backup residence within the elevator shaft. Even if the drones did not notice him, preparations for an escape vehicle should commence. After all, humans are inherently social beings who would wish to remain trapped in a city overrun by zombies. Confined to a solitary high-rise, he simultaneously placed a powerful flashlight next to the camping lantern, and indeed, a red indicator light illuminated on the flashlight. This was the glimmer of hope for liberation from despair. As long as the next drone that appeared could be signaled with the powerful flashlight, he would finally be able to escape this wretched, zombie-infested realm. Having affirmed his identity, he felt an overwhelming joy as he jested with the large spider in the glass room. "Ah, Zhu," he quipped, "if a rescue helicopter were to arrive, should I take you along? I fear there may not be enough space for you on board." With that, he settled back down and began to operate his phone. As his fingers glided across the screen, the next image that materialized within the metallic frame was, astonishingly, the very spider before him. What the? Could it be that every household in this world keeps spiders? He tilted his head, pondering deeply, and suddenly recalled that this very phone had been discovered in the home of the chain-smoking doctor. As he continued to swipe, the third image truly startled Lin Xiaodong. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between the phone and the enormous arachnid, his lips quivering as he muttered, "What in the world? This creature is something extraordinary." Chapter 24. The disc-shaped airship begins with a folding umbrella. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Since there were no aliens in need of dissection, Lin Xiaodong could confidently embark on his escape plan. He no longer searched for supplies in the early morning. If rescue was imminent, survival provisions would not be his primary concern. He first placed a camping lantern under the sun, surrounding it with a circle of electronic devices he had scavenged. Then he commenced the creation of escape apparatuses. Yes, escape was imperative. The presence of drones indicated that the government still existed, and perhaps he could relocate to another city. Life in this building was relatively safe, yet food and water would eventually run out. Being trapped within these walls was not a viable option. Escape was an inevitability. Thus, it was time to begin constructing the necessary tools for his flight. Possessing tools was fundamentally different from not having them. The disc-shaped airship, with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 3 meters, comprised an oval-shaped composite structure. After calculations, its volume was approximately 700 cubic meters, capable of carrying over 500 kilograms of supplies. The choice of a disc-shaped airship was not merely for confusion, but rather due to its superior stability in the sky. As for materials, Lin Xiaodong had ample funds, and the building was teeming with zombies. Acquiring the vast quantities of biochemical materials required for the airship was not a concern. All of this commenced with a singular action. With a decisive push of a button, the folding umbrella sprang open. He proceeded to lay out layers of damp currency, allowing them to freeze before applying a coating of zombie fluid and adding another layer of notes. After igniting a small fire, the ice on the umbrella melted, causing the biochemically engineered shell to detach effortlessly. He swung a clawed weapon with force, predictably piercing through the material. Extending the claw blade from the guard, he struck again, and it penetrated without issue. This was promising. It suggested that the currency and zombie fluid could indeed be cut using the claws of a zombie. Switching to a heavy stick, he struck down upon the biochemically crafted umbrella, but it merely trembled, its remarkable elasticity causing it to bounce off the ground. The quality of this material was impressive. He leaned over the rooftop railing and shouted down, "Get to work." Responding to his call, the large spider ascended the wall from below. Upon closer inspection the previous night, he realized that the metallic frame was not a phone, but merely an electronic instruction manual with a display. This validated his assessment. The production capabilities of this world were extraordinarily advanced. Otherwise, electronic products would not be so inexpensive as to be repurposed as manuals. Furthermore, the realm's biochemical technology and mechanical industries were similarly developed. Otherwise, entities like as would not exist. This creature was not a natural organism, but rather a semi-biological, semi-mechanical research product. Its silk-producing apparatus and other organic components were the result of biotechnological advancements, while the rest was mechanical fabrication. It was difficult to fathom a world with such manufacturing prowess that could not reclaim its cities from the zombies. This question would likely be answered once he successfully escaped. The imposing spider before me bears an uncanny resemblance to a black widow, yet it is merely a mechanical construct clad in a synthetic skin. The manual, however, is silent on the matter of whether it can be ridden. That said, its weight capacity exceeds 200 kilograms, suggesting that accommodating a rider should pose no significant issue. This creation draws its biological inspiration from the Black Widow, yet biotechnological advancements have rendered it devoid of its lethal venom, substituting instead a less harmful anesthetic function. The primary sustenance for this arachnid is the doctor's specially formulated spider feed, which also serves as the essential ingredient for its silk production and anesthetic secretion. The manual further states that, in the absence of silk production, it can be fed regular meat, which is unsurprising given that spiders are inherently carnivorous. The contraption, affectionately dubbed a jus, appears to have been acquired by the doctor as a pet. Consequently, the manual specifies its gender. It is a female spider, or rather, a young spiderling. At the tender age of 3, it boasts a lifespan that extends to a remarkable 100 years. When food supply is lacking, it enters a state of hibernation. Or rather, it autonomously undergoes a winter slumber. The silk it produces is structurally akin to natural spider silk, albeit considerably thicker. Without the aid of measuring tools, one can only gauge its thickness by mere visual inspection, comparable to that of shoe repair nylon cords. Should silk webs be unnecessary, the silk can be harvested and woven into ropes. Before the doctor's 2 crates of spider feed are exhausted, an inexhaustible supply of silk thread will be at hand. However, a diet of ordinary food will diminish its silk production. Notably, this creature is also capable of spinning webs independently. Thus, the manual mentions its potential role as a hunting assistant for its owner. This capability necessitates the inclusion of formidable compound eyes and agile mechanical legs. The metallic frame that was initially activated serves as both its manual and its control interface. Commands can be issued verbally, and its intelligence system is comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. As I beckoned a Zhu to ascend to the rooftop, it waved its 2 black pincers in acknowledgement. I must mention a flaw in a Zhu's design. While it comprehends commands, the unscrupulous designer neglected to equip it with a vocal apparatus. The manual even includes a witticism. A talking spider is no good spider. A Zhu, weave a web, and make it dense. I gestured toward the biochemically enhanced umbrella I had just experimented with. Understanding my intent, a Zhu began to weave a standard insect trap upon the black, umbrella-like carapace. Its efficiency was remarkable. It completed a web of such size in a mere moment. Indeed, this skill will prove invaluable for our future endeavors. A Zhu, you truly are a splendid spider. It seems that even biomechanical spiders relish praise. As a Zhu wobbled its rotund abdomen, clearly enjoying the compliments. Having lauded a Zhu, I continued to coat the biochemically enhanced umbrella with the foul-smelling remnants of decay, followed by a fresh layer of currency. However, I signaled for it to weave another web. 3 layers of currency combined with 2 layers of silk webs will serve as the biochemical materials for our future disc-shaped airship. The function of the webs is akin to the reinforcement of steel bars within a concrete wall. Once the 2 layers of the biochemically enhanced umbrella have thoroughly dried, I shall employ a cat's claw spear for testing. It will still penetrate, but the strength will have been significantly enhanced. The sharp fangs of a zombie cat merely punctured a small hole. Testing with the cat's claw blade, he felt fortunate that a mere scratch could facilitate a break through a back-and-forth motion. This was advantageous, as it was essential to create an opening in the hull while manufacturing the biochemical disc-shaped airship. Ultimately, he secured the biochemical umbrella to the ground and, with an unreliable leap, applied his entire weight upon it. The umbrella deformed slightly, yet there was no risk of it being flattened. Ah, Spider, dear Spider, since your arrival, everything has unfolded smoothly. Ecstatically bouncing upon the umbrella, the resilient biochemical material withstood his exuberant antics. He lavished unreserved praise upon Spider, who excitedly wobbled its ample belly, its pincers rhythmically clapping like drums. Just as the man and the spider reveled atop the rooftop, a sudden rumble of engines echoed from the sky. Ah, Spider, you truly are my lucky star, he shouted jubilantly, sprinting towards the prepared pile of firewood. He ignited the wood with a lighter and casually covered it with the synthetic blanket he had found. The synthetic quickly caught fire, especially as the synthetic burned. Thick black smoke billowed upward, carrying all of Lin Xiaodong's hopes. Ecstatic, he waved at the drones rumbling overhead. I'm here. Save me. Please come and rescue me. Behind him, Spider observed this behavior with confusion, tilting its small head as it scrutinized his half-mad antics with its 8 compound eyes. Chapter 25. Careful, careful. Even more careful in the azure sky, the silver drone stood out remarkably, especially when it seemed to be flying in his direction. An uncontrollable excitement surged within him, exclaiming, "Rescue is here. At last, someone is coming to save us. Aiju, prepare for our departure." In the throes of exhilaration, he ceased all tasks and began to gather his belongings, ready to board the rescue aircraft. His gaze, eager and unwavering, was fixed upon the drone, waiting from morning until afternoon. At noon, the drone departed from its station and soared into the distance, instilling him with immense hope. It had returned. In a post-apocalyptic world, neither radio nor satellite communications could be deemed reliable. He pointed fervently at the drone in the sky, convinced that the operator must be returning for refueling and would then report back, heralding their rescue. Eiju, who had remained by his side throughout, displayed little reaction, merely swaying its ample belly. However, shortly after noon, the drone returned once more. The back and forth consumed nearly 2 hours, and considering meal times, the drone's base could not be far away. Anxiously, Lin Chaodong puffed on cigar after cigar, yet he continually reassured himself with hopeful thoughts. Help would arrive. It must come. If they had no intention of rescuing anyone, why send a drone back and forth? Was there an excess of fuel? He reignited the smoky fire, this time adding several synthetic quilts, producing even thicker, denser smoke. Yet it proved futile. The brilliant sun began to retreat, its afterglow staining the heavens crimson. Hours passed in agonizing anticipation. The drone came and went, yet the aircraft that was to rescue him never materialized. As the last remnants of sunlight faded, hope reluctantly dissipated. Eiju, I am but a fool. In any world, who would prioritize saving the lowly commoners? He remarked to Eiju, who had been steadfastly by his side. His tone betrayed his despondency, and Eiju, rather than swaying its belly, gestured animatedly with its gleaming black pincers. I know, you're hungry. I too am famished. It was incredibly foolish of me to rely on this day. Better to rely on oneself. In this East Kong Republic, what difference did advanced technology make? The common folk could offer little contribution and were hardly deemed worthy of concern. If no one was coming to save him, he would construct his own airship, soaring forth to make them see that the commoners are not fools. Having arrived at this realization, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, stating, "Let us return home for a meal. They can either choose to rescue us or not. I shall no longer depend on them." In truth, due to his lack of understanding of this world, he had misjudged the East Kong Republic's government. Returning to noon, in the cerulean sky, the long-endurance drone faithfully transmitted the distress signal back to the control room. Inside the dimly lit control room, the operator reclined in a chair, a VR display affixed to his eyes. He skillfully maneuvered the drone while simultaneously reporting to his superior. "Commander, we have once again detected the survivor's trace in the East Kong Republic, Taiping County, Dan City, on Ping'an Avenue, Building 102 of the Fukan community. This time, he has sent a distress signal." "Understood. Show me the footage." The voice of his superior, though youthful, exuded decisiveness befitting the commander of a rescue operation. At that moment, the drone operator was filled with elation. He had saved yet another survivor and felt akin to a saint. Yet, he could not have anticipated the outcome that would follow after transmitting the drone's visuals. It appears he lacked for nothing. Do you see that spider? He even has a pet. However, the drone operator, slightly disheartened, wished to defend Lin Chaodong. To his surprise, his superior abruptly dismissed his thoughts, relegating the priority of Lin's rescue to the lowest tier. "Just observe any activity and inform me promptly." "Commander," the operator implored, hoping to sway his superior's decision. "That is an order. Execute it." Sighing, the unfortunate operator pondered if he had somehow offended the commander. With a murmur of resignation, he complied with the directive, lowering Lin Chaodong's rescue priority. Consequently, not only would his drone refrain from reporting Lin's situation, but neither would any other drones unless his life was genuinely at risk. Even then, it might be too late for a rescue. As he viewed the adjustment on his VR display, a faint smirk played upon the lips of the young commander. Nightfall enveloped the sky, and Lin Chaodong, devoid of hope for rescue, descended from the rooftop. This was the home of a doctor. To enable Eiju to assist him, he had dismantled the balcony window. Why only the balcony window? This was due to Eiju's unique capabilities. As a biomechanical entity, she was an exceptionally clever young girl. Upon reaching the open sliding door leading to the living room, her 8 legs, previously bent, suddenly straightened. This maneuver nearly caused her to touch the door frame. Yet her increased height compensated with a reduced width, allowing her to enter the room with ease. To Lin Xiaodong's astonishment, she dashed toward the kitchen as if starved. The sounds of popping and clattering reached Lin from afar. Aizhu was tampering with the gas stove, prompting him to rush into the kitchen. Aizhu, why aren't you playing in your room? The gas stove, the gas stove. On the stove, a delightful blue flame flickered. What the hell? Is it not out of gas? Has the supply been restored? Regardless, he sensed the restoration of natural gas supplies to be dubious. Assuming the situation mirrored that of Raccoon City, where only that city had experienced a biochemical crisis, the rescue team would first need to restore electricity outside the city. At the very least, survivors could utilize the electrical grid to fend off zombies. It was illogical to prioritize the restoration of gas supplies. No matter how many questions linger in his mind, his stomach would not permit any further delay. Since pondering was futile, it was imperative to prepare a meal. With a joyful heart, he returned to the rooftop and made his way back to his fortunate abode through the pulley system. He dashed into the kitchen and attempted to ignite the gas stove. Snap, snap, snap. He struck the igniter several times, yet no blue flame leaped forth. After resetting all the switches, he tried once more. With a series of snaps, the desired azure flame still failed to materialize. How peculiar. Was there really no natural gas in his room? A sense of unjust grievance filled his heart. Since acquiring Aizhu, the feeling of serendipity had once illuminated his spirit, but now it had dissipated into thin air. Amidst a series of soft footfalls, Aizhu appeared before Lin Xiaodong. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged absence that she had come to find him. Upon seeing Lin Xiaodong's despondent expression, her 8 compound eyes rolled in exasperation. "Oh, you impudent creature, even you have learned to roll your eyes?" He mused, understanding his words. Aizhu's 8 eyes continued to roll, her ample belly shaking with impatience. Following her gaze, he noticed that the gas pipeline led to a gas meter. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. He had wrongfully blamed Aizhu and the heavens alike. How utterly frustrating, 1,000,000 times over. He exclaimed. It turned out that the lazy occupants of the household had neglected to pay the gas bill, resulting in the suspension of service. Glancing at the gas meter, Lin Xiaodong shook his head in self-mockery. Blaming this and that, it became evident that he was the true fool. From now on, he would be meticulous, and ever so meticulous. Chapter 26. The door to the failed stairwell, such treasures, such treasures. Lin Xiaodong exclaimed excitedly early in the morning. After repeatedly reminding himself to be meticulous, he resolved to thoroughly search the upper floors once more. At the workshop where electric vehicle battery packs were assembled, he indeed uncovered several invaluable items. A variable power supply, both input and output adjustable, of superior quality. This meant there was no need to seek out controllers or inverters. He could construct a wind turbine instead. Additionally, he discovered a spot welder for assembling battery packs and a high-pressure air pump, which could replenish air in fire extinguisher tanks. Moreover, he found a complete set of tools necessary for repairing electric bicycles. As he toyed with the ratcheted repair tools, they emitted a satisfying sound. In terms of both functionality and craftsmanship, the tools from Dongkong's merchants were remarkably well made. The philosophy of being meticulous truly paid off. With the thrill of discovery coursing through him, he proceeded to search the next level, in the abode of what he believed to be mountaineering enthusiasts. He stumbled upon the most critical piece of equipment, an electronic lockpick. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this family was not comprised of adventurers, but rather thieves. Soon, an assortment of tools emerged, including a master key, a peephole viewer, a crowbar, and wire cutters. Among these, the electronic lockpick proved to be the most useful. Lin Xiaodong observed that nearly all the residents in the building employed electronic locks. While he did not know the passcodes, the electronic lockpick merely required a few deft movements near the lock's chip for it to unlock. Thus, the subsequent task became simple. He merely needed to locate a portable charger to power the locks of all the residents. With this small device, he could effortlessly unlock the doors. He paused momentarily, exulting loudly. At last, I won't have to crawl around outside the building, especially with the peephole viewer. He could simply knock on doors to ascertain whether any zombies lurked within. His jubilant cheers prompted Aju, who followed him like a playful puppy, to wag his rotund belly joyfully. With these tools, I shall unlock every mystery on this floor today. Before long, a massive block of ice was pushed out from the mountaineering enthusiast residence. Its width was equal to that of the door, and its height nearly matched as well. It was indeed a heavy object. Once the occupants managed to shove it into the corridor, they discovered that it was deceptively light. It measured less than 10 centimeters thick and was supported by 2 ice sticks to maintain its upright position. Excitedly, Lin Chaodong whispered to Zhu, "Don't complain about the weight. With this, we can clear and secure each floor. Wait for me to investigate the stairwell." Bearing the biochemical shield and wielding the cat-tooth spear, Lin Chaodong quietly approached the stairwell. The door there had been shattered into fragments during the zombie frenzy 2 days prior. It seemed that the blood mixture thrown down the elevator shaft had worked wonders, as the entire stairwell was astonishingly devoid of any corpses. Delighted at heart, Lin Chaodong cautiously moved aside the broken stairwell door and quietly retraced his steps. He first pried up one corner of the icy door with a crowbar, placing a long ice slab beneath it, followed by an ice tube. To his surprise, as soon as he secured one side, the entire icy door tilted to one side. He hurriedly braced it with a shoulder, extending the 2 support rods behind the door to stabilize it once more. He replicated the process on the other side, allowing the icy door to rest securely on several ice tubes, serving as rollers. With a simple act of shifting the tubes from the back to the front, he could effortlessly push the door forward. Upon reaching the stairwell, just as Lin Chaodong positioned the icy door, he noticed the zombie's head peering around the corner, staring blankly at him while uttering hungry groans. It seemed the faint sounds generated during the door's movement had attracted the undead lurking below. However, now that he was at the stairs, all he had to do was to place the icy door on the stairs, effectively preventing the zombies below from ascending. With the support rods holding the door against its backward tilt, he used the crowbar to pry up a corner, removing the ice slab and tube. As he lowered it, the icy door collided heavily with the concrete floor, producing a resounding thud. The noise startled the zombies below, causing them to rush towards the staircase. Not only did the zombie at the corner hasten its approach, but a cacophony of footsteps echoed behind it, including the erratic sounds of mutated zombies. With no time to waste, he quickly pried at the other corner of the icy door, removing the slab and roller with similar urgency. Another heavy thud reverberated through the stairwell, heightening his anxiety as the sound reverberated ominously throughout the space, unsure of how many zombies it might attract. He felt a pang of concern regarding the door's strength. He had intentionally crafted it thinner due to fears of excessive weight during its construction. Regret flickered in his heart. What if the zombies managed to breach this door? But now was not the time for such thoughts. He steadied himself against the support rod behind the icy door, pushing it down the stairs with all his might. Though he hadn't yet placed the door onto the stairs, it had already effectively sealed off the stairwell. The zombies, unable to reach him, unleashed furious growls at the tantalizing sight of flesh mere inches away, while the mutated ones trapped behind roared in frustration. To Lin Chaodong, these threats were no longer a concern. He needed to exert every ounce of effort to position the icy door as planned. Balancing the door on his shoulder, he pressed one leg against it for leverage, while the toes of the other foot tapped the ground, nudging the door forward with his knee. The stairwell was now packed with zombies. The weighty icy door was pressed against them, making it increasingly difficult to advance even an inch. Had he known it would be so cumbersome, he would have crafted it lighter. Foolishly, he pondered why he was going through so much effort. Wouldn't it be simpler to let the zombies leap from the building? With this new idea in mind, he decided it was unnecessary to push the door further downstairs. Turning to Zhu, he shouted, "Run, quickly, back to the room, hurry." The obedient spider turned and swiftly scurried towards the mountaineer's refuge on its 8 elongated legs. As Lin Chaodong withdrew from the icy door, he was unexpectedly struck by the realization that the heavy door was effectively resisting the relentless pounding of the zombies. Moreover, the 2 ice poles intended for support could be ingeniously positioned against the wall. A wooden beam can withstand 1,000 pounds. I am eager to see how you. Wretched zombies will manage to breach this floor. As he propped the two support rods against the wall, a sense of pride welled within him. A chilling hiss emanated from beyond the icy door, the voice of a mutated zombie, undoubtedly having climbed atop the other ordinary zombies. What he did not anticipate was the rapid scratching of the mutated zombie's claws against the icy door. Although invisible, he could discern the scattered bills and icy powder through the crevices of the door. He understood that this barrier would not hold for long. Cursing himself for his foolishness, he pondered why he had even bothered to create a door when he could have simply buried the staircase with the bills. Lost in thought, he tightened his grip on the cat's claw spear. Chapter 27. Two zombie dogs at last. The ice door was breached by a mutated zombie, creating a gaping hole. Its grotesque, cyan visage emerged, mouth agape, emitting a foul stench and a piercing shriek. "I've been waiting for you, you bastard." Raising the cat-tooth spear in hand, I thrust vigorously through the opening created in the ice door. There was no need for precision, nor for combat. A simple thrust would suffice. With both hands gripping the cat-tooth spear, I resembled a miner diligently drilling a hole. Ordinary zombies, as well as the mutated ones that hissed like serpents, were powerless to withstand the onslaught of the spear. Using the ice door to barricade the stairwell was a rather foolish tactic, especially since it could entice zombies to leap down heedlessly or even become buried under a pile of money in the stairwell. Yet in the face of a zombie assault, it proved to be an astute strategy. Should I find myself compelled to abandon the city in search of survival in the wilderness, such a setup would prove invaluable. Indeed, akin to the fortifications of an enemy stronghold, with a powerful air pump, electricity, and a pneumatic gun. Such a bastion would stand firm even against a horde of the undead. It reminded me of my childhood labor in the countryside. Each swing of the hoe resonated with a heavy sound from my nostrils. As the zombies fell outside the ice door, beads of sweat cascaded down my forehead. The more zombies that collapsed, the more stable my ice door became. Ultimately, the stairwell was filled to capacity with the bodies of the undead, leaving no further zombies capable of reaching the ice door. After lowering my sore arms, I leaned back against the wall. I retrieved a cigar from my pocket, lit it, and took a deep draw, letting the smoke carry away my aches and fatigue. An overwhelming sense of relaxation washed over me. Talp, talp, talp. The sound of 8 claws striking the ground reached my ears. The spider that had urged me to return approached, its 8 multifaceted eyes gazing at me, swaying its ample abdomen. This reminded me of my exploratory efforts earlier that morning. I placed the cigar back between my lips and slung the cat-tooth spear onto my back. "Let's go, it's time to open the blind box." Walking through the zombie-free corridor, an inexplicable lightness filled my heart. I rummaged through my pockets and produced several items. A few fully charged 18,650 lithium batteries, an electronic lock decoder, and a peephole viewer. I first attempted to open the electronic lock's charging device, typically located beneath the sliding cover at the bottom of the lock. However, after futilely probing for some time, I found nothing. Could it be wireless charging? Feeling somewhat resigned, I returned to the rooftop and located the camping lamp equipped with wireless charging, positioning it near the electronic door lock. Indeed, a small red light illuminated on the electronic lock. How sophisticated! Wireless charging had become commonplace in this world. Our world possesses it too. Yet why is it not widespread? Is it merely due to a lack of technological advancement? Or, I pondered whether electric vehicles here still required charging stations. As I waited for the door lock to charge, I idly knocked on the door. I pressed the peephole viewer against the door's peephole, allowing the optical lens to reverse its function. Leaning closer, I scrutinized the interior of the room. The absence of zombies and their grotesque companions was a familiar comfort. Having long adapted to a perpetual state of vigilance, he applied additional force, striking twice with considerable heft. While observing meticulously, he pricked his ears to capture the sounds within the dwelling. Recalling the cinematic portrayals of safecrackers who often employed a stethoscope against doors, he pondered the possibility of searching in the physician's residence. Satisfied with the tranquility enveloping the room, he approached the electronic door lock with the already charged unlocking device. Beep, beep. The electronic lock seemed to detect the device, emitting a continuous alarm. However, This did not deter Lin Xiaodong from following the instructions, carefully maneuvering the unlocking device near the lock's chip. At last, the lock emitted a decisive click, and the alarms ceased simultaneously. Grasping the doorknob, he slowly turned it. The familiar creak of the door sending chills down his spine. Inside, there were no zombies, no ghastly pets. Everything lay in serene silence. He twisted the lock and gently pushed the door, retreating a step to nudge the bathroom door open with the tip of his improvised weapon. A foul stench erupted from within, nearly inducing him to retch. The sight before him rendered him speechless. A woman's corpse, frozen in the pose of a recent hanging, retained the horror of her final moments. Gazing at her contorted visage, Lin Xiaodong could only imagine the terror and despair that gripped her soul during the outbreak of the apocalypse. He slowly closed the door, as if to spare her spirit from disturbance. Entering the living room, he noted the tidy arrangement. The bedroom, adorned in a girl's favorite pink, featured a vanity table, but, perplexingly, no mirror. This enigma left him bewildered. Why were there no mirrors in this world? Aside from this peculiarity, he discovered an array of cosmetics and toiletries, even uncovering several large condoms. Excluding the sanitary napkins, which could be useful for kindling, most items offered little assistance for survival. Regrettably, his quest for a magnifying glass yielded no results. The kitchen contained some dairy products, yet the food was pre-packaged, lacking raw materials. Departing the young woman's home, he carried a sense of disappointment. The next residence also bore an electronic lock. Familiarity bred ease. Charging, knocking, unlocking. Most households revealed no zombies, suggesting that the outbreak likely occurred during daylight hours when the majority were away. This was perhaps a piece of good news. Searching for sustenance inside posed a lesser threat. "Is anyone there?" he called, despite peering through the peephole and finding no sign of zombies or their grotesque companions. His inquiry stemmed from the inexplicable disappearance of a significant volume of water from the upper tank, indicating the presence of other survivors in the building. Perhaps those on lower floors faced a corridor teeming with the undead. They likely employed similar methods, as he did to scavenge for supplies on the exterior walls. In contrast to them, Lin Xiaodong felt immensely fortunate to have access to the rooftop. A flicker of resentment lingered in his heart for that person. He yearned to confront them about the whereabouts of all that water. Accompanied by the arachnid at his side, the pet dog swayed, its ample belly like a wagging tail, leaving one to ponder if it understood the situation. Upon entering the living room, he was taken aback to discover that the dwelling was utterly uninhabited. Although some furniture remained, it was all shrouded in large plastic coverings, devoid of any signs of life. Given the circumstances, there was no need to linger. He simply left a stack of bills at the door, ensuring it could not be locked again, thus concluding his business. At this moment, having explored 3 rooms on the 34th floor, aside from the residence of the mountaineering enthusiasts, the other 2 yielded little value. Approaching the 4th door, he theatrically drew a cross over his chest. Uncertain of its efficacy, Lin Xiaodong felt a twinge of doubt. After all, this was not Earth, and who could discern the prevailing beliefs of this place? As per routine, he peered through the peephole and, while charging the electronic door lock, knocked on the door. Bark! Bark! The sound of 2 dogs barking from within invigorated Lin Xiaodong. Could there be survivors? After all, what else could explain the barking? He leaned closer to the peephole, attempting to glimpse inside. 2 large dogs raced towards the door, but the peephole offered no clarity on whether they were indeed zombie dogs. Regardless, rescuing 2 dogs would still be a commendable endeavor. Just as he prepared to use the electronic lock opener, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. The outbreak of the biological virus had transpired quite some time ago. How had these dogs managed to survive? Were they perhaps products of biomechanical technology? Chapter 28. The third summons of the zombie dogs are remarkable creatures, particularly in the apocalyptic realm of biochemical chaos. For dog enthusiasts, they serve as splendid companions. For those indifferent to them, they present a delectable feast. What astonished Lin Xiaodong, however, was the existence of dogs in this world. Upon reflection, it is not entirely surprising, as the vegetables here bear a resemblance to those on Earth, and the appearance of the inhabitants mirrors that of humans from our planet. Even the biomechanical spiders share similarities with Earth's fauna, Thus, the presence of dogs is hardly a matter of astonishment. Peering through the peephole, he observed two dogs anxiously leaping about at the door. Behind them emerged a stout figure, swaying unsteadily towards the entrance, as if suffering from a lack of sleep. The garments clung to his chest, failing to conceal his rotund belly, and his choice of attire was rather peculiar. "Hello, could you please open the door? I am with the rescue team." He resorted to fibbing in hopes of gaining entry. The dimness of the hallway, devoid of electricity, made it impossible to discern the man's features through the peephole. Strangely, the individual seemed oblivious to the call, merely standing at the door in a daze without opening it. Assuming that in such dire circumstances the individual might be wary, he knocked again. "Hello, I am with the National Rescue Team. Please open the door." Yet, the figure remained motionless, casting doubt in Lin's mind. This person appears to have fallen asleep at the door. No, that cannot be. He is a zombie. But why does he not emit the usual ravenous groans associated with such creatures? Could it be that he is a new breed of zombie? If so, how does he differ from the ordinary or mutated varieties? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he nevertheless utilized an electronic lock pick to unlock the door. With a mere press of the handle, the door would yield. Determined to avoid a direct confrontation with the zombie, he glanced around, hoping to find something useful. The corridor was barren, save for a spider, which was anxiously shaking its ample abdomen. An idea struck him: webbing. He would ensnare the door on both sides with a web. Instructing the spider to commence its task, he watched as it expelled silk, connecting the web to the adjacent walls. The resulting spiderweb, shaped like the character, effectively sealed the entrance to the dwelling. The nature of a zombie that does not groan, but merely stands vacantly piqued his curiosity. Perhaps it would be worth capturing for further study. "Step back. Be cautious. The zombie is about to emerge," he commanded the spider, extending his arm through the web to grasp the door handle, gently pushing it inward. Retreating several paces, he raised his shield, remaining vigilant, with his weapon poised for a lethal strike. With a clang, the zombie, drawn by the scent of the living, lunged forward. It collided with the door, causing it to slam shut once more. He had no choice but to approach again, extending his arm through the web to grasp the handle and open the door. This time, however, he did not hastily retreat, but rather pushed the door with all his might. To his utter astonishment, while the zombie remained trapped inside, a zombie dog burst forth through the crack in the door. This creature was of a slender build, agile and swift. Upon its emergence, it emitted a growl and lunged at him, snapping its jaws. He quickly withdrew his hand to evade it, his heart racing with trepidation. As I grasped the handle of the door, it was violently pushed back by the zombie inside. Another zombie dog was wedged in the crack of the door, struggling desperately, its elongated fangs snapping at Lin Chaodong. The zombie dog that burst forth retained its canine instincts. With a menacing growl, it lowered its front paws and crouched, then suddenly lunged forward. It collided headfirst with the spider web and was instantly ensnared by the strands. The more it struggled, the tighter the delicate threads bound the zombie hound. Without any obstruction, the creature still could not enter through the door. It seemed that zombies were rather foolish, only knowing how to push rather than pull. In the future, if an encampment were to be established in the wilderness, I must ensure that the doors open outward. Observing the zombie dog trapped in the web outside, I sensed an excellent opportunity to test the pneumatic blowgun. I extracted the rubber hose from the fire extinguisher. The fiberglass canister had already been emptied and was now filled with clean air. I fashioned a simple connector using banknotes and corpse fluid, allowing for the continuous connection of the air hose during loading. Bending like a shotgun, I could easily load the blow dart within. I retrieved a dart from my pocket, inserted it into the tube of the blowgun, and then raised the front to seal the airflow. With both hands raised, I aimed at the struggling zombie dog ensnared in the web. I pressed the fire extinguisher's trigger. The hand gripping the blowgun felt the immense pressure of over 15 megapascals of air rushing out. The reason for this specific pressure was due to experimental findings that indicated 20 megapascals could cause an explosion, with a sound slightly less than that of a firecracker. The zombie dog was struck in the brain by the dart, collapsing limply to the ground, motionless. Dispatching the undead beast with the air gun brought a wave of relief. It appeared that the air gun was effective against all zombies and zombie beasts, except for the mutated ones, continuously gathering experience. I readied another dart for the blowgun and aimed for the zombie dog trapped in the door crack. Observing the creature closely, I noted that it resembled a dog from Earth, with fangs approximately 5 inches long, thicker than those of a feline. The lifeless eyes of the zombie dog possessed vertical pupils. Similar to those of the zombies, their irises were golden with slit pupils. A peculiar, awkward laugh suddenly erupted, startling me. My first instinct was that a Zhu was playing tricks, and I turned to glare at it. Although this creature had never made a sound beyond tapping glass or walls with its pincers, it was now staring at me with its 8 compound eyes, seemingly oblivious, even its rotund belly remaining still. The bizarre laughter echoed once more, and this time I discerned its source. It was the plump zombie inside. The sound was indeed strange. I maneuvered through the gaping hole in the spider web created by the struggling zombie dog, donned my goggles, and raised my shield, preparing to confront the zombie within. I heard the laugh again, mocking me. Frustrated, I decided to kick the door. Thud! Alas, despite having dealt with numerous zombies, my attributes were locked by the system, and my physical statistics remained unchanged. With all my might, I launched my foot against the door, the recoil causing a slight pain in the sole. The door, obstructed by a horde of zombies inside, merely nudged one of them before springing back. Fortunately, the corpse of a zombie dog was jammed in the crevice, preventing the door from locking shut. Hiv, hiv, hiv. The zombies within emitted mocking cackles, colliding with the door with increasing fervor and force. I gazed helplessly at the situation, cognizant that my strength alone could not breach this barrier. I've called for you thrice, yet you refuse to emerge. How disrespectful, I thought, reaching to scratch my head, pondering if there might be a solution. Suddenly, I recalled seeing in films how officers utilized battering rams to break down doors. My anger transformed into delight. After all, as a wealthy individual, I possessed ample resources at my disposal. Chapter 29. A reckless act. Moments later, Lin Xiaodong returned, wielding a door battering ram that was thoroughly frozen. Hey kid, are you scared now? He leaned the cat's tooth spear against the wall beside the door and positioned himself at the threshold, prepared for all eventualities. He swung the ram back and forth like a pendulum, and at the peak of momentum, it crashed down onto the metal surface of the security door. With a resounding thud, the security door and its frame quivered. Inside, the zombie attempting to push through stumbled backward but did not fall. Infuriated by the collision, it emitted a ridiculous, incessant cackling. Its powerful body lunged forward, desperately pushing against the door in an effort to escape. Disheartened, Lin Xiaodong placed the battering ram, encased in ice and cash, on the ground. How could this be? In the films, officers can demolish door frames with a single blow. Yet here, he mused, glancing at the heavy battering ram, which had left no mark on the door. This door is extraordinarily sturdy. What thickness of steel is it made from? Inside, the zombie continued its foolish laughter as it slammed against the door, presenting Lin with another opportunity. He lifted the battering ram once more, swinging it like a pendulum in front of him to gather strength. The zombie instinctively recoiled from the door, but continued its assault. Now's my chance. Seizing the moment as the zombie momentarily moved away, he raised the battering ram to its zenith and brought it crashing down onto the door. This time, the force was substantial, transforming the sound of impact into a thunderous roar. The door, unassisted by the zombie, swung inward violently, knocking the creature back a significant distance. Huh, look at me, I've managed to break through. Delighted as the security door began to yield, Lin Xiaodong dropped the battering ram and grabbed the cat's tooth spear resting against the wall. However, the zombie inside lunged once again, pushing the door back to a narrow crack. Who is the real zombie here? Logically, it should be me bracing the door from within while you push from outside. This is utterly ridiculous. He scratched his helmeted head, muttering fiercely, I refuse to believe you can withstand me. There must be a way through. Why expend this futile effort? With a shift in strategy, Lin Xiaodong left the doorway. He ascended to the rooftop to reposition the gallows and descended along the rope to the window of the house. Truth be told, he would rather avoid the perilous exterior unless absolutely necessary. Upon reaching the window, he struck the glass with the cat's tooth spear, shattering it, and taunted the zombie within. Hey, "You foolish gatekeeper. Come here to the window. Let me have a good look at you." Almost immediately regretting his provocation, he glimpsed a plump figure rushing from the door to the window, illuminated by the light outside. Observing through the window offered a much clearer view than peering through the peephole. The creature was indeed hefty. Its short, stout legs resembled two thick tree stumps, and its pants were nowhere to be seen. Moreover, it stood impressively tall, at least 2 meters in height. Clearly, this was no ordinary foe. In a moment of astonishment, he intended to use the cat's claw to brace against the windowsill, hoping to evade the impending broken window. Yet, before he could act, the zombie within the room took the initiative. It halted abruptly before reaching the window, leaning forward to unleash a guttural roar from its grotesque maw. Accompanying the roar, a jet of crimson liquid shot forth, like an arrow, aimed directly at Lin Xiaodong outside the window. "By heavens, this creature can spew blood!" he exclaimed in shock as he pressed against the windowsill, his body gradually shifting. However, time was not on his side. The red liquid reached the window, dispersing into a torrential downpour of crimson droplets as it met the wind, continuing its relentless assault outside. His body swayed perilously at the end of the rope, and as the blood-red droplets approached, he hurriedly lowered his head to shield his face with his helmet. To his dismay, the droplet struck his biohazard suit with a series of splattering impacts. Yet, that was not the worst of it. The sight that greeted him next sent a chill through his very being. The crimson droplets that landed on the climbing rope began to emit a noxious white vapor, reminiscent of strong acid corrosion. He quickly glanced down, relieved to find that the biomaterial was immune to the zombie's acid. With a deep sigh of relief, he thought to pull the other rope to ascend to the window. Alas, the corrosive red fluid swiftly ate away at the rope, resulting in a cacophony of snapping sounds as strands of rope began to recoil at the points of corrosion. It was a dire situation. The rope could not endure much longer. What was he to do? This was the 34th floor, nearly 100 meters above ground. Raising his gaze, he spotted the spider peering down from the rooftop. He surmised that there was no time to signal it to descend, and could only shout, "Spit out your silk, quickly." Understanding his command, the spider unleashed a delicate thread of white silk that descended slowly from the rooftop. However, the lightweight filament was easily swayed by the chilly breeze, drifting away from his reach. Frustration mounted as he watched the fluttering silk, unsure of how to rectify the situation. The spider, exhibiting the cunning of a child around 7 or 8 years old, shifted sideways, bringing the white silk closer. Grasping the delicate thread, he wrapped it around his hand a few times, feeling a surge of gratitude that he had not deployed the cat's claw, lest the silk be severed. However, before he could fully savor this relief, a resounding snap echoed as the climbing rope broke entirely. Unanchored and with his body plummeting like a stone, he pondered in disbelief. How could this happen? I was supposed to grasp the silk. As he fell about 10 meters, he looked up to see the spider, still peering from the rooftop, its silk-producing apparatus tirelessly extending the white thread. "Grab hold. Secure the silk. Do not let me fall," he screamed desperately. Hearing his frantic command, the spider began to manipulate the silk with its mouthparts. His descent slowed noticeably, yet it did not come to a complete halt. The once robust silk, approximately 1.5 millimeters thick, began to thin alarmingly. In that critical moment, realization struck him. The silk was not fully solidified. The peril stemmed from his own erroneous command. Had he waited just a few more seconds before allowing the spider to take control, such a predicament could have been averted. Fortunately, the noose around his wrist, tethered to the tail of the cat's tooth, ensured that it remained secure, merely a mere 10 centimeters from his hand. At this moment, he continued his slow descent as the silk thread thinned. A steel wire capable of suspending a person weighing several dozen kilograms posed no challenge. Yet it was incessantly growing thinner, with the possibility of snapping at any moment. His anxious gaze fixated on the increasingly delicate silk, fervently hoping that the legend of its tensile strength being 5 times that of steel was indeed true. He bent his arm, securing the cat's tooth between his legs, and, with a reverse grip on the handle, aimed for the glass before him. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered and cascaded downwards, revealing the window frame of a room. However, Before he could reach out to grasp it, his body's continuous descent caused him to miss the opportunity. Reluctantly, he swung the cat's tooth towards the lower window. Alas, the horizontal blade of the cat's tooth was not aligned with the window, resulting in a mere thud upon impact without shattering the pane. Adjusting the angle of the blade in his hand, he plummeted a few more meters. With renewed vigor, he swung the weapon once more, and at last, the delightful sound of shattering glass echoed again. In that fleeting moment, as he soared past the broken window, he extended both arms, exerting every ounce of strength to grasp the window frame. Chapter 30. The House of the Gun-Wielding Fools, finally able to regain his footing. Lin Xiaodong felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto the bed in his bedroom. However, he remained resolute, grasping the biochemical shield and brandishing the cat-tooth spear as he ventured through the house. Fortunately, this residence was devoid of zombies. Unfortunately, his throat felt as parched as if he had just returned from the desert, making even the act of swallowing saliva a challenge. Breathing rapidly with his mouth agape, he burst into the kitchen. Twisting the faucet, he discovered it was frozen solid. Grabbing the gas stove, he ignited it, directing the flame toward the faucet. A few drops of water trickled down, remnants of ice that had formed inside. The meager flow barely covered the bottom of a cup. Yet, even this small amount of cool water provided a slight reprieve from his dry throat. Toilet water. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Much like toilets on Earth, there must always be some water there. Shaking his head, he dismissed the horrifying notion, fully aware that he was not truly thirsty despite having had breakfast not long ago. It was merely the result of the adrenaline surge from his fall. His body was not genuinely in need of hydration, and the idea of toilet water was best left alone. At that moment, a rhythmic beeping sound echoed through the air. Snatching up the cat-tooth spear, he turned abruptly. To his surprise, it was a Zuzu, tapping rhythmically on the window with its pincers. With a decisive motion, he removed the window and tossed it out. The rotund Azuzu squeezed through the remaining square opening. Silently patting the fluffy head of Azuzu, he remained speechless, still feeling the aftershocks of his recent fright. He reclined on the obligatory sofa, lighting a cigar, attempting to rationalize his reactions. After all, he was not a pilot. Even a pilot would be shaken to their core after plummeting several stories. This reaction was entirely natural. There was no need to feel embarrassed. The pressing concern now was how to return home. Should he venture outside? The thought of the exterior of the building, devoid of any safety, filled him with dread. Alternatively, navigating through the building meant confronting the zombies in the corridors. Both routes home were fraught with peril. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon Azuzu, and he felt a pang of guilt for leaving the little creature hungry all night. Certainly not a deed befitting a human. A sliver of responsibility stirred within him. Thus, he resolved to return home. Steeling himself, he approached the shattered window and looked up toward the top floor. There were 18 stories to scale, and he could only ascend by using the cat-tooth spear to grip the window ledge. The thought of climbing 18 stories on a narrow, icy ledge made him hesitate. Even facing zombies felt preferable to courting death outside the building. Having made his decision, he would search this house first, then focus on dealing with the corridor zombies. If he could vanquish them, he might as well search this floor while he was at it. He patted his pocket, feeling the glass bottle containing the blood mixture still with him. The results of his search in this house, however, surprised him greatly. It turned out they were also takeout enthusiasts, but what lay within the cabinet he found in the living room was securely locked. He knocked on it. The steel was solid and robust. Taking out his electronic lock-picking device, he wiped it on his clothing, silently praying it would prove effective. The cabinet bore a striking resemblance to a gun cabinet. A specially crafted power bank, equipped with a wireless charging module, was positioned close to the lock cabinet. Indeed, it was remarkable that electronic locks in this world came with wireless charging capabilities, offering unparalleled convenience. In his other hand, an electronic unlocking device was delicately maneuvered near the chip of the electronic lock, searching for any interference affecting the signal. Despite possessing a weapon, he yearned for the emergence of firearms, a romantic notion reserved solely for men. The charging light of the lock on the gun cabinet illuminated. Yet the electronic unlocking device oscillated near the chip for a considerable duration, yielding no response. Was it due to the advanced nature of the lock, or perhaps because it was not fully charged? He retrieved the electronic unlocking device and rubbed it repeatedly against his clothing. In a moment of desperation, he even pressed it against his forehead in prayer, beseeching the heavens for the fortune to unlock the cabinet, offering silent vows as he did so. Once more, he positioned the electronic unlocking device against the dial of the gun cabinet's lock, proceeding with meticulous care. He even leaned in closely, as if attempting to discern the sounds of the electronic lock. At that moment, the electronic lock, having received a charge, emitted a series of clicks. However, lacking any genuine experience in unlocking, he was utterly oblivious to its significance. His mind was consumed by a singular obsession. Any sound was preferable to silence. He only needed it to open, regardless of how long it took. At last, the sound of the lock disengaging echoed, and the robust iron cabinet swung open as anticipated. To his astonishment, real guns were revealed. Observing an array of weapons secured within the cabinet, Lin Chaodong exclaimed in excitement, "Guns! Real guns!" Aju! We've discovered a trove of firearms. Regrettably, each firearm was restrained by a heavy iron chain across the trigger guard, rendering them inaccessible. But that was inconsequential. Possessing guns was enough, and the affluent brother had ample time to gradually sever the chains. Beneath the firearms lay several plastic boxes, presumably containing ammunition. Judging by their appearance, each weapon must have been accompanied by hundreds of rounds. "We're going to be rich. Aju, I told you you were my lucky charm. Just look at what you brought us." Suddenly, amidst the fervent exclamations, Lin Chaodong caught sight of something in the corner of the cabinet that was persistently flashing. It bore the local scratch-like inscriptions, and, at that moment, vivid red characters were transforming. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Chaodong recognized those scratch-like inscriptions as numbers, decrementing from 10. A countdown. What could this possibly signify? Only explosives would warn a countdown. Otherwise, what would one count down for? What the hell? How ruthless can this be? He cursed inwardly. In a moment of urgency, he shouted to Aju, "Run! Aju, quick, run!" Having become accustomed to escaping danger alongside him, Aju wasted no time, stretching her legs and darting out of the room. In the fleeting moment before their escape, Lin Chaodong spotted something intriguing, a stunning revolver. Glancing at the countdown, which indicated 5 seconds remaining, he mused that escaping the room should not pose a challenge. He attempted to grasp the revolver, convinced that even if it were shackled by iron chains, it would eventually slip free. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the door. Just as he stepped outside, une explosion érupted. It was not a violent detonation, but rather a cascade of molten metal, shimmering with incandescent brilliance as it rained down upon the firearms. The metal-crafted weapons melted and burned like waxen candles, swiftly transforming into mere heaps of scrap. Furthermore, as the molten metal dripped onto the ammunition below, the entire room erupted into chaos. The cacophony of various bullets detonating filled the air. Thuds, rapid gunfire, and sharp cracks resonated as the metallic projectiles were unleashed by the shockwave. Lin Chaodong, with his ears blocked against the wall, had intended to examine the weapons he had secured when an unusual sensation suddenly coursed through his shoulder, akin to a searing iron rod piercing through the flesh of his arm. He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood flowed uncontrollably from the gaps between his fingers, which he pressed against his wounded arm. Chapter 31. Crossing the fire line at last. His intellect proved not to be entirely dull. After rolling underground a few times, he discerned that the sound of bullets exploding from the gun cabinet grew increasingly thunderous. Enduring the pain in his arm, he crawled and rolled his way to the farthest bedroom. At this moment, the pain was not the foremost concern. A terrifying thought was taking shape in Lin Chaodong's mind. When the bullet struck me, it must have penetrated the armor on my shoulder. That armor was, after all, biohazardous material. In such a dire situation, could I possibly transform into a zombie? Would I truly become a zombie with a divine gaming system? The agony in his arm rendered his consciousness somewhat hazy, and he feared that this might be a precursor to mutation. It was as if the little dog, Aju, was closely beside him, swaying its rotund belly. Its 8 large, faceted eyes gazed at him with concern. Suddenly, he recalled Aju's instruction manual. This creature's prototype was a black widow, yet for safety reasons, it did not secrete venom. Instead, it produced anesthetic. Aju, a little anesthetic, please. He scanned the surroundings and found nothing of use. In a moment of inspiration, he retrieved a pack of sanitary napkins from his backpack and placed it on the bedside table. This is anesthetic. Aju seemed to comprehend, happily shaking its ample belly. From the tips of its dark pincers, a few droplets of crystal-clear liquid emerged. Suppressing the dizziness and nausea, he began to remove his clothing. As he peeled off the sleeve from his injured arm, the movement tugged at the torn flesh, eliciting a piercing scream from him. The pain was excruciating. Angrily, he glanced at the revolver in his hand, still clutched tightly. In a fit of rage, he raised it above his head, intending to smash it to the ground. However, realizing it still looked rather impressive with its elongated silencer, and fearing a misfire, he ultimately tossed it onto the bed. With gritted teeth, he finally managed to remove the sleeve from his wounded arm, only to feel a wave of nausea wash over him at the sight of the injury. The wound, grazed by a stray bullet, gaped open like a child's mouth, which offered Lin Chaodong a sliver of relief. The bullet had not lodged in the muscle of his arm. Otherwise, he would lack the courage to extract it with a heated dagger. Aju, a drop of anesthetic. Just a little. Too much will make me faint and hinder my ability to treat the wound. It was uncertain whether Aju understood him, but soon, 2 more droplets of luminous liquid oozed from its pincers. The droplets glided away like oil, trailing behind them glistening silver strands. When these 2 drops of crystalline liquid fell onto his wound, the searing pain that had recently engulfed him was instantly replaced by a soothing coolness. This refreshing sensation rapidly expanded across the injury, and the relief coursed through his bloodstream, easing his entire body. Though the wound remained a ghastly sight, he gently prodded it with his finger, feeling no pain. At that moment, his thoughts turned to disinfection, but in this damned apocalypse, where could he find alcohol? The medicine cabinet at home still held a few bottles of hydrogen peroxide, but that would require traversing through a corridor filled with zombies. The kitchen had some white liquor, presumably intended for cooking. However, given the current circumstances, venturing into the kitchen meant crossing the living room by the gun cabinet. The imbecile with the gun seemed to have an endless supply of bullets, and the cacophony of explosions had yet to subside. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until the gunfire ceased before retrieving the white liquor. In the depths of his mind, he sought justifications for his evasion. Yet the thunderous roar of exploding bullets was intermingled with an array of unsettling sounds. The resounding thuds echoed ominously. They were the unmistakable sounds of zombies battering against the door. The mere thought of a horde of these creatures surging into the corridor filled him with dread. He glanced at himself, starkly aware of his vulnerable state, bare and unprotected, devoid of even a shred of biochemical armor. He felt utterly unfit for anything other than becoming a feast for the undead. A chill raced down his spine, raising every hair on his body, as fear seeped into his very core. Gritting his teeth, he adopted a nearly prone position and cautiously approached the bedroom door, akin to a rabbit under the crosshairs of a shotgun, trembling as he peered out. The living room, where the gun cabinet stood, was still ablaze with gunfire, bullets ricocheting chaotically. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the walls of the living room were mercifully devoid of too many penetrating holes. He surmised that the bullet that had nearly claimed him must have been of a large caliber, or perhaps one with a special kind of ammunition. With no other option, he resolved to endure. He had to sprint towards the kitchen to prevent infection and preserve his life. As he drew nearer to the kitchen, the relentless thumping of zombies against the security door reverberated more clearly. Like a mutated beast, he crawled on all fours, swiftly navigating the wall riddled with bullet holes, and dashed into the kitchen. Miraculously, he escaped unscathed. Indeed, he was correct. The food cabinet housed a bottle of strong liquor, a potent 65 proof. Despite the kitchen's frigid atmosphere, he held onto a flicker of hope that the gunfire in the living room would subside, allowing him to return. The cacophony of impacts was both loud and frenzied, likely incited by the sounds and the scent of blood within the house, driving the zombies into a frenzy. He pondered how long the security door could withstand such relentless assault. This urgency propelled Lin Chaodong to retreat to the bedroom. As he navigated past the security door, he suddenly heard a chilling, sinister laughter. That sound ignited a memory. He recalled the kind of zombie that spewed forth corrosive red acid. He questioned whether the metal lock could endure such a corrosive onslaught. Clutching the liquor, he scurried back to the bedroom, tumbling as he went. With a resounding thud, he slammed the bedroom door shut and hastily locked it. Yet, he realized the wooden door might offer little resistance against the frenzied onslaught of the undead. Quickly, Aiju. We must flee faster. There's a creature at the door that spits blood. As he spoke, he uncapped the half-full bottle of liquor and poured it onto his wound. The mingling scent of liquor and blood was nauseating, threatening to make Lin Chaodong retch, a sensation foreign to him as he rarely drank. This was not the moment to concern himself with the taste. The liquor's fierce sting upon his wound sent jolts of pain through his nerves, making him wish to smash his head against the wall. Ignoring the urge to scream, he called out to Aiju, "I'll apply pressure to the wound. You must weave a web. Do you understand? Without needles or thread, we can only cover it with your silk." Aiju, ever the intelligent companion, observed as he clenched his wound, promptly spraying silk onto the injury. Fearing the slow coagulation of the silk, Lin Chaodong hastily placed a prepared sanitary pad over the wound. He tore a strip from the bedsheet and wrapped it clumsily around. The moment the anesthetic-laden pad made contact, a soothing coolness enveloped the injury. The wound instantly felt a wave of relief, invigorating his spirit. At that moment, a sudden crash echoed from the entrance, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. The frenzied zombies had invaded. However, for the time being, they were not heading toward the bedroom. This fortunate circumstance was likely due to the sounds of gunfire outside, masked by the acrid scent of gunpowder, which concealed the stench of blood. In a flurry of activity, he hastily removed the sliding window, casting it down to the ground below. As both windows were dismantled, the icy wind from outside swept into the room, causing Lin Chaodong, bare-chested, to shiver involuntarily. "Aiju, I need to get from the outside to the next room. However, my arm is injured, so I can only rely on you to support me from below. Do you understand?" The two glossy pincers waved cheerfully, and the ample abdomen swayed in response, indicating comprehension. Watching Aju's rather portly form crawl out of the window eased his mind considerably. Aiju possessed the ability to scale walls, yet this talent stemmed from the tiny hooks on its legs. He had contemplated riding Aiju in a wild dash outside, but having observed it searching tirelessly for suitable grips while climbing, he decided against complicating matters. Just as he hurried to don his clothing, the metallic tang of blood within the room finally drew the zombie's attention. With a resounding crash, the bedroom door was violently assaulted by the ravenous undead. Chapter 32. Truly my lucky star, Aiju, you are truly my lucky star. Lin Chaodong exclaimed joyfully as he fled through the window, bare-chested and burdened with a haphazard assortment of items wrapped in a bedsheet. Aju's sturdy form served as a stepping stone, enabling him to escape to the adjacent room despite his injured arm. Fortuitously, the window was unlatched, and the interior was both clean and tranquil. He tossed the belongings bundled in the bedsheet, along with his biochemical armor, onto the bed within the room. Holding his breath, he listened intently. The zombies in the next room emitted a cacophony of groans in response to his escape. Yet, this room was enveloped in silence. The reason was simple. All the furniture was shrouded in white cloth, indicating that no one resided here. Upon entering, the pain was a mere inconvenience. Rather, it was the chill that severely hindered his movements after enduring the biting cold for several seconds outside. Grasping his undergarments, he hastily disregarded the need to remove the window to let Aiju in and dashed into the kitchen. For heaven's sake, even if no one lived here, let's not forget to pay the gas bill. To his relief, the kitchen was equipped with a gas stove, also covered meticulously with white cloth. He yanked off the covering and swiftly struck a match. Perhaps it was indeed Aiju who brought him luck, for despite the absence of residents, the gas bill had not gone unpaid. Shivering, he leaned his bare chest closer to the blue flame, only to recoil from the heat. With his clawed glove, he carefully sliced a long strip from the white cloth cover. Noticing the dust on the fabric, he realized it required disinfection with alcohol before serving as a bandage. He rushed back to the window, rummaging through the disarray of items until he found a bottle of liquor. Glancing up, he saw Aju perched on the windowsill, its 8 compound eyes eagerly fixed on him. "Just a moment. I'll dress my wound and then let you in," he reassured Aju, clutching the liquor as he dashed back into the kitchen. He soaked the strip of cloth in the alcohol and dried it away from the flame before discarding the soiled bedsheet that had been wrapped around his injury. Prior to bandaging, he inspected the wound, which was already ensnared by Aju's silk. Attempting to peel it away, he discovered that the web had adhered firmly to his skin, akin to stitches. Even the sanitary napkin encasing the web refused to budge. In that case, he resolved to simply wrap it up. As the tightly bound white cloth secured the wound, the initial numbness from the anesthetic rendered the pain entirely absent. He exhaled deeply and began to pull on thermal underwear from the chaotic pile of clothing. Once dressed in his tactical jacket and preparing to don the outer biochemical armor, he felt a slight discomfort in his arm. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a bullet lodged within the armor on his arm. This revelation filled him with elation, for it indicated that the combination of currency and zombie fluid rendered the armor bulletproof, provided the thickness was sufficient. Furthermore, if he remained uninfected, it would preliminarily suggest that the zombie virus present on the armor lacked contagious properties. If the armor was indeed 1 centimeter thick, it could effectively withstand a bullet. With little research on weapons and ammunition, he held the bullet remnants, as thick as a little finger, in his hand, examining them closely. Its length clearly indicated it was not a handgun bullet, and he was uncertain of its classification in this world. The bullet head, embedded in the biohazard armor, remained largely intact, measuring approximately 8 millimeters in diameter and 3 centimeters in length. A 5 millimeter barrier would be insufficient, yet thickening critical areas to 1 centimeter should pose no issue. However, donning a full suit of 1 centimeter armor would render him rather cumbersome. Perhaps a design reminiscent of ancient fish scales would afford greater mobility. Given the current state of the world, fraught with biohazards, he dismissed these distant thoughts, deciding to focus on escaping the building first. After dressing and organizing his gear, he turned to Aju, who had been gazing longingly outside. "This place has nothing worthwhile. It's best you don't enter. Let us proceed to the next establishment, where I shall ensure the windows are unlatched for your entrance." The third location required them to navigate around a corner outside the building. Once Aju secured herself, he extended a leg to test his balance before effortlessly crossing the corner. In that moment, as the cold wind brushed against him, he recalled his initial experience of navigating a corner, suspended like a pendulum in midair. Once more, he felt the presence of Aju, his lucky star. Exploring the third residence on this floor proved equally fruitful. There were no zombies, and the dwelling turned out to be a veritable treasure trove of supplies. Rice, flour, meat, eggs, and vegetables filled the space, and astonishingly, there were even 2 bundles of beer, having only consumed 1 can. This was his first encounter with beer in this world. Although he did not indulge in spirits, he occasionally enjoyed a bottle of beer, especially now, as noon approached and the morning's frantic endeavors left him physically and mentally drained. He resolved to treat himself to a hearty meal. He decided to steam rice with beer, prepare a bowl of steamed eggs with beer, and also cook some braised pork and beer. By the end, only 2 bottles of beer remained from the 2 bundles. It mattered little, as he had never been particularly interested in alcoholic beverages. As for Aju, he initially intended to prepare boiled meat with plain water for her, but he was surprised to discover her insatiable appetite. Sitting on the sofa behind the coffee table, she eagerly pulled the tab on a can of beer. Yet, Aju showed no interest in the boiled meat before her. Instead, her attention was wholly captivated by the braised pork on the table. Her 8 compound eyes fixated on the bowl of braised meat, and her pincers tapped impatiently on the table surface. Did she not realize how much meat was allocated for her? Uncertain of a spider's appetite for meat, he had prepared a generous portion of boiled pork, 1.5 pounds of fatty pork belly, with merely a few scallions and ginger slices for seasoning. Seeing Aju's eager expression, he could not bear to deny her. "If you wish for the braised pork, wait a moment while I fetch a small bowl for you, and I shall prepare some spicy garlic sauce as well." He was not familiar with how others dined, but boiled meat dipped in spicy garlic sauce was certainly his favorite. In no time, he returned with a small bowl and a fragrant, sizzling garlic chili oil. He poured half a bowl of rice, selected a few pieces of the glistening, fatty braised pork, placed them inside, added some boiled meat, and ladled over a bit of meat broth, stirring it all together. Transformed into a thick, golden dish, replete with the rich aroma of meat. It appears that Arachnid is quite satisfied. As per usual, while dining, it emits silk strands, coating the steaming, sticky rice with a layer of silk before molding it into a ball with its pincers and stuffing it into its mouth. Lin Xiaodong, sipping beer and relishing boiled meat dipped in spicy garlic sauce, finds it quite delightful, especially after a perilous morning that left him unscathed despite a bullet grazing him. After a few gulps of beer, a light flush graces his face, and he begins to chatter more. Life in this building isn't so bad. If only there were enough water, why would one need to escape, don't you think? The little foodie buries her head in the basin, responded her name only by lazily swaying her ample belly. What a gluttonous little creature she is, yet truly a stroke of luck for me. While conversing, she fills her mouth with boiled meat dipped in garlic sauce, fanning herself from the spice. Taking a sip of cold beer, he contemplates that he must leave this building and intensify the efforts in constructing composite airships. His departure is not for the sake of opulence. As long as he reaches a populated area, he will always find a way to spend some money. Otherwise, when will he ever attain the status of a true, wealthy gentleman? Chapter 33. Money has no fear of acidity. The kitchen's gas continued to blaze fiercely, enveloping the room in warmth. Satiated, a Zhu curled up its 8 legs, soundly slumbering with its rotund belly, half in a dream and half awake. Lin Xiaodong found himself desperately contemplating how to deal with the spitting monster. Outside the building, blood-red acidic arrows shot towards him, leaving him helpless to evade. Any rope would be corroded by the acid, and he would plummet down like a stone. Only stones do not wail in agony. The wretched, unupgradable godly system and the ever-mutating zombies were cursed in his dreams, a lamentation of this tragic existence. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. From the gallows atop the building, within a suspended glass box, he wielded a pneumatic arrow gun, launching steel nails into the face of the spitting monster. Yes, that was how he would vanquish it. But wait, what if the biological acid had some utility? Perhaps there would be a chance to analyze its chemical properties. Then, his dream transported him to the elevator shaft, where this time, he no longer foolishly climbed those steel carts. Instead, he stood atop a large square panel that would automatically move up and down with the turn of a handle. Insanity. This was a post-apocalyptic world. Where would the electricity come from? Even in dreams, he scoffed at such whimsical notions, recalling a variant of a scheme to hoist the downstairs zombies with ice blocks. He envisioned using a counterweight along with a set of pulleys. While descending, he could pile cash into the elevator, and to ascend, merely toss in more bills. Suddenly jolted awake with an inexplicable excitement, he realized he had dozed off with a cigar in his mouth, the ash now a small white mound, indicating he had slept for about an hour. The room remained warm, and Zhu was still snoring on the floor, curled up like a sweet, fluffy bun. He decided to cease his search and find a way home, intent on constructing the manual elevator he had just envisioned. With a manual elevator, he could effectively search each room. Filled with a certain exhilaration, he began to gather his belongings. A metallic clatter caught his attention. It was the silenced revolver, unexpectedly retrieved while he had bundled his things in a bedsheet. What use could it possibly serve? Examining it in hand, he noted its exquisite design and reassuring weight. Opening the revolver's chamber revealed 6 empty slots, no bullets in sight. Observing the barrel, he pondered if it could accommodate bullets the size of a centimeter. Perhaps capable of taking down an elephant? The handle, inscribed with 2 characters of unknown origin, left him guessing whether they signified a brand or something else entirely. In this absurd household, it was their only source of income. He casually stuffed it into his backpack and nudged Zhu with his foot. Come on, we've lingered here long enough. It's time to go home. Zhu, with its 8-faceted eyes, blinked drowsily at Lin Xiaodong, surveying the unfamiliar room, perplexed by their surroundings. Despite its 8 legs, its unrefreshed body swayed as it stood. He gently patted its head. Hey, silly girl, Wake up, we're going home. 8 compound eyes gazed at Lin Xiaodong. Yet he remained utterly perplexed, reminiscent of a sleepy classmate swaying on a commuter bus, supported by his mother. You sleep on, and when you awaken, find your way home through the window. I shall depart. Upon hearing of his intent to leave, Aju instantly became alert, even attempting to jostle his ample belly. He nearly tugged at the hem of Lin's garment, perhaps even releasing a couple of snot bubbles in the process. Grasping the cat-tooth blade and brandishing a shield, he stealthily approached the doorway, employing his acute hearing to detect every subtle sound in the corridor. At that moment, the hallway was eerily silent, as if the chilling weather had caused the zombies to conserve their energy by halting their movements. Gently pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find the corridor devoid of any corpses. It seemed that the gun-toting fool's abode had caught fire, with his own blood drawing the undead towards it. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he retrieved a stack of cash, tossing it against the doorframe to prevent it from closing, before quietly exiting. A lingering scent of burnt metal permeated the corridor, overpowering the stench of the zombies. Fortunately, the firearms had not ignited a blaze. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Navigating the corridor with the quietude of a stealthy mouse, he cautiously extended the cat claw blade, which clicked into place, and then forcefully pressed it into the narrow gap of the elevator doors. However, before he could insert it fully, a cacophony of hurried footsteps surged toward him. Looking up, he spotted a horde of zombies rounding the corner, charging forth with alarming speed. Among them were several four-legged mutated zombies, trailed by 2 spitting creatures. These were the ones that exuded a red, acidic liquid. This time, he finally discerned their appearance. With large heads and hefty bellies, they resembled spiders, albeit lacking 8 legs. Their plump, mithril-like faces squinted into slits as their mouths gaped wide, emitting a peculiar hissing sound from their throats. Their short, stout legs thudded heavily against the floor as they ran. For a moment, Lin Xiaodong hesitated, then charged toward the oncoming zombies while shouting, "Withdraw the funds. What else can we do? Should I truly retreat outside and scale the windowsill with the cat-tooth blade?" He was a wealthy man, not a Spider-Man after all. A flurry of banknotes erupted from his pocket, akin to a firefighter's high-pressure hose, showering the zombies with cash. Stacks of money collided with the ceiling before cascading to the ground with a thunderous clamor. The speed at which the divine wealth system dispensed the cash was astonishing, quickly burying the zombies' legs beneath a mountain of bills, rendering them immobile. "Should you wish to dine on me, first inquire whether my money consents," he thought, feeling a sense of relief as he witnessed the zombies ensnared. One of the portly spitting creatures, unable to move its hefty legs, opened its maw wide, releasing a jet of red, acidic liquid. This scene sent Lin Xiaodong's heart racing as he swiftly redirected the high-pressure cash stream towards it. The torrent of bills struck the creature's face, deflecting the spurt of corrosive fluid in all directions. The red liquid splattered onto the banknotes and the nearby zombies. The crimson liquid, seeping everywhere, emitted wisps of smoke, yet peculiarly, the banknotes remained untouched, devoid of any reaction. This phenomenon was utterly confounding. What material could these notes possibly be made of that even the most corrosive substances could not tarnish them? A question flickered in my mind, but there was no time for contemplation. I focused solely on propelling the banknotes outward, relentlessly casting them away until they buried the nearby zombies. Before me arose a formidable wall of currency. Behind me, I duplicated the effort, aware that the scent of blood might attract further undead. The zombies trapped within the paper barricade continued to struggle, as if the wall itself had come to life, writhing incessantly. My response to this predicament remained the same: continue to launch banknotes. I persisted until the notes accumulated to the ceiling, filling the corridor, only ceasing when the wall of currency became still. Observing the corridor brimming with banknotes instilled within me a profound sense of achievement. At that moment, the elevator entrance on this floor was reduced to a narrow passageway, with the entirety of the zombies buried beneath mountains of currency. The sole dilemma was that the corridor had plunged into near-complete darkness. I could see nothing at all. Straining my eyes, I found that even my pupils, accustomed to the absence of light, could not adjust in such profound obscurity. I reached into my pocket for a cigar, snapping the lighter open with a decisive click. A brief flicker illuminated the vicinity before extinguishing, but as I took a drag, the entire space began to shimmer and brighten. The people of this planet possess remarkably keen eyesight, I mused vaguely. Chapter 34. The human-powered elevator as the effects of the anesthetic faded. Any movement of his arm sent waves of excruciating pain radiating from the wound. Regrettably, he was unable to remove his clothing to inspect the injury. However, with the assistance of Zhu, Lin Chaodong managed to ascend the elevator shaft, climbing layer by layer towards home. The journey was indeed a long one. A lengthy silk thread was affixed to Zhu's ample abdomen, with the other end secured around Lin Chaodong's waist. Despite Zhu's slender waist, it was quite capable of supporting a weight of over 100 kilograms. The silk was liquid upon being expelled, solidifying rapidly upon contact with air. However, the frigid temperature slowed this process. Yet once fully solidified, it proved to be remarkably sturdy. One could easily envision the weight that a 5mm steel cable could bear. The return journey was arduous, but it was Zhu who toiled within the confines of the elevator shaft. Suspended from the silk thread, the injured individual contemplated the tasks that awaited him in the afternoon. He needed to fashion a thin yet robust square board to create a labor-saving pulley, which would require several hundred meters of solidified silk. Additionally, a rechargeable lamp was necessary. These were the essential components for a human-powered elevator. If he desired an easier solution, constructing a windmill atop the elevator shaft to harness the power of the wind would be advantageous. However, he dismissed the notion, reasoning that if a problem could be resolved with money, it was not truly a problem. At long last, the light streaming in from the top of the elevator shaft illuminated Lin Chaodong, granting him a sense of escape from peril. He attributed this entire predicament to the peculiar creature that had sprayed him and resolved to capture it for further study. Indeed, he intended to use that creature as a test subject. Otherwise, it would be too lenient. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhu, who had carried a human up 10 flights of stairs, had ceased to sway, her 8 compound eyes no longer darting about. Even when presented with a bowl of spider food, she lacked the energy to indulge. "Thank you, little one. Without you, I could never have made it up here," he murmured, patting Zhu's head adorned with her 8 compound eyes. Zhu likely wished to shake her abdomen in response, but exhaustion rendered her unable to do so. Her ample form merely swayed slightly before collapsing onto the ground, motionless. At this moment, Lin Chaodong could scarcely attend to her needs. He stood within the elevator shaft, scratching his head as he pondered how to create a board of such considerable dimensions. At the top of the elevator shaft was a room capable of housing the elevator and exhaust fans. Peering down through the large circular opening left by the removal of 2 tall exhaust fans, he gazed into the seemingly bottomless shaft, lowering a camping lamp suspended by a rope to inspect the structure of the elevator shaft closely. The elevator door faced the cable trench, but unfortunately, the steel clamp was situated a tad too high for the ladder to reach. After a thoughtful consideration, he formulated a plan and resolved to take immediate action. "Yes, this shall do. Constructing a human-powered elevator does not appear overly difficult," he mused, contemplating the afternoon ahead. Regrettably, Zhu remained sprawled there in a state of languor, compelling him to initially craft an ice ladder. He began by arranging the soaked banknotes in an interlaced manner to form a ladder, ensuring its length would bridge directly from the elevator door to the steel clamp. He then cast it outside to freeze, having become quite adept at utilizing damp banknotes for various purposes. As the ladder was being constructed, a spider, having consumed a bowl of spider sustenance, seemed to regain its strength and commenced the assembly of the remaining components. The labor-saving pulley system was straightforward, rooted in fundamental principles of middle school physics. Initially, a segment of ice currency pipe was fashioned using banknotes, corpse fluid, and spider silk. Subsequently, both ends were wrapped with damp banknotes, resembling cumbersome dumbbells. Though it appeared rather unsightly, it was functional. Regrettably, the absence of bearings necessitated the continued disassembly of those from the electric bike. By this point, the bike's bearings were entirely depleted, and even those from the rooftop winch had to be repurposed to suffice. The pulley system comprised two sets, one large and one small, totaling 4 pulleys. The structural panels consisted of alternating layers of corpse fluid, banknotes, and spider silk, creating a robust composite that did not require excessive thickness. When assembled, the 4 panels stood no more than 5 centimeters high. Additionally, a collection of circular ice currency cakes, each with a notch cut out, resembled the weights of an antiquated balance scale, albeit one weighing 50 kilograms. The next task involved twisting ropes, a task he had never envisaged would prove to be so arduous. One might ponder how to twist 4 strands of spider silk, each exceeding 100 meters in length, into a cohesive rope. He almost felt compelled to post a desperate plea online for assistance, clearly marking it as urgent. This phase of twisting the rope was utterly perplexing, and he had no choice but to skip it entirely. With all components now completed, it was time for assembly. Through the 2 substantial ventilation openings atop the elevator shaft, he secured the pulley system using spider silk. The subsequent work unfolded within the 34th floor elevator shaft. He first anchored the spider silk to the steel clips in the cable tray, ensuring it was perfectly aligned with the base of the elevator door. The other end of the spider silk featured 2 loops suspending the ice currency ladder. The ladder, dangling precariously within the elevator shaft, swayed alarmingly, but at last, passage within the shaft was feasible. Next, the 4 crafted panels were laid horizontally, with 2 placed inside. After applying the viscous, dark corpse fluid, the remaining 2 panels were positioned vertically. Once the corpse fluid solidified, the 4 panels fused into a sturdy whole. The prefix spider silk at the corners was then connected to the spider silk wrapped around the pulley system. The opposite end was affixed with a thumbtack-like ice currency stick, upon which the notched ice currency cakes were placed to serve as counterweights. The labor-saving pulley system was crafted to N5 standards. A force of 100 pounds could elevate 500 pounds of cargo, while 1 ton of counterweight could raise 5 tons of goods. During descent, ample banknotes could be loaded into the human-powered elevator, while during ascent, the banknotes could simply be discarded into the shaft. As the day waned into twilight, both he and the spider found it was time for sustenance. Yet in his eagerness, he chose to experience the system first. He removed the unnecessary ice currency ladder and, along with the spider, ascended to the human-powered elevator, retrieving a stack of banknotes. The affluent gentleman was not lacking in currency. The elevator began its gradual descent. Given the labor-saving factor of 5, the descent speed was predictably not swift. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, there were no taxes to pay nor traffic to contend with, and he descended at a leisurely pace without concern. The entire system, having undergone meticulous calculations, functioned seamlessly. By securing the 2 spider silk lines that bore the load together, it ensured stability regardless of the stopping floor. After testing a few levels, they returned to the rooftop to finally partake in their meal. Observing Aju's dark pincers swaying energetically, and his belly jiggling like a wagging tail, Lin Xiaodong chuckled knowingly and inquired if Aju still wished for braised pork and rice. That simply won't do. Indulging too much at night may lead to dreams. Given the tone of his voice, it seemed unlikely that his expectations would be met. Aju's pincers slowed their dance, and signs of cessation appeared in his belly. The 8 multifaceted eyes, filled with disappointment, gazed at him longingly. Yet, the cunning one was merely teasing this adorable little gourmand. A mock gesture ensued as he pretended to pull a cigar from his mouth. Well, I've never heard of spiders dreaming, so you can still have your rice. As for the dishes, let me assess the ingredients before deciding. Upon hearing this shift in tone, the lattice of Aju's 8 eyes sparkled with joy, almost radiating light. Recognizing its happiness, Lin Xiaodong, inhaling the cigar smoke, felt a similar elation. Another day of life had passed, albeit not without its dangers. With the advent of a human-powered elevator, unboxing would soon become more effortless. Before long, within this building, he would truly be the lavish god among men. He flexed his injured arm. It appeared Aju's web could serve as a suturing thread, and the wound was healing quite well, with only a remnant of pain lingering after the anesthesia wore off. How wonderful it is to be alive! As he prepared to descend and return home, The sky erupted with the thunderous roar of engines. Without raising his gaze, he knew it was a drone, no longer expecting rescue. Lin Xiaodong nonetheless lifted the camping lamp with his uninjured arm and shook it a couple of times. Whether you choose to save me or not, starting tomorrow, I shall continue crafting composite airships. He glanced up apprehensively at the sky, where two moons shone brightly against a cloudless expanse, the stars twinkling above. This sight inevitably deepened his disappointment, for he had hoped for rain. Heaven, grant me some water. No matter how much, I desire it. Chapter 35. Behold, my tripwire thunderous roars echoed. Lin Xiaodong, deep in slumber, turned over, reminiscing about mornings devoid of drones. Thunderous roars. No, this was not the sound of a drone engine. He abruptly sat up, his mind still hazy. Could it be that the military of this nation was retaliating against the city's zombies, bombarding those wretched creatures with artillery? His chaotic thoughts drifted back to the apocalyptic films he had watched. The screenwriters and directors always hesitated to depict the true might of the human military. After all, even a tyrant could hardly chew through an armored vehicle. A mere armored company could easily obliterate hundreds of thousands of those sluggish, flesh-eating zombies. Let us not entertain foolish notions of fuel shortages or lack of ammunition. The dwindling human population merely indicates an abundance of resources. Such a dystopian scenario could never manifest. As for its appeal to audiences, one could only commend the authors, the screenwriters, and the directors, while pondering the viewers. Yet, he was convinced that the zombies in this world could indeed challenge the army. The ordinary zombies, with their swiftness and hand-to-hand combat skills, exhibited tactical coordination not inferior to that of soldiers. The close-quarters offensive capabilities of the zombie beasts surpassed those of average soldiers, unless eliminated from a distance. However, their numbers were overwhelming, like the zombie mice. In urban and jungle settings, zombie beasts would reign supreme, unless the Dongkong Republic managed to fabricate powered armor. The corrosive zombies would become the nemesis of armored units. As for the existence of other types of zombies, he was unaware since he had not ventured beyond the city limits. Given the emergence of mutated zombies and spitting monsters, the appearance of other varieties of zombies would not surprise Lin Xiaodong in the least. Who could fathom how zombies might evolve in the end? If this evolution continued, would they develop into an intelligent species capable of supplanting humanity? Lost in such far-fetched thoughts, he wiped the sleep from his eyes and gazed out the window. His heart leaped with joy. It was no longer an exasperating sunny day. Not only were the clouds thickening, but they also roiled ominously, with sparks of lightning flickering across the sky. Goodness gracious, have a little meteorological knowledge, will you? It's winter, for heaven's sake, it's winter. Thunderstorms in winter are utterly absurd. Dressing quickly, he accompanied his small dog, a Zhu, to the balcony, intending to ascend to the rooftop. Outside, the wind howled violently. Opening the window sent a fierce gust that nearly knocked him backward. Venturing out in such weather was tantamount to courting death. Skipping breakfast, he took a Zhu to the human-powered elevator platform he had constructed the previous day, moving upwards swiftly until he reached the circular opening left by the dismantled exhaust fan. Entering the elevator shaft, he climbed the steel ladder and pushed open the heavy steel door. A tangible gust of wind rushed in, fiercely attempting to force its way inside. Not to mention going outside. Even taking a step forward was exceedingly challenging. Narrowing his eyes against the darkening sky, he watched the serpentine lightning darting amidst the leaden clouds. With a grimace, he muttered a curse at the heavens. Wind is fine, thunder-s all right, but what-s the meaning of not raining? What infuriated him the most was the sight of the icicles hanging from the eaves of the opposite rooftop being severed by the wind and swept away. He had long anticipated that once the drone was fully charged, he could tether a thread across and create an aerial bridge to retrieve the ice from the adjacent rooftop. But now, with a fierce gust of wind sending the icicles flying chaotically, he lamented, "Those are my precious waters." Alas! The wails of despair within him could not halt the stormy tempest above, nor could they quell the raging winds. He could only hope this was but a prelude to a thunderstorm. Since he could not work outside, he resolved to continue his exploration within the building. Returning to the manual elevator, he inquired of Aiju, recalling that the jetting creature from yesterday had yet to be dealt with. Let us devise a plan to eliminate that pest. What do you think? After enduring the torment of the jetting creature, his dreams had been consumed with thoughts of how to vanquish it. Initially, he had intended to employ a winch to suspend a glass chamber outside, using an air gun to slowly eliminate the creature. Now, he stealthily exited the manual elevator, hoping to catch it off guard with a sudden attack. However, as he approached the room, he heard an unsettling, wheezing laughter drawing near. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, and it seemed the jetting creature had unleashed another spray. Although obscured by a security door, a foul, acrid scent of corrosive liquid wafted through the air. The potency of its acidic fluid was formidable, corroding metal with alarming speed. What about glass? To conduct this experiment, he dismantled a plastic steel window. This window would serve to test both glass and plastic steel for their susceptibility to corrosion. The jetting zombie's corrosive capabilities were astonishingly rapid. The robust surface of steel appeared to blister and peel as if scorched, soon giving way to a rust-like reddish-brown hue. Furthermore, with a forceful battering from within, the security door was pushed open, splintering like decayed wood. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaodong felt a surge of exhilaration rather than concern. With such remarkable corrosive power, even without an electronic lockpicker, no lock would pose a challenge to him in the future. A mere drop of the creature's acidic fluid on the lock cylinder would suffice to open it. But how could he capture this creature? That was indeed a pressing question. The brute force it wielded to push open the door was considerable, especially with its propensity to spray indiscriminately. Suddenly, he recalled Aiju's manual, which mentioned that certain hunters would utilize Aiju. Equipped with nets and tranquilizing fluid, prey need not be bound. They could simply be subdued and taken home alive, ensuring freshness. Webs, rooftops. He needed to weave webs everywhere. Yet, a single web would not suffice. Fortuitously, the webs from yesterday had already dried. He hurriedly detached several strands of webbing, twisting them together and securing them with cement nails on either side of the doorframe. Fearing they might not hold, he drove 5 nails into each side. He wrapped the webbing around each nail several times, securing it firmly in place. After setting the trap, he stepped back and cupped his hands around his mouth. Calling out to further provoke the jetting creature, Sister boldly moved forward. Keep going and do not look back. From this moment forth, you have erected that crimson embroidered tower, casting forth that crimson embroidered ball. Indeed, the stench of blood upon your person, mingled with the peculiar and discordant melody, thoroughly incensed the jetting creature within the room. The force of its assault against the security door intensified with each strike. The steel plates, corroded by acidic fluid, crumbled like fragile tofu, utterly incapable of withstanding the furious onslaught of the jetting beast. With but a few forceful impacts, the sturdy security door yielded, collapsing as if it were made of mere earth. The once resilient steel, now decayed by the corrosive substance, transformed into a sandy residue, disintegrating into fragments scattered upon the ground. With the barrier of the security door now breached, the rotund, jetting creature, resembling a gourd, surged forth from the room. Similar to its counterpart above, alas, no likeness exists to reveal its former appearance. The creature's short, stout legs indeed became ensnared in the silken threads anchoring the doorway. Losing its balance, the jetting beast fell face first to the ground. As the crash echoed, one could feel the floorboards quaking beneath. With its fall, the webs adorning the ceiling and sides descended. The newly spun webs exhibited extraordinary stickiness, entangling the creature as it struggled. Moreover, a spider, accustomed to assisting, approached, spewing silk while using its 2 pincers to aid in encapsulating the creature like a dumpling. You wrap it up first. I shall fetch something. With such words, it darted into the elevator shaft, pulling itself up on the silk of the human-powered lift to the upper level. It recalled a large, wide-mouthed porcelain flower pot that would perfectly fit atop the creature's head, rendering it incapable of further expulsion. Yet, upon ascending to the floor above, it was met with an astonishing scene. Chapter 36, The Crisis Induced by the Flood Tick. Tick, tick. What is that sound? Could it be raining outside? As Lin Xiaodong reached the top floor via the human-operated elevator, he discovered it was broken. Streams of water surged forth from various rooms, flowing freely across the floor like a crystalline brook. After a thorough search of the top floor, Lin Xiaodong opened all the doors, allowing unrestricted access to the rooms. With no time to look for a large ceramic flower pot, he dashed into the nearest room. Following the flow of water, he hurried towards the balcony, where he came to a complete standstill. Outside the building, where he had previously only witnessed winds without rain, a torrential downpour now fell. Having never encountered such a deluge in the north, he was utterly astonished, unable to see beyond 10 meters through the dense curtain of rain. It hardly resembled a storm. It felt as if someone were pouring water from the heavens. This was disastrous. The rooftop, the downspouts were entirely clogged, and apart from the water diverted into the balcony pool from the downspouts, the remaining water. With this thought, he rushed towards the elevator shaft. In just a few minutes, the water there was no longer merely dripping. A cascade of clear water gushed from the rooftop into the elevator shaft, creating a tremendous roar from the bottom. Dumbfounded by his own foolishness, he also noticed that water was desperately pouring out from within the room. The once clear brook was rapidly evolving into a small river. In a flurry, he dashed back to the balcony, attempting to remove the icy pipe leading to the pool. The pipe had been cut to the perfect length and had long since frozen to the wall, rendering it immovable. At that moment, water shot out of the pipe like a jet engine, churning into the pool with a cacophony of splashes. What on earth had happened to the gentle breezes and light rains of the past few days? It was not even summer. Why such a torrential downpour? The water in the room had risen above his ankles, and the rain from outside brought an intense chill. Ignoring the fact that his boots were already soaked, he quickly devised a plan. He found a bedsheet and cut it into cloth pieces with a makeshift blade. Then he searched for something sturdy, roughly the same diameter as the pipe, to wrap the cloth around and force into the pipe in an attempt to block it. However, the water pressure from the pipe was too great, and the flooding on the top floor was too deep. His efforts were futile. "Cursed be this weather. Cursed be the heavens," he muttered in frustration, acutely aware of how insignificant human effort was against the forces of nature. Still, he resolved to first tackle the jetting water. Relying on his memory, he located the ceramic flower pot, grateful that it had a hole at the bottom. Otherwise, it would have been swept away along with everything else. Holding the flower pot, he waded through the water towards the door, anxious about whether the human-operated elevator could withstand the deluge. Upon reaching the elevator door and peering inside, he gasped in shock. The waterfall of rainwater in the elevator shaft was growing increasingly fierce. The impact against the bottom of the elevator caused the entire pulley system above to rattle like chattering teeth. Fortunately, the opening through which the counterweight passed was sufficiently large, allowing the water from the elevator to drain into the shaft. The bottom of the elevator shaft echoed with a thunderous roar of water, making his eardrums throb. He hoped to endure, but the situation was becoming increasingly untenable. If he could construct the first human-powered elevator, surely he could create a second, one undoubtedly superior to the first. At that moment, the trembling pulley system, ensnared by the water in the elevator shaft, seemed to caution him. "You have only 4 bearings. Should you fall, there will be no electric vehicle to dismantle for you." Resigned, he clutched a ceramic flower pot and made his way to the next floor, where the water surged in the stairwell with the grandeur of a great river. This time, trouble loomed larger than ever, yet with the jetting creature still unresolved. Anxiety compelled him to navigate the turbulent staircase towards the 34th floor. The water in the stairwell reached his calves, its cold, forceful currents tugging insistently at his legs. Leaning against the handrail, he managed to progress despite the swift flow. After only a few steps, the increasing current destabilized his balance. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What a predicament!" As he cried out, he toppled into the water, rain cascading down his neck and soaking his entire being, as if someone had yanked his collar and forcefully stuffed snow inside. With the water's intensity escalating, it became increasingly difficult to maintain his footing. Gripping the stair railing tightly, he understood that should he be swept away, he might very well be carried down the staircase. In desperation, he flipped his helmet to the back and placed the ceramic flower pot atop his head to free up a hand. The vessel intended for the jetting creature had unexpectedly become his own helmet. Turning around, He began to retreat step by step towards the 34th floor, clinging to the railing. Indeed, the forward force was greater, but he managed to stabilize himself with great effort. However, upon reaching the 34th floor, he was astonished to find water rushing in uncontrollably. It suddenly dawned on him that the stairwell door had long been demolished by zombies. Furthermore, he had foolishly used an ice plank to seal off the stairwell. Behind that barrier now lay a heap of decayed zombies, water pooling behind them, unable to drain. At this point, without any handrails to grasp, Lin Xiaodong was swept away by the torrent, unable to rise above the surface. Help! As his face broke the water, he screamed. Fortunately, a Zhu arrived as promised. Though the current was strong, it was of no consequence to a Zhu's 8 slender legs. Here, the water could flow smoothly into the elevator shaft. While the force remained, the actual water surface had widened, causing the current to slow somewhat. Grasping a Zhu's delicate legs, he managed to stand, eventually clambering onto its ample abdomen. It was only then that he had the chance to remove the flower pot from his head. A Zhu, quickly, take me to the jetting creature. I must find dry clothes, or I shall surely fall ill. One cannot deny that a Zhu was truly Lin Xiaodong's lucky star. Well, the jetting creature could be considered fortunate as well. It lay sprawled on the ground, its corpulent form obstructing the water, allowing it to flow into the elevator shaft from another direction. Thus, half of the 34th floor remained dry. At the bottom of the elevator shaft, in a place unseen by Lin Xiaodong, the elevator doors in the lobby on the first floor were completely blocked by the woody body of a cephalopod-like plant. The water surged here, cascading upward, while the zombies within the building floated helplessly in the deluge. At the base of the elevator, a vibrant red appendage, once sated with the remains and fluids of the undead, coiled like a serpent in slumber. However, as torrents of water surged into the shaft, this enchanting crimson form swayed gracefully, reminiscent of seaweed dancing in the oceanic currents. This peculiar appendage, straddling the line between animal and plant, thrived and hunted within the zombie-infested waters. As the water reached the 5th floor, it too ascended to the same level, even tasting the essence of the undead seeping through the cracks of the elevator doors. With a concerted effort, the appendages pried open the doors, and forth surged a writhing mass of red tendrils, akin to a swarm of serpents. They entwined the zombies with a sinuous grace, and the crimson buds at the tips of their appendages unfurled, revealing sharp teeth that tore flesh from the undead in ravenous delight. Be it ordinary zombies, mutated ones, or spitting creatures, all became their delectable feast. Yet, in the case of the spitting creatures, the corrosive nature of its red ichor swiftly dispatched the initially ensnaring tendrils. Nevertheless, the sheer number of these aquatic appendages proved overwhelming, and soon the spitting creature was rent asunder. The red ichor mingled with the abundant water, its corrosive potency rapidly diminishing and fading away. Currently situated on the 4th floor, one cannot help but wonder if another deluge might spur their growth anew. It is equally uncertain whether these ever-expanding entities might one day encounter an extraterrestrial being atop the building, one with a penchant for indulging in cigars to sample their peculiar offerings. Chapter 37. Loss and Gain a chew. Enveloped in a quilt, Lin Xiaodong stood before the gas stove in the kitchen, the blue flames flickering on the 2 burners, emitting a soft, hissing sound. In his hands, he held a cup of freshly brewed ginger tea sweetened with brown sugar. Those suffering from the biting cold required such warming remedies. Of course, a smoking enthusiast might argue that the 3rd cigar nestled between his fingers was his true lifeline. Yet, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Lin Xiaodong discovered a plethora of treasures in the lair of the sprayer monster. Food is a given, as this was also a man too indolent to venture outside. The pantry brimmed with provisions for both humans and dogs, which explains why he had succumbed to a state of lethargy akin to that of a zombie. Furthermore, it confirmed that the sprayer monster's peculiar appearance was entirely due to the virus, for not only did the clothing fit him well, but the boots also suited him perfectly. Though he had stumbled upon a fortunate abode, the sprayer monster could never be compared to the charming Zhu who had rescued his life. As he glanced around, It was evident that a Zhu was far more endearing. At this moment, a Zhu was beside him, swaying its rotund belly and gazing at him with its 8 multifaceted eyes. By the stove, Lin Chaodong assessed his losses. The items on the upper floor had suffered some water damage, but the deluge had not inundated the house deeply. It was merely damp. What was crucial was that after securing the sprayer monster with a ceramic flower pot, he had rushed to salvage his cigars without even changing his clothes. Hence, he found himself swaddled in a quilt while sipping ginger tea. The torrential rain had ceased, yet the 35th floor was no longer habitable, and the damage to the front door rendered the house unlivable. After regaining his composure, he needed to clear out the other 2 rooms on this floor before embarking on the arduous task of moving. Day after day, he pondered when he might find respite. His clothing lay nearby, yet after smoking 3 cigars and consuming 2 bowls of ginger tea, he showed no inclination to stir. Instead, he mentally mapped out the impending challenges. The first task was to relocate. Next, the manual elevator was in ruins, and lastly, the electronic lock had succumbed to water damage. Henceforth, he would have to rely on the sprayer monster's acidic secretion to open doors, ensuring he always carried something extra when venturing out. The destruction of the manual elevator had not stemmed from the fragility of the floor or the spider silk, but rather from the pulley system's failure, which had plummeted alongside the floor. Unless he retrieved it from the ground below, he could only hope that a drop from nearly 100 meters had not damaged it. Ultimately, he resolved against searching for the pulley system, for he had already devised a solution. Previously, he had been helpless against the steel rebar of the stairwell railings. But now he only needed the sprayer monster's acidic secretion to extract the necessary steel. Moreover, experiments had shown that the acidic liquid did not corrode glass, ceramics, or plastic. At this moment, the creature hung upside down from the ceiling, and when needed, a mere shout would prompt it to release its corrosive fluid. It was a pity that the manual elevator would require reconstruction. On the 35th floor, each household's balcony needed an opening. The next time the water tank filled, it would flow directly down below. Furthermore, the composite airship intended for escape should continue to be manufactured, particularly if a dish-shaped airship as large as the rooftop could be created. Today's downpour might have replenished the rooftop water tank directly, thus averting disaster. Indeed, there is also the wine from that establishment, best distilled into alcohol. I must also visit that fool with a firearm to ascertain whether his ammunition has been exhausted and if I can procure suitable bullets for a revolver. One by one, each task replayed in my mind until I finally commenced action after cooking and dining. I returned to the rooftop to continue constructing the human-powered elevator. The noon sky, once overcast, was now clear and the sun shone brightly. Fearing another torrential downpour, I prioritized the balconies on the 35th floor. Although there were losses, there were also gains, such as the fangs of 2 zombie dogs. I retained the upper jaws, 4 slightly curved, sharp fangs, while the lower 4, straight and pointed, were fashioned into a hefty hammer. The hammerhead was tightly wrapped in a mixture of cadaver fluid and banknotes, affixed to a thick steel rebar removed from the railing. At the front, I secured the 4 fangs of the zombie dogs. With a single strike, debris scattered as I checked the dog-tooth hammer, which remained utterly unscathed. Armed with this wall-breaking tool, I could contemplate linking the various households through wall openings. Having grown up in the countryside, wielding a heavy hammer was no unfamiliar task for me. After carving out 8 drainage openings for the balconies, my stomach began to rumble in due course. This was purely labor-intensive work. Chiseling out those 8 outlets consumed an entire afternoon and nearly all of my strength. As evening fell and I lit the camping lantern to prepare for dinner, Lin Chaodong emerged from the kitchen, carrying a basin of a special dish. This was red wine he had procured from the home of the sprayer monster, which he had used to prepare red wine braised chicken. I heard it was a dish favored by Westerners. It mattered little. As long as it tasted good, the citizens of the great glutton empire would not mind. Upon catching the aroma, Aiju made his way to the coffee table with a series of soft footfalls. As a true gourmand, he showed little interest in the delicacies Lin Chaodong had prepared for him. His 8 compound eyes fixated on the basin of chicken, occasionally shaking his substantial belly at Lin. A certain individual, cigar in mouth, winked boastfully, assuring that today's red wine braised chicken was ample. That chicken was indeed colossal. The chicken in the basin weighed at least 6 or 7 pounds. Growing up in the countryside, Lin Xiaodong knew that even a grain-fed native chicken typically weighed only 3 or 4 pounds. Regardless, this creature before us had wings and legs. Clearly, it was a chicken. I mixed the small basin of spider delicacies with rice, chicken head, chicken feet, chicken backside, and some breast meat, creating a full bowl. I lifted the chicken meat to my mouth. It was not at all stringy like turkey, possessing a unique, fragrant quality alongside the familiar taste of chicken. Eiju, don't just indulge in eating. Let us converse. Do you know what the sprayer monster did before its mutation? While savoring the red wine braised chicken, cigar in hand, I engaged in idle chatter with Eiju. Taking down the sprayer monster's abode was undeniably a significant triumph. This creature had been a truck driver in its former life. Despite the truck driver's extensive travels across the map, upon returning home, they often turned into individuals who preferred the comforts of their abode, much like doctors and detectives, who, after work, tend to indulge in less serious entertainments. It seems that people across the globe share this commonality. Outside of work, few wish to engage in matters related to their professions. The reason for deducing that the jet monster was once a truck driver stems from the activation of his mobile phone. At this moment, the charged and illuminated device rests upon a coffee table. It becomes evident that the mobile technology in this world far surpasses that of Earth. This particular phone, seemingly just an ordinary piece of glass, presents a strikingly clear and vibrant display once powered on. Its functionality bears resemblance to that of terrestrial mobile devices. Notably, the Jet Monster's phone is predominantly filled with maps, not only road maps and political district maps, but also topographical and world maps. Here we are in Taiping County, Dan City, Ping'an Avenue, and the Fukan community with another neighborhood adjacent. Moreover, perhaps for convenience, all maps are downloaded onto the phone, allowing for offline accessibility. As I continue to scroll with my finger, zooming in and out, I find it peculiar that there are no photographs or any other data stored on the device. Taking a puff from my cigar, I gaze through the smoke at the phone and ponder aloud, as if someone has erased all information, leaving only the maps behind. What could be the reason for this? Chapter 38. The safety protocol for unboxing. What is he doing? The drone operator received an inquiry from the commanding officer. He was aware of whom the question pertained to and activated the long-range scanner to observe the 102nd floor. After a moment of scrutiny, noticing no signs of activity, he replied, "No, I have not seen him today. Perhaps he was swept away in yesterday's torrential rain." The voice on the other end hesitated momentarily before instructing, "Keep a close watch on that building, and if he appears, make sure to inform me." "Yes, sir." The drone operator responded nonchalantly, yet his mind lingered on a singular thought. Perhaps his superior was acquainted with that individual, and their relationship was exceedingly poor, so poor that they would not intervene even in dire circumstances. Lin Xiaodong, of course, remained oblivious to this matter. Had he known, he would have surely questioned, as a damn extraterrestrial, who could I possibly be related to? At that moment, he held a cigar between his lips, accompanied by as they stood upon the newly constructed human-powered elevator, descending slowly. He had now mastered the art of crafting aesthetically pleasing pulleys from a combination of cash and viscera. Additionally, he could effortlessly detach the thick steel rods from the staircase handrails using the acidic fluid of the jet-like creature, repurposing them as axle components for the pulley system. The day following the deluge, within just half a morning, he had once again completed the human-powered elevator, having made minor improvements post-storm. Thereafter, he and as embarked on their exploration for the day. On the 34th floor, 2 unboxed items remained. At this moment, he held a glass-like tablet, displaying an image of the drone discovered at the influencer's residence. The drone was currently hovering outside the building, peering through the window to observe the interior. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a gentle glow within the room, while the drone's shadow faintly danced upon the floor. It appeared promising. There seemed to be no zombies, and, at the very least, the room's arrangement had not been thrown into disarray by the undead. Of course, this was merely superficial. The true safety of the situation required further verification. Casually, he operated his phone, and an unpleasant melody emanated from the drone. Naturally, the drone was not singing. It was equipped with another phone that had just been remotely activated via Bluetooth to play music. The house is on fire. I take photos. My life is in shambles. I sleep. When disaster strikes, I remain unaware. If worst comes to worst, I'll just hang myself. Today's matters can be postponed. Tomorrow's affairs will be addressed tomorrow. I relish living this way. As the song played, he fixated on the drone's camera, observing the sunlit room that remained tranquil, which pleased him immensely. The song was truly, do you think they are unwell? Not only did they leave their phones behind, but they also all restored them to factory settings. What could that possibly mean? While conversing with he withdrew a glass vial filled with a crimson liquid from his pocket. He then produced a folded banknote, which served as a makeshift channel. Carefully, he held his breath as he poured the red liquid into the inclined channel, watching it seep into the keyhole. White smoke began to rise, hissing softly as the crimson liquid made contact with the metal lock. Straightening his posture, he waved his hand to disperse the air near the keyhole, then proceeded to knock on the door, as per usual. However, he no longer relied on a peephole. After all, the image captured by the drone's camera was far superior. There was no response from within. The lock of the security door had been thoroughly corroded, revealing the intricate mechanisms inside through the gaping hole. He attempted to push the door open. The locked tongue, now eroded away, allowed the door to creak open with a low groan. With one hand raised, holding a biochemical shield, and the other poised like a cat's paw approaching a village, he made every effort to enter the room soundlessly. He hastened his steps, yet not a whisper escaped his movements. He swiftly circled through several rooms, finding no zombies and no mutated beasts, which greatly relieved him. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by yet another bountiful sight. A satisfied smile froze upon his face. It seemed his rational analysis had proven correct. Supplies were not the most scarce resource in this post-apocalyptic world. What was truly lacking, he pondered, was the presence of another living soul. Thus far, he had yet to encounter another human being. Perhaps, in this biochemical wasteland, there existed another willing to survive alongside him, facing dangers with mutual loyalty. Ideally, this companion would be of the opposite sex. Next, he commenced his search in the adjacent room. Again, no zombies were found. Although there was a modest food reserve, it was not substantial. However, he did discover several bottles of fine liquor, prompting him to retrieve a cup and inscribe a note upon it. Collect liquor and distill. He punctuated this statement with 4 exclamation marks to underscore its significance. Just as he had contemplated, he needed to vacate this haven. Despite the torrential rain, his water reserves were ample at this moment. Yet, remaining in this comfort for another day meant another day of ignorance of the world and another day without truly activating his extraordinary system. Drawing from the experiences of his past life, he held a profound understanding that he must grow stronger. This pursuit was as fundamental as the quest for sustenance among sentient beings. Having completed the search of the 34th floor, he accompanied as to the newly constructed human-powered elevator, preparing to explore the 33rd floor. The design of the human-powered elevator had undergone significant changes. Firstly, the base no longer adhered closely to the walls of the elevator shaft. There was a distance of over 15 centimeters on all sides. Even amidst heavy rain, should the balcony's drainage be obstructed, the human-powered elevator would remain intact. However, when the newly constructed elevator was first set in motion, a serious problem arose. "What in the world is going on?" Lin Chaodong exclaimed as he pulled the rope, attempting to lower the elevator. To his astonishment, the counterweight resting at the bottom of the shaft did not rise as he had anticipated. Could there be zombies in the elevator shaft? Otherwise, how could the counterweight not be lifted? This predicament was not insurmountable. After all, the system had its methods. He exited the elevator, positioning himself by the elevator door. "Withdraw money." With his shout, the extraordinary system seemed to understand his needs, and the cash flowed forth at an impressive rate. As the stacks of banknotes accumulated within the elevator, the object tethering the counterweight could no longer bear the burden. The elevator, laden with currency, swayed precariously before. Goodness, these banknotes are astonishingly weighty. The human-operated elevator seemed to finally liberate itself from a tenacious grip, plummeting swiftly downwards under the immense weight of the cash. On the first floor, the human-operated elevator lay submerged in the water of the fourth-floor shaft. From the circular aperture through which the counterweight had passed, a robust appendage emerged. It was indeed the very entity that had ensnared the new elevator's counterweight, but it had just been severed by the force of the banknotes. The counterweight ascended rapidly towards the ceiling, and the ensuing circumstances were. Chapter 39, Monsters in the Elevator Shaft Boom. The sound of a violent impact reverberated through the elevator shaft. You think you can just pull me around with this human-operated elevator? How delightful it must be for you now. Lin Xiaodong shouted toward the shaft, a hint of indignation in his voice. In his mind, there were two possible reasons for the elevator being stuck. One could be that survivors from the lower floors had managed to jam it, or perhaps it had been ensnared by a zombie. Regardless of the scenario, the elevator, laden with cash, had received a hefty jolt. However, when the ice cash column returned to the top, he was left astonished, unable to close his mouth at the sight of the writhing appendages ensnared around it. Eiju, what on earth is this? Have you ever seen anything like it? The once vibrant appendages were gradually losing their color, brilliant red fading to pale pink, then yellow, light brown, and finally brown. Dumbfounded, Lin Xiaodong prodded it with his finger. It felt soft, yet seemed to be hardening from within. Curiosity got the better of him as he peeled back a petal, only to retract his hand in fright at the sight of the jagged, conical teeth within. A familiar scene flickered through his mind. It was from a horror film he had seen called Extreme Depths, which depicted a colossal sea monster capturing a cruise ship the size of the Titanic, with the unfortunate souls aboard becoming its prey. The monstrous tentacles could unfurl and swallow humans whole, liquefying them in a gruesome feast reminiscent of how a spider consumes its live prey. A chill coursed down his spine as he recalled the film that had haunted his childhood dreams. A sea creature has emerged on land. This planet of yours is utterly terrifying. Eiju. He glared at Eiju, who gazed back with innocent, multifaceted eyes. He could scarcely fathom how he, armed only with cold steel, could contend with such a dreadful entity. If that fool with the gun had only prepared incendiary devices instead of leaving them in the armory, at least there would have been a fighting chance. But now, amid his swirling thoughts, the appendage underwent a transformation from a living organism to something resembling a plant. What in the world? This thing is so bizarre. Does it even classify as a creature or a plant? He observed the fibrous, woody appendage tightly coiling around the ice cache column. Astonished, he poked it again. It was rigid, yet not as cold as metal. When he struck it with his cat's tooth dagger, it surprisingly remained unscathed. To his astonishment, the fibrous appendage was remarkably strong after its transformation. As he attempted to detach the fully fibrous appendage from the ice cache column, he discovered its remarkable elasticity. Well, let us consider it wood for now. No matter how hard he tried, it would not break, regardless of how he bent it. It maintained its coiled state. Upon releasing it, the appendage effortlessly returned to its previous form. This would possess his properties akin to memory metal, biological memory fibers. Even with a background in biology, he recognized the potential of such a material. This planet holds intrigue. It is high time to explore, especially the flora of this world. This material is rather commendable, possessing the ability of fibrous memory. However, acquiring it seems quite challenging. Contemplating the formidable fangs nestled within the flower bud at the end of the tentacle, he couldn't help but shiver. Yet, in pursuit of gain, he resolved to descend to the first floor for a closer inspection. Certainly, dangers lurked ahead, but such potential rewards warranted the risk. He tested the weight of the ice banknotes wrapped around him. Alas, the sheer volume of banknotes below rendered any movement impossible. This predicament left him with no choice but to descend along the silk thread, as long as he did not cause any damage. Removing the banknotes from the human-operated elevator's base would restore its functionality. Additionally, a twinge of greed stirred within him. After all, the exceptionally elastic wood was a rare commodity for him. Moreover, a flicker of luck lingered in his mind. The fibrous tentacle measured merely about a meter in length. If it were truly that short, it posed little threat, being even shorter than the length of a wolf-esque fawn. Aju, let us descend together. He called to Aju, wrapping several banknotes around the silk thread of the elevator, and slid down first. The bright white light emanating from the camping lamp illuminated the entire elevator shaft. Driven by avarice, he continued his descent. In contrast, Aju appeared remarkably leisurely. This creature not only possessed a silk spinner at the front, but also at the rear. In that moment, it resembled a true spider, gently lowering itself while dragging a strand of silk behind. Observing its tranquil demeanor, he suddenly realized a significant concern. The silk produced by the front spinner and the rear spinner might have varying degrees of viscosity. The silk from the front, used for hunting, naturally needed to be stickier and not solidify too quickly. Conversely, the silk from the rear, which supported its own weight, would naturally solidify more swiftly. He contemplated testing this theory, but quickly dismissed the idea. Now was not the opportune moment for experimentation. In the blink of an eye, illuminated by the camping lamp, the banknote-laden base of the elevator came into view. Gripping the banknotes wrapped in silk tightly, he slowed his descent. When he reached a height of about 10 meters, he decided to halt. After all, the creature lurking below was indeed somewhat fearsome. He paused, listening intently to the sound around him. From the elevator shaft, he could hear the common zombies outside moaning hungrily, alongside the absurd laughter of the spitter. Beyond that, no other sound emerged. A careful examination of the pile of banknotes revealed no signs of any living beings beneath. This tranquil atmosphere provided him with a modicum of reassurance. He then relaxed his grip on the banknotes wrapped in silk, allowing himself to slide gently onto the pile. Gradually, he placed his weight upon the banknotes while still clutching the silk tightly. If the elevator base were merely stuck here, he pondered, what would happen if he made an excessive movement and it plunged to the first floor? His footing wavered, as if the base were floating atop water. Fortunately, the elevator base was sufficiently large, and the buoyancy was equally strong. His gaze landed on the sign indicating the 4th floor on the elevator door. It seemed that the elevator shaft on the 1st floor was completely blocked by the corpses of zombies. Otherwise, how could water possibly accumulate within the shaft? He had previously used zombie bait to entice the undead to leave from the building, and he had long anticipated that the depths of the elevator shaft would harbor a substantial number of zombies, likely more than 10 meters deep. To my astonishment, the rainwater had accumulated to such an extent that it seeped through, reaching a height of 4 floors. As I attempted to take a step forward, my foot slipped unexpectedly. The rigid banknotes offered no friction. Fortunately, a Zhu gradually followed behind and caught me with a firm embrace around my ample waist. Wait, don't rush. Allow me to tidy up the banknotes. The stack of banknotes on the floor of the manual elevator was not substantial, perhaps only about a dozen centimeters thick. After all, the weight used for balance, the ice banknote column, weighed merely around 1 ton, while a cubic meter of banknotes would surpass 1.5 tons. As I sifted through the notes, I easily located the circular hole in the floor beneath, through which the balancing column passed. However, upon clearing the banknotes, I was astonished to discover the previous elevator floor that had fallen. It was uncertain whether it remained intact after plummeting from a height of 100 meters. What about the pulleys? Regrettably, the 2 elevator floors were of different sizes, and the positions of their holes did not align. This posed a dilemma, as I needed to push the banknotes on the floor through that hole. Only by emptying the banknotes from the manual elevator floor could it operate freely. Chapter 40. Assistance from the spider beneath the bright glow of the camping lantern. The 2 layers of the elevator's base plate revealed a circular hole for the counterweight, indicating that the gap was not far off. With a decisive motion, he unsheathed the clawed blade from the guard and forcefully wedged it into the crevice of the counterweight hole. Amidst the heavy sound of friction, the 2 base plates shifted slightly, exposing a narrow opening just wide enough for a stack of cash to pass through. As the aperture emerged, Lin Xiaodong stepped back a few paces, brandishing the cat's fang spear in a posture of impending attack. He was aware that monsters lurked on the lower level. This notion was not particularly frightening. To him, all creatures on this planet were monstrous. What unsettled him was the absence of any visible beast despite his descent. Additionally, the 4-story-high water within the elevator shaft led him to suspect that the lurking creature might be a colossal octopus, a thought that was certainly less than satisfactory. He inserted the spear into the opening, using its crossbar as a lever against the base plate. with a vigorous downward thrust on the spear's long handle. The sound of friction became even more pronounced as the two circular openings, each approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, aligned significantly. This was a satisfactory development. Straightening his back, he began to kick stacks of cash through the hole, sending them cascading downwards. As the piles of cash diminished, the weight of the base plate lightened, causing it to sway gently, poised to rise at any moment. "Soon, we shall ascend, and you won't have to dangle foolishly," he remarked. Despite being suspended by a web, the spider responded with a subtle shake of its ample abdomen, though this time the rhythm seemed peculiar, hinting at some other intention. Lin Chaodong, preoccupied with the nearing completion of his task, paid little heed to this nuance. As more cash was pushed downward, the counterweight lifted the human-operated elevator slightly. The fate of the previously fallen pulley system remained uncertain, but it likely lay on the layer below. In this post-apocalyptic world, where the manufacture of mechanical products was no longer feasible, every component was invaluable, especially in residential buildings where metal parts were particularly scarce. With a clatter, as he kicked a bundle of cash into the hole, the entire base plate of the human-operated elevator rose a fraction. Water droplets dripped from the plate, creating a delicate sound upon meeting the surface below. At that moment, he paused in his efforts to discard the remaining bills. Without the weight of the cash pressing down, he would ascend rapidly to the rooftop, potentially crushed by the plate as if it were a cockroach. Bringing the camping lantern closer to the base plate and the counterweight hole, he observed that with the reduction of pressure, the previously fallen elevator plate began to float, most of it still shrouded in darkness. Adjusting the lantern to cast more light downward, he could discern the disarray of spider silk intertwined with the fallen pulley system. Grasping the silk firmly, he slowly drew the pulley system closer. Fortunately, the assembly appeared largely intact, a piece of good news amidst the chaos. Just then, beneath the now fully illuminated lower plate, something seemed to be stirring, a detail that Lin, intent on reclaiming the pulley system, failed to notice. The 8 compound eyes of the spider seemed to have detected something unusual. It hesitated briefly, but ultimately obeyed Lin Chaodong's command, retracting its long legs to avoid touching the bottom plate. Just then, Lin Chaodong, having finally dragged the pulley system closer, was lifting it out of the water. "Aha! Our pulley system is back," he exclaimed, one hand raised with the pulley system and the other holding a camping lantern, expressing satisfaction with the outcomes of their expedition. Suddenly, a splash echoed beneath his feet. In an instant, a vividly colored creature, resembling a snake, burst forth from the weight hole of the bottom plate. Within moments, its stout body filled the entire hole, coiling around the arm that held the camping lantern. Everything transpired far too swiftly for him to react. His arm was ensnared by the brightly colored, serpentine appendage, its soft and slippery body wrapping tightly around him. Then, the flower-like bud at the end split open into 6 petals, revealing finely serrated teeth that glimmered ominously in the bright light. The sight of that menacing maw approaching him instilled a profound sense of dread. Growing up in the countryside, Lin Chaodong had never feared snakes. With a sudden thud, he dropped the pulley system and accurately grasped the slenderest part beneath the flower bud. Just like a snake, if one could seize its vital point, danger could be averted. Yet, reality unfolded differently from his expectations. Although the appendage lacked scales like a snake, it remained slippery. Despite Lin Chaodong's efforts to grip its vital point, the appendage slipped from his control. It tightened its body, its 6-petaled maw eagerly lunging towards his face. While its mouth incited terror, the true peril lay in its 20-centimeter thick body. It was akin to a 20-centimeter python that, once it constricted its prey, could shatter its bones. Fortunately, his arm was protected by a biomechanical armor, which absorbed much of the force. However, he understood that this endurance would not last long. He intended to strike at the vibrant flower bud with his feline claw blade, but alas, he was still grasping its vital point. In a fleeting glance, he noticed the spider, its 8 compound eyes fixated on him anxiously. Particularly, its dark pincers were restlessly moving. "A spider, help me," he cried out. The obedient spider, suspended by its silk, refrained from touching the bottom plate, instead using its long legs to hook the vividly colored appendage. Then, Its two dark pincers plunged directly into the thick, soft, and vibrant body. Almost simultaneously, as the spider stung it, the threatened appendage abandoned Lin Chaodong, its wide maw now directed towards the spider. The stout appendage stood upright like a snake, its six-petaled mouth opening and closing in a display of intimidation. However, as a member of the insect tribe, the spider likely lacked the concept of fear. In response to the threat of the appendage, it raised its black pincers, retaliating with a stinging motion. A silken thread of oily anesthetic dripped down like pearls from its pincers. Now freed, Lin Chaodong brandished his cat-tooth blade, standing alongside the spider to confront the appendage. Yet, to the appendage, his threat seemed trivial. Thus, it only directed its menacing display towards the spider. "Oomph. You regard the Azus as perilous, yet allow me to enlighten you. There exists no creature more dangerous than humanity itself." With a silent scoff echoing in my mind, I brandished the cat's tooth halberd, not with a sweeping strike, but rather as if to strike with a staff. I delivered a heavy blow to the base of the arm-like appendage. This location, a circular aperture of approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, served as the conduit for its counterbalance. At this moment, the anesthetic administered by the Azus seemed to take effect. The serpentine appendage swayed precariously, appearing on the verge of collapse. After delivering the blow, Lin Chaodong abruptly withdrew his arm. In concert with his movement, the sharp edge of the cat's tooth halberd grazed the base of the appendage. As a plant, the appendage should not possess the capacity to feel pain, for it did not coil and writhe like an injured serpent. Upon severance, its once taut and poised body slumped softly onto the platform. The added weight caused the platform to resubmerge into the water, producing a resounding splash. Gazing at the remnants of the crimson appendage, I was suddenly reminded of a remarkably elastic memory fiber material. Hastily, I drove the halberd into the flower bud, hoisting the 3-meter-long appendage upright on a human-powered elevator. Observing the rapidly changing hues of its body, Lin Chaodong could not help but chuckle with greedy delight. This material is splendid. It may well serve to craft an excellent crossbow. Chapter 41. The troubles brought by happiness. Human beings have always been insatiable, regardless of the terrors they might confront. When there is something to be gained, perilous species become merely untapped resources in their eyes. Although the utility of such materials remains uncertain, Lin Chaodong resolved to gather several more, ideally collecting a few each day. Perhaps he could fashion a pulley crossbow with a draw length of 2 meters, or something akin to a ballista. Such a weapon, when mounted on a future airship, might possess formidable power, sufficient even to engage airborne machines. While the notion of downing an aircraft is fantastical, it would indeed prove advantageous against formidable beasts or avian creatures. Regardless, Lin Chaodong perceived this exceptionally superior material as nothing more than ripe crops awaiting harvest. What danger could there be from creatures susceptible to the venom of the spider? He pushed a handful of banknotes down from the elevator's base, causing the human-powered lift to ascend slightly. He then positioned the cat-toothed spear near the opening, waiting for another appendage to approach. No matter whom it attacked, as long as its body became lodged in the aperture, the cat-toothed spear could sever it with just a few strikes, another harvest. The only disheartening aspect was that the counterweight hole measured 30 centimeters, necessitating 3 precise cuts to achieve the desired result. It was straightforward, akin to felling a tree or harvesting wheat. However, due to the spear's shorter length, 3 strikes were required to sever it, so he planned to exchange it for a dog-toothed spear upon his return. Indeed, as he cast a few banknotes into the depths, the appendages floating like seaweed in the water were roused. The white glow of the camping lamp, filtering through the opening, proved irresistibly attractive to the photosynthetic plants. A single appendage, coiled upon the water surface, was awakened by the bright illumination. Its bud, drawn by the radiance, darted towards the opening without hesitation. Upon breaching the threshold, it sensed warmth and light emanating not only from the lamp above, but also from the very essence of its being. Yet as a plant, the pursuit of light was its most fundamental instinct. Its long, vibrant body, resembling a spear, shot straight towards the luminous source. As it approached, The instinctual bud unfurled into 6 petals, eager to consume the source of boundless warmth and illumination. However, as it opened its 6-petaled mouth, it found itself ensnared. Its robust body caught. Before it could comprehend the situation, its connection to the mother plant was severed, rendering the suspended appendage devoid of all perception and mobility. Subsequently, the bud was hoisted by silk threads, standing tall beside another already fibrous appendage. Gravity straightened the appendage, inciting a broad grin from Lin Xiaodong, who said that biohazards were terrifying. These mutated beings, akin to zombies, were treasures in their own right. In exuberance, he struck the elevator shaft steel plates with the cat-toothed spear, generating a cacophony. He intermittently tossed a stack of banknotes onto the water's surface to create further commotion. As he continued to agitate the appendages within the water, more awakened, striving to traverse the aperture that brought forth light. Surprisingly, these appendages, having mutated from plant life, did not surge en masse towards the opening. Conversely, they allowed the sturdiest and most powerful appendages to pass. Unfortunately, the holes in the platform of the human-powered elevator measured merely 30 centimeters, and in their pursuit of light, they were all severed in half. The ignorant appendages, in their quest for illumination, became the harvest of greedy humans. In a fleeting moment, he had collected over a dozen, a thrilling achievement. Ajul, we can create numerous items from this material. Do you know how many applications memory alloys possess? He was so engrossed in his bounty that he momentarily lost himself in the excitement. The appendages on the water's surface were not limited to merely entering through that hole. After he secured his 20th appendage, he cast all the remaining bills from the human-powered elevator into the depths below. Then, with the aid of counterweights and Lin Xiaodong's pull, the elevator began to ascend. However, as it ascended to a sufficient height, the light streaming in from all sides illuminated the water's surface almost entirely. Contrary to his expectations, the front panel of the elevator could not withstand the force of the water and shattered into pieces, allowing the brilliance to penetrate beneath the surface. As the light burst forth, the appendages, which had been floating in the water like clumps of dung, were instantaneously roused. The already compromised bottom panel was swiftly shredded by them. Instinctively, they surged towards the light, squeezing through the 15-centimeter gap of the human-powered elevator. Not one, but a multitude emerged. Of course, the light continued to allure them. Yet when faced with obstacles, they promptly shifted their focus. They unfurled into 6 petals, revealing their sharp teeth. What on earth is happening? Startled, Lin Xiaodong, who was poised to depart by tugging on the spider's silk, hastily released it and brandished his cat-tooth spear. He had initially thought that releasing the silk would allow the entire panel to descend back into the water. However, to his astonishment, the appendages surging from all directions had firmly ensnared the human-powered elevator, rendering it immobile. With a thud, something collided against his back. Alarmed, he swung the cat-tooth spear towards the source of the disturbance. The vividly open-mouthed flower bud clearly realized it was under attack and nimbly recoiled like a snake's head. At that moment, over 20 appendages had already surged from the gaps surrounding the elevator's base. However, the space was only 15 centimeters wide. Thus, these appendages were far less formidable than those that had emerged from the counterweight hole. Fortunately, clad in robust bioarmor, the flower bud's 6-petaled maw was ill-suited for gnawing at such resilient material. It was not that its teeth lacked sharpness or strength, but rather that the 6-petaled mouth lacked the ability to gnaw effectively. Although the large mouth pressed against the bioarmor when it tightened, it could only glide over the armor's hardened surface. This did not pose an immediate threat. However, Aju's situation was perilous. 8 of the appendages had already ensnared Aju's 8 legs, pulling in 8 different directions, attempting to tear it apart. This was, of course, impossible, for beneath the artificial skin of Aju's legs lay a composition of machinery and a few nerve lines. Thus, Aju remained largely oblivious, instinctively opening its dark pincers. With a fierce jab at every accessible tentacle, Lin Xiaodong's eyes were filled with astonishment and an overwhelming fury. He bellowed, "Die, let go of my ass." His bond with Az, the diligent little gourmand, was already profound. In a flash, the cat-toothed spear in his hand swept along the edge of the human elevator. The sharp blade severed the tentacles, reducing them to mere splinters on the ground. Most crucially, it liberated Az from the grasp of the 8 long-limbed tentacles. He swung the cat-toothed spear with fervor, disregarding the tentacles that had already wrapped around his legs. This incited a flicker of concern within Lin Xiaodong, for his legs were similarly clad in bioarmor, rendering the tentacles unable to bite through or ensnare him effectively. Resolutely, he was determined to rescue Az at all costs. As for the tentacles attempting to gnaw at Lin Xiaodong, he believed they lacked the necessary strength. However, in the midst of his frantic efforts to navigate through the entangling tentacles, despair suddenly gripped him. A cunning tentacle emerged from behind, initially poised to strike. But upon realizing its 6-part maw posed no threat, it swiftly ensnared Lin Xiaodong's neck from behind and began to constrict. Chapter 42. Azu, flee. Flee, Azu, quickly! Lin Xiaodong bellowed, as he was yanked backward by the constricting tendrils around his neck. Fortunately, a portion of the force exerted by the appendages was absorbed by the collar of his armor, sparing him from immediate peril. Yet, the front section of the tendrils, with their slick and sinuous forms, pressed relentlessly against his throat, gradually tightening in an attempt to sever his windpipe. In a desperate bid for freedom, he discarded his cat-toothed spear and, wielding the claws on his gauntlet, began to stab wildly at the tendrils ensnaring his neck. Azu, having extricated itself, obediently ascended along the walls of the elevator shaft. However, after scaling a considerable distance, it pivoted, positioning itself just beyond the reach of the tendrils. With its 8 compound eyes fixated on Lin Xiaodong, its ample abdomen quivered with urgency. Suddenly, it expelled a barrage of silken threads, which cascaded onto the undulating tendrils that continued to surge from the gaps. The tendrils, originally darting toward the overhead camping lamp, became ensnared in the burgeoning webbing as they were obstructed by the confines of the fissure. As they searched for alternative targets, the tendrils became hopelessly entangled, binding together in a chaotic mass. As the webbing proliferated, so too did the tendrils, ultimately resulting in a complete entanglement. The human-operated elevator shaft was entirely filled with the writhing appendages, ceasing the influx of new tendrils. Now intertwined with the silken threads, they were rendered immobile. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong, ensnared by several tendrils that gripped his limbs, yearned to scream. The tendril around his neck continued to constrict, making each breath increasingly labored. His cries reduced to a feeble whisper, yet his gaze remained fixed on Azu, who was valiantly striving to assist him, stirring within him a profound sense of anguish. He could hardly believe the gluttonous creature had summoned such courage in this dire moment. Before he could fully appreciate its bravery, he observed Azu, dragging a strand of silk behind it, descending slowly yet resolutely toward the human-operated elevator. He longed to shout, but the pressure around his neck only allowed him to utter a final plea. Flee, quickly. Foolish Azu, go, hurry. The 8 eyes observing him flickered with confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend his reproach. Yet, in this critical moment, Azu felt an indomitable urge to remain by its masteress side. Finally nearing Lin Xiaodong, Azu utilized its dark pincers to strike at a nearby tendril. The instant its attack connected, the tendril constricting Lin Xiaodong's arm suddenly slackened. With newfound freedom, he wielded his claws to sever the remaining tendrils. However, the effectiveness of his efforts was questionable. The mutated plant tendrils exhibited no signs of pain and bore no vital points. While Azu busied itself stinging the tendrils in an attempt to rescue Lin Xiaodong, none noticed the subtle transformations occurring among the tendrils ensnared in the web. As a plant, when growth is impeded, it resorts to differentiation. New branches emerge from any openings. Like a blade of grass growing on a wall, peeling back the surface reveals an intricate network of roots and a fibrous body. As long as there exists even a glimmer of light, plants will exert every effort to thrive. The immobilized tendrils beneath the web were also undergoing differentiation, sprouting slender, pale red appendages crowned with new buds. They gracefully contort their delicate forms, reminiscent of newborn serpents, weaving through the now largely unsticky web. A greater supply of nutrients is conveyed from the massive body outside the building through the fibrous branches directly to them. Yet, within the crevices of the web, they do not thicken. Instead, they continuously extend their slender bodies until they can bask in the light and synthesize more nourishment. Then, by heavens, those long appendages grow at an astonishing rate. In Lin Xiaodong's horrified gaze, a slender appendage materializes behind Ajong. It instinctively darts upwards towards a camping lantern a few meters away. However, when its reach proves insufficient, it temporarily bends its body, akin to a snake in search of prey. Unfortunately, it has found Ajong. After a brief assessment of its form, it surmises that its slender physique cannot withstand the onslaught of this rotund creature. Yet, it begins to thicken, the once slightly pink appendage appearing as if engulfed in flames. Rapidly changing hue, the enlarging appendage instills a sense of despair in Lin Xiaodong, whose single arm still struggles to escape. Despite exerting all his strength, he realizes that by the time the appendage ensnares Ajong, his own arm will remain trapped. "Ajong, don't worry about me. Save yourself if you can," he croaked, his voice hoarse from futile pleas. But the adorable creature, with its 8 multifaceted eyes, merely wobbled its ample belly while persistently seeking out the writhing appendages. With each sting it delivered, another appendage rendered ineffective. The mutated appendages of the plant are immune to pain, yet anesthetics prove futile. As prolonged oxygen deprivation clouds his thoughts, his mind begins to meander. It must be Ajong's anesthetic obstructing the transmission of nerve signals thus. As hope waned and the will to resist diminished, there was always time for idle thoughts. He even began to ponder the biological characteristics of the transformations between plants and animals, reminiscent of a university lecture. Contemplation is a beautiful endeavor, especially when one is accompanied by a beloved. That detestable scion from certain city, should we cross paths again, I will ensure the ruin of your entire family. In a moment of hatred, a spark ignited in his mind, conjuring a plan to save himself and Ajong. With his only functioning arm, he retrieved a glass vial from within his clothing, containing a viscous, crimson liquid. This was the acidic ichor expelled by the zombie, and it was time for these appendages to experience something altogether different. Naturally, he did not waste it recklessly, particularly with Ajong nearby. This substance, having the capacity to damage metal, biology, and fibrous materials, should prove even more effective here. He aimed it at the appendage coiled around his neck, which had yet to sting Ajong. Just then, the creature opened its 6-lobed mouth, threatening Ajong as it attacked other appendages. With the vial in hand, Lin Xiaodong unscrewed the cap with one hand and directed the liquid toward the 6-lobed maw. His body, still largely ensnared by the appendages, rendered his movements somewhat clumsy. The tentacles around his neck continued to constrict, causing his face to redden and his neck to thicken, while breathing became increasingly arduous. Only a few drops of a peculiar acidic liquid splattered onto the 6-petaled maw adorned with conical teeth of the tentacle. As the corrosive white smoke began to rise, a sense of relief washed over him. The tentacle, doused in the acidic liquid, writhed as if electrified, swiftly releasing its grip around his neck. With no time for other considerations, he desperately opened his mouth, inhaling the stale air of the elevator shaft. The tentacle, corroded to the point of budding, forcefully pounded the bud against the cement walls of the shaft. It, of course, felt no pain. Rather, its biological components were being eroded by the corpse acid, prompting an instinctual response to rid itself of the corrosive substance. Gaining his freedom, Lin Xiaodong paid no heed to the tentacles, instead dripping a few drops of the liquid onto the very tentacles that ensnared him. A pungent odor of strong acid permeated the elevator shaft, as the tentacles that clutched his limbs instinctively loosened their grip in response to his frantic movements. Just as Lin Xiaodong felt a wave of relief, a tentacle behind Zhu, now sufficiently thick, prepared to ensnare her. "Move aside, Zhu." This time, Zhu complied, perhaps understanding the nature of the crimson liquid. Moreover, she was not oblivious to the tentacle lurking behind her. She merely feigned ignorance to protect her master. as Zhu skillfully maneuvered her 8 long legs to the side. The red corpse acid was hurled towards the tentacle, accompanied by a furious shout, "Die!" Remarkably, the bud at the tip of the tentacle seemed to comprehend his words, as its 6-petaled maw opened wide to gulp down the incoming acid. Chapter 43. Wishing he were dead, swallowing a mouthful of the ejecting acidic liquid from the cephalopod, his swaying body resembled that of a drunken man, reeling unsteadily. It exhaled great plumes of white smoke, reminiscent of someone who had just taken a deep drag from a cigar. Releasing the cephalopod, he seized the opportunity to harvest them, using spider silk to suspend the already fibrous appendages. Standing upright, Lin Xiaodong seized the chance to observe its reactions. As a biology prodigy, he understood that acid does not corrode wood. Rather, it strips the hydrogen and oxygen from it, forming water. Consequently, the wood itself transforms into excellent charcoal. Of course, such a method is not utilized in industrial charcoal production, given the high cost of acid. At this moment, he did not require charcoal. Yet it was evident that should he escape into the wilderness, charcoal would serve as a fine fuel, especially since ejecting zombies were not uncommon. He believed that there would be no shortage of large trees in the wild. There was no need to manufacture solid alcohol. A mere collection of appendages and the acidic remains of the ejecting zombies would yield an abundance of fuel. Despite the risks involved in this endeavor, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Dozens of resilient cephalopod woods, possessing the remarkable characteristic of fibrous memory. Additionally, he was well aware of the loyalty of Zhu, which brought him great satisfaction. In his previous life as a courier, aside from his pitiful wife, he had rarely heard a single honest word. In a society lacking integrity, where everyone spoke only for the sake of self-interest and deception, where could loyalty possibly thrive? They even took pride in labeling it as emotional intelligence, claiming it as an understanding of interpersonal relations. Such notions were utterly absurd. The vulgar interpretation of emotional intelligence bore no resemblance to its true psychological definition. Though he struggled amidst the biohazard of this otherworldly crisis, Lin Xiaodong could not help but scoff at the foolishness surrounding him. What nonsense that emotional intelligence is the foremost element of success. Could a fool endowed with high emotional intelligence truly achieve success? Those who elevate emotional intelligence to such heights must have had their brains kicked by a donkey. Returning to the 34th floor, he set down the cephalopod wood and hastily consumed his lunch before embarking on today's manufacturing period. The torrential rain of the previous night had left the sky a brilliant blue, reminiscent of a refreshing wash, heralding a pleasant workday. The first item to be crafted was a windmill, a combination of currency and zombie fluid. Of course, it was not intended for electricity generation. Rather, he required a powered circular saw. Initially, he attempted to use a handsaw he had found to cut through the 3-meter-long, thick cephalopod wood. This proved to be a laborious task, demanding considerable strength, and, more critically, presenting significant challenges for someone unskilled in woodworking to achieve a straight cut. After only a few attempts, he shook his head in denial of this method, swayed by the wind atop the rooftop. Sitting atop the elevator shaft, he lit a cigar, pondering how he might conserve his strength. As he exhaled a large cloud of smoke, it was swiftly dispersed by the almost incessant wind atop the building. The rooftop has wind. Why not construct a windmill, allowing me to saw the wood without expending much effort? Realizing the solution, he hastily set about bringing this device to fruition. He did not require a particularly tall structure. A single, straight cephalopod wood would suffice, which he would anchor with spider silk pulled in 4 directions. As for the bearings, those retrieved from downstairs remain functional. The blades, crafted from biochemical materials, can be easily fashioned into several rectangular panels. It resembles a large fan. The construction is not particularly challenging and requires merely a single bearing. The vexing question, however, lies in how to convert the power of the blades into usable energy. Utilizing chains, gears, or belts seems rather impractical in this context. In the evening, gazing at the spinning windmill, I felt utterly foolish. The result of my reckless endeavor was a windmill that served no purpose. Observing the fan-like windmill, I stroked my chin thoughtfully while watching Zhu. Clearly, This little glutton perceived the fan as a delightful toy, scuttling up and down the wooden legs with unabashed joy. Aiju, you silly girl, that is not a toy. It will ensnare your silk. Indeed, before my warning could reach its conclusion, Aiju was struck by the rotating blades, leaving her entangled in a web of her own silk. Upon witnessing her predicament, a spark of realization ignited within Lin Chaodong. How foolish I am, who said that only gears and chains can transmit power. Grateful for the monetary capabilities, Aiju, and the corpse fluid, he realized that with these three elements, he could craft numerous inventions. First, he would convert the current horizontal windmill into a vertical one, arranging the blades to resemble a birdcage. The advantage of a vertical windmill is that it does not require alignment with the wind. It can rotate with winds from any direction. Inspired by Aiju's antics, he conceived a unique transmission mechanism. At the base of the vertical windmill, he crafted a hexagonal thick base, securing 6 strands of silk that connected to the lower hexagonal plate. As the 6 strands were tightened, the power generated by the vertical windmill would be reliably transmitted. Regarding the saw blade of the chainsaw, he would similarly employ a reinforced composite board, embedding sharp teeth from the flower buds of the wooden legs within. 2 layers of interlaced sharp teeth on the rotating disc would emit a whooshing sound as they spun rapidly under the influence of the wind. Given that the circular saw was arranged parallel, the wooden legs destined for cutting would be rotated against the side of the table saw, with the ear-piercing sound of the chainsaw echoing, a copious amount of which shavings erupted from the wooden legs. This outcome was highly gratifying. At the very least, he had acquired the rib materials for his disc-shaped airship. Initially, he was quite pleased with the elasticity and toughness of the sheets made from currency and corpse fluid. However, yesterday's torrential downpour made him aware that the biochemical armor would face even greater winds. To thicken the material would mean an excessive increase in weight. Now, armed with these wooden sheets measuring 1 centimeter thick, 3 centimeters wide, and over 3 meters long, crafting a rib-like framework became a simple task. With this fibrous memory material, the success of the future airship seemed one step closer. However, these ribs of the disc-shaped airship were so slender they went unnoticed by the drones. Yet, the substantial windmill signified not only survival through the storm, but also a pursuit of a more splendid existence. This reality was irksome, particularly to one individual. In the apocalyptic realm of biochemical chaos, comfort is an anomaly, while crisis reigns as the norm. Amidst the encirclement of the undead, the absurdity of having constructed a windmill reflects the peculiar thought processes of these common folk. As the commanding officer and drone operator, he received yet another report, the contents of which left him somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that Lin Chaodong would have perished in yesterday's torrential rain, with the rooftop accumulating vast amounts of water, a means for survivors to collect it. To his surprise, not only had that individual survived, but he had also gone on to create a large windmill today. What purpose could this windmill serve? Had he perhaps discovered a generator residing in such an apartment complex? The challenge lies not in survival, but in the quest for comfort, as long as one can locate the resident stored provisions. This is precisely why he had relegated Lin Chaodong's rescue priority to the lowest tier, unnoticed by anyone. In truth, the real dilemma during the outbreak of the biological crisis was the exodus of individuals from the city. They were devoid of food and water, perpetually at risk from the ever-mutating zombies, zombie beasts, and the attacks of those who had lost their humanity. Yet, paradoxically, they would only give rise to more zombies, culminating in a massive horde. The dwindling military forces of the Dongkong Republic were stretched thin in response. However, for him, Lin Chaodong must not be saved. He must not survive. In fact, he harbored a fervent wish for his immediate demise. Chapter 44. The Zombie Harvester. The rhythmic rumble echoed. A walking upright box, with its 4 icy wheels producing a subtle sound as it moved forward. In front of it was Aiju, the diligent little foodie, with several strands of spider silk tied around its ample belly, dragging the upright box behind it. Ahead of them was Lin Chaodong, currently stationed outside a mystery box. He first inserted a neatly folded banknote into the keyhole and the door's pivot point, directing the crimson corpse acid inward. Subsequently, he maneuvered a drone to observe the interior. As Aju arrived, pulling the upright box, he proclaimed with utmost seriousness, "Aju, today you shall witness the industrialized harvesting of zombies, and rest assured, this establishment will yield no less than 4. For someone like him, hailing from farming background, zombies were treasures to be harvested rather than eliminated. Much like gathering ripe corn brings joy, so too did harvesting the undead. Positioning the upright box at the entrance, he lifted the 4 supportive tails behind it and propped them against the back wall. Using a dog-toothed hammer, he drove a few stakes into the space between the support columns and the wall, securing the upright box firmly at the doorway. At that moment, an unpleasant, discordant melody emanated from outside the building. Through the drone's camera, he observed 4 zombies rushing towards the window within. Among them were 2 ordinary zombies, 1 mutated variant, and surprisingly, a spitting monster. This indicated that the spitting monster, a significant agricultural product, was not scarce, and he was eager to collect more corpse acid. Reaching into the pre-made holes of the upright box, he deftly used a claw blade to dislodge the corroded remnants of the door lock. He then moved to the rear of the upright box, where a long pole awaited a vigorous push. Without a lock, the door, its hinges eroded by corpse acid, fell inward with a resounding thud. This naturally attracted the attention of the zombies. Meanwhile, someone, eager to collect the harvest, was shouting and hammering at the upright box like feeding pigs. Hurry up, hurry up. Today we must open 2 floors of mystery boxes. There's much to do." Uncertain if they understood or were merely drawn by the scent of flesh, a 4-legged mutated zombie sprinted forward the fastest. However, apart from the pre-allocated holes, the box was indistinguishable from the wall. It clawed and collided as before, yet the 5-centimeter thick biocomposite box remained impervious. The ravenous, mutated zombie stood upright and shrieked at the side, where a hole the size of a child's arm was present. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaodong remained unfazed. After all, he was not intimidated by the cries of pigs during the slaughter. With his wolf-toothed spear raised, the sharp blade and crossbar were fashioned from the 8-inch fangs of a zombie dog. It was named the wolf-toothed spear simply because dog-toothed spear sounded rather unrefined. He thrust through the hole left on the side of the upright box. The spear's sharp tip met with formidable resistance, but it only resisted for a moment. The zombie dog's fangs pierced through the skull of the mutated zombie, twisting the spear's shaft as it did so. It is uncertain whether zombies possess the capacity for thought. However, a slight bend of a canine tooth into the brain would surely render any cerebral faculties into a mere pulp. After a brief pause, the only sounds resonating within the room were those emitted by other zombies, confirming the demise of the mutated zombie. I set down the wolf-fang spear and approached the upright box, lifting its lower half. Indeed, the mutated zombie lay slumped on the ground. Grasping its ankle, I exerted force to drag it backward. Once extricated, I stuffed the gaping wound created by the wolf-fang spear with a rag, subsequently binding its legs together with spider silk before handing it over to Aju. Suspending it to drain, Aju skillfully manipulated the silk with her appendages and then dragged it toward a room with an open door, one clearly unfit for human habitation, having undergone special modifications. Lin Xiaodong, who followed closely, secured the spider silk from the zombie's feet to a hook affixed to the wall. Aju then retreated a few steps, using her feet to reposition a plastic barrel beneath the suspended zombie's body. With a swift tug on the wolf-fang spear resting on the zombie's neck, its head fell, and I caught it, tossing it aside. The mutated zombie dangled, its black ichor flowing into the large barrel below. Once the ichor had drained and the silk was loosened, the zombie returned to the ground. I tossed the unsightly head onto the body of the mutated zombie and gestured toward the outside. Aju, shaking her ample abdomen, dragged the mutated zombie's corpse into the elevator before releasing the silk. Perhaps she was curious to see how the wristfoot creature would handle the fallen zombie. Aju patiently awaited, swaying her belly in anticipation. Aju, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? I brought out the spitting creature. Upon Aju's return to the upright box, she had already grasped the feet of the small, pudgy spitting creature, resembling a small mound of flesh. Compared to the previous days of recklessly charging into rooms and being tormented by zombies and zombie beasts, today was remarkably smooth. By midday, The pair of us had completed the clearance of 2 floors, collecting a plethora of valuable items from 12 households. Although a makeshift elevator of sorts had made 2 trips to transport the goods, the haul was substantial. Food, clothing, medicine, and tools had reached a level of abundance for one individual. Upon realizing I possessed enough provisions to feast heartily for 3 months, Lin Xiaodong resolved to cease his search. With ample food and water accumulated, I had stored as much as 15 cubic meters of water across 6 balconies on the top floor. If one refrained from excessive bathing, daily water usage would not exceed 10 liters, thus ensuring a long-lasting supply. As for food, the mere bags of rice and flour exceeded 8 in number, with various meats, eggs, and other accompaniments being plentiful. This abundance rendered Lin Xiaodong entirely disinterested in the prospect of opening blind boxes. Regrettably, regardless of how many tablets or phones I found, they were nearly all devoid of content, merely featuring a pristine operating system. The inhabitants of this planet must be quite peculiar. While it was understandable for phones to be wiped clean, why restore tablets to factory settings? Consequently, I retained only the most high-performing tablet, discarding the rest. Additionally, I had amassed over 20 cans of various goods, along with a case of 12 cans of fish meal powder. These items, along with a considerable quantity of cigarettes he had discovered, were intended as emergency supplies for future transport via airship. Initially, he possessed an intense curiosity about the inhabitants and natural environment of this planet. Unfortunately, there were no photographs, no records, and nothing to substantiate these experiences. Nevertheless, he resolved to search one more floor before departing, as he needed to devote his efforts entirely to the construction of the saucer-shaped airship. The decision to leave this place was made upon witnessing a drone, which confirmed to him that humanity had not perished. Despite the solitude of life here, it was ultimately dull, and he would never be able to upgrade his divine system. Moreover, a looming threat was driving Lin Xiaodong away from this location: the cephalopod creatures in the elevator shaft. Although it was possible to harvest a significant amount of rare timber from them, who could predict whether they would grow larger during the next torrential downpour? If the water were to rise several stories high, they might easily reach the rooftop. At that point, despite having ample provisions, he might find himself with no opportunity to escape. Chapter 45. A threat from the bottom. We need to gather more of the tentacle wood. I never anticipated the quantity would be so substantial. As the brilliant beam of the flashlight cascaded down the elevator shaft, Lin Xiaodong engaged in conversation with Zhu. He was also curious to ascertain whether the zombie he had discarded the previous day had any effect on the tentacle creatures. As a plant, it should only require water and 18 types of mineral salts to thrive. At least that is the case for flora on Earth. But what about here? Would the plants of Dongkong Republic behave similarly? As they approached the 4th floor, his curiosity intensified. The broken platform of the manual elevator still floated upon the water surface, and as it descended, he continuously tossed down some currency as a test. There was no sign of the zombies, nor could he discern the tentacles of those creatures. Could it be that the glowing undead had sunk to the bottom, or perhaps they had been devoured by the tentacle monsters? At this moment, the manual elevator was still nearly 8 stories above the 4th floor. The 20-odd meters of the elevator shaft were illuminated to the finest detail by the powerful flashlight. The water, which had previously only supported the broken platform, began to churn, and a red tentacle burst forth from the depths. It did not need to navigate the walls like a snake. It shot towards the light provided by the flashlight, swift and precise, akin to an arrow released from a bow. As Lin Xiaodong observed from the counterweight hole, he leapt backward, prepared for action. Above him, the bright light of the camping lamp shone down. The tentacle creature surged forth from the counterweight hole of the manual elevator, aiming straight for the camping lamp overhead. As expected, it became ensnared in the narrow 30-centimeter hole, causing the manual elevator to sway violently from the creature's immense strength. However, this time it was not harvested by the Wolfang spear, but rather met with a Zhu, who lay in wait, striking down with her dark pincers. Simultaneously, a vibrant flower bud became ensnared by a noose, the other end of which was attached to the ring that pulled on the spider silk tethering the manual elevator. Under the influence of a Zhu's tranquilizer, the flower bud initially opened its 6-petaled maw, twisting and writhing in a desperate struggle. Yet Lin Chaodong, gripping the end of the noose, bent his legs to pull it firmly straight. It was essential to secure a straight piece of tentacle wood, as this creature's transformation from organism to plant occurred at an alarming rate once it perished. The quantity of tentacle wood required for crafting the framework of a disc-shaped airship was quite considerable. Moreover, he was concerned about the limited number of tentacle creatures. Thus, to harvest merely the head would be excessively wasteful. After a moment, the struggles of the tentacle creature, continuously sedated by a Zhu, began to wane. Even its once tightly sealed six-petaled mouth was now disheveled and uneven. The sight was quite amusing, reminiscent of a cat under anesthesia, its tongue protruding from its mouth. Once the captured tentacle creature was suspended upright by the noose, it was time to descend beneath the manual elevator for the harvest. He opened a hole in the platform below, standing on the loop of the spider silk tether. Before descending, he donned protective goggles and a mask fashioned from a sanitary napkin. Grasping another strand of spider silk, he began his slow descent into the elevator shaft. However, the task at hand must be executed in utter darkness. The arm-foot creature, being a light-loving variety of plant, is more suitable for harvesting when shrouded in shadow. At this moment, the only source of illumination within the elevator shaft emanates from the faint glow of a small mobile phone screen affixed to Lin Chao's helmet. It is indeed a marvel of nature. As I scrutinize the arm-foot creature up close, its vivid crimson hue reveals no semblance of plant life. Beneath its semi-translucent epidermis, one can discern delicate, vein-like structures. If this entity is indeed a living organism, is its flesh consumable? As a denizen of a culinary empire, the sight of its pink, succulent meat is enough to evoke salivation. Yet, a dreadful realization swiftly quashes this notion. Upon death, it would transform into wood, leading to a tragic and odorous predicament should it undergo such a metamorphosis within one's stomach. Nevertheless, the arm-foot creature is an almost flawless creation of nature. It gradually thickens from its floral bud, exhibiting a flawless transitional curve, particularly when elongated into a conical shape. As I descend along the web-like strands, I continue to observe it closely. At this juncture, the girth of the arm-foot has exceeded 50 centimeters. Much like a zombie, the arm-foot creature is a treasure trove in itself. For instance, its six-petaled mouth is lined with double rows of teeth, a single bud capable of yielding over 1,200 teeth. These standard bullet-shaped teeth do not undergo the same fibrous transformation as the arm-foot's wood-like structure. Resembling bone-like pointed projectiles, they retain their sharpness while possessing considerable weight. What nearly moves me to tears is the fact that its girth is akin to that of a wolf-fang spear. This implies that it can be propelled using the air from a fire extinguisher's tank. Such projectiles can travel further than steel nails, requiring no special processing. Thus, the buds harvested yesterday have provided an abundance of ammunition. Just as I believed that the absence of light would deter the arm-foot creature's appearance. A sudden sound of water resonates in the darkness. I swiftly tapped my helmet's mobile device. The flashlights from several Bluetooth-connected phones illuminated the base of the manual elevator, casting brightness throughout the shaft. In an instant, the once dim elevator shaft brightened. Clearly, light is not the sole attraction for the arm-foot creature. The scent of corpse fluid on its biochemical armor is also a lure. Contrary to my expectations, the arm-foot creature did not rush toward the glowing phones at the base of the manual elevator. Instead, as it brushed past me, it halted abruptly, its floral bud unfurling like a radar with a hint of greed, casting its gaze upon me. Subsequently, the bud launched an assault toward me, suspended in midair. Its six-petaled maw descended upon my biochemical armor. Aside from the sound of wood scraping against the floor, it merely caused me to sway pendulum-like within the elevator shaft. Realizing that its teeth were ineffective against me, the arm-foot creature's robust limbs began to encircle me, intent on severing me in two as it would with any other zombie. However, when it comes to dealing with humans, particularly those who discern their vulnerabilities, such actions pose no inherent danger beyond mere inconvenience. As Lin Chaodong descended along the silken threads, intent on reaping further rewards from the cephalopod-like creatures, he was well prepared. He reached for the watering can, now fully pressurized, which hung from his biohazard suit. Upon pressing the switch, a plume of crimson, acidic mist erupted forth. The red droplets, illuminated by the simultaneous bright beams emanating from several mobile devices above, appeared strikingly vibrant. Originally a deep crimson, the droplets transformed into a pink haze under the intense white light. Faced with this dazzling pink acidic fog, the cephalopod, poised to bite, promptly closed its mouth. This undoubtedly reminded Lin Chaodong of the last cephalopod from the previous day, which had attempted to ambush Eiju after being doused with acid. At that moment, it had opened its mouth wide, swallowing a considerable amount. As it swayed beneath the silken threads, he contemplated the creature's intelligence. Having learned its lesson, this creature displayed a semblance of awareness. Given the nature of the plant, it was likely that the entire organism had retained this lesson. The pressing question remained: what strategies might they devise to counteract the acidic mist? Regardless of their considerations, Lin Chaodong proceeded to set up several mobile devices as cameras, determined to observe the activities of these cephalopod-like creatures daily. Chapter 46. The Curious Rib. The elevator ascended to the top floor, exerting what felt like boundless effort to sever the 10-meter-long armwood. Secured with spider silk, it was dragged to the rooftop with the assistance of Eiju. The ominous rumble of drones echoed from the sky, which seemed to have lowered its altitude in recent days, making their presence unmistakably pronounced. These drones are merely spectators, doing nothing to aid me, I thought, dropping the silk and raising my hand to display a particular gesture towards the heavens. In response, the report stated that he had displayed a unique sign, uncertain if it was a plea for help. As the individual with the least priority for assistance, his distress call was deemed negligible. The commander on the other end inquired of the drone operator, "Did you record his gesture?" "Yes, Commander, I have documented it." The operator replied, bewildered by the commander's intent. "Good. Send me the video captures of his gestures," commanded the officer. "Yes, Commander." Unbeknownst to him, his universally recognized gesture had drawn the attention of extraterrestrial beings. Dragging the heavy, straight armwood, Eiju and I transported it to our wind-powered saw. Situated at the center of the rooftop elevator shaft, the first segment of the future saucer-shaped airship's parabolic ribs had begun to emerge. Observing the whirring vertical wind turbine while hauling the cumbersome armwood, I pondered perhaps I should construct another turbine to eliminate the need for constant switching. At this moment, the turbine was efficiently charging a substantial battery bank. With a slight modification, the motor of an electric vehicle could be transformed into a generator. Regrettably, we currently possessed only a single turbine. Eiju, do you think I should halt the assembly of the framework and instead focus on building another turbine? I queried, placing the armwood beside the wind-powered saw, hands on my hips, gazing at the turbine spinning rapidly in the wind. As the primary force behind the armwood's movement, Eiju, satisfied, shook his ample belly. After observing the turbine for a moment, he nodded thoughtfully. In any manufacturing endeavor, power demand takes precedence. Hence, we should strive to augment our energy output. The height of the harvested armwood was nearly uniform, and the method to enhance the turbine's power was straightforward. After removing the top bud, the apex of the armwood revealed a conical tip roughly the width of an arm. Using a cat's claw blade, I excavated a hole at the base of the new armwood, fitting it over the upright armwood's tip. The weight would naturally compress them into a single unit. To fortify the structural integrity at the junction, I meticulously wrapped the connection point in layers of corpse fluid and currency. This reinforcement would enable it to withstand significant torsion without succumbing to destruction. The next step involved elongating the supporting structure for the turbine blades, as it was evident that the farther from the center, the greater the power that could be generated. Following these modifications, the turbine's efficiency surged, providing sufficient energy to meet both charging and sawing demands. Under these circumstances, the production speed of the saucer-shaped airship's framework would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. First, the armfoot wood is to be meticulously sawn into pieces measuring 1 centimeter in thickness and 3 centimeters in width using a wind-powered saw. One piece is laid flat, while another is positioned to form a T-shape. This configuration exhibits remarkable resistance to bending forces, and the armfoot would, possessing fibrous memory, boasts an exceptional texture, regardless of any deformation. As long as it remains unbroken, it will revert to its original form. Furthermore, along the T-shaped ribs, small triangular wooden supports are placed at intervals to reinforce the vertical structure. Now, one can envision that after the 32 ribs have been laid out, it suffices to cover their surface with biochemically treated materials to ensure a seal. Subsequently, hydrogen or heated air can be infused within, allowing for the departure of both him and the spider, along with essential supplies. The circular saw blade, driven by the windmill, spins rapidly, cutting the arm-foot wood to the desired dimensions. With the rib materials in place, the processing speed of the entire T-shaped framework has significantly increased. Even by the following dawn, he is ready to commence the application of the outer skin. The skin, crafted from 3 layers of banknotes, 2 layers of spider silk, and corpse glue, is remarkably sturdy. Each piece is carefully placed on the T-shaped ribs and trimmed to fit precisely. Delicate spider silk is employed to secure them, and a small piece of skin is affixed over the perforations with corpse glue to achieve airtightness. As the skin is applied to the T-shaped ribs, the gradually forming massive black umbrella-like structure cannot help but attract the attention of the drones. What is this individual capable of creating? As questions arise, the drone descends to a lower altitude. Without needing a command from the officer, the drone operator captures the footage and transmits it to their superior. Report, sir. The survivor you are concerned about has constructed a peculiar structure atop the building. Upon receiving the report, the officer scrutinizes the video, focusing on the upward-reaching umbrella-like object. What on earth is he doing? Is he fashioning a giant bowl to beg from the heavens? Initially, the officer considers mocking the thoughts of the common folk, but quickly realizes, no, this is a device intended for water collection. Even if he had contemplated such a notion during the next downpour, this apparatus atop the roof could funnel rainwater into the rooftop reservoir for preservation. The heavy rain from the previous day must have collected a substantial amount of water. What could he possibly need all that water for? In the context of a biochemical apocalypse, food and clean water are never in excess, regardless of current comfort. Who could predict whether tomorrow will bring a horde of the undead? Zombies are tenacious creatures. When they besiege a survivor's camp, they will not depart, even if they cannot breach the defenses. As the captain of the rescue team S drone squadron, he has witnessed numerous camps that have met tragic fates, either succumbing to despair or forced to break free. Naturally, the outcomes for these camps are invariably grim. Even with the drone's squad's airdrops of food and weapons, survival is often fleeting. This individual remains steadfast in his temperament, meticulously preparing for every eventuality. However, I cannot allow him to proceed unchecked. Subsequently, he informed the drone operator, who appeared quite competent. Very well, if there's nothing pressing, go down and extend a cordial greeting. Yes, sir, replied the drone operator, feeling an inexplicable surge of exhilaration. He had always suspected that the commander harbored some bias against that survivor. Otherwise, the priority for his rescue would not have been relegated to the lowest tier. At this moment, making an acquaintance would be a fortuitous event for the survivor. Surely he would comprehend that since the drone squadron had located him, he was, in a sense, already saved, merely a matter of time. Following orders, he maneuvered the drone in a steep dive. Since the commander requested proximity, he would execute the task without fail. The thunderous roar of the drone's engines reverberated through the buildings, the sound wave causing the massive black canopy to quiver. Drawn in by the increasingly loud engine noise, Lin Chaodong fixated on the drone, plummeting like a bomb from the sky, cursing vehemently, "Damn it all. I was just halfway through, and you wretched beast, come and disrupt my work." Chapter 47, A Modicum of Justice. Don't you dare ruin my work. The shrill roar of the drone's engine drowned out Lin Chaodong's furious shouts. Though it was a drone, its massive size only became apparent as it swept across the rooftop. Akin to a manned aircraft, with razor-like wings that were longer and broader than expected. Designed not for speed, but for prolonged flight, it glided at a relatively low altitude, the engine stirring up a tremendous gust of air. The booming sound waves, intermingled with the powerful airflow, swept over the rooftop. The nearly completed saucer-shaped airship trembled violently in the chaotic winds. The loosely arranged airship's skin fluttered like black butterflies, torn by the ferocious currents. Fortunately, each T-shaped frame was tethered to the rooftop anchors with spider silk to withstand the gale. Pressing down on the skin with a hand, his eyes filled with confusion and indignation. He could not fathom why the drone had come to disrupt his hard work. "Damn it, you little brat," he muttered, anxiety creeping in. Did that kid know he was a time traveler? Or perhaps the drone operator was merely playing a cruel prank. Aware that his furious outburst would be swallowed by the drone's engine, he reluctantly raised his hand and extended a middle finger. This fellow is truly amusing. The operator, watching through the rear-view camera, busily concealed the survivors of the water collector he had created while mimicking the gesture. In truth, he bore no ill will. Occasionally teasing the helpless individuals below was a privilege of the operators. In this dreadful era, regardless of how he toyed with those on the ground, they would invariably feel gratitude, for his presence often signified a glimmer of hope for rescue. With a cheer reminiscent of his days piloting a fighter jet, the operator reveled in the frantic desperation of those below. "I'm going to bring him down. I'll take that bastard down." Watching the skin of his painstakingly constructed saucer airship being ravaged, with the majority of it drifting away instead of returning to the rooftop, he found his anger justified. "This is intolerable. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to scavenge materials from zombies and cephalopod monsters?" Yet the lessons of recent days had taught him that anger was futile. He needed to devise a proper plan to teach that drone operator a lesson. Sitting down to smoke a cigar, cradling his head in his hands, he began to strategize meticulously. To bring down the drone, two conditions were necessary. First, it would need to dive again, and second, he must possess the means to take it down. However, the drone operator, acting under the commander's orders, was blissfully unaware of how much he was despised. After completing his greeting task, he simply recorded the process and uploaded it to the commander. With the mission accomplished, the drone ascended back into the sky. Yet, curiosity compelled the operator to keep a watchful eye on the rooftop, monitoring the progress of the water collector. The following day, to his surprise, he received another command from the commander to descend and say hello once more. Although the jest from yesterday was delightful, upon reviewing the footage, I realized that my dive caused trouble for that individual. Indeed, while such playful banter of "you dislike me, yet I am beyond your reach" can be amusing, it is ultimately unwise to bully those who have survived perilous circumstances. "Commander, should a dive be executed, it would greatly inconvenience his collection apparatus. Therefore, upon hearing his defiance to my orders, the drone operator's superior surprisingly elaborated, insisting that that scoundrel must not succeed, must not thrive too well." As the commander continued to express his growing ire, it became evident that an unresolved animosity existed between him and the survivor. If that were the case, the drone operator was even less inclined to engage in an assault-like dive. After all, Commander, he is merely a survivor. Even if the rescue priority is minimal, such treatment is unwarranted. The operator is not a villain. Jesting is one matter, but deliberately obstructing a survivor's chance at life contradicts higher orders. His response effectively countered the commander's unreasonable directive. Unspoken was the sentiment that, regardless of any personal grievances, military force should not be wielded against a survivor. Through the earpiece, the commander's breath was heavy, as if he were deep in contemplation. After a brief pause, the drone operator received a new command to dive immediately, ensuring that his construction was not completed, and if it were, to destroy it. "I shall not comply, and I will report everything I have heard." A flicker of indignation coursed through him. He is a soldier, not a servant to anyone, and would not take the life of a survivor. The commander on the other end hesitated again, seemingly weighing his words, before continuing, "Very well, since you are so loyal to your mission. I shall reveal the truth to you." "The truth?" The drone operator felt perplexed. What truth could a survivor possibly hold? "Humph. Do you think he regards you as a savior?" "I assure you, he does not. He is a spy." "A spy? He is indeed a spy. For which nation was he dispatched? And what is his mission?" The commander's voice came through the earpiece again. "That is not for you to know." I have been pursuing him since before the Great Cataclysm. Alas, we were a step too late. At this juncture, the commander paused once more, and after several seconds, he continued, had we captured him back then, your parents would not have perished in the cataclysm. You may verify my words with higher authorities at any time. Upon hearing this, the drone operator tightened his grip on the control stick. His parents had both lost their lives in this disaster, known as the Great Cataclysm. In a nation of 1.8 billion, the survivors number no more than 400 million, while the mutated creatures are more numerous and perilous. Survivors are scattered across the vast expanses of this country, enduring the bitter cold of -30 to 40 degrees. It is likely that every survivor would wish to capture the one responsible for releasing the virus, to torment him slowly, ensuring he does not die easily. Yet, regarding this matter, the drone operator harbored doubts about his superior's claims. After all, if that individual below is indeed the purveyor of the virus, why, at the outset, was there merely a reduction in the priority of rescue? If everything holds true, then specialized forces should have been dispatched to extricate that person from the jaws of the undead. Subsequently, a fair trial should be conducted in accordance with national law. Perhaps he would face the death penalty, but that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that it would serve to bring a measure of justice to all the victims. Contemplating these thoughts, the inorganic operator connected to a higher command channel. Commander, I have an urgent matter that requires your attention and verification. However, before he could continue, the voice on the other end, a superior officer, interjected with affirmation. Your commander has not erred. He is indeed an enemy spy, and we are quite certain that he is the one responsible for disseminating the biochemical virus. Chapter 48. The agony of thirst leading to death. You truly deserve to perish. Spreading a biochemical virus. You and your nation should meet the same fate. As the drone operator maneuvered the joystick, a surge of anger and confusion coursed through him. His fury stemmed from the realization that the survivor he had located was, in fact, the architect of the cataclysm. His bewilderment arose from the fact that such a villain was permitted by the two commanding officers to merely engage in a cursory dive. While he struggled to comprehend this absurdity, questioning orders was not the demeanor of a soldier. Thus, he was left with no choice but to operate within the confines of his orders, unleashing the maximum extent of his assault. Damn it, he has committed such grave sins, and yet I can only impose upon him this light punishment. The calamity had inflicted unbearable suffering upon this planet, with all souls writhing under the onslaught of the biochemical virus. Consequently, he resolved to destroy the water collector, ensuring that this spy who unleashed the virus would suffer the torment of thirst until death. A rumble echoed as the engine noise returned from the heavens, concealed beneath a massive black umbrella. Raising his binoculars, Lin Chaodong muttered curses. "I'd throw your child into a well for this torment." He could not fathom the drone operator's mindset. Instead of rescuing this survivor, he persisted in his relentless harassment. He watched helplessly as the drone descended, its thunderous roar reverberating as it swept past the rooftop. He beheld his own creation, a disc-shaped airship camouflaged as a water collector, nearly torn apart by the turbulent air currents. Even the securely fastened skin of the airship showed signs of damage under the fierce winds. The drone soared over the skyscraper, but, surprisingly, did not ascend as it had the previous day. Fortunately, the water collector merely swayed, with most of its T-shaped ribs and skin enduring the force of the wind. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lin Chaodong felt his heart leap to his throat, helplessly cursing at the sight of the damage. The drone, having regained altitude, began to circle, seemingly intent on returning to obliterate the water collector completely. Glaring at the sky, he certainly would not surrender without a fight, regardless of who wished for his demise. He was unafraid to battle to the death. Setting aside his binoculars, the electronic device had provided him with ample information. The dive angle was approximately 37 degrees, a distance of about 30 meters from the rooftop, with a speed of 700 kilometers per hour. You want to be so fortunate next time. The drone climbed and circled once more before commencing its dive, showing no signs of mercy. From the elevator shaft room, Lin Chaodong unveiled his weapon. It was an ice cannon mounted on a stand, with a bottle filled with red liquid as the projectile. The thunderous engine noise grew louder, and indeed, the relentless drone dove once more. "You little rascal, this time you shall witness my might." He steadily adjusted the ice cannon, his gaze fixed on the descending drone, while his binoculars, affixed to the cannon, supplied new data. Flying lower and faster creates greater air turbulence, threatening the integrity of my disc-shaped airship. "Come on, let us see if I am easily intimidated." Steadying myself against the ice tube, I focused intently on the drone through my electronic telescope. Simultaneously, I inserted a gas tube into a specific point beneath the ice tube. The high-pressure air pump at the end of the tube, powered by the windmill, began to inject compressed air. With a thunderous roar, the drone executed a shallow dive. After all, it is a drone renowned for its long endurance and stability. If the angle of the dive were to be too steep, the wings could easily break. The electronic telescope provided the drone's distance: 800 meters, 700 meters, 600, 300. As the drone reached an altitude of 300 meters, I anticipated the right moment to release the contents of the ice tube. A water rocket, over a meter long and crafted from plastic beverage bottles, surged out, trailing a long misty stream. Indeed, it was a water rocket with myriad tutorials available on small video platforms. The only enhancement was the addition of curved wings to stabilize this erratically flying water rocket, allowing it to maintain a straight trajectory while spinning amidst the jetting mist. It was evident that the drone operator spotted the water rocket and was completely unprepared for this turn of events. He began to attempt to climb. However, pulling up during a dive necessitated a gentle and gradual motion, lest the long, slender wings, reminiscent of Song Dynasty cap insignias, snap like twigs. At that moment, the water rocket, shimmering with mist, had fulfilled its purpose. It propelled its vividly colored payload to a height of 100 meters, where the body and payload detached. The reason was simple. It marked the end of the 100-meter thread. As the thread snapped, it ruptured a small plastic pouch within the payload, containing baking soda. This reacted rapidly and violently with a biological acid, producing copious amounts of carbon dioxide, while the unreacted acid sprayed into the sky, resembling a crimson mist, as if some monstrous entity were about to emerge. However, the impact of this childlike scientific experiment on the drone was virtually negligible. The drone operator lifted the nose and decisively increased the engine thrust. In an instant, the drone speed surged from 700 kilometers per hour to 850 kilometers per hour, while the angle of descent remained unchanged. It was over. Watching the drone, seemingly unaffected by my water rocket, plunge towards me, I recoiled and darted back into the elevator shaft. The roar of the engine was deafening, and the proximity was alarming. My airship, damn it. Crouched in the corner of the elevator shaft, Lin Chaodong screamed like a slaughtered pig. Without the disc-shaped airship, if the cephalopod creature were to ascend to the rooftop, without the airship, what if the dry season persisted, bringing months without rain? Amidst his frantic cries, the drone, dragging its engine, began to ascend. Until the sound faded, he cautiously peered out from the elevator shaft, observing the scene atop the building. A grin unexpectedly spread across his face. The entire airship, masquerading as a water collector, exhibited an unnatural upward curve on the side where it detached from the aircraft. This curvature formed a massive arc, evoking the impression that it might snap with any further bending. It was over. It was over. Cursed drone operator. He muttered curses under his breath, dejectedly moving his feet to assess the damage. Yet after only a few steps, he suddenly erupted into laughter. The vessel's substantial curved arc was gradually and resolutely reverting to its original form. Regrettably, a large section of the skin had been damaged. A moment's contemplation led him to realize that this was not a matter of his fortune, but rather a testament to the material's prowess. The fibrous memory of the wood allowed it to revert to its primordial shape. Thus, it appeared that despite the drone engine's impact, his saucer-shaped airship would not be easily compromised. This realization filled him with immense satisfaction. As for the drone, it certainly would not be spared. Chapter 49. The Armored Beasts in Action. I once watched a television series titled The Walking Dead, but after a few episodes, I abandoned it, for the characters were utterly devoid of wit. Engaging in conversation with the zoos had become a habit for Lin Chaodong. with the drone having obliterated the vast camouflage. He reluctantly turned his attention back to the zombies. This time, the plan was to place the prepared camouflage within the building before devising a method to deal with the drones. Once the drones were dispatched, it would take only a few days to install it. The materials required for crafting the camouflage were merely currency and zombie fluids. Compared to the seemingly infinite supply of money, acquiring a substantial amount of zombie fluids was not an overly arduous task. All that was necessary was to install a lever switch on the elevator shaft door. By pulling the lever, a narrow opening would allow only a single zombie to pass through, while a zombie harvester stood ready on the opposite side. With only one zombie allowed entry, the door would close immediately. After dispatching the creature, its fluids could be extracted and then tossed into the elevator shaft below. Those inside would merely need to clear the apartment building, and they could reside there in peace. As he spoke, Lin Xiaodong forcefully thrust his wolf-toothed spear through the designated hole of the zombie harvester. The creature within was swiftly dispatched. He opened the rear door and dragged out the zombie, engaging in idle chatter with Azuz, who, oblivious to the conversation, joyfully wobbled its ample belly. The American series of recent years seemed fixated on the darker aspects of human nature, having long lost the ambition that once propelled them to the moon. Moreover, they appeared increasingly foolish, embracing a troubling trend of collective ignorance, even resorting to injecting disinfectant into their veins. With a sigh, he hung a deceased zombie, bound at its limbs from a hook above, then kicked a barrel filled with zombie fluids toward it. He then removed another hook, releasing a zombie that had already expelled its fluids, casually tossing it down the human-operated elevator. The toil of his work left him slightly breathless, and as he took a moment to enjoy his cigar, he mused that constructing a human-powered armored vehicle would allow for traversing even the finest roads. While conversing, he stepped onto the platform of the zombie harvester and manipulated the lever switch on the elevator shaft door. The series lacked even a tyrant, yet they could not seem to prevail. They were perpetually mired in self-righteousness, while at least they had mutations and spitting beasts to contend with here. Just as he was deep in thought, a raspy sound echoed from the elevator door. Unfazed, Lin Xiaodong pulled the lever once more, sealing the door with great force. A spitting beast burst into the zombie harvester, its corpulent form thrashing wildly inside. However, the 5-centimeter thick biochemically fortified panels of the harvester were far beyond its capacity to dismantle in any short time. The supporting pillars of the elevator shaft, made of sturdy concrete, were also not susceptible to its assault. Such a creature posed little threat to Lin Xiaodong, especially when its acidic secretion proved ineffective, rendering its attack weaker than that of an ordinary zombie. Indifferently, he inserted his wolf-toothed spear into the designated hole, and the spitting beast was quickly silenced. He then opened the rear door of the zombie harvester and pulled out the massive creature. With the jetting creature bound, he lacked the capability to haul it onto the hook. He tossed a strand of webbing upward, entrusting the other end to Arachnid. This creature, merely supported by its 8 legs, utilized the strength of its mandibles to tighten the web, suspending the jetting creature in midair. Casually, he recorded the count in his small notebook, easily tallying over 100 as per the arranged numerals. A single ordinary zombie could yield 12 liters of ichor, and 100 could provide approximately 1,200 liters. However, this was insufficient, far from adequate. After all, the disc-shaped airship possessed nearly 800 square meters of surface area on both its upper and lower sides. Given that 1 liter is required to cover 1 square meter, the necessary quantity of ichor was indeed substantial. He hurriedly kicked over another barrel filled with acidic liquid and removed the cigar from his mouth. Honestly, why rely on a manual armored vehicle when a sail would suffice? I had once encountered a contraption known as a land sailor. He then released the recently illuminated zombie, casually discarding it down the manual elevator. The zombie plummeted toward the lower floors, still emitting faint, hungry groans. However, it was not fortunate enough to land in the water. The surface was littered with the already fibrous, harvested bodies of cephalopods, remnants of prior collections. Among them stood a single, carbonized cephalopod, the one that had consumed the acidic liquid. Surprisingly, despite its charred state, its texture was not akin to ordinary charcoal. but rather resembled a stone pillar in a forest of stone. Zombies colliding with it suffered shattered bones and torn muscles. More zombies fell into the water, their bodies gradually sinking to the depths. On the fibrous bodies of cephalopods, which had been harvested repeatedly, many delicate appendages had begun to sprout. They extended their slender forms, capturing the flesh and blood of the zombies beneath the surface. As the number of zombies cast down the elevator shaft exceeded 100, these appendages grew swiftly, thickening in stature. They rose to the surface, subsequently opening the elevator doors. The zombies in the corridor were oblivious to what lay within. Drawn by the explosive sounds of falling zombies, they surged in droves toward the elevator shaft. At this moment, the appendages appeared to have mastered their craft. They did not pursue the zombies into the corridor, but instead opened the elevator doors, ushering groups of zombies into the shaft. Swarms of ichor-laden zombies cascaded into the elevator, akin to a honey-filled hive tumbling into a bear's den. The appendages unfurled their six-petaled mouths, swiftly stripping layers of flesh and other tissues from these zombies. With the influx of zombies, their growth accelerated further. Just then, an intact, jetting creature burst into the elevator shaft, spraying acidic liquid before its entry. A peculiar phenomenon ensued. The six-petaled mouths of the appendages abruptly closed. What incited fear was that the acidic liquid from the jetting creature, upon contact with the buds and appendages, did not produce the anticipated corrosive white smoke. Regrettably, all of these events remained unbeknownst to Lin Xiaodong, who was entirely engrossed in harvesting zombies via the manual elevator. After all, he had already acquired an ample supply of tentacle wood previously, thus he merely monitored the situation on the lower levels through his mobile device. In the past few days, due to the relentless task of harvesting zombies, he had scarcely any time to check the surveillance. It was only when he had collected enough zombie fluid and was pushing down the stacks of cash that had accumulated in the human-operated elevator through the gaps that he noticed something peculiar. The elevator has stopped, yet there are still sounds emanating from the shaft. Could it be that the tentacle monsters are up to something? He lowered the human-operated elevator until it reached the open platform, where he could connect via Bluetooth to the mobile devices below. It appeared that countless red tentacle creatures were systematically prying open the elevator doors on each floor. Subsequently, zombies surged forth from the elevator doors like dumplings, and the scene below was rather chilling. Goodness, the tentacles have gone mad. They are methodically exterminating the zombies. Witnessing such a horrific spectacle, his face paled, and his lips trembled. While the drones in the sky had yet to complete their tasks, the tentacle creatures in the elevator shaft had already begun their grim work. This truly felt like a threat to his very existence. Chapter 50 Provocation. The news of a change in the cephalopod creature within the elevator shaft struck Lin Xiaodong like a thunderbolt. While he could evade drone attacks, as long as he refrained from creating airships, the drones would not pose a threat. He had already devised strategies for dealing with the drones. However, the question remained, what to do about the cephalopod creatures? Residing below the 15th floor, they should not present a significant danger to him. Yet, if they learned to pry open the elevator doors in search of zombies, might they not eventually ascend to the top floor to feast upon him, the affluent lord? The mere thought of the cephalopods reaching the rooftop, their serpentine forms slithering out of windows, pursuing him across the entire roof, was too terrifying to contemplate. Where could he possibly hide? Particularly alarming was the realization, gleaned from videos captured by phones positioned in the elevator shaft, that these cephalopods exhibited no fear of acidic substances. Unless a tranquilizer gun. Extracting the anesthetic from a Zuzu and loading it into a tranquilizer gun might serve as a potential solution. Even in the absence of tranquilizer gun, modifying a pneumatic blowgun could be worth exploring. Seated on his sofa, a cigar clenched between his teeth, he cradled his head in contemplation of strategies to combat the cephalopod creatures. The cephalopods possessed a fibrous memory capacity, enabling them to easily create springs. He recalled the Dr. S. home of Azuzu, where numerous injection needles lay discarded, once deemed useless. Utilizing biochemical materials to create lightweight, durable tubes seemed feasible. However, the last time a cephalopod ingested acidic liquid, it had swiftly adapted, rendering the acid harmless to its exterior. If they were to adapt to the anesthetic as well, what then? This presented an insurmountable dilemma. The only viable solution was to flee. He must escape before they acclimated to the anesthetic, piloting his saucer-shaped airship away from his place. Of course, there was another option, an exclusive choice for the affluent lord, to fill the elevator shaft with cash. Yet deep down, he understood that even when sealed beneath bricks, plants would find a way to sprout through the smallest of cracks. Therefore, leaving remained his primary course of action. Ever since the skin of his saucer-shaped airship on the rooftop had been compromised, he had focused solely on processing the rib materials. Given the rib material's thickness, they were difficult to discern from the air. He intended to process the skin indoors, aiming to create large sections. Once all the rib materials were completed, he would select a night to lay the skin, merely needing to connect the seams between the large sheets. However, the most pressing issue was the lack of time to fill the airship with hydrogen. Although the electrolysis apparatus was ready, infusing hundreds of cubic meters of hydrogen was not a task that could be accomplished in a single day. Sensing Lin Xiaodong's distress, Azuzu obediently nestled by his feet, its 8 crystalline compound eyes quietly observing him. Just then, as he pondered these matters, the sound of engines reverberated through the sky once more. Lin Xiaodong, already irked by the crisis instigated by the cephalopods, sprang to his feet in an instant. Fueled by anger, he clenched his jaw. Out of rage, his face contorted. Overwhelmed by frustration, a fervent desire for battle surged within him. Very well, if fate has decreed my demise, then today I shall confront you with unwavering resolve. Enraged, he leapt from the sofa and ascended to the rooftop via the human-powered elevator. Under a clear sky, a silver drone gracefully traced a figure-8 pattern above. Perhaps today there were no construction activities observed on the rooftop, thus it remained undisturbed. Nonetheless, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he raised both middle fingers defiantly towards the heavens. Not only that, but he also turned his back to the drone, gesturing rudely at his posterior. Of course, this was not an act of revelation. The true implication was akin to telling it to eat dirt or that it was only worthy of kissing his rear. Yet, the drone hovering above remained unperturbed. Consumed by fury, he pivoted once more, striking a pose of arrogance, his middle fingers still raised defiantly. He was certain that if such an affront were directed at someone on Earth, it would surely end in a violent confrontation. Yet that accursed drone in the sky remained indifferent. At this juncture, abandoning the futile provocation, he retreated back into the elevator room, retrieving a large piece of pre-prepared skin. The 3-layered skin remained soft, as the biomaterial would only harden after 5 millimeters. Cradling the sizable bundle of skin, he spread it across the surface of the completed UFO frame. Then, rolling and unrolling, he began to lay it down. Each turn of the skin covered approximately 2 square meters. Indeed, as he commenced the application of the skin to the airship, the drone reacted. It turned, seemingly enlarging, likely descending to capture images with its camera. In response, he straightened his posture, wearing a scornful expression as he waved at the drone. If only it could hear, he would taunt. Do you think piloting a plane makes you special? Come on, let me show you how it's done. This time, his provocation appeared to yield results. Grasping an electronic telescope, he focused on the drone above, scrutinizing its various data: a dive angle of 30 degrees, speed of 380, altitude of 800, and a distance of 15 kilometers. Come on, you little brat. Seeing the drone resolutely dive, he bounded towards the prepared anti-aircraft equipment. For this encounter, he had readied an ancient weapon from a past life, a crossbow. Equipped with self-reinforcing fibrous memory wood and highly elastic biopaper material, the rest was relatively straightforward. He connected a windmill to a contraption reminiscent of a rural pulley system. The crank of the pulley was linked to spider silk, which in turn was attached to the bowstring of the crossbow. Essentially, this allowed his crossbow to fire in rapid succession. As for the ammunition, it was simply a matter of adding soda to create explosive projectiles that would detonate after traveling 100 meters. Once connected to the windmill, all he needed to do was pull the trigger, and the crossbow would automatically cock and release. Come forth, you despicable wretch. Let me send you to meet your maker. Lin Xiaodong muttered fiercely, steadying the crossbow as the drone's roar grew ever closer. It descended like an enraged beast from the heavens. intent on capturing and tearing him to shreds. Instinctively, the drone operator mirrored that fury, glaring at him with palpable animosity. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind the individual's hatred towards him, yet he could sense the seething anger, threatening to engulf him like a consuming flame. Were it not for this wrath, who would find amusement in tormenting a survivor struggling to endure in a post-apocalyptic world? Cautiously, he adjusted the angle and elevation of his crossbow until the adversary fell within a kilometer's range, at which point he pulled the trigger. The magazine of the crossbow was filled with projectiles laden with a corrosive, acidic liquid, which were promptly discharged with a distinct clatter as the weapon fired. He affectionately dubbed his crossbow the cackle cannon due to the sound it emitted. Naturally, he held no illusions that such an archaic weapon could effectively contend with a modern drone. This act was purely one of provocation. Indeed, nothing incites a furious individual more than the art of provocation itself. As he observed the drone drawing ever closer to the building, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 51. What other options do you have? The drone operator's heart seethed with fury as he glared at the figure atop the building through the drone's front-facing camera. That damned individual. If it were within his power, he would prefer to eliminate this monster, responsible for the slaughter of billions, with a missile rather than engaging in futile antics with an expensive drone. The one who disseminated the bioweapon deserved to perish without a shred of remorse. What was utterly incomprehensible was the obsession of the two commanding officers, who permitted only the act of harassment, yet forbade any lethal measures. Did they wish to witness that wretch suffer and perish from dehydration? Engaging in such tomfoolery made him feel like a villain in a novel, merely creating trouble for the protagonist. If necessary, he would rather confront that fiend face-to-face and execute the executioner who had wreaked havoc on billions. But what could he do? Orders were orders. Diving at a 30-degree angle, with a speed of 700 and a distance of 3,000, he passed 50 meters above the building. Piloting a drone was far simpler than maneuvering a fighter jet. Once the data was set, it would fly autonomously. Reclining in his pilot's chair, the drone operator zoomed in on the camera. He observed the deranged killer, seemingly fiddling with something at the edge of the rooftop. Yesterday, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the water rocket designed to counter him. To think that scoundrel would conceive such a device to combat a drone. However, upon reflection, if he were trapped in a building swarming with zombies, relying on whatever materials were at hand to fashion a weapon, he might not fare any better. A water rocket, really? That was an educational tool wielded by physics teachers for children. What an imaginative and exceptionally skilled individual. If he were not a spy, if he were not the one spreading bioweapons, he might have been quite an intriguing person. As he watched the building drawing closer, observing the busy figure on the rooftop, a ridiculous wave of anticipation surged within him. What do you plan to greet me with today, young man? As expected, when the distance to the figure on the rooftop shrank to 1,000 meters, he indeed launched a new weapon. The drone's intelligence system adeptly captured the projectiles shot into the sky. They traveled at a mere 100 meters per second. Their kinetic energy barely sufficient to propel them 300 meters into the air. Those crimson shells erupted with a red liquid, careening erratically through the sky. What was that imbecile thinking? Did he truly believe these contraptions could bring down a drone? The operator maneuvered the camera, striving to magnify the target on the rooftop. As the drone approached, the camera continually auto-focused, rendering the figure increasingly distinct. Upon discerning the nature of the weapon, the drone operator couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even while comfortably reclining in his chair, he shook with mirth. A crossbow? That fool had fashioned a crossbow. What materials had he employed? This was absurdly antiquated. For a moment, the drone operator found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings. First and foremost, it is rather amusing to contemplate the notion of utilizing an ancient weapon, such as a crossbow, to confront a drone. It is quite the imaginative endeavor. Furthermore, I increasingly perceive this individual as a relentless adversary. If one were to encounter a hostile drone, what would be the appropriate course of action? Naturally, one would seek refuge in a location undetectable by the drone. After all, launching a missile could effortlessly obliterate an entire building. Yet this person, he resembles a cornered beast. The term suddenly flitted across my mind. Yes, trapped within that building, a creature with no escape, he is indeed a cornered beast. However, he remains a perilous wild animal, particularly given that he has disseminated a biochemical virus, resulting in the demise of over 1 billion lives. Of course, his current threat is somewhat limited, as he is merely a nearly harmless cornered beast relying on a crossbow to fend off drones. As the drone draws closer to the building, the figure of that scoundrel becomes increasingly discernible. The front-facing camera even allows for a meticulous observation of the rogue who has slaughtered billions in the East Kong Republic. This individual resembles a soldier, clad in complete black armor-like gear. He wears a helmet with a wide brim and sports protective goggles. One must wonder where he procured such equipment. Truly, he embodies the essence of a secret agent, capable of assembling a full set of gear from the items at hand. Among those he rescued, few thought to create reliable equipment. They drove about, plundering every shop near the road like a swarm of locusts. There were also some driven mad by hunger, treating people as mere sustenance, which is enough to induce nausea. Consequently, the weapon racks of the drones typically bear auxiliary fuel tanks, filled with essential food and necessary armaments. Not firearms, for in a world rife with zombies and mutated creatures, guns would only bring further peril to the survivors. Instead, the cargo comprises crossbows, hand-crank water purifiers, and some military rations. The drone is also equipped with a weapon, a remotely controlled machine gun, should it detect actions that violate fundamental human principles. It often resolves such matters with gunfire. In this apocalyptic scenario, survivors living in the wilderness disregard both law and morality. Many times, they would unhesitatingly seize food from a young girl without a shred of compassion. However, not all survivors behave in such a manner. The majority strive to establish survivor camps, seeking solace in unity amidst the chilling desolation. These thoughts flitted momentarily through the mind of the drone operator, before his focus returned to the rather comical cornered beast before him. This individual may be a harmless creature, yet the object he launches skyward is far from benign. Thus, the drone operator cautiously adjusts his beloved machine, angling it for a 30-degree descent at a speed of 650 kilometers per hour. Slowing down slightly grants his drone greater maneuverability to evade the exploding bottles raining down from above. The crimson liquid spilling forth remains a mystery, but one can surmise it is anything but wholesome. As the building looms ever closer, nearing the altitude for ascent, a cold smirk crosses his lips. Boy, whatever tricks you have left, do unleash them. Faced with such a primitive weapon as the crossbow, he deftly maneuvered the drone towards the building without the slightest hint of trepidation. Images flitted through his mind. The drone soared past, and the strange black fabric, composed of materials unknown to him, ascended into the air, swirling around like a dark cloud. Then, the trapped beast on the rooftop gestured towards him, performing an exaggerated display. Although the meaning of those gestures eluded him, he suspected they did not convey anything benevolent. If given the opportunity, he would certainly inquire about their significance. With these thoughts in mind, the drone approached its lowest point, hovering 50 meters above the building. In just 2 seconds, he could guide his little companion back into the skies, an inexplicable sense of relaxation washing over him. Yet, at that very moment, an unusual spectacle unfolded atop the building. A row of water rockets erupted from the edge, ascending skyward while towing something he dreaded to witness. It was a large, white net of indeterminate material. He yearned to pull the control stick, but in that fleeting instant, there was no time for action. The water rockets, reaching a height of 100 meters, formed a wall with the white net trailing behind. He could only watch in horror as his beloved drone collided with it. No, you cannot do this to it. You mustn't. Though his cries were frantic, the drone operator, in a moment of clarity, pressed the sharing button for the weapon bay at the last moment. He could not bestow an aircraft-mounted machine gun and its accompanying ammunition into the hands of a villain who had already slaughtered billions. Such an act would only enable that fiend to thrive in a post-apocalyptic world, contravening both superior orders and his own conscience. Chapter 52. The struggle of the drone, whether a net can ensnare, an aircraft hinges on 2 fundamental questions. First, is the net sufficiently robust? This is a query best posed to the insects that collide with spider webs. Secondly, Is the deceleration capability potent enough? This matter should be directed towards the deceleration parachute. Indeed, the efficacy of the deceleration parachute is paramount. On the rooftop, Lin Xiaodong meticulously arranged over 15 water rockets, each spaced 2 meters apart across the 30-meter expanse. Upon accomplishing their ascent to a height of 100 meters, the last act of these water rockets was to release a deceleration parachute. This parachute measured merely 1 square meter. Yet with 15 water rockets deploying, it amounted to a total of 15 square meters of deceleration surface. As for the spiderweb, it was crafted by Aizhu, consisting of strands akin to 10mm steel wire. Under these conditions, the drone, despite its astonishing speed of 650 kilometers per hour, slowed abruptly, akin to an insect ensnared in a web, and was gently drawn downwards by the 15 parachutes. Lin Xiaodong, still grasping the crossbow, raised his fist in jubilant exclamation, even spinning in circles and hopping about like a rabbit. Although meticulously planned, the successful capture of the drone exceeded his expectations, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words to express his elation as he danced across the rooftop. However, calamity struck. Beneath the drone's nose, what was evidently a weaponry system suddenly detached and plummeted towards the ground below. Weapons, after food in a post-apocalyptic world, are perhaps the most coveted possessions. Witnessing the imminent loss of a significant prize, Lin Xiaodong shouted, "No, don't diminish my spoils." He dashed to the edge of the building, watching helplessly as the weapon system crashed to the ground, reduced to a heap of twisted metal. Before he could lament further, fuel began to spray forth from the drone's wings like rain. The engine continued to roar, filling him with dread that it might ignite a conflagration at any moment. "Damn it, this thing wants to incinerate me," he exclaimed, making a beeline for the elevator shaft, hoping that the conscientious construction of the building could withstand the impending blaze. Yet before he reached the elevator shaft, the drone had already soared past the rooftop, careening towards the side of the building. By then, the fuel had been entirely expelled, leaving him empty-handed. Fortunately, the drone's engine extinguished just in time due to the lack of fuel. However, fate dealt another cruel blow as a gust of wind swept through, pushing the parachutes tethered to the drone towards the side of the building. "No, those are my belongings. Damn it," he cursed, racing towards the edge of the building, while Aizhu scurried about like a little dog on the rooftop. Fortunately, in the pursuit of capturing the drone, one side of the spiderweb was securely frozen against the concrete wall of the building. Moreover, Aizhu's web exhibited remarkable capturing properties, having ensnared the drone firmly in the sky. A cacophony of chaotic crashes echoed from the side of the building as the drone, entangled in the web, bore down heavily upon the skeletal framework of the rooftop flying saucer, compressing them like a flattened rice cake. Fortunately, the ribs crafted from cephalopod would exhibit considerable strength, thus avoiding any instances of fracture. After conducting a thorough inspection, I approached the edge of the building, theatrically drawing a cross over my chest, and peered out from the side of the edifice. The silver drone lay quietly against the building's facade, resembling an injured beast, emitting wisps of smoke. Yet it appeared to be only slightly damaged. What should I do now? Perhaps I could descend along the webbing to see if there are any remnants worth salvaging from the drone. However, it would be a shame to let such spoils go to waste. I scratched my head, contemplating the drone below. Turning to face the curious arachnid that had already scaled the concrete wall, its 8 multifaceted eyes gazed downwards. It seemed we needed to construct a frame to hoist the drone aloft. Even if it serves no practical purpose, it must be hung from the rooftop. This reminded me of my childhood in the countryside, where magpies plagued the orchard, pecking the fruit to shreds. I once used a slingshot to shoot one down and hung it by its feet from a high branch. Consequently, the nearby magpies were deterred from approaching our orchard that year, resulting in a bountiful harvest. However, the aftermath was less than pleasant. My grandparents were furious when they discovered my actions and gave me a sound thrashing. I can't fault them, as it was merely a reflection of their superstitions. Yet here, no one would reprimand me for my actions. Hanging that troublesome drone from the rooftop would serve as a form of retribution. Day after day, it tormented me. What had I done to deserve such treatment? Would this finally satisfy it? Looking up at the sky, free of drones, it felt markedly clearer and more serene. The autumn sky, no, the winter sky, was refreshingly crisp. My next undertaking involved devising a gallows to hoist the drone onto the rooftop. This was no small endeavor, though it paled in comparison to the complexity of constructing a disc-shaped airship. The plan was straightforward: erect a gallows on the parapet of this rooftop and another on the opposite side. By utilizing counterweights, I could effortlessly lift the drone to the rooftop. The advantage of establishing two anchor points was that the force of the gallows would act vertically downward, preventing any damage to the parapet. Without hesitation, I set to work, for the drone had already wreaked enough havoc, and constructing the airship was temporarily off the table. However, before proceeding, I opened my large tablet to take a glance at the cephalopod creature that had piqued my curiosity. Strangely, the cephalopod in the elevator shaft seemed to have settled down. They huddled together, their robust and vibrantly colored bodies coiled at the bottom of the shaft, resembling heaps of vivid dung. Perhaps like most plants, they required time to convert the nutrients they had absorbed into, well, the energy for growth. I was intrigued by whether the cephalopod would bear fruit and what its seeds or fruit might resemble. With these thoughts in mind, I began constructing the gallows to hoist the drone onto the rooftop. It was a rather simple task, merely requiring the freezing of two H-shaped frames. The lower part formed in shape that could grip the parapet, while the upper part featured two rough pulleys, connected by strands of webbing, one end affixed to the drone and the other to a large block of ice. I let the webbing down from the rooftop and attached it to a figure-8 buckle I had found among the belongings of a mountaineering enthusiast. With sufficient audacity, one can leap from the rooftop like a firefighter swinging downwards. While traversing the exterior of the building is perilous, it is decidedly safer than the lurking threat of the unknown, the wrist-foot monster that may awaken at any moment. Approaching the vicinity of the drone, I secured one end of the spider silk to the drone's vertical tail. Using an H-shaped buckle, I began my ascent to the rooftop, muttering curses at a certain fool, who only thinks to use weights for the drone, yet cannot devise a counterweight to hoist oneself up. The method is akin to a human-powered elevator. When descending, one gathers the stacks of cash into an embrace. Conversely, to ascend, one merely discards the cash to rise. Such a simple solution. How did it elude me during my descent? Truly infuriating. Chapter 53. Cursing the wind, next door, this wretched planet, this miserable existence, seems perpetually at odds with me. Such were the genuine thoughts of Lin Xiaodong as he prepared to hoist the drone. It was supposed to be a bright and sunny morning, and he had successfully powered up the drone, on the verge of acquiring its equipment. Yet, the malevolent heavens, for reasons unknown, summoned a dark cloud, threatening imminent rain. Curse you and your entire family, you treacherous sky. I am utterly exasperated by the weather of this planet. The repercussions of the last torrential downpour are still fresh in my memory. Even now, the upper floors of those buildings remain uninhabitable due to dampness. Lin found himself in a quandary. Should another deluge strike, the already damaged drone would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Conversely, if he refrained from collecting rainwater, who could predict when a next downpour would occur? The consequences of a water shortage would be even more dire. To capture the rainwater, he would need to hastily cover the skeletal frame of the saucer-shaped airship with some sheeting, mending the areas ravaged by the elements, a monumental task. Alternatively, he could lower the blockage in the drainage pipe, constructing a water tank on the balcony, which would also require considerable effort. It seemed prudent to expedite the transport of the drone to the rooftop before the storm arrived. What do you think, Az? He was growing increasingly fond of this plump little glutton, for its presence reminded him that he was not alone, but rather a person, not a wandering spirit. The little creature appeared to understand, peering down from the rooftop parapet into the rising wind. It seemed intrigued by the object that had plummeted from the sky, resembling a gigantic insect. Of course, its interest was likely focused on contemplating how to consume this shimmering, silver creature. Having resolved to retrieve the drone first, he prepared the usual thumbtack-like chassis, along with weights resembling those of scale. Aligning the reserve notch with the spider silk, he pushed one piece, two pieces. Maneuvering a 100-pound weight was indeed laborious, aggravating the pain in his shoulder. Finally, after positioning the 12th weight onto the hoisting line, The entire assembly sank slightly. 12 pieces. 600 kilograms. This drone was not particularly large. By this time, the sky had grown darker, becoming increasingly frigid, and the wind began to howl irritably. Even from the building's side, he could hear the drone rattling against its restraints, echoing throughout the structure. Damned heavens! We need to hurry. As he spoke, he again maneuvered an ice weight over from the rooftop parapet. The hoist was nearly a meter away from the edge, so, to position the weight, he had to create a downward sloping slide. Aiming the opening of the weight at the spider's silk, he slowly released his grip. A gust of wind swept by, causing the 600-kilogram load to sway precariously. The notch of the weight missed the hoisting line and slipped off the rooftop. Damn it, I cursed the wind next door. With no choice but to endure the pain in his shoulder, he continued to drag the next weight, proceeding with utmost caution. At last, the gap aligned with the hoisting line, and the weight, exceeding the drone's mass, plummeted as intended. Upon witnessing the situation, I sprang to my feet and hurriedly dashed to the opposite side of the rooftop. The joy in my heart mirrored that of a farmer basking in the bounty of a fruitful harvest. The drone, a search and rescue marvel, slowly ascended from below, trailing a vast expanse of cobweb-like strands. As I peered over the parapet, I observed it rising into the sky, which was becoming increasingly overcast, and the gentle breeze had intensified. The drone's silver body was intermittently buffeted away from the building, only to swing back like a pendulum, colliding with its surface. I fervently hoped it would not sustain any damage. Utilizing a parachute for deceleration had spared the drone from significant harm during capture. Although I remained uncertain about how to effectively utilize the drone, my passion for technology was deeply ingrained within me. From a certain perspective, this urgency to retrieve the drone amidst the impending storm was justified. As the wind grew stronger and the rooftop wind turbine spun with accelerated vigor, my heart raced with trepidation. The drone was merely a few dozen meters away from the rooftop, yet within that brief ascent, it had already struck the building several times due to the gusts. I gazed upward with an anxious expression, foreseeing that if the winds continued to escalate, I would be left with nothing but a heap of debris. Please, dear heavens, I promise not to scold you again. Grant me the favor of securing this drone. However, my frequent complaints to the heavens may have provoked a more formidable gust. Suddenly, a powerful and erratic wind surged forth, and I felt a distinct force pressing against me as I crouched behind the parapet. The drone, ensnared in its webbing, reacted violently. It abruptly detached from the building, its body twisting, and its elongated wings became precariously wedged against the structure. With a sharp crack, I watched helplessly as one wing snapped off, and the remaining body collided heavily against the building. My frustration boiled over as I cursed the relentless wind. After much effort to secure the drone and meticulously craft a harness to hoist it, it was disheartening that I was now left with a damaged drone, missing a wing due to the capricious gusts. If the deity responsible for controlling the elements were to appear before me, I would not hesitate to confront it with ire. Though the distance of a few dozen meters is neither particularly long nor short, the tumultuous journey resulted in my acquisition of a drone, albeit one that was now wingless, due to the wretched interference of the elements. Curious, the little arachnid, as tapped the drone with its pincers, causing a few bright droplets of anesthetic to trickle down from the impact site. Witnessing this spectacle, my earlier discontent evaporated, and I chuckled while gently patting Az's small head. Silly girl, that metal is inedible. We must conserve the anesthetic. In response to my words, Az likely rolled its multifaceted eyes, a gesture I could sense despite its 8 compound eyes not revealing much. Do not sulk. At noon, I shall prepare some braised pork for us. Would a pound suffice? Merely the mention of meat, particularly braised, brings unparalleled satisfaction to Aiju. Her 8 compound eyes eagerly gaze at Lin Chaodong, and her round belly sways in delight. Taking advantage of the stillness before the impending storm, she hastily secures the drone to the rooftop with her webbing, disregarding her own harvest. With nearly limitless silk at her disposal, she binds the drone tightly and connects it directly to the 35th floor. The wind may grow fiercer, yet it poses no threat to such a secure fastening. is only then, while sheltering from the wind in the rooftop elevator room, that Lin Chaodong can hardly contain his excitement as he gazes at his quarry through the door. Have you ever seen a warthog? Or is there such a creature on your planet? Of course, he does not mean a literal warthog, but rather the A-10 Thunderbolt II, colloquially known as the Warthog. His attention to this aircraft, despite his lack of military enthusiasm, stems from his wife's remark that he is as resilient and tough as that plane. What he did not anticipate was that his words, transmitted through the drone's operational reconnaissance system, were heard loud and clear by others. This fool speaks in such peculiar terms. What does he mean by your planet? Even if he were a foreign spy, should he not refer to your country? Chapter 54. The feeling of being watched. Heaven is not a benevolent entity, for it always seems intent on causing me distress. After tormenting Lin Chaodong and breaking one of his prey's wings, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the ominous clouds, revealing a glorious sunny day. In response to the inexplicable malice of fate, I could only offer it a dismissive gesture and resume my endeavors. Exiting the elevator, I set about locating my quarry, but soon found myself frowning and pausing, glancing around nervously, even drawing out a pair of binoculars to scrutinize the surrounding buildings. It was peculiar. I had an unsettling feeling of being watched. Aju, do you sense it too? With her large, crystalline eyes fixated on the drone, Aju anxiously wobbled her ample belly and then turned her gaze back to Lin Chaodong. Observing her reaction and then the drone, a realization struck me. Although I had captured the drone and its wing was now broken, perhaps the equipment aboard remained intact. What kind of devices could they be? Recalling my own small drone, I knew a front-facing observation camera was indispensable. What of this larger drone? Damn it! Had I unwittingly invited a spy into my home? Regrets surged within me for having hoisted the drone up from below. Now, whatever I attempted would be under its surveillance. However, upon coming to this understanding, Lin Chaodong quickened his pace, as if pursuing a nemesis. He hastened towards the drone, soon finding a spherical casing adorned with a large lens at the front, likely the drone's camera. True to my suspicions, as I approached, the device turned to fixate its gaze upon me. I gestured with a universally recognized sign, shouting as if the rascal were directly before me. Just tell me, what is it? Did I toss your child into a well? Or do you simply relish tormenting me daily? The spherical camera remained unresponsive, its large lens staring vacantly. It was either devoid of a communication device or had been damaged upon its descent. What could be more gratifying than cursing an adversary who cannot retort? Unless I were to strike him while he remained defenseless? I vented my frustrations, lamenting the difficulties of survival in this dilapidated building, questioning the sanity of this relentless tormentor. In reality, the drone was equipped with a rescue system designed to assist survivors, capable of vocal communication. Had a walkie-talkie been deployed, direct dialogue with the survivors would have been possible. Moreover, this system was operational. The drone operator was merely reporting to his superior at that moment. My apologies, sir. I should not have doubted you. His superior, taken aback by the apology, inquired, what prompted this change? With reluctance, the drone operator relayed the truth. That rascal was indeed a spy, capable of fashioning weapons from his surroundings, even able to shoot down a drone. Could that mere commoner truly possess such formidable abilities? If there is, after a moment of silence, the commanding officer seemed to gather his thoughts before continuing. As long as you understand, there is no need to worry about the down drone. I will speak on your behalf. After all, we're dealing with enemy spies. Understood. Sir, the drone operator replied with a resigned expression, pursing his lips. I will apply for another drone for you later. By the way, are you free for dinner tonight? I apologize, sir, but I am on duty this evening. I hope the new drone can be approved soon. Upon returning to his charming reconnaissance system, the drone operator came across Lin Chaodong's scornful remarks. This bastard is truly a spy. What kind of uncouth spy does he represent? According to the drone operator's understanding, spies are typically well-dressed and charismatic individuals. Unfortunately, Lin Chaodong, who had already discovered treasures in the auxiliary fuel tanks, was gleefully sorting through his finds. We struck gold. Ha! Azu, we hit the jackpot. This broken aircraft has 4 auxiliary fuel tanks. He then turned his ire towards the heavens, cursing the skies. Damn you, old heavens! My haul should have been doubled. With that, He rushed to the rooftop parapet, raising his binoculars to carefully search for the broken section of wing. The wing that had snapped off during the collision with the building had not fallen far, although the wind was strong at the time. The wing was laden with hundreds of kilograms of supplies. He knew better than to underestimate those wooden stakes, having previously witnessed the emergence of small appendages from the creature. He was unwilling to risk himself for such a meager gain. With a tinge of regret, he returned to the auxiliary fuel tank he had dragged to the rooftop elevator room and began to inspect the supplies he had found. The auxiliary fuel tanks of the drone were considerably smaller than those of an actual warplane. Each tank contained approximately 50 kilograms of supplies, meaning that the force should yield a total of 200 kilograms. Although he had only managed to recover half, it was still a commendable bounty for Lin Xiaodong. Military rations, drinking water, and a manual filter. The food items did not pique his interest much, as he had no shortage of provisions. A folding crossbow, the kind equipped with a pulley system, was among the finds, featuring arrows that were merely a few centimeters long. In the confined quarters of a building, it was likely less effective than a wolf-fang spear and shield. Wow, this is a remarkable item. The only truly awe-inspiring find was the solar panels. Considering the necessity for electricity in the wilderness, they were lightweight, thin, and foldable, complete with wireless charging capabilities. Although lacking a flashlight, the folding crossbow was equipped with one. However, it was perplexing that there were no walkie-talkies or other electronic communication devices. This was baffling, much like the empty phones and tablets he had come across. 2 solar panels, each nearly a square meter in size, offered him significant advantages. The lithium batteries he had discovered could be assembled into a larger battery pack, suitable for propelling a dirigible. Although it would provide only minimal thrust, having electricity would greatly facilitate other matters such as heating. This notion compelled him to rush back to the building's parapet, as if to gaze upon the wings resting near the body of the cephalopod. The wings themselves were of little significance. What truly mattered was the possibility that those 2 auxiliary fuel tanks harbored solar panels. A 4 square meter solar panel would vastly outshine the meager solar cells of a camping lantern. It remained a mystery what materials were employed in the solar panels on this planet, as they appeared both light and thin. A square of folding solar panels could be compacted into the size of a wallet, and when held, it felt as though a gentle breeze could whisk it away. By heavens, he was determined to retrieve those solar panels. He peered from the rooftop, fixating on the wings for quite some time before returning to the elevator shaft, resuming his examination of the supplies. 2 folding crossbows seemed excessive to him. He held one in his hands for a considerable time, when suddenly a new idea struck him. If he were to combine the folding crossbow with a wolf-tooth spear, then, even if he encountered an unwary adversary, he could deliver an arrow, follow it with a shot from a gas gun, and then rush in for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 55. All crops. This is but a small step for an individual, yet a monumental leap for humanity. Glancing back at the ground, Lin Xiaodong shared with Zhu a frigidly cold joke about moon landing. While it is evident that he bears no significant resemblance to the locals, deep down, he still perceives himself as an extraterrestrial. Indeed, he was about to descend to the ground, marking his first venture downward since arriving here. Following closely behind him, Zhu trailed the silken thread, her 8 multifaceted eyes gazing at him in utter perplexity. Regrettably, the thread trailing from her rear hindered any attempt to sway her ample form. This task was originally intended for yesterday, but after hoisting the drone to the rooftop, a protective covering was laid down to safeguard against potential rain. At the very least, the lower half of the saucer-shaped airship was shrouded, ensuring that any impending downpour would fill the rooftop water tank. Furthermore, a composite weapon had been assembled, integrating a folding crossbow with a wolf-tooth spear. Cradling a hefty sum of currency, he descended gradually while observing the destruction wrought upon the building by the inorganic entities. A few balconies had suffered shattered windows due to the drone's collision, revealing the zombies within. Fortunately, there were no sign of spitting monsters. He continued his descent without incident, discarding a few bundles of cash as he hovered a mere dozen meters above the ground. Zombies still roamed the area, but the primary form of the legged monstrosities was absent. A few legs lay motionless, resembling piles of dung, yet their vibrant hues made them easily distinguishable. First, he would eliminate the zombies, clearing out all those within reach before confronting the legged creatures. With each encounter with these beings, they appeared less fearsome in Lin Xiaodong's mind. As he harvested more resources from them, they increasingly resembled mere crops. Who among those raised in rural settings would still harbor fear of crops? He grasped the hastily modified wolf-tooth spear, which now combined 3 weapons: a melee weapon, a crossbow, and a gas gun. The latter, particularly, utilized the formidable fangs of the legged creatures, ensuring an ample supply of ammunition. Activating the laser sight, the vibrant dot landed squarely on the forehead of a zombie standing vacantly. When not in pursuit of prey, these creatures often remained oblivious, making them natural targets. He squeezed the trigger. With a swift whoosh, a short crossbow bolt struck the zombie's forehead. In a spray of ichor, the once upright corpse seemed to lose its rigidity, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Yet, the zombie did not perish. Its incessant groans of hunger continued to resonate. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the scattered, ordinary zombies, completely unaware of the demise of one of their own. This was fortuitous. Their lack of telepathy meant that the death of one would not summon a horde, allowing for an escape should the need arise. He chose not to reload the crossbow. Instead, he activated the switch leading directly to the fire extinguisher, a device he had modified from a gas valve. The only drawback was that it required pulling to release the gas, as pressing it down would seal it shut. A resounding sound akin to a firecracker erupted. Aiming at a common zombie, he expertly executed a headshot. The blow dart, propelled by 15 megapascals of pressure, indeed exhibited a portion of the might of firearms. The purpose of experimenting with the airgun was to ascertain the radius of zombie attraction induced by the noise. Even if it attracted some, it mattered not. He had already mastered the art of crafting crossbow bolts using the teeth of the arachnid monster combined with biochemical materials. As long as the bolts did not fall to the ground, he would remain unscathed. True to expectation, the air gun emitted a sound reminiscent of firecrackers, drawing in over a dozen zombies from the vicinity. They groaned hungrily as they converged downstairs. It appeared that the air gun was not as safe as the crossbow bolts, yet its advantage lay in its swiftness, offering no fatigue in its operation. Observing the absence of mutated zombies, he retrieved a few bills, descending cautiously about 10 meters. He threw down a few notes to halt his descent and drew a peculiar crossbow bolt from his makeshift bag, a bolt with a black shaft and a white tip. With renewed confidence, he raised a crossbow, his gaze steady through a 4 times magnification scope, focusing on the zombie's forehead before pulling the trigger. To his astonishment, the bolt, tipped with the arachnid's formidable tooth, demonstrated greater power than the original crossbow bolts. The shot penetrated the zombie's forehead effortlessly, embedding itself into the ground. Silently, he mouthed an exuberant affirmation, giving himself an approving nod. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden tremor shook the webbing that held him aloft. What was happening? What was wrong with Eiju? Looking up, he noticed the white threads trembling rhythmically, reminiscent of guitar strings. In response to his seemingly accusatory gaze, Eiju dangled helplessly, staring back at him with its 8 compound eyes. Following the tremor, the webbing abruptly lost its tension, causing him to plummet downward. In a panic, he discarded the bills from his grasp, hoping the added weight would propel him back to the rooftop. However, this action proved futile as his body fell like a stone. Hitting the ground, he felt his spine jar, his internal organs nearly displaced, as he clutched his aching back, exclaiming in agony, "Damn, I almost knocked the breath out of myself." Straining to look up at the rooftop, he noticed the severed webbing drifting downwards. With keen eyesight, Lin Xiaodong discerned what appeared to be a dark spot at the edge of the rooftop. Yet, upon closer inspection, nothing was there. Could it be him? The one who had wasted the water supply? Were there other survivors on this floor? The thought struck him, perhaps that individual had reached the rooftop. A suspicion had lingered in his mind since the sudden water stoppage, contemplating the existence of other survivors above. However, the horde of zombies in the stairwell posed a formidable barrier, making it exceedingly difficult for any survivors below to reach the top. Moreover, despite the relentless trials that had nearly driven him to despair, he had been faring relatively well overall. Suddenly, A realization dawned upon him. Perhaps the weight he had discarded had passed by that individual's room, and it was possible that he had discovered this situation yesterday. As he descended, that person might have seized the opportunity to scale the rooftop alongside the weight. Yet, during the descent, he felt no discernible shift in the weight. What could possibly be amiss? Regrettably, there was no time for contemplation, as a cacophony of hunger echoed through the air. He could even hear the frantic sounds of mutated zombies scuttling on all fours. In an instant, his previously tranquil existence plunged into a dire predicament. Anyone would be thrown into disarray. However, this was not Lin Xiaodong's reaction. In that world, he existed at the fringes of society, where daily injustices poured down like relentless rain. After all, the Deliverman must inevitably brave the storm. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he set aside thoughts of loading his crossbow. His gaze fixed upon the approaching zombies and the ominous sounds of the encroaching mutated ones. He raised his shield, leaving only his eyes exposed, and tightened his grip on the wolf-tooth spear. Gritting his teeth, he reminded himself that this was a moment to fight for survival. His narrowed pupils glinted with a sharp intensity, fixating on the increasingly close zombies that encircled him. Chapter 56. What the tentacled beast feared. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain from the wound on his arm, he pushed away the encroaching zombies with his shield. Before him lay several fallen corpses, all pierced through the head. A few others had their necks caught by the horizontal blade of his wolf-fang spear, rendering them headless. Raising the spear, Lin Xiaodong thrust it forcefully at the approaching zombies. With a satisfying squelch, it effortlessly pierced through the skull of one of the undead. To his surprise, the creature did not succumb immediately. Instead, it clutched the spear's blade with its arm. Alarmed, he released the spear and rubbed his hand against his body. With a swift motion, the clawed blade emerged, a modification made after several near misses. Now, the clawed blade could operate independently, needing no assistance from another hand. Rubbing it against his body secured it in place, although retrieving it still required manual manipulation. With the 3-inch-long clawed blade in hand, he found that the wounds inflicted on the zombies were far more grotesque than those made by the spear. The sharp blade glided across a zombie's face, as if slicing through tofu. 3 deep gashes, cutting through flesh and bone, erupted with a torrent of black ichor. These zombies were rendered incapable of further attack, though the sight was gruesome and the task more laborious than with the spear. Unfortunately, the respite was short-lived. Before he could dispatch several more, a greater horde of zombies surged towards him. A dozen zombies had congregated nearby, packed so tightly that movement was nearly impossible. These creatures, strong and tireless, were unable to be pushed aside, akin to a crowded bus where feet barely touched the ground. Suddenly, he felt something underfoot, and before he knew it, he found himself sitting before a rotund belly. It was Aizhu. A twinge of shame struck him. Amidst the battle with the zombies, he had neglected to check on Aizhu's safety. Clearly, Aizhu possessed greater agility, managing to squeeze through from the outskirts of the horde. He also noticed that the zombies showed no interest in Aizhu, focusing solely on him. Though Aizhu was also a living creature, perhaps its insect nature rendered it less appealing to the undead. He could not dwell on such thoughts, as Aizhu was being pressed against him by the advancing horde. Instantly, Lin Xiaodong found himself akin to an ancient cavalryman towering over infantry, elevated above the zombies. Although Aizhu's legs were now upright, her speed was lacking. Still, her height provided an advantage. He waved his shield and pulled out the clawed blade with his other hand, wildly swinging at the heads of the nearby zombies. In this moment, the creatures could only grasp at his legs, pulling and tugging, their mouths gaping hungrily toward him. This was hardly a cause for concern, as his armor, crafted from 5 millimeters of biochemical material, could withstand their bites. After all, zombie teeth were no match for bullets. As the clawed blade swung, the heads of the nearby zombies were cleaved open, deep gashes slicing through skull and flesh. Yet curiously, the zombies seemed devoid of brains, or if they possessed any, it had long since mutated. Amidst the 3 profound wounds, a fountain of viscous fluid erupted forth. In an instant, he caught sight of his wolf-fang spear and, with a swift motion, extracted it from the skull of the zombie. Grasping the spear with both hands, He commenced a frenzied assault upon the undead, akin to the cavalry of ancient times. Beneath him, the clever little creature, Azuzu, swiftly propelled Lin Chaodong away from the encircling horde of zombies. Yet, in a moment of panic, he yelled, "Azuzu, you little glutton, are you foolish? The arachnid monstrosity is far more terrifying than these zombies." Once they broke free from the throng of the undead, Azuzu, carrying Lin Chaodong, moved with remarkable speed, outpacing the zombies. Furthermore, Azuzu's 8 mechanical legs glided across the terrain with an almost imperceptible motion. Observing this, Lin Chaodong retrieved a crossbow bolt from his satchel and readied it for a shot. Had one been atop the building, they would have seen him mounted upon Azuzu, pursued by a small cluster of perhaps 10 zombies. The more they ran, the greater the commotion, attracting an increasing number of the undead. It appeared that, aside from her sensitivity to the scent of blood and sound, the zombies possessed an acute awareness of movement, their vertical pupils keenly attuned to anything in motion. Perhaps arachnids are innately drawn to flora, as their ancestors thrived among the trees. The fibrous, wooden arachnid monstrosity posed no challenge for Azuzu's 8 elongated legs. In the blink of an eye, Azuzu carried him to the stout, orderly, and smooth limbs of the arachnid creature, which evidently roused the vibrant appendages of the beast. Originally coiled upon the ground like dung, the limbs now rose in a display of eerie elegance. This was indeed a nerve-wracking moment, as he had barely escaped one peril only to enter another. He readied his wolf fang spear, not to engage in a futile contest with the arachnid, but rather to affix a tranquilizer bolt to the crossbow and air gun. This was the kind of dart capable of subduing large animals, far more effective against the arachnids than his spear. For the moment, the recently awakened arachnid seemed more intrigued by the nearby zombies, granting him the opportunity to observe its hunting techniques up close. The vibrant limbs moved with the grace of a serpent, yet exhibited greater agility. They effortlessly ensnared the zombies and, with their 6-part mouths, began to devour their prey, not merely biting, but scraping the flesh from the zombies as if with a steel brush. "Azuzu, perhaps we should take advantage of the arachnid's preoccupation and make our escape," he suggested. Azuzu seemed to comprehend the creature's dreadfulness, having been forced to this position by the zombies. With its 8 long legs, Azuzu attempted to return to the building's edge. Once there, given Azuzu's climbing prowess, it would not be difficult to reach the rooftop again, as long as they could enter the room, clear the hallway of zombies, and navigate the elevator shaft back home. Even if the arachnid occupied the 10th floor, it would not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, before Azuzu could make much progress, a vividly colored limb had already obstructed their path. As if confronting a horde of zombies, their bodies stand upright, and their 6-petaled mouths gape wide open, poised to ensnare both Az and Lin Chaodong at any moment. Without a second thought, I brandish my wolf-toothed spear, and with a swift motion, the folding crossbow releases an arrow. Fearing that the dosage of the anesthetic may prove insufficient, I simultaneously activate the air gun and fire a shot. Both are tranquilizer darts. I only hope that the combined effects will lull this obstructive creature into slumber. Suddenly, it seems the creature comprehends the assault, for its vividly colored buds abruptly fall, lunging toward Lin Chaodong. In dealing with such a beast willing to consume its medicine, the latter does not hesitate to thrust his spear directly forward. The 6-petaled mouth opens wide as the wolf-toothed spear pierces through. Sensing the foreign object lodged in its throat, the 6-petaled mouth clamps down tightly, akin to enveloping a thermometer. Given the girth of the wolf-toothed spear, it evokes an altogether different scenario. Chapter 57. Even plants deceive, the vibrant cephalopod swayed, as if intoxicated, resembling a staggering drunkard meandering down the street. Particularly when it coiled around the wolf-toothed spear, the brilliance of its bud deepened significantly, akin to the alluring, rosy visage of a certain someone. After a brief moment, the 6-petaled mouth, tightly wrapped around the spear, finally released its grip. Freed, Lin Chaodong hastily withdrew the wolf-toothed spear, his trembling hands betraying his anxiety as he stared at the flower bud. The cephalopod's response was peculiar, Within moments, it slumped as if genuinely inebriated. Unlike the way it curled up into a dung-like form after a hearty meal, it resembled a snake whose spine had been severed, utterly limp. The other cephalopods, having finished their meal, approached the nearby zombies, their vivid flower buds drawing closer. This was not a promising sign. In a flurry, he rummaged through his bag for tranquilizer darts, hurriedly loading them into the crossbow and air gun. Strangely, the converging cephalopods seemed to recognize him through the potency of the tranquilizer darts. They bent their flower buds in a manner reminiscent of tourists in a park, curiously observing rare animals. Indeed, if a biological crisis were to sweep through the Eastern Kong Republic, humanity would indeed be regarded as a rare species. Holding the wolf-toothed spear, he gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, pondering whether he should offer a few tranquilizer darts to the surrounding cephalopods. At that moment, one of them approached him, suddenly unfurling its six-petaled mouth. Startled, Lin Xiaodong took a step back as the cephalopod pressed closer, seemingly intent on compelling him to discern the true nature of the flower bud. Between the lips of its formidable, toothy maw lay some white, filamentous structures that twisted like serpents, evoking the unsettling impression of some linear parasite. His skin prickled with unease. Upon closer inspection, these white filaments boasted delicate, rosy tips resembling, well, something only a seasoned individual would understand. As he regarded these worm-like entities, a vivid image abruptly invaded his mind, an individual tugging at a horse adorned with horn-like appendages. Within those horns resided similar white filaments dragging their own tails connecting. What was that film called again? Avatar. It depicted a world brimming with peculiar flora and fauna, where animals communicated with the avatars in this very manner. Damn it, he thought. I don't have a tail. Even if I did, those worm-like things would not be present. The imposing, six-petaled mouth, filled with formidable teeth that would terrify anyone with a phobia of clusters, inched closer. Its movement did not seem threatening, but bore a hint of invitation. Yet, he had no desire to engage with them. Even if he did, he certainly did not wish to connect with those filaments. The predicament was vexing. Would refusing to communicate with this creature provoke an attack from the cephalopods? Cautiously, he extended his hand, gesturing towards the worm-like entities, attempting to inquire. Do you mean to suggest that I connect with it? The flower bud did not nod in agreement. He surmised it would not. The six-petaled maw retreated slightly before gradually inching closer to his face. It seemed that the cephalopod could not comprehend human language, which posed a challenge for communication. The thought of not communicating had never crossed his mind, especially since being surrounded by a multitude of cephalopods could lead to a cacophony of chaos. The open six petals advanced again, suggesting that communication was possible without the need for nematodes. However, having this appendage so close to his face posed a risk. A mere misstep could result in the skin being torn from his visage. The notion that these appendages used this very mouth to extract flesh and blood from corpses sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, the cephalopod seemed to have discovered something intriguing, turning to his ear with great interest. It cautiously leaned forward, yet the mouth filled with jagged teeth compelled Lin Xiaodong to dodge, pivoting to face it directly. He even raised the wolf fang spear in his hand as a warning to keep its distance. The cephalopod appeared to understand his alarm, retreating slightly. It then entered a state of contemplation, indicated by the flower bud atop its head, which seemed to embody its deliberation. It remained still for a moment, the length of which made Lin Xiaodong ponder whether he should seize this opportunity to escape. Suddenly, the flower bud extended towards him again, this time without opening its mouth. Instead, tendril-like structures emerged from within. Goodness! This resembled a serpent's tongue, which was undoubtedly perilous. However, having grown up in the countryside, Lin Xiaodong harbored no fear of snakes. Yet, as he observed the flower bud moving toward the side of his head, it appeared intent on establishing communication through his ear. Could this truly be the case? Was this creature attempting to implant these nematode-like tendrils into his mind? Having played numerous biohazard-themed games, he possessed a certain awareness. But the current situation, glancing at the surrounding cephalopods, he noted that they all had their mouths closed, with their tongues extending tendrils. Moreover, Their positions indicated that retreating without communication was not an option. Two flower buds even demonstrated their connection, their six-petaled mouths entwined with the white tendrils. For heaven's sake, were they flaunting their affection? Had they never heard that such displays could lead to dire consequences? Turning his attention back to the flower bud by his head, he contemplated the scenario. It was evident that escaping without communicating was impossible. He cautiously lifted his arm and positioned it near his shoulder, contemplating, "If you dare to invade my ear, I shall strike you down, and we shall perish together." Then he instructed Aiju, "If I cry for help, you must sting it fiercely." Seemingly understanding Lin Xiaodong's intent, Aiju wobbled its ample belly, as if assuring him of its readiness. It then tilted its head, exposing its ear to the flower bud. As he had surmised, the flower bud approached with caution, and its soft tendrils made contact with his ear. It felt slightly ticklish, an odd sensation that was reminiscent of a woman softly breathing into his ear, the warmth grazing his earlobe, producing a tingling sensation. The sensation was intensely thrilling, so much so that he nearly succumbed to an unashamed arousal. A desire to emit a certain indulgent sound burgeoned within him. Delicate petals explored the contours of Lin Xiaodong's ears, seemingly verifying the position of his ear canal. Subsequently, these petals, having located their target, cautiously began to delve deeper. At first, it felt akin to an ear cleaning, yet these petals were remarkably soft. Furthermore, as they navigated the ear canal, they seemed to tread carefully, as if afraid of causing him discomfort. It evoked a sense of reassurance, reminiscent of a man soothing a woman, gently assuring her, "Do not worry. I am merely grazing the surface. I shall not intrude without your consent." He could even sense how meticulously those petals dislodged all the wax from his ear. Regardless of whether it was a form of communication, the creature's dexterity in this intimate exploration was unparalleled. However, just as he relished the tantalizing tickle within his ear, the petals reached the eardrum. It was akin to the sound produced when an ear scoop penetrated deeply. "Stop, stop! You've reached the membrane," he thought, startled by the peculiarity of the situation. The previously closed six-petaled mouth of the bud suddenly unfurled, wrapping around his head like six tiny arms. The once gentle petals abruptly hardened, breaching his eardrum. Goodness, who knew plants could deceive in such a manner? Chapter 58. You were just a doubled yoke. Trusting the arm-footed creature was a mistake Lin Xiaodong deeply regretted, akin to pursuing a woman who is not truly loved. Yet, at this moment, as the nematode infiltrated his ear, it was too late for remorse. Whether out of fear or due to the nematode's control, his body felt as stiff as an ice pop, utterly immobile. Panic surged through his heart, which protested vehemently against the pressure, beating loudly in protest. The excruciating pain in his eardrum soon dissipated, possibly due to the secretion of a substance resembling an anesthetic by the nematode. A strange, inexplicable feeling akin to anger emerged in his mind. However, he was aware that this was not his own emotion. After all, he would not feel enraged merely because of an injury caused by an arm-footed creature. That feeling was slow, like an elderly man leaning on a walker, ambulating alone down the street, reminiscing about a long life. How could he entertain such thoughts? This was certainly not his line of thinking. What a disaster. Had he been ensnared by the arm-footed creature? This notion was truly disheartening. After all, he had worked so hard to live again, and had finally found a Zhu, yet. "I do not wish to control you." The sluggish, brooding thought in his mind was filled with a slow and simmering rage. Yes, it was an overwhelming anger, one that nearly cost him his life multiple times. He still yearned to express his fury. Two emotions intertwined in his mind, but they were not articulated. They were merely feelings. If he was not being controlled, why was he unable to move or see? He could only engage in a futile standoff with this presence in his mind. Not a standoff, a dialogue, a communication. Communication? What in the world was this supposed to be? Wait, the arm-footed creature is an intelligent being. It possesses thought. The flora of this planet, astonishingly, has consciousness. Could it be? No doubt he swiftly recalled scenes from Avatar. Although the film did not fully elaborate, it hinted at a colossal, intelligent life system encompassing the entire planet's vegetation. Before he could ponder further, the sluggish consciousness conveyed a message. Different survival, food, son. You bad guy. What the hell? The other emotions were so rational. Yet when it came to him, the concept of bad guy was expressed with such clarity. How absurd. Fine, it was not control, but merely communication. Yet to label him a bad guy was utterly unjust. The exchange was slow and clumsy, akin to a singer finishing a song only for the audience to remember to applaud at the end. Stop. Food. You bad guy. How's he a bad guy? He did not lead those zombies to leap from the elevator shaft. They could not consume him. That train of thought seemed to be in contemplation, as if time had come to a standstill. During this interval, Lin Xiaodong did not remain idle. He sought to regain control over his body while his mind raced with calculations. Were the transformations of biological forms in plants a result of mutation after consuming zombies? Or did they possess such abilities innately? What were their seeds? Were humans their sustenance? Most importantly, were such plants abundant in the jungle? And would they pose a threat to human survival? Thank you. To hinder food, you rogue. I no longer wish to engage in a futile debate regarding whether I am indeed a villain. Instead, I pose a question to you. Have you acquired wisdom only after consuming the undead? Wisdom. What is wisdom? This is indeed a profound inquiry, one that has sparked much discourse, yet remains inconclusive. Well, I too am uncertain about the essence of wisdom. When then, do you realize that you are you? That is to say, when do you attain self-awareness? Ha ha, fool, scoundrel, you are merely a double-yolked egg. Ah, your thoughts are sluggish, reminiscent of an elderly individual. How could you suddenly shift your demeanor? Pa, you're the old one. Your entire family consists of ancients. But wait, how does this creature comprehend the vernacular of the internet? Could it be an unfortunate soul traversing through the arboreal realm? Haha, go ahead and guess. Your foolish heart would never fathom the truth. It is as if I see a youthful maiden playfully sticking out her tongue and blowing bubbles at me. Since when did plants begin to deceive humans? Does your mother know of your unreliability? The irate Lin Xiaodong found himself roaring in his mind at that inexplicable consciousness. I am truly infuriated. I have been outsmarted by a mere tree. Who am I to seek justice from? A wave of frustration surged within him, though it was not he who felt this vexation, but rather that enigmatic awareness. After a moment of despondency, it suddenly inquired, Mother, what does it feel like to be held by a mother? Taken aback by this question, Lin Xiaodong made an effort to reminisce. Since he could remember, he had been a left-behind child, with little opportunity to be embraced by his mother. Throughout the year, the only moments he spent with her were during the brief days of the new year when his parents returned from labor. It felt so foreign, being held by someone who had long been absent from his life. Before he could truly acclimate, they would once again pack their bags and depart for distant work. Year after year, this cycle repeated until he ceased to seek that warmth. Why did your mother leave you? He felt that explaining this to a tree would be futile. So he countered with a question of his own. Do you have a mother? Surely, if the maternal entity qualifies as a mother, though I possess no recollection of her. A forthright response. Do you plants possess wisdom? How would I know? Am I to wield an axe like you, recklessly cleaving them to count their rings? This retort left Lin Xiaodong momentarily speechless. You initiated the attack, mind you, wielding a wolf-tooth spear against those limbs. The justification is undeniably sufficient. What do you mean I attacked you? Can we engage in reasoned discourse? They are merely children in search of sustenance. This response increasingly echoed the tone of the internet, prompting Lin Xiaodong to inquire, why do you speak as if you hail from my homeland? What's strange about that? I have connected to your neural pathways. Your memories are now my own. The notion of another being extracting memories felt akin to having one's wealth pilfered from a bank. Unhappy with this, he retorted, in my memories, there is no girl like you. Indeed, there is, when you're my desk mate. You were so foolish yet so mischievous, always placing toads on my desk. In a word, Lin Xiaodong's heart surged with emotions as memories of the past swept through his mind like a gentle breeze. That was his recollection of his wife. Could you refrain from mimicking her speech? Such behavior greatly irked Lin Xiaodong. Hearing his wife's voice felt like pouring salt into an open wound. His heart ached painfully. Scenes from a previous life flashed before his eyes. filled with blissful moments and exhilarating revenge, that existence should have dissipated like a refreshing breeze. The slightly playful creature, sensing the depth of his feelings, momentarily quieted. Suddenly, it inquired, "So do you think my voice is good?" Chapter 59. Discovering malicious traitors. Is this acceptable? Whoa. The voice suddenly transformed into that of a man. I said, "Wealthy brother, have you been troubled for a long time? Your system hasn't upgraded, has it?" The second voice morphed into that of a woman. This is unmistakably the voice of the grandmother from a Chinese ghost story. However, this did not surprise Lin Xiaodong. Rather, the content of the dialogue sent shivers down his spine. You know, I have a system. What on earth is a system? The voice shifted again, echoing his wife's, perhaps due to its vividness in his memory. Without delving deeper into the matter, he pressed on, I'm different from others. Do you realize that? What is so different? I've never connected with anyone else. How would I know if you're like them? At this moment, Lin Xiaodong felt a sense of relief. It seemed this entity was merely a clueless girl. Perhaps her awareness of the system was not a significant issue after all. This might be an opportunity. As this thought emerged, the voice resonated in his mind. Mr. Bad Egg, don't think you can trick me into working for you, or even a tree for that matter. How ridiculous. Then, quoting a line from some show, she added in a local dialect, "Are you out of your mind? Damn it, I've just been looked down upon by a tree," he thought indignantly. Yet, for the sake of his wealthy aspirations, this minor setback was inconsequential. Do you want to feast on more zombies? Food. Speaking of food, Lin Xiaodong's stomach growled audibly. He had just eaten before this ill-fated adventure, clearly not hungry. Hey, tree girl, if we are to connect, let us communicate without meddling with my organs. Different species could lead to dire consequences. Right, you can summon those food items. Go ahead and fetch them for me. Her personality resembled that of his wife. Somewhat crafty, but overall a carefree tomboy. Why should I? We agreed to help each other. Relying on his familiarity with his wife, he began to slowly implement his grand plan. Help each other. Oh, you rascal. You want to trick me into working for you, don't you? Her face flushed, and she had to admit that she genuinely desired to earn those wealthy points. It's not working. It's mutual assistance. Since you see my memories and know I have a system, you should understand. After this exchange, communication with the creature became remarkably smooth, as luring a young girl was a rather simple task. Although she had accessed Lin Xiaodong's memories, she claimed to be merely 8 years old. If he doubted her, she could suggest he chop down a tree to count its rings. As she grew from a seed, she remained unaware of any kin. Self-awareness began with her first taste of zombies, especially heightened after nourishment in the elevator shaft. If she could achieve this, then perhaps her kin could as well. As for whether she had kin, that could only be confirmed by venturing into the forest. This was a matter concerning plants, and Lin Xiaodong was not particularly interested. His focus lay elsewhere. Is the magnificent system finally accessible? Can one exploit a bug to accumulate wealth points? Will there be extraordinary abilities? Ultimately, the agreed transaction involves summoning a zombie-legged monster for a purchase of 100 million. The requirement is to procure its limbs. An assistance is readily offered, each instance also costing 100 million. This notion bears resemblance to Lin Xiaodong's initial idea of hiring a worker and leveraging the system's bug to amass wealth points. What follows is an attempt to exploit the bug for the first time in order to acquire wealth points, striving to suppress the desire for wealth points. The true essence of a wealthy individual emerges, accompanied by a flutter of excitement. The system presents a blue holographic panel before him. Balance, infinite expenditure, 0 intelligence, 5 weak physique, 13 weak agility, 12 weak endurance, 15 weak perception, 8 weak skills. Skills can be added, requiring expenditure of wealth points. 0 can be used to enhance physique, augment comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. It is indeed disheartening data. After so many days, there's been no change. Even an ordinary person, devoid of a system, would likely exhibit different statistics after daily encounters with zombies. Yet, his own data is clearly locked by an unupgradable system. Can the system facilitate remote transactions akin to certain e-commerce platforms? The frustratingly aloof system offers no response. implying he must navigate this alone. Irked, he thinks, would it kill you to provide a bit more clarity? Since the system refuses to cooperate, he decides to attempt a transaction. Engaging the legged monster for 100 million, he solemnly articulates the terms of his agreement with the creature. To his surprise, the system responds, though not verbally. Instead, a line of text appears on the blue screen. The system owner has encountered a malicious transaction. To prevent fraud, the transaction is terminated. Ah, what a reaction from the system, reminiscent of a banking institution's demeanor. Following the termination, another line of text floats by. Safety and peace. A national dream. Fraud prevention is a collective responsibility. The blue screen seems to morph into a teasing visage, almost as if it were smirking at him, declaring, "I am a magnificent system, not a foolish one." After several attempts, the final outcome is 2,000 per day. This price is akin to hiring a cherry picker for a day on Earth. Such a crafty system it is. Reluctantly, he takes a breath and reconsiders the agreement with the legged monster, modifying the terms. Although he could not acquire wealth points, the transaction has commenced. At 2,000 a day, one wealth point would require 50,000 days. That translates to over 136 years. I certainly cannot live that long. Despite the complaints, he has undeniably reaped genuine benefits. Balance. Infinite expenditure. 0 intelligence. 6 weak physique. 15 weak agility. 14 weak endurance. 18 weak perception. 10 weak skills. Skills can be added at the expense of godly points. 0 can be used to enhance physique. Improve comprehension, add skills, and upgrade skill levels. Surprisingly, all metrics have been unlocked. The experiences of survival over the past few days have led to an increase in various statistics. Well, it is better than nothing. Where on earth can I find more people to hire or acquire something from others? Ah, that fellow on the rooftop. He is indeed a person, and he nearly took my life. Perhaps I should purchase something from him before eliminating him. Buy first, then kill. With this resolution, I severed the connection with the tentacled creature. At last, my ears were at peace, and, astonishingly, the creature had even repaired my eardrum before its departure. Repairing an eardrum. Could it perhaps mend other injuries, such as a severed leg? Tentacled creature. In my contemplation, I suddenly realized that the connection had been severed. However, re-establishing the link would mean delving back into the ear, a sensation most disagreeable. Just as I was lost in thought, a tingling sensation surged through my fingertips, followed by a piercing pain. Chapter 60. How the hell did he do that? Raising his hand, Lin Xiaodong noticed that the fingertips of his biochemically armored gloves had been punctured. It was hardly surprising. Even the smallest of plants could pierce through skulls. And the strength of these creatures was undoubtedly greater. A few pale, pink-tipped flower stamens gently swayed at his fingertips. With a sigh, Lin Xiaodong realized that he had finally succumbed to parasitism by the very plants he had once overlooked. Yet, this was not the most outrageous part. The first organism he had employed turned out to be a tree. The world was indeed a curious place. At this moment, he remained mounted on a Zhu, perplexed by her stillness as her 8 compound eyes rolled about, observing him. Pointing with a finger adorned with flower stamens at the arthropod. He did not need to summon them. They instinctively approached to connect. Are you not the least bit annoyed? Just because they are plants doesn't mean they don't need rest, he thought to himself. As soon as the connection was made, the tree lady within him seemed to awaken with a grumpy outburst. What do you think you're doing sleeping on the job? Don't you know that workers should be diligent? Do you still want me to summon zombies for you? As she spoke, Lin Xiaodong felt an unflattering resemblance to a ruthless capitalist in her tone. They. A series of smacking sounds followed, revealing her to be quite the glutton. Take me up there. Glancing up at the rooftop, he decided it was time to confront the individual perched above. Everything he had painstakingly built was being snatched away by another, an affront he could not endure. You truly are a double yolk egg. You can control all the arthropods with just one connection. Yet you insist on disturbing others. Keep this up, and I might have to dock your pay. I am the capitalist here, while you, my dear, are merely a laboring tree. The words sounded undeniably strange, a jarring contradiction. Resolving the matter with the tree lady, Lin Xiaodong first sought to reclaim the remnants of the drone that had lured him into this predicament. The damaged wing bore 2 auxiliary fuel tanks filled with supplies. Given that the base had been seized by that scoundrel, those supplies would afford him a few more days of survival. The silver wing lay at the edge of the arthropod's form. It seemed safe to retrieve it now. However, as he approached the wreckage, a sudden chorus of zombie growls erupted nearby. Zombies? How could they possibly come here on their own? The question was swiftly answered. A faint whirring of rotor blades filled the air. The drone. Damn it, that fiend had seized control of his drone. With his home taken, it was hardly surprising that the drone had been commandeered. Yet, the individual occupying the rooftop was no trivial opponent either. Hovering about 10 meters above, the drone appeared to be carrying something, occasionally dropping items that landed with a splatter, showering the ground in blood. The creature was using the drone to drop bombs. How was he managing that? Regardless of the multitude of questions, it was evident that the bombs being released were a grotesque mixture of blood. Damn you and your entire family. Those are my creations containing my blood, and you dare use my own resources against me. Yet, no matter the fury that brewed within, he could not prevent the drone from releasing the zombie bait. However, this encounter with the undead through the drone afforded him a glimpse into the diverse varieties of zombies. The creatures sprinting ahead were the zombie beasts and the swift mutated zombies. After several days, the mutated zombies had undergone further transformations. They had grown taller, their limbs elongated and bursting forth from their tattered garments. Their skin exhibited a reddish hue, likely due to prolonged starvation, wrinkled and resembling tree bark. The term liquor suddenly flickered into his mind. Would these creatures, if they continued to evolve, resemble the liquors from the Resident Evil series? It was not an auspicious beginning. If the zombies could evolve, then tyrants, avengers, and weapon-wielding pursuers would surely emerge. Such conjectures made him feel faint, and he wished he could deliver a few kicks to the author of Resident Evil. Alongside these ever-mutating liquors were some transformed cats and dogs. Following them were throngs of ordinary zombies, running at speeds that would outpace even Usain Bolt in an Olympic arena. While ordinary zombies were not particularly terrifying, their sheer numbers posed a threat, capable of burying a person at any moment. Within the ranks of the common zombies were the jet-like sprayers, whose movements made the ground tremble, and the towering figures that sent chills down his spine. These taller entities exhibited an eerie green hue, with dark veins prominently visible beneath their skin. They appeared to wield weapons, standing at heights of 2 to 3 meters, brandishing trash cans, wooden sticks, and various debris. Having found nothing else, they even hefted an ordinary zombie as an improvised weapon. The most dire situation was that the horde of zombies was turning toward his position, lured by the drone. Faced with a throng of clawing undead, Lin Xiaodong's expression turned cold and grave. He had no choice but to fight to the death. He raised his versatile wolf-tooth spear, intent on bringing down the drone. He could not allow it to continue its aerial antics. Even if he miraculously dispatched this wave of zombies, it would only summon more. Yet, to his astonishment, the drone soaring above suddenly altered its trajectory. Furthermore, a voice emanated from it. "Stop your futile efforts. With your skills, you cannot strike my drone." It was a man's voice. He need not inquire. It belonged to the scoundrel who had usurped his perch atop the building. "Brother, we are all survivors. Why must you treat me this way? We harbor no deep-seated grudges, do we?" He aimed his wolf-tooth spear at the drone in the sky. However, the individual controlling the drone possessed considerable skill. Additionally, he was aware that Lin Xiaodong's spear was equipped with a projectile weapon. The small drone flitted through the air, as agile as a dragonfly, darting high and low, left and right. The laser from the crossbow remained unable to lock onto the drone. Observing the shrubs in the community green space and the approaching horde of zombies, he turned to Arachnid, who stared back with its 8 compound eyes, equally bewildered. He shouted his thoughts to it. "Arachnid, weave a web, but do not use the silk from your front spinnerets. Just weave it at knee height." This was due to his knowledge from past tests that the silk from the front spinnerets was designed for hunting. Consequently, the remarkable stickiness easily adheres to its prey, and as the creature struggles, it becomes ensnared ever tighter, ultimately falling victim to the spider's predation. The silk produced by the spinneret at the rear is utilized by the agile spider for locomotion, possessing rapid drying properties. The insatiable little spider pays no heed to Lin Xiaodong's thoughts, scuttling away with remarkable speed on its 8 elongated legs. Within mere seconds, the spider, having commenced weaving its web from the periphery, has encircled the territory of the arachnid-like creature. Then it embarks on a second and third lap. Who would have imagined that your pet spider is so remarkably adept? Could it be that you have reprogrammed it, which would be quite illegal? Throughout this time, Lin Xiaodong deftly dispatched several of the fastest-moving zombie beasts with the folding crossbow mounted on his Wolfang spear and a gas gun. However, in comparison to the horde of zombies attracted by the creature on the rooftop, this effort was but a mere drop in the bucket. Fortunately, the little spider proved invaluable, as its web rapidly unfurled in successive circles. The zombies that ventured too close became ensnared in the web, which, rising to knee height, severely restricted their movements. Witnessing this scene, Lin's anxiety began to dissipate somewhat. The pressing concern now lay with the towering, weapon-wielding, mutated zombies. Would they be capable of destroying the web? Could they encroach upon his vicinity? And if so, how might he counteract such an incursion? Of course, Lin Xiaodong is no fool. He harbors a hidden trump card. Chapter 61. The hidden ace. You believe that you can survive this. Yet even if you eliminate them all, they will only pave the way for the advancing horde of zombies. The voice of the figure atop the building echoed through the drone speaker. This was infuriating. Yet Lin Xiaodong found himself utterly powerless. What he spoke was indeed true. The zombies, ensnared by the web and sprawled on the ground, had not broken the strands. But more zombies were surging forward, intent on trampling over their fallen brethren to reach Lin Xiaodong. The stench of decay wafted in with the wind, a harbinger of death. The drone hovered nearby, the figure on the rooftop clearly awaiting his demise. Perhaps only upon my death would he find solace. Regret filled his heart. He had long surmised that there might be survivors above, yet he had failed to act decisively to eliminate that threat. This was a dire miscalculation. In a world ravaged by biohazards, is it truly a folly to harbor benevolence? In truth, even in such dire times, those who held on to kindness often found themselves trampled into the depths of society. Despite the encroaching horde, Lin Xiaodong, armed with a shield and spear, remained composed. What? Do you not intend to flee? Now would be an opportune moment to run. The person atop the drone continued to mock the endangered survivor, which was truly vexing. Unfortunately, for the time being, he was unable to deal with that nuisance. Not only was he reluctant to send Aizhu on a perilous mission to ambush him under the cover of night, but confronting the spider was, for humans, far too simple. The horde drew closer. The web spun by Aizhu swiftly trampled beneath the advancing mass. The taunts from the rooftop echoed in the air. You fool. Before the zombies encircle you, you still had a chance to escape to another building. Now, the drone circled Lin Xiaodong like a spectator observing a condemned prisoner. You have no opportunity to flee. It is not my intention to mock you. You truly are a fool, incapable of even escaping. Why should I care? My life or death is of no concern to you, and I will come find you. Find me? You, of all people, should carefully consider your own abilities. The rooftop figure, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Xiaodong's impending demise, took pleasure in delivering further ridicule. Holding his spear and shield, Lin Xiaodong gazed at the approaching zombies and calmly retorted to the derision. Embrace the horde. That is your fate. As for finding me, I fear no ghost. Just as he uttered this final, subtly mocking declaration, a vibrant crimson appendage erupted from the ground. The drone, hovering merely a few meters above the earth, was swiftly seized and crushed in the grip of the six-petal maw of the appendage. At last, silence enveloped Lin Xiaodong's ears, and he mused to himself, to become a ghost, I am far from prepared. I have no intention of joining their ranks. His previous delay had afforded the appendage ample time to grow. Eager to indulge in the feast before it, the creature's limbs were somewhat lacking. Just as one appendage obeyed the command to obliterate the drone, another, which had been silently growing, suddenly leaped into the air. Unlike the previous method of raising zombies through attacks, the current cephalopod stands upright, lowering its crimson head. It plunges from the sky like an aerial fighter, unfurling its six-petaled maw filled with sharp teeth upon nearing the zombies. With a swift motion, it envelopes a zombie's head, yanking it upwards abruptly. The result is akin to hanging, causing a violent strain on the cervical vertebrae, rendering the victim completely immobile. This holds true for both humans and zombies alike, as regardless of mutations, fundamentally altering physiological structures proves exceedingly difficult. Thus, severing the connection between the spine and the brain inevitably results in a total loss of mobility. The zombies plucked from the horde are not yet deceased, as they continue to emit hunger-driven sounds. The cephalopods do not consume their flesh, but instead toss them towards the core of the cephalopod monster. There, clusters of appendages, each as thick as an arm and over 3 meters long, gather, with even the buds barely larger than an adult's fist. For the incapacitated zombies, these appendages open their 6-petaled mouths, voraciously devouring the flesh and blood of their victims. It resembles a chicken farm, where the front gathers the eggs, and the back collects them. The act of plucking and collecting has become 2 distinct tasks, resulting in exponentially increased efficiency, as the outer appendages incessantly harvest. The numbers of zombies and zombie beasts visibly dwindle. As for Lin Chaodong, at this moment he is mounted upon a Zhu, wielding a shield and spear, charging into the horde like a knight. His intent is not to showcase his elevated attributes, but rather because the appendages lack the means to contend with the spitting monsters. The tree branch can adapt its defenses based on the external damage it suffers, much like a nail driven into a tree being enveloped by the tree's callus over time. The exterior of the cephalopod can withstand the acidic spray of the spitting monsters, yet their insides cannot convert that liquid into nourishment. The reason is simple. Crops cannot thrive in saline alkaline soil, as most plants are intolerant of such conditions. Hence, he is compelled to charge into the zombie throng atop Aiju. While he cannot hunt the spitting monsters, his wolf-tooth spear can easily sever the thick legs of the spitting creatures. A crimson cascade of corpse acid erupts forth. Upon noticing him charging, the spitting monster halts, opening its mouth in a grotesque grin as if preparing to spray. However, Aju's swift and agile movements compel them to restrain their desire to unleash their spray, allowing him an opportunity. With his shield angled in front, he directs Aju to weave an S-shaped path. The sound of the spitting monster spray makes his heart race. It is worth noting that Aju's skin is made of a certain plastic, yet her slender legs are undeniably mechanical. Whether she would limp if struck by the spitting monster remains uncertain, but he would undoubtedly feel a pang of despair. He must find an opportunity to craft armor for this little one. She can carry 200 kilograms, and armor should be within her capacity. Fortunately, Aju makes a nimble leap, evading the spray range of one spitting monster. Alas, she unwittingly lands within the firing range of another, and with a whoosh, another stream of red, acidic corpse fluid is shot forth. Thankfully, Aju is as agile as ever, suddenly accelerating and causing Lin Chaodong, perched on her back, to sway. The arrows, composed of crimson corpse acid, shot forth with great velocity. Approaching the jetting creature, the 5-inch-long wolf-toothed spear was thrust forward. With the momentum provided by Aju, it effortlessly severed one of the creature's legs, akin to cutting through a mere twig. The jetting creature, now missing a limb, felt no pain. It instinctively moved forward, its massive body toppling like a mountain of flesh. Simultaneously, a towering zombie, wielding a wooden stick of unknown origin, delivered a heavy blow to Lin Chaodong, who was atop Aju. The shield absorbed the impact, yet the immense force dislodged him from his perch, sending him tumbling into the throng of zombies. Surrounding him were the towering undead, brandishing weapons, and the rotund, chuckling jetting creatures. Clambering back to his feet, the scene before him plunged him into despair. A circle of imposing zombies, their slit-like eyes fixed upon him, seemed to deliberate whether this meager morsel would suffice to share among them. It was over. He was destined to perish at the hands of these fiends. Chapter 62. What grievance, what hatred leaping to his feet, Lin Chaodong brandished a shield and charged towards the robust zombie beside him, seeking to carve a path. Alas, the 2-meter-tall behemoth stood unwavering, akin to an immovable boulder, seemingly impervious to his assault. By heavens! This exclamation was not his own, but rather the resonant sound emitted as the towering zombie swung its weapon with a mighty flourish. accompanied by its bellow, a hefty club, presumably scavenged from the ground, descended upon him. With a resounding thud, he was nearly sent tumbling like a rag doll. What the devil? That could have killed me. Rising from the ground, he felt a tightness in his chest, yet was relieved to find no significant pain. The thick layer of bioarmor had absorbed the brunt of the blow, dispersing the force entirely. Otherwise, he would surely have been felled by that strike. Such immense strength warranted the moniker Mighty Zombie. The name itself held little importance, as long as it conveyed its characteristics. In a stroke of fortune, he now stood beside one of these mighty zombies, and without a moment's hesitation, he wielded his wolf-tooth spear. With a swift motion, the spear severed the thick leg, which threatened to burst through the fabric of its clothing. The mighty zombie's substantial form collapsed, akin to a falling giant, sending tremors through the ground beneath. At that moment, Lin Xiaodong felt the benefits of his enhanced attributes. His agility and increased strength ignited a fervent desire within him for divine prowess. Successfully severing a mighty zombie's leg created an opening in the encircling horde. He quickly maneuvered, making a dash to escape the confines of the circle. Yet, more zombies remained. However, he soon discerned the weakness of these mighty zombies. Despite their formidable strength, their agility was evidently lacking, causing their movements to be heavy and sluggish. Though their weapon swings produced a whistling sound through the air, their slow pace allowed him to narrowly evade their strikes. Just as he found himself in a precarious position, a flash of vibrant color from the tentacles caught his eye. They unfurled into 6 petals and descended abruptly from above. From his vantage point below, they resembled an ancient executioner's weapon. The tentacles ensnared the mighty zombie's head, and with effortless strength, they lifted the hefty form into the air. One could almost hear the sickening snap of its cervical vertebrae as it was hoisted off the ground. Subsequently, the massive body was tossed into the heart of the plant's core, where the smaller tentacles feasted. In a realm of flora, it seemed a single tentacle could satiate an entire family. As the number of mighty zombies dwindled, the plump forms of the spitting monsters became increasingly visible. These adversaries were beyond the capabilities of the tentacles. Only he, with his wolf-tooth spear, could dispatch them one by one to eliminate the threat. Turning, he witnessed Eiju caught in a perilous situation under the onslaught of spitting attacks. Concerned for her safety, Lin Xiaodong shouted, "Retreat! Eiju, quickly fall back!" Understanding the danger posed by the corrosive liquid of the spitting monsters, Eiju obediently retreated to a safer position, shielded by the protective tentacles. With a shield braced before him and a wolf-toothed spear in hand, he stood resolute. Unlike Eiju, who was encased in a protective biological armor, he remained unperturbed by the corrosive acid. Particularly after his various attributes had been enhanced, he found it increasingly effortless to engage the clumsy, jetting creatures. Ha! Puffed. The sharp sound of a powerful jet burst forth. With a bold chest and a commanding shout, he called forth the cash. The high-pressure column of banknotes clashed with the acid projectiles, both descending in a chaotic tumble. While the banknotes were stained crimson, the acid was effectively obstructed, cascading down like autumn leaves. As he ran, he wielded the wolf-toothed spear, targeting the vulnerable underbelly of the jetting beasts. One by one, their thick limbs were severed by the spear, and soon a dozen of the creatures succumbed to the onslaught of banknotes. Lin Xiaodong could not help but commend the prowess of the godly spending system. Its intelligence was truly remarkable. Initially, he withdrew cash in increments, but ultimately, the notes scattered like a tempest, splattering the faces of the jetting monsters. He marveled at how the system determined whether to dispense a neat sum or loose change. Regardless, with the jetting beasts vanquished, the immediate peril had subsided. Gasping for breath, Lin Xiaodong retrieved a cigar, placing it between his lips, resolving to rest briefly before launching a counterattack. He could endure hunger and thirst, but all his cigars, save for half a pack, remained on the rooftop. As he caught his breath and settled beside Eiju, a sudden crisp sound echoed from afar. Crack! The sound was sharp and clear, and by the time he registered it, a flower bud on a tentacle had already been struck. The thought of firearms sent a shiver through Lin Xiaodong. Guns! This rooftop belonged to that fool with a gun cabinet. In this post-apocalyptic world, what could be more vital than weaponry? Yet, Hadn't that fool-esque gun's been destroyed? How could he still possess one? Crack! Another tentacle was hit. Fortunately, plants lack sensation, and a single bullet could not damage a flower bud, nor would it cause the tentacle to become fibrous. Yet, that fool was exceedingly petty. Did he intend to take out his frustrations on the tentacles simply because they aided him? No, that fool was aiming at him, seeking his demise. Alarmed, he quickly rolled on the ground, taking a Zhu with him to hide behind a nearly 2-meter-thick tentacle. As anticipated, gunfire erupted again, with bullets striking the very tentacle that sheltered him. Luckily, given its substantial girth, it would likely withstand anything short of a Barrett sniper rifle. He scanned his surroundings, aware that remaining exposed while under fire was not a viable strategy. The only refuge lay within the building. Once inside, he would be nearly invulnerable. Crack! Another shot rang out, and as he pulled back the gun's bolt, he knew he had to. However, just as he emerged from behind the tentacle, a bullet whizzed perilously close to his feet. The bullet screamed past, a harbinger of danger. It was a fully automatic weapon. A sniper rifle surely would not operate in such a manner. This judgment is a blend of joy and concern. The joy lies in the ability to fire continuously, albeit with slightly less precision than a sniper rifle. The worry, however, is that a fully automatic weapon would leave one vulnerable outdoors. Although it is still early afternoon and the sun retains some warmth, the thought of spending a night in this frigid place, where damp banknotes could solidify like metal, is almost unbearable. To endure a night in such cold would surely turn me into an icy stick of currency rather than a man. Consumed by anxiety and anger, Lin Xiaodong desperately shouted towards the rooftop, questioning what grievances could possibly warrant such torment. Once I gain entry, I shall ensure you regret this. The agitated Lin Xiaodong is far from benevolent. As the standoff progressed, darkness swiftly descended. Even more unfortunate, ominous clouds gathered from an unknown source, signaling the onset of relentless rain. Cursed heavens, what vendetta do you harbor against me, to conspire with that fool in tormenting my existence? Chapter 63. The Night Outdoors. Hey, you foolishly fired nearly 100 rounds. Wouldn't it be prudent to conserve your ammunition? This is the apocalypse. After all, there aren't countless bullets to squander. Lin Xiaodong shouted towards the rooftop, cupping his hand around his mouth. It remained uncertain whether the imbecile atop understood, yet the rhythmic sound of gunfire continued unabated. As darkness enveloped the sky, a light rain began to fall. His feet, numbed by the cold, reminded him of the harrowing first night spent trapped on the rooftop, a night that nearly cost him his life. It was a tormenting experience, one where he could only endure the blows without retaliating. Fortunately, the wind below was less ferocious than that on the rooftop. At that moment, he sheltered behind the body of an arachnid creature, huddling to withstand the chill and the relentless attacks from the rooftop. In such a frigid and desolate place, he pondered where he might find refuge from the biting cold of night, under the watchful gaze of that fool. Both he and Zhu had no opportunity to escape into the building. Surely, regardless of which establishment they entered, they would find sustenance, drink, and a place to rest. The supply crate from the wing was now in his possession, delivered by the arachnid. He could have attempted to use the broken wing as a makeshift shield against the rain, or even gather some of the arachnid wood to kindle a fire. Regrettably, the imbecile on the rooftop had relentlessly fired upon him since he had evaded the zombie threat. No matter where he sought refuge, it was futile, as his former electronic scope possessed both night vision and thermal imaging capabilities. It must be quite cold up there. Did that fool not feel it? Gripping the icy firearm in the frigid night, he pondered how much longer he could endure this plight. If it were just Lin Xiaodong, he would have sought the warmth of a fire inside as soon as darkness fell and the winds howled. Zhu, tonight may very well be our most tragic night. They lacked neither food nor water. Alas, they had nowhere to sleep. Zhu, shivering, curled her 8 legs around her abdomen, resembling a creature preparing for hibernation. He wished to wrap both himself and Zhu in thick stacks of cash, but feared being immobilized by the weight of the bills, ultimately succumbing to the gunfire from above. Thus, even if he were to cover himself with money, it would have to wait until that fool had succumbed to slumber. As for attempting to dash into the building under the cover of night, it would be tantamount to courting death given the adversary's night vision and thermal imaging. Perhaps he could attempt it during the latter half of the night, but it was utterly impossible at present. In the throes of despair, he recalled how the arachnid would coil into a dung-like shape when not consuming food. Might the dung-like shelter serve as a viable option now? As the thought crossed his mind, he gestured towards the nearby arachnids, conveying his idea through their connection. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed within him. You have spent 2,000 yuan. Payment has been processed automatically. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodong's spirits lifted. Divine luxury points. I am finally drawing closer to you. The arachnid, previously swaying to evade bullets, immediately coiled up upon receiving the message. The imbecile atop is cradling a rifle. The electronic telescope was affixed to the rifle, serving as a sighting device. Perhaps it was for this reason that his marksmanship had deteriorated so drastically. After over 100 shots, he had finally begun to grasp the nuances, with the disparity between the aiming point and the impact point diminishing steadily. Were Lin Xiaodong to reveal himself now, he was nearly certain he could hit him. As for whether he could endure the night on the rooftop, Lin Xiaodong truly ought not to concern himself for those who had pilfered his supplies. At this moment, he lay on the rooftop, atop a makeshift sniper platform constructed from several stools and tables. The legs of the table were wrapped in no less than 5 layers of various winter coats, topped with a piece of plastic sheeting. The shooting aperture before him was also stuffed with thick quilts, leaving only the electronic telescope and rifle protruding outside. The sniper platform was illuminated by a camping lamp, and a robust aroma of cigar smoke lingered, muffled by the heavy blankets. To be frank, not only could he maintain his vigil for a day, but the arrangement of the platform could easily sustain him for several days. The very existence of this platform indicated that the individual before him was an adept marksman. After several observations through the electronic telescope, Lin Xiaodong and Zhu, ensnared in a heap of cow dung, had vanished from sight. The sniper quickly deduced the situation, a cold smirk flitting across his lips. He then took aim and fired at the slenderest connection between the creature's flower bud and its body. The flower bud of the creature fell away, and the sniper lowered his rifle, reclining comfortably on the platform, inhaling cigar smoke and exhaling it with a chuckle, murmuring to himself that this was quite an effective strategy. Since he had entered, why should he think of escaping? At this moment, Lin Xiaodong, blissfully unaware of the imminent turn of events, was buoyed by the sheltering cow dung that shielded him from the frigid wind. Under the beam of his tactical flashlight, the creature morphed into a wooden form, its vibrant colors fading rapidly. A sigh escaped his lips as he recognized the gravity of his predicament. Although he was no longer cold, what would he do come morning? How long would it take to excavate through the 2-meter-thick wall of dung? He could refrain from digging, as a Zhu could potentially guide him to a small hole at the top of the dung pile. But the sniper on the rooftop was undoubtedly watching that very spot. Revealing himself, there would be akin to presenting a target. Never mind, he thought. Let me enjoy the present. I shall face tomorrow's troubles when they arrive. Just as he contemplated gathering some wooden materials to kindle a fire, a chilling realization struck him. If that fool on the rooftop were to descend during the night and block the entrance, would he not find himself trapped? Bah! I am not the one caught. That fool on the rooftop is the real prey. He pondered the possibility of the creature keeping watch through the night. However, the entrance at the top was far too small for it to gain entry. How would he connect with it? In his mind, he envisioned that the fool on the rooftop merely needed to descend at night with the electronic telescope. With night vision, he could easily locate the hole at the top. He could hurl not just a gun but a bottle of corpse acid, leaving both him and Zhu with no means of escape, unless the creature remained sufficiently vigilant. The likelihood of this scenario was substantial. He reflected carefully on every detail from his initial encounters with the creature. It was sensitive to light and the scent of zombies. But was it also responsive to humans and heat? During the transformation of the cephalopod into a fibrous structure resembling wood, I found myself momentarily lost in thought. Silently, I unsheathed my wolf-toothed spear and began to hew away at the timber. After a brief interval, a wisp of blue smoke emerged from the aperture atop the dung hut. Inside, a bonfire blazed, its golden flames flickering against the thick walls crafted from cephalopod wood. The warmth and light enveloped Lin Xiaodong and Zhu. allowing them to recline comfortably upon a mound of thick banknotes spread across the ground. Fortunately, these notes were non-flammable. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to construct a stove. Perched atop the fire was a secondary fuel tank, now partially severed and propped up, while several open canned goods lay strewn about. I casually dropped the canned meat into an oversized pot, as food had never been in short supply, leading to a lack of frugality. I firmly believed that as long as a way to access the building was devised by tomorrow, emptying several floors would be a trivial matter. By then, I should want for nothing. However, reclaiming my nest atop the building was imperative, though the method for doing so had yet to crystallize in my mind. Chapter 64. The midnight kill that night, as Lin Chaodong had surmised. The fool on the rooftop was indeed wide awake. It was peculiar how he managed to amass such a fortune in cash. Anyone with functioning eyesight could discern the traces of Lin Chaodong's movements atop the building. The most prominent feature was the abundance of banknotes visible wherever he went and in whatever he did, including the top-floor bedroom, which was cluttered with cash and housed a buried zombie, all of which did not escape his notice. His attire was far from the bulkiness of an ordinary individual. Rather, it was a combat suit specifically designed for frigid conditions. The fully enclosed helmet concealed unknown functionalities, while a camouflaged rifle was slung across his back, presenting him as the epitome of an elite soldier. Outside, the temperature had plummeted to -40 degrees, yet his heavy breath, exhaling like smoke, indicated that he was nearly sweating from exertion. Approaching the elevator shaft, he observed the accumulation of debris that filled half the elevator, yet the manual lift remained utterly immobile. He muttered to himself about how that scoundrel had managed to operate this contraption. While he could grasp the basic principle, the issue lay in the fact that he had filled half the elevator shaft with debris, yet this accursed device remained stubbornly still. It was not that he lacked sufficient material. Rather, several tentacled creatures had firmly ensnared the counterweight at the bottom of the shaft. One alone would be insufficient. A few tons of cash would easily snap it. Hence Lin Chaodong had deliberately ensured multiple tentacled creatures were entwined together to guarantee that the manual lift would be inaccessible to anyone else. Moreover, he was not concerned about that individual descending from the stairwell unless he managed to clear out every zombie in the entire building. In the event that the manual lift was obstructed, his options mirrored those of Lin Chaodong, namely, to descend along the counterweight cable. However, his gear far surpassed that of Lin Chaodong's. Frustrated, he stamped heavily on the floor of the manual lift and retrieved a device from his camouflage backpack. Inside, he found a gear mechanism and various electronic components. He swiftly attached the device to the counterweight cable, and with a click, it latched onto the thread. When he released his grip, the device remained firmly secured. Repacking his backpack, he slipped one foot into the loop of the equipment and effortlessly stood up. Pressing a button, he vanished rapidly into the elevator shaft amidst the subtle whirring of machinery. On the 11th floor, approximately 30 meters above ground, he halted his descent. He then produced a flare from his pocket and struck it against the elevator shaft wall. A brilliant orange flame erupted from the flare, and as he released it, the flare tumbled down towards the shaft's bottom. The orange glow illuminated the layers of elevator doors, and he was pleased to see that nearly all the doors below the 8th floor were ajar. Listening intently, he noted the complete absence of zombie groans, a revelation that brought him further satisfaction. At that moment, the tentacled creatures in the elevator shaft were startled by the orange light. One of them swiftly opened its six-petaled mouth and effortlessly swallowed the flare. The fiery chair continued to blaze within its mouth, casting an orange glow that illuminated the bud. Remarkably, it ignited the bud itself. Plants lack the sensation of pain, and the appendage, rich in oils, transformed into a diminutive torch. The burning appendage emitted a brilliance far surpassing that of the flame stick. The flame snake tree, indeed, lived up to its name. He murmured in satisfaction. But soon he noticed an unusual phenomenon occurring with this flame snake. The once radiant light attracted the attention of other appendages. Yet they did not respond as he had anticipated. They did not rush forward to consume the luminous flames and ignite themselves. Instead, the eager buds lingered near the light. merely opening their six-petaled mouths to bask in its glow. Suddenly, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. It was inconceivable for plants to possess intelligence. Perhaps the flame snake tree had overindulged on zombies, hence, such peculiar flora, occasionally encountered in the wild, could be easily incinerated by a single flame stick if provoked. Thus, for a soldier like him, the flame snake tree posed little threat. Moreover, these trees did not attack humans. He chose to descend swiftly, arriving at the 8th floor, and gracefully entered the corridor. He casually removed his rifle from his shoulder and raised it before his eyes. His movements alone revealed him to be a seasoned soldier, well versed in the art of combat. Stealthily, he descended from the 8th floor, finding each elevator door ajar and devoid of zombies on every level. On the 1st floor, the straight trunk of the flame snake tree extended through the doorway, providing him with excellent concealment. As long as he remained quiet along the highway formed by the tree trunk, he had no reason to worry about zombie interference. Lifting his rifle, he peered through the electronic scope, scrutinizing the cow dung house where Lin Chao Dong and Zhu resided. To his surprise, the electronic sight was set to the standard view, not adjusted for night vision or thermal imaging. The breathing apparatus of his fully enclosed helmet emitted large plumes of white mist. He paused, steadying his breath after the hurried descent. His gaze remained fixed on the cow dung house, which exhibited an unusual flicker of flames. Additionally, hot air mingled with the cold atmosphere, creating a mist that appeared to be smoking. How audacious of them to reside near the very essence of the flame snake tree. He was perplexed. During his time in the wild, he had never encountered anyone brave enough to dwell within the coils of a flame snake tree. Although it did not actively attack humans, one could never be certain of its behavior when approached. Fortunately, these trees stood out prominently in the forest, and their numbers were limited, allowing for careful avoidance. What a peculiar being. Yet, after tonight, even the strangest of creatures would merely be an unusual zombie. A fleeting smirk of cold amusement crossed his lips within the confines of his helmet as he cautiously approached the remnants of the cow dung-like flame snake tree. Drawing upon his military training, he effortlessly ascended to the top of the cow dung house. Ah, what a cozy room this is, if one were in the wilderness. Such a dwelling would indeed be worthy of consideration. At the base, several robust logs of the flame serpent tree are stacked, crackling merrily in the fire. Although his adversary remains unseen, the confined space of roughly 5 meters lies well within the lethal radius of a grenade. With a sense of admiration brewing within him, he retrieves 2 grenades from his person. Simultaneously, he pulls the safety pins, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he hurls them into the dung shed. Moments later, 2 thunderous explosions reverberate from within, though the wooden walls muffle the sound from outside. Yet, the central flames have erupted, and it will not be long before the entire dung shed is engulfed in flames. The oil-rich logs of the flame serpent tree are notoriously difficult to tame once ignited. As the fire ascends, agonized screams of despair echo from the dung shed. Chapter 65. This place is truly lively. The foolhardy sniper atop the building executed a successful ambush and departed unscathed. He encountered neither zombies nor the fiery snake tree that posed a threat. Upon reaching the elevator shaft, he ascended once more to the 8th floor, once again positioning himself on the climbing apparatus secured by spider silk. Activating the ascent switch, the sound of the motor whirring filled the air as the apparatus propelled him swiftly toward the rooftop, where Lin Chao Dong present. He would undoubtedly drool with envy at the sight of such equipment. Of course, he was currently drooling, albeit from the smoke. Coughing, he kicked away the panel blocking the tree hole and patted the head of Az, who was peering out alongside him. Their sleeping quarters were a hollowed-out tree cavity nestled within the fibrous body of the fiery snake tree. Had it not been for the sharpness of the wolf Fong's spear, they would have been obliterated moments ago. Az, perplexed, scanned the surroundings with his 8 compound eyes while amiably swaying his ample belly. The previous night, the fiery snake tree's limbs had been decapitated by the foolish sniper above, leaving them trapped in the dung hut. They were unable to escape or to warn the fiery snake tree of potential nighttime assaults. Consequently, he had to devise a strategy to counter the impending onslaught. It was not a matter of speculation. Given his assessment of their dire predicament, it would be foolish to exacerbate their plight. Since an attack was inevitable, it was prudent to excavate a tree cavity for refuge. Surprisingly, the Wolf Fong spear proved remarkably effective in this endeavor. Although startled by the explosion of a grenade, they were fortunate that the shrapnel did not inflict harm. Regrettably, the dung hut was now shrouded in smoke, while flames had yet to erupt. It was only a matter of time before disaster struck. The hut was quite commendable, a pity indeed, if such a structure existed in the wilderness. Aside from necessitating windows for ventilation, there would be little to criticize. "Hurry, we must escape before that fool returns to the rooftop," Lin Chaodong urged. He secured the supplies they had gathered the day prior in a net fashioned from spider silk on Az's back. Standing firm, he once again harnessed his extraordinary abilities. Money poured forth like a tidal wave, swiftly filling the dung hut to the brim with currency. The once smoke-filled hut, now overflowing with bills, was no longer at risk of igniting. At this juncture, they were merely a meter from the exit. However, Lin Chaodong was unwilling to tempt fate by exposing himself to gunfire. Recalling scenes from television dramas, he removed his helmet and cautiously prodded with the Wolf Fong spear, slowly peeking out from the tree hole. Meanwhile, the foolhardy sniper, now comfortably reclined on his vantage point, had his rifle trained on the dung hut's exit. As a marksman, his patience was exemplary. Regardless of whether his adversary had met their end, he would not relent in his pursuit. At long last, he spotted a helmet cautiously emerging, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips as he murmured derisively, "Still playing such childish games." His keen gaze, sharpened by the electronic scope, remained fixated, awaiting the moment that the target would fully reveal himself for a decisive shot. The drone affixed to the rooftop, a spherical reconnaissance device, silently observed the entire scene unfold. "The life of that despicable agent is mine. You had better not let him perish." Naturally, such thoughts could only linger in the mind of the drone operator, who certainly could not impede another survivor from eliminating that scoundrel. However, his act of killing is merely a pursuit of justice. The survivor perched on the sniper platform, evidently a loss of humanity, seeking to usurp the resources of others, would have been met with a hail of bullets from the drone operator during previous flights. The intention was to announce to all living souls that the military of the Eastern Kong Republic remains steadfast and its government endures. No one shall transgress the boundaries of humanity. This matter was duly reported to the superior officer, yet the received order was to refrain from interference. The demise of that rogue at the hands of other survivors could also be deemed a form of justice, relegating the priority of rescuing both parties to the lowest tier. Is this justice? It is nothing short of a blatant abandonment of humanity, allowing the plundering of one survivor by another. At this moment, the drone operator sat within the cockpit of a warplane, circling above the designated area. Although a request for a new drone had been submitted, the regions under zombie control were excessively vast, and the drone storage base had fortuitously fallen under such control. Consequently, the military had yet to make a breakthrough, and thus, a warplane was dispatched to execute the search and rescue mission. Driven by concern for the rogue agent, the operator frequently switched to the reconnaissance system of the rooftop drone. Deep down, he yearned to descend and eliminate the zombie-like figure plundering the resources of other survivors. As for that despicable agent, there would be ample time to deal with him. Contemplating the rogue agent, he switched the reconnaissance system of the piloted warplane, aligning his focus with the sniper on the rooftop, both fixated on the dung shack. Inside the shack, Lin Chaodong, who had been hoisting his helmet for an eternity, clicked his tongue in disappointment. No activity stirred outside. The morning sun rose, casting its golden glow upon the earth. Even within the dung shack, one could perceive the essence of sunlight. After a brief drizzle the previous day, he felt on the verge of mildew, longing for a sunlit spot. Surely, it would be fine. He considered making his way out through the tree hole, yet a sense of unease gnawed at him. What if that creature swiftly returned to the rooftop, now aiming at this very spot, compelling him to deliver his own head as a gift? After pondering, he grasped his Wolf Fong spear, recognizing that the world had consistently harbored malice toward him. Thus, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. He turned and began to carve a hole in the adjacent wall with the sharp spear. Though tiring, It was preferable to offering himself as a sacrifice. He chose a direction within the rooftop's blind spot, ensuring he would not be detected by the dim-witted sniper above. Fortunately, the dung layer grew thinner as one ascended the wall, and with a few decisive strikes from the sharp spear, he created an opening through which he could escape. Eiju, I shall exit first. I will call you down later. With a gentle sway of its 8 compound eyes, Eiju obediently wiggled its ample belly. Using the wolf fong spear as an ice axe, he anchored it to the surface of the dung shack and began to carefully descend along the slope. The dim-witted sniper, who had been vigilantly watching from the rooftop, remained oblivious, while those aboard the warplane observed everything with clarity. A flicker of unexpected amusement danced at the corners of the mouth within the fully enclosed helmet. The rogue agent was not devoid of intelligence. Descending from the dung heap, Lin Chaodong, who had been concealed beneath, exhaled a long sigh of relief. He retrieved the controller for Azu's, inputting the receive commands. Azu's head emerged cautiously from the opening, its 8 compound eyes scrutinizing him before it languidly descended. Enviously observing Azu's, Lin Chaodong smacked his forehead. Indeed, he needed to bring to fruition the idea he had conceived yesterday. Otherwise, he would continually rely on Azu's to carry him, akin to bullying a young girl. He then extended his finger towards a tentacle of the fiery serpent tree. The tentacle obediently approached, lowering its bud to connect with the flower at the tip of his finger. The other tentacles promptly executed his commands, retrieving a set of bones and presenting them to him. The monotonous voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. You have spent 2,000 yuan. Payment has been processed automatically. The affluent gentleman lacked for nothing. Payments were fully automated, requiring no password. Truly, the system was exceptionally convenient. Chapter 66. The birth of the leopard claw boots. I recall having seen a video in which an individual fashioned an outdoor apparatus named the ostrich boots from carbon fiber. Donning such boots enables one to sprint at a staggering speed of 40 kilometers per hour. As an academic adept in biology, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding biomimicry. The ostrich boots are designed to emulate the structural composition of an ostrich's legs, serving as equipment for extreme sports. Now, an extraordinary opportunity arises, merging 2 disciplines seamlessly before me. I have procured the tentacles of a flame snake tree, and attached to it is the claw of a zombie cat, a creature I vanquished yesterday. Fortunately, the tentacles did not consume it, as it is precisely what I require. Regrettably, I must engage my intellect and undertake certain modifications. For instance, in the absence of muscle strength, I shall replace it with the spirally fibrous tentacle wood. For areas necessitating elasticity, I will utilize the resilient biochemical materials derived from the zombie's bodily fluids and currency. Moreover, I will employ delicate spider silk for the connections. Additionally, I have observed the bones of the zombie cat, which exhibit a pure black hue adorned with flecks of golden brilliance, reminiscent of carbon fiber. Upon affixing the peculiar contraption to the boots, I attempted to stand. The elastic biochemical materials and the memory fiber tentacle would endow me with formidable propulsion. Rising to my feet felt akin to treading upon a mass of highly elastic cotton. I was cautious, for a moment of inattention could easily lead to imbalance. When I attempted to leap, I was astounded to find myself soaring to an impressive height of 2 meters. This apparatus surely surpasses the ostrich boots, as the original bone structure of the zombie cat's legs must undoubtedly outperform a mere mechanical design. The most significant advantage, however, lies in the utter silence of my ascent. The thick pads beneath my formidable claws serve purposes beyond mere whimsical play. Elated, I prepared to leap once more, intending to make a grand bound. Alas, I lost my footing and fell face first toward the ground. My arms instinctively shielded my face, barely averting disaster. The impact was severe, and I struggled to turn my head. Azuda rushed to my side, her 8 large eyes filled with concern, unsure of how to assist me. Where on earth am I to practice? Escaping the sniper's range from the upper floor is perilous amidst the surrounding zombies. Without training, I lack confidence in my ability to run effectively in these leopard claw boots. Before I could devise a training strategy, a resounding explosion erupted nearby. The familiar scent, the well-known concoction, the unmistakable sound. in a plastic bottle. Red acidic liquid mixed with baking soda, generating copious amounts of carbon dioxide. The bottle, spewing red acid, scurried across the ground like a rat, albeit with a speed far exceeding that of any rodent. Damn it, they're using my own crossbow against me. I hastily donned a mask, aware that inhaling the acidic mist could prove fatal. What the hell are you trying to accomplish? Can't you see I'm not the one targeting the tentacles? What enmity do you harbor? I had been concealed behind the manure shed, confident that the foolish sniper on the rooftop remained oblivious to my presence. What is he currently engaged in? Attempting to annihilate the creature with acid. This conjecture incited a profound ire within him. After all, he had painstakingly discovered a place to spend his money, only for it to be jeopardized by such reckless haste. Another sound echoed, and a chaotic red rodent scurried across the ground. No, the creature intended to corrode him with acid, and if this continued, he would inevitably be struck. He could not remain here as a target. However, he was still clad in those cursed leopard claw boots. Aiju, run. Make your way to the hall below. This command was perhaps the one Aiju had heard most frequently since aligning himself with Lin Chaodong, for he was either fleeing for his life or on the path to do so. There was no time to ponder. The crossbow could incessantly bombard this location. With over 100 acid projectiles stored, it was only a matter of time before one landed nearby. Rising from the ground, his feet felt as if they were treading upon a cloud, soft and uncertain. He attempted to take a small step, but he could barely stand, let alone run. Walking itself was a challenge. Boom! Another acid projectile fell, bursting open and unleashing a torrent of corrosive liquid that scattered chaotically across the ground. Hiss! The bottle spraying red acid drew ever closer, and in desperation, he took a significant step forward. As he descended, the spring made of wood within the creature was rapidly compressed, finally giving him a sense of solid ground beneath him. A powerful rebound surged from his feet, propelling him upward in an instant. This startled him, prompting him to take a second step. This time, he began to find his rhythm, reminiscent of walking on stilts. As he landed on the other leg, he quickly shifted his center of gravity. The leopard claw boots compressed and launched him forth. Although his running was awkward, he no longer needed to rely on his face for balance. So swift, the sniper on the rooftop, observing Lin Chaodong and Aiju bursting forth from behind the dung shed, immediately redirected the crossbow as aim. Acid projectiles rained down around Lin Chaodong and Aiju, exploding with a cacophony and spraying torrents of acid everywhere. Ouch! As Lin Chaodong sprinted, he resembled a toddler just learning to walk, his movements unsteady and erratic. Both arms flailed wildly, yet somehow he managed to evade several bottles emitting corrosive mist. Is this truly feasible? The imbecilic sniper atop the building was nearly driven to madness by this individual, particularly due to the crossbow's erratic shooting. Even with the electronic scope mounted, the accuracy was far from precise. What a wretched contraption. Was that how he brought down the drone? Truly inconceivable. At that moment, while still struggling for survival below, he had no inkling that Lin Chaodong had ensnared the aircraft with a vast net. Departing from the crossbow, he returned to his sniper platform, securing the electronic scope in place. As the rifle stock rested upon his shoulder, a familiar sensation surged within him, bolstering his confidence. Aiming at the still scurrying Lin Chaodong below. Based on prior familiarity, he was convinced he could easily hit the target. He aimed, fired, boom! Yet, the individual he had targeted did not fall, for he had inexplicably altered his trajectory with an odd step. Is he truly a master of ancient martial arts? As a former soldier, he scoffs at such nonsense, believing only fools would place their faith in antiquated practices. No matter how formidable the so-called ancient martial arts may appear, a single bullet, or perhaps two, is sufficient to bring them down. His gaze fixated on the chaotic movements below, he disregarded Lin Chaodong in the distance, as the hapless sniper meticulously aimed once more. It was at this moment that he realized the reason for his inability to hit the target. The figure he aimed at moved with a certain randomness, often taking a step forward, only to lose direction in the next. What is this? It resembles the lightness of foot depicted in martial arts literature, yet the steps. Lin Chaodong himself was painfully aware of his predicament. Encumbered by these ridiculous leopard claw boots, he could barely maintain his balance, let alone run in a straight line. His true objective was the base of the building, a blind spot for the sniper station on the rooftop, as well as his opportunity to enter the structure. Unfortunately, with the treacherous leopard claw boots, he had no idea which direction his next step would take him. Consequently, Zhu, having arrived early at the building's base, anxiously watched him with her 8 eyes, her ample belly shaking with urgency. Fortunately, this chaotic situation also rendered the sniper unable to predict Lin Chaodong's movements, causing his shots to consistently miss their mark. Meanwhile, within the aircraft above, the drone operator observed this farcical scene and couldn't help but shake his head. The antics of these two fools were becoming increasingly entertaining. Chapter 67. It turns out I ruined his life, finally. Lin Chaodong, whose legs felt as if they might give out, made his way to where Zhu awaited. This place obscured the rooftop, and he could not see it either. As an academic prodigy, adept at learning swiftly, he could at least sprint in a straight line with the leopard claw boots, reminiscent of stilts. Otherwise, how could he have reached the first-floor lobby? He must have been tirelessly evading that foolish sniper on the rooftop. Dumb, I am exhausted. My legs. He collapsed onto the wooden platform outside the lobby, lying still for a while before retrieving a cigar. After the tension of narrowly escaping death, his body relaxed, and warmth coursed through his limbs, revitalizing him. Despite the fatigue, Lin Chaodong felt a sense of joy. He was elated not only by the success of the leopard claw boots experiment, but also by his entry into the building. He was now closer to home. Talp, talp, tap. Zhu, with her long legs, approached Lin Chaodong, bending down to assist him. Wait, let me rest a moment. We'll raid that bastard's lair shortly. Recalling briefly, he thought that the foolish sniper must have left home in a hurry. He even invaded his own abode on the rooftop. Perhaps it would be prudent to search his home. With this thought in mind, armed with a wolf-tooth spear and shield, Lin Chaodong and Zhu entered the first floor. At the entrance, the fibrous body of the arm-foot creature extended like a series of smooth pipes. With a diameter of 2 meters, they resembled a highway to Zhu. Unfortunately, with a height of only a little over 1 meter, she could not ride in. He had no choice but to dismount and proceed on foot. The coarse, resilient surface of the arm-foot would resemble tree bark. The lobby was nearly filled with these creatures, and at the elevator, they bunched together, blocking the shaft completely. Not a single person could enter, not even a drop of water could escape the elevator shaft. There were no zombies in the stairwell. They must have been cleared out by the arm-foot creatures long ago. However, after many days of living in this post-apocalyptic world, he had grown accustomed to being cautious. Silence. The world of the biochemical apocalypse was eerily quiet. No planes flew overhead. No voices were heard. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed through the stairwell. They ascended to the 5th floor, Lin Chaodong catching his breath. The elevator shaft door was finally ajar, evidently forced open by the arm-foot creatures. If it were merely empty, it would be one thing, but climbing the stairs in biochemical armor was a perilous endeavor. Through communication with the arm-foot creatures, he learned that all zombies within 30 meters had been eliminated. Now, their task was to find a way back to the rooftop using the arm-foot creatures. He was reluctant to ride on the arm-foot. Just the thought of sitting atop a mouth full of teeth, with the potential of its floral insides causing discomfort, was enough to tighten his resolve. Fortunately, the arm-foot creatures served the purpose of transporting heavy weights from the ground floor to the top. To reach the rooftop, taking the elevator shaft would naturally be the quicker option, although the cephalopod can reach heights of approximately 30 meters. Would it not be more convenient to ascend via a human-operated elevator? As I leaned into the elevator shaft, a wave of scorching heat surged forth to greet me. Fortunately, I was wearing protective goggles. Otherwise, the searing air would have scorched my eyes. At the bottom of the shaft, a cephalopod tree was ablaze, flames flickering like candles. Several meters above had already been reduced to ashes, while below, the flames roiled ominously. The cephalopods in the elevator shaft surrounding the fire opened their 6-petaled mouths in a sunflower-like embrace of light. The cement walls of the shaft, subjected to extreme heat, had exploded, creating deep craters. Damn it, if the building were to collapse, no one would escape unscathed. However, Lin Xiaodong retained a modicum of faith in the integrity of this world's conscientious builders. Yet, at this moment, ascending from the elevator shaft to the 12th floor seemed an insurmountable task. He surmised that the foolhardy sniper's lair was likely located where the fall had occurred, in a residence stocked with firearms. Unfortunately, that floor was completely obstructed by the bills he had scattered in his frantic escape. Retreating, the cool air rushed to his face, providing relief from the scorching heat that threatened to dehydrate him. With the elevator shaft impassable, he would have to scale the 5 floors to reach the 12th, and then ascend an additional 35. This was infuriating. Reluctantly, he propelled himself upward with leaden legs, bounding towards the rooftop. There was a certain merit to the leopard claw boots he donned. They were not overly difficult to master and indeed saved considerable effort. Transforming his body weight into an auxiliary source of power made the arduous task of climbing stairs much less taxing. In contrast, his companion, a spider, burdened with over 100 kilograms of supplies, was currently scaling the stairs, all 8 of its compound eyes working in concert. Fortunately, the journey thus far had been devoid of any encounters with zombies. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Lin Xiaodong had to meticulously search each room in silence to locate the sniper's hideout. The sniper's method of entry was considerably more violent than his own. Many rooms bore the marks of shotgun blast. It resembled a tactical police operation, with 3 shots fired in quick succession, 2 striking the door hinge and 1 hitting the lock. Upon entering a room, he found that food and supplies had vanished without a trace. Other belongings lay scattered haphazardly, as if a thief had ransacked the place. What could the sniper's own room possibly look like? This question lingered in his mind throughout his journey. The individual was adept with weapons. He was either a hunter or soldier. Yet, are not soldiers meant to protect their homeland, fostering a deep bond with the populace? Perhaps the Eastern Republic's military differs from that of the People's Armies, resembling those who ride armored vehicles in disaster relief efforts. From the perspective of the drone attack against him, this reasoning seemed valid. Regardless, caution was imperative when confronting the foolhardy sniper. He might have set traps, or, to be frank, as a biology prodigy and delivery worker with no military experience or hunting skills, my combat capabilities were limited to street fighting. Compared to soldiers or hunters, my proficiency was virtually non-existent. This household, intriguing. Upon entering a residence, I found it similarly disheveled. However, it was evident that this home belonged to a child, presumably a mischievous boy. The baseball bat and glove brought some joy to Lin Xiaodong. But what truly delighted him was the discovery of a remote-controlled toy car. Most splendidly, the toy car was equipped with a camera, and its remote control bore a glass-like display screen. Such a remarkable device would greatly facilitate the task of surveilling that fellow's hideout. On the 11th floor, he crouched by the doorway leading to the staircase, the entrance long since compromised by the relentless assault of the undead. He placed the toy car on the ground and activated the remote. A faint whirring of the motor resonated, and the toy car sped forth down the smooth corridor. As usual, nearly all the doors on the 11th floor had been blasted open by shotgun fire, and virtually every room had been thoroughly ransacked. After all, if one had scavenged the resources from the 1st to the 11th floor, food should not be lacking. Why then venture to the rooftop to encroach upon his territory? The more he pondered, the more aggrieved he felt, unable to comprehend the reasoning of the rooftop sniper. In this post-apocalyptic world, shouldn't everyone be focused on their own survival? The 11th floor lay in disarray, devoid of anything of value. He stealthily ascended to the 12th floor, where an eerie silence enveloped the space. Not a sound to be heard. Only the unintentional clinking of his clawed boots echoed softly against the ground. This aspect was beyond his control. He hoped to devise a means of mastery over it in the future. If he could gain such control, perhaps he could move like a ninja, scaling trees with agility, or even emulate a true feline, effortlessly ascending and descending walls. This was indeed a splendid notion, one worthy of exploration when the opportunity arose. Chapter 68. The villain turns out to be myself. The 12th floor hallway remained obstructed by a pile of banknotes. Yet Lin Xiaodong unexpectedly discovered a narrow opening, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Could it be that the individual was also present in that room, during the chaotic day of crossing fire? This was indeed a troubling conjecture. If that person had been there, it was not he who had disrupted his own life, but rather, the events of that day had interfered with another's existence. Could it be that the villain was, in fact, myself? Curious, he cautiously approached the tunnel formed by the banknotes, though he hesitated to enter, wary of potential traps set by that individual. Moreover, a zombie's claw protruded from the pile, clawing aimlessly at the air. The toy car, stationed at the banknote tunnel, observed for a considerable time before veering off towards other rooms. As he navigated the corridor, doors to various rooms were opened, yet his dwindling hope extinguished any desire to venture inside. Soon, he arrived at a room containing a gun cabinet. Several lifeless zombies lay sprawled at the entrance, each having met their demise from close-range shotgun blasts, evident from the wounds. The toy car slowly maneuvered its wheels to allow the camera to survey the vicinity. The sole drawback of the toy car was its fixed camera angle, which was limited to the driver's perspective, necessitating a rotation to achieve a detailed observation. Seeing no immediate danger, he carelessly switched off the toy car's remote control, raising his shield and cautiously advancing toward the room. The memories of that fateful day grew increasingly vivid as he drew near. After narrowly evading a shot, only to be targeted by that fool of a sniper for what felt like an eternity, his heart was filled with an absolute reverence for firearms. He lifted the toy car and set it by the wall, inwardly cursing the sniper. If not for him, his precious drone would not have been damaged. What excellent equipment it would have been for exploring the room. Stealthily entering the door, he found, as usual, that no zombies were present. Only the mournful gusts of the cold wind whistled through the shattered window. Evidently, that foolish sniper had not been idle. He had thoroughly cleared the zombies from this floor. Just as he pondered this, on the verge of stepping inside, a shadow descended from above the door like a flash of lightning and lunged at him. Two arms reached for his head, and a mouth with a long, red, sinewy tongue shot toward his face. Instinctively, he raised his shield, and with a sound akin to an arrow striking, the tongue collided heavily against the shield. Lin Chaodong, drenched in cold sweat from the fright, stumbled back several steps, cursing under his breath. Damn it, all the mutated zombie had transformed yet again. Evolving into a licker, could one even survive such a fate? Fortunately, he was wearing leopard claw boots, allowing him to retreat a considerable distance of 3 meters. In an instant, he realized this was a trap set by that fool of a sniper. Such mutated zombies were cunning, lying in wait and remaining silent rather than mindlessly moaning from hunger. Now, evolved into lickers, with their tongues transformed into weapons, they were far less likely to make sound. Truly, they were perilous creatures. The licker, suspended upside down, did not abandon its concealed position, merely hanging at the doorway. It bore a mouth lined with sharp teeth and a tongue exceeding 3 meters in length, poised to attack. This attack had little effect on Lin Chaodong, who stood 3 meters away, still wielding his shield. He gazed at the supple red tongue, contemplating its potential uses. He wondered if its elasticity could serve as a slingshot's rubber band. However, he could not immediately determine its practical application. Coming from a farming background, he felt no revulsion towards it. After all, few would consider the remains of a pig repugnant. He had no intention of consuming zombies. He simply wanted to avoid wasting anything useful in this apocalyptic world. As he advanced with his shield raised, the tongue of the licker struck against the shield, producing a series of muffled thuds, yet posed no real danger. Its tongue could not bend, and as long as the shield remained intact, he was safe. Slowly approaching with his wolf-toothed spear, he hoped to sever its head with a swift strike when he got close enough. To his surprise, the licker's lengthy tongue suddenly wrapped around the spearhead and pulled it away from him. This mutated zombie proved to be quite clever, adept at ambush and teamwork, even displaying the ability to seize weapons. While engaged in a tug-of-war with the licker, he scanned his surroundings for any other zombies that might appear. The 12th floor remained eerily quiet. It seemed this was merely a simple trap set by that foolhardy sniper. He pondered how such a trap could be constructed, perhaps by binding the licker and hanging it from the doorframe. As he replayed the scenario in his mind, he rubbed the back of his hand against his body. The claws of his gauntlet emerged, propelled forward by the licker's pulling force. When he was close enough, He abruptly released the wolf-toothed spear and thrust his fist forward with great force. The claws easily penetrated the licker's forehead, and upon extraction, a black, viscous fluid erupted with a series of splattering sounds. The creature's skin was a ghastly red, yet its bodily fluid remained black. Lowering his shield, he examined the now lifeless licker to retrieve the spear ensnared by its tongue. While the licker appeared utterly repulsive, its tongue was surprisingly dry. He scrutinized its head and the limp tongue, pondering for a moment. This appendage could potentially serve as a makeshift mine detector if the creature possessed firearms. It might have laid down landmines, necessitating caution. Ultimately, he decided against this idea, as he was already burdened with enough equipment. The walls of the room bore blackened marks from flames, and the living room wall was riddled with various sized holes and bullet impacts. He moved silently, thoroughly pleased with the performance of his leopard claw boots. Fortunately, the foolish sniper had not set any additional traps within, revealing a gun cabinet with signs of scorching. There were also indications of rummaging, suggesting that after the fire, some supplies remained. A pile of charred weapon remnants lay against the wall, indicative of the thrower's foul mood. Peering beneath the firearms to the area where ammunition was stored, he quickly understood the situation. The incendiary rounds had evidently failed to destroy all the ammunition, which subsequently detonated in a chain reaction. It appears that at least 2 to 3 boxes of ammunition have been taken, as inferred from the remnants of plastic debris, with each box containing 420 rounds. This method is characteristic of the Americans, while the People's Army typically uses boxes containing 1,005 rounds, and the Russians utilize boxes of 500 rounds each. A single box weighs several dozen kilograms, demonstrating the lengths to which a sniper might go to secure ammunition. However, one box of ammunition remains untouched. Beneath it lies a smaller ammunition box, also made of plastic. As I reached out to grasp it, the memory of the traps set by that ghastly creature deterred me, and I retracted my hand. Yet, gazing at the box of ammunition, I felt a sense of regret. After pondering for a moment, I decided to use my wolf fang spear to hook the ammunition box's handle, securing it with a spider silk tether attached to the spear's end. I then retreated 5 or 6 meters and positioned my shield in front of me. The combined thickness of the shield and the biomaterial armor I wore amounted to about 2 centimeters, providing adequate protection against bullets. Once all preparations were complete, I gripped the spider silk and pulled with great force. Chapter 69, Unexpected Harvest. To his astonishment, the fellow had actually left an entire box of ammunition for him. With a sense of calm, Langya Gu effortlessly retrieved the heavy crate of munitions from beneath the gun cabinet. No traps were triggered, yet Lin Chaodong remained perplexed as to why this individual had chosen to leave behind such a cache of weaponry. In this apocalyptic era, one could never have too much ammunition. After stowing away the Langya Gu, he curiously approached the plastic ammunition that lay scattered on the ground. The green ammunition box appeared to be sealed, its plastic exterior marked with small, melted spots indicative of exposure to intense heat. Clearly crafted from engineering-grade plastic, it possessed fire-resistant properties, and the traces of molten metal were firmly affixed to its surface. Inside were 44 Magnum cartridges, 500 in total. Goodness, he muttered, realizing that these must belong to the revolver, which explained why the sniper had discarded them here. Having failed to locate the weapon, he likely assumed it had either been destroyed by flames or melted down entirely. What a treasure I've stumbled upon. Gazing at the ammunition box, he refrained from hastily opening it. Given the sniper's unpredictable nature, it was plausible that he had set a trap as well. Peering once more into the gun cabinet, he was taken aback to discover that there was more than one box of such ammunition. With utmost caution, he retrieved another unsealed crate from the bottom, which bore little evidence of fire damage. He glanced between the 2 boxes of ammunition and then at the nearby Aju. He contemplated placing the crates into Aju's netting, but hesitated, fearing the possibility of hidden mechanisms within. The thought of endangering Aju was disheartening, leading him to ultimately decide that inspecting the contents was the wisest course of action. The latch on the ammunition box was straightforward, merely constructed from engineering plastic. Nevertheless, he retreated a considerable distance, extending only an arm with a Langya Gu to unfasten it. With a gentle tug, the first plastic latch clicked open. He recoiled, bracing himself for any reaction. When none came, he proceeded to open the second latch, quickly retracting his arm and crouching behind a shield, awaiting further developments. In a world ravaged by biological catastrophe, vigilance was paramount at all times. After a prolonged silence, he again extended his arm, using the langiagu to lift the lid of the box. Once more, he paused, and upon sensing no immediate danger, he cautiously approached. Nevertheless, he kept his shield positioned before his face, revealing only his eyes for observation. Inside lay a series of unadorned, thin cardboard boxes, reminiscent of military-grade supplies. Carefully prying open a box, he found the cartridges meticulously arranged within, still gleaming with metallic luster and seemingly devoid of peril. After closing the lid, he resolved to conduct further testing. The reason he hadn't opened all the boxes was clear. Doing so would render it impossible to reseal the crate properly. Grasping the ammunition box, he returned to the entrance, casting it forcefully as far as he could. With a spring in his step, he leaped 3 meters away, taking refuge behind the wall. The box struck the ground with a resounding thud, shrinking his neck and covering his ears. He waited for a considerable time before peeking out from behind the wall. After the 2 boxes of ammunition were meticulously prepared, they were securely placed on Eju's back. With the addition of the 2 boxes, one could observe Eju's 8 legs sink slightly, and the once lively belly ceased its joyful swaying. The 8 compound eyes fixed their gaze on Lin Xiaodong, seemingly on the verge of erupting. "Little girl, do not sulk while working. Once we raid his lair today, I shall treat us to braised pork." Indeed, upon hearing braised pork, the previously rolling eyes sprang back to life, cheerfully swaying the ample belly, oblivious to the weight on its back. However, the search yielded a somewhat embarrassing discovery for Lin Xiaodong. It appeared that the bed box beneath the mattress in the room, where he had once bandaged his wounds, had been opened. The dust atop revealed evidence of previous occupants who had hidden within, leaving behind traces of their safe escape. "Damn it, the villain is indeed my nemesis." Sighing, he lamented that had he not provoked the jetting monster, his home would not have been destroyed. From this perspective, the villain's retreat to the rooftop seemed somewhat justifiable. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, human sentiments were fleeting. Reflecting on the encounters from yesterday and this morning, he speculated that the foolish sniper's retaliation might be relentless. With no hope for reconciliation, he could not afford to be a martyr. After all, such characters rarely survive more than 3 episodes in apocalyptic dramas. The villain's hideout lay between the 13th and 15th floors. Surely, he would not reside amidst a horde of zombies on the upper levels. Indeed, upon reaching the 13th floor, the unmistakable sounds of famished zombies echoed from above. He signaled for silence to Eju and cautiously ascended the stairwell, shield in hand. This fool is as foolish as I am. It turned out that the stairwell was obstructed by a security door, with black ichor and numerous bullet casings strewn across the floor. Among the casings, some were of the type that could penetrate one's self, approximately 7 to 8 millimeters in size. Others were thick, resembling the shotgun shells seen on television. With a door successfully blocking the zombies above, the 13th floor should be secure. Thus, he meticulously collected all the bullet casings from the ground, though he had yet to consider their purpose. Carrying a plastic bag filled with casings, he stealthily descended the staircase. The leopard claw boots are truly remarkable. They allow for silent movement. The claws of the mutated zombie cat were larger than a human hand, akin to real leopard claws. Had it not been for the deliberately left claw tips occasionally clashing against the ground, one could assert that he moved without a sound. The 13th floor was eerily quiet, the sound of a toy car's rapidly spinning motor clearly audible from a distance. Apart from one unit, the doors of all the other rooms remained intact. One need not ponder deeply to suspect that the foolish sniper had undoubtedly breached the walls. Ultimately, the toy car came to a halt at a room where a thick blanket served as the makeshift door. This was undoubtedly the primary entrance and exit for the foolish sniper, but entering through this door was likely not a wise choice. The individual in question is a soldier or a hunter, someone adept at setting traps. Turning around, he led Eju to the junction of the 13th and 14th floors, unloading the burden from his back. He then guided her to the window of the stairwell, encouraging the little gourmand Eju. Whether we feast on braised pork today depends entirely on you. Upon hearing the words braised pork, Eju's 8 compound eyes seemed nearly to emit light. Opening the stairwell window, a chilling wind rushed into the corridor, whistling as it entered. At that moment, dusk was approaching. The clear sky, adorned with wisps of clouds, was painted a gentle red by the setting sun. He urged Eju to climb onto the windowsill, and he removed his leopard print boots to join her. In the biting cold outside, the pair, one human and one spider, inched closer to the balcony of the nearest apartment. If the speculation proved correct, and the foolish sniper had breached the walls of each residence, then infiltrating this one would allow them to conquer the entire floor. A sense of satisfaction flickered within him. You dare to occupy my penthouse. I shall seize your den in return. Since we are now adversaries in a life-and-death struggle, let none show mercy. Chapter 70. The Trap. Extending the wolf-tooth spear, Lin Xiaodong gently beckoned the window. The window was dishearteningly secure, the lock tightly fastened. As the cold sun waned, a chilling breeze swept through. The foolish sniper was a cautious individual. Whether soldier or hunter, one must be adept at laying traps, always vigilant, always wary. Perched upon Azu's back, he scrutinized the vicinity of the window. No apparent traps revealed themselves, and with a forceful swing, he struck the glass with the wolf-tooth spear. The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed, yet Lin Xiaodong remained still. To intrude upon the territory of a soldier or a hunter was undeniably a perilous choice. A novice like him had to tread with utmost care. Only the cold wind accompanied him, devoid of any other sound. Leaning against the window frame, he firmly placed his foot upon the sill. Peering in with one eye, he caught a glimpse inside and felt an exhilarating urge to shout. The foolish sniper was far more meticulous than he. Unlike Lin, who carelessly piled his daily provisions in the kitchen pantry while other supplies lay haphazardly in the living room of an abandoned house. This person had organized a room filled with cans with remarkable precision. The floor was lined with rows upon rows of canned goods, categorized with great care. Fruits were with fruits, meats with meats, and even an impressive collection of fish milk powder cans adorned the space. Reflecting on this, Lin surmised that the foolish sniper must indeed be a soldier. Only a military mind would place such emphasis on the storage of supplies. This was a lesson worth learning. Upon reclaiming the rooftop, he too would need to reorganize his provisions. After cautiously peering in a few more times and confirming the absence of danger, he stepped inside the room with a sense of relief. He carefully sat beneath the windowsill, extending his legs in preparation to descend. However, he felt a slight obstruction beneath his leopard claw boots, yet he paid it no mind. Before he could leap down from the sill, a swift glimmer caught his attention. A crossbow bolt, unknown in origin, hurtled toward his chest. Damn it! Despite all caution, he had still fallen prey to the trap. Confronted with the lightning-fast bolt, there was no escaping. He braced himself, resigned to take the hit. With a soft thud, the bolt struck the chest plate, predictably falling to the ground. The 1-centimeter thick biomaterial armor on his chest, combined with the shield, amounted to 2 centimeters. Even the last bullet could not penetrate it. However, the intention behind the trap was evidently not to kill. A small bell, hidden away, chimed with a delicate ring, with both an attack and an alarm. It was a true testament to military ingenuity, earning Lin's heartfelt admiration. If only such a person could quell the animosity within him and extend goodwill to his younger brother. In the face of soldiers, Lin Xiaodong's combat prowess and trap-setting abilities were decidedly inferior. Yet, as a biology prodigy, his command over the zombie-like creatures surpassed that of the soldiers. This was a battle between a biological savant and a soldier, and he found himself decidedly at a disadvantage. Stealthily entering the room, he dared not disturb anything. Should he need to move, it would only be with the wolf-tooth spear, his shield raised protectively before him. Upon witnessing the mechanism designed to launch the crossbow bolts, he comprehended the straightforward and pragmatic style employed by the soldiers in setting traps. It consisted merely of a section of PVC pipe and a fine nylon line, nearly indistinguishable from the wall, cleverly concealed beneath the windowsill. A foot inadvertently brushed against the nylon line, severing it behind the can. The PVC pipe, approximately a centimeter thick and shaped like a T at one end, would spin several times under the pull of the can acting as a weight. The concealed crossbow bolt would be accelerated and then abruptly halted in its rotation, resulting in a swift discharge of the projectile. This trap was astutely arranged. Fortunately, he was a wealthy individual, capable of using the fluids of the deceased and currency as armor. Had it been another person, they might not have fared as well. He glanced down at the breastplate he wore. It appeared to be unscathed. He picked up the crossbow bolt from the ground, examining it closely. It resembled a chopstick, with a steel nail bound to its front and a tail fin crafted from stiff paper. He casually discarded it, now possessing a deeper understanding of that incompetent sniper. Surely, he must have been a rookie. The trap was well constructed, yet was it not intended for a leg shot? This left him pondering whether the issue lay with the sniper's skill in trap-making or perhaps his intentions. Lost in thought, he approached the door, realizing that this room was evidently stocked solely with canned goods. It was quite logical for a single room to store one type of food. Even in the event of a disaster, as long as one room remained intact, supplies would not dwindle. As anticipated, the walls of each residence had been breached, confirming his suspicions that each room contained only a singular category of provisions. But where were the weapons? Where might this sniper have concealed his armaments? In times of scarcity, he had often contemplated that should he locate the dwelling of a hunter or a soldier, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Now, having invaded a soldier's lair, one would expect a significant cache of weaponry. He scoured from the 1st to the 12th floor, discovering that the resources were remarkably abundant. Upon entering a room replete with preserved meats, he could scarcely believe his eyes, not in the manner of a character astonished by the grandeur of a garden, but rather as one who transitions abruptly from destitution to affluence. Reflecting on the fact that he had only searched 3 uppermost floors while this imbecilic sniper had rummaged through over a dozen, the disparity in their findings was glaring. Just a glance at the room filled with meat, frozen solid, allowed him to envision how long one could subsist in such a place. Roughly calculating the canned goods discovered alongside the meat, he surmised it would suffice for an individual for a year, perhaps even 2. 2 years, if the army still existed. It was conceivable that the biohazard crisis might soon reach its conclusion. Even the highly aggressive zombies of the Eastern Kong Republic should prove no match against an organized military force. At the very least, the zombies could not soar into the sky. Utilizing drones to lure them with blood and sound would be a straightforward endeavor. Subsequently, employing nuclear or incendiary devices could effortlessly eliminate a vast majority of the undead. After all, they lacked intelligence and were driven solely by their primal instincts for flesh. Unless, of course, the zombies developed cunning strategies or the ability to reproduce rapidly. As a scholar in biology, this was the very reason he held those apocalyptic films in such disdain. The notion of sluggish zombies presenting a significant threat to humanity was utterly unscientific. The methods available to eradicate them were plentiful. Even the highly aggressive and swift zombies of the Dong Kong Republic could be unilaterally annihilated by aerial forces. Yet, why does the army of Dong Kong Republic refrain from such actions? Lost in these unconnected thoughts, a sudden rush of wind snapped him back to reality. Without a moment to react, a massive iron hammer hurtled towards his head with a menacing whoosh. Everything transpired too swiftly. In his heightened state of tension, he could only lower his head and raise the shield in his hand. The heavy impact left him dazed, a thunderous roar reverberating in his mind. A pang of agony surged from his nasal cavity. Warm blood gushed forth, and a cacophony echoed in his skull. Damn it, a huge hammer. That wretched, my nose, struck with such force. Lin Chaodong, who lay on the ground, felt his nosebleed stain the mask made from sanitary napkins. Fortunately, the cushioning from the shield and helmet saved his life. Otherwise, such a heavy blow would surely have made him spit blood. Compared to a scholar, the traps set by soldiers proved far more effective. The foolish sniper atop the building remained oblivious to these events, yet knowing there were enemies nearby, he certainly would not be idle. Upon suspecting Lin Chaodong had entered the building, he began preparing his countermeasures. Observing the various contraptions created by Lin Chaodong above, he deduced that he was likely an engineer. For a soldier, taking the life of such an individual was not a daunting task. Even if that person could craft weaponry akin to crossbows in close combat, he would undoubtedly be no match for him. The dilemma he faced was that the elevator shaft was ablaze, rendering the human-operated lift unusable. Even the threads connecting the counterweights had been severed by the searing flames. To descend from the rooftop, the only remaining option was to traverse the exterior of the building. However, perhaps there were alternative methods worth exploring. Chapter 71. Are you truly foolish? You wreak havoc upon my household, and I shall return the favor upon yours. Is this truly the way to coexist? In this post-apocalyptic world, must we continue to torment one another? Can we not simply exist in peace? As Lin Xiaodong flipped the braised pork with shovel, his mind wandered aimlessly. While tending to the meat, a sudden, jarring screech pierced the air. He hastily reduced the flame and dashed out of the room. The shrill noise emanated from the elevator shaft, leaving him perplexed as to what that fool on the rooftop was up to. Upon reaching the elevator shaft, a billowing cloud of white steam mixed with the scent of burning wood erupted from the elevator doors. Water, glistening and clear, cascaded down from the rooftop, evidently attempting to extinguish the flames within the shaft. It did not take long for Lin Xiaodong to deduce what the sniper had been doing. Venturing outside in the frigid night was undoubtedly perilous, particularly when one was unaware of their surroundings. Thus, the elevator shaft became the only viable escape route. However, the raging flames rendered this path impossible. Witnessing the water he had painstakingly stored being squandered by that fool, Lin Xiaodong could no longer contain his fury. He bellowed into the elevator shaft. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how scarce clean water is now? Yet, no matter how he shouted and cursed, the sniper above remained silent, continuing to pour his precious water into the elevator shaft. I swear, if I ever get my hands on that bastard, he will pay dearly. I will ensure he does not depart this world easily. Little did he know that the drone pilots circling above shared the same sentiment. Are you really so reckless? Do you wish to drink the water mixed with corpses from the elevator shaft or that from the toilet? You idiot. The final remark seemed to strike a chord, for the flow of water soon ceased. Then a rope was tossed down from the elevator shaft. What is this? A human showdown? I'm no match for him now. Engaging in direct combat with a soldier was an experience he had never encountered. In such a situation, retreat was the wisest option. What reward could possibly await him in a face-off with a trained military adversary? His grandfather had always advised, when the enemy advances, we retreat. One can only hope for an opportunity to disrupt their encampment. The 13th floor was beyond the reach of those with a 30-meter span, and his only ally was Azuz. With that thought, he turned and rushed back into the kitchen. The braised pork still emitted an enticing aroma, yet it no longer stirred his appetite. The little glutton gazed at the pork, its ample belly swaying, and its 8 compound eyes fixated on the dish, drooling at the prospect. Seeing its yearning expression filled him with reluctance. Very well, let us change our location and await his arrival. With that, he gathered the braised pork and steamed rice, taking Azuz with him as they departed from the 13th floor, arriving at the large net bag where he stored his supplies. He hastily donned his leopard claw boots and swiftly fled downwards with Azuz. Descending the stairs while wearing those boots was exhilarating. He was certain no one could catch up to him. There was no need to tread upon each step. With a leap, he could reach the corner of the staircase, and with another, he descended a full flight. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by Az, he vanished from the staircase. At that moment, the rather inept sniper descended from the rooftop using a rope. Upon entering the stairwell, he first tossed a smoke grenade into the corridor. As the grenade struck the ground and bounced a few times, it emitted a hissing sound, releasing a cloud of white smoke that quickly enveloped the area, drastically reducing visibility. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed as the sniper made his appearance on the 13th floor. He did not rush into action. Instead, he rested his rifle against his shoulder, moving the barrel methodically and purposefully towards suspicious areas, maintaining a half-kneeling stance, ready to fire at any moment. His movements betrayed his proficiency in close-quarter battle, indicative of a soldier or special forces operative adept in indoor combat. The smoke gradually filled the entire 13th floor, with visibility plummeting to no more than 5 meters. However, this posed no hindrance to the sniper, who wore a fully enclosed helmet. He gripped a compact rifle, moving cautiously as if avoiding landmines. Approaching the door through which Lin Xiaodong had fled, observing the engineer's panicked escape, neglecting even the supplies in his webbed pouch, a cold smile fleetingly crossed the sniper's lips. An engineer, lacking the means to confront a soldier, could hardly be underestimated. His military training instilled a constant vigilance within him. Reaching the door, he directed his gaze, aligned with his rifle, scanning the door and its surroundings to ensure no traps were set. Satisfied there were none, he entered the room deliberately, leading with his armed arm, then pausing his steps. If there was an ambush, he might catch a glimpse of the rifle in that fleeting moment before the attack. Finding no immediate threat surprised him. He bent slightly, advancing swiftly into the room with cautious steps. His eyes swept the window, corners, and other potential hiding spots. Truly, he was a coward, too timid to fire. An engineer like him possessed no inclination for combat. Yet, could he afford to let that man go? No, he could not. That individual had burned down his armory, resulting in the loss of the majority of his weapons and ammunition. That scoundrel had shattered his greatest hope for survival in the future. No, he must not be spared. After a thorough search, he found no damaged supplies or traps. Easing his mind, approaching the window, he gazed outside, where the sun shone brightly with not a cloud in sight. Regret washed over him for using Lin Xiaodong's stored water to extinguish the fire in the elevator shaft. Perhaps he regretted igniting the fiery serpent tree within the shaft. Unaware of its durability, he meticulously scanned the entire 13th floor with his rifle, discovering 2 triggered mechanisms, and checked several others. The engineer had returned to his lair without causing any destruction. The only evidence was a few pounds of rice he had steamed. At that moment, he could not help but chuckle, realizing the engineer was merely a glutton who had even taken the pots with him. With determination, he proceeded to the staircase, resolved to capture that feeble individual, and he intended to do so today. Playing hide and seek with that fellow has begun to wear on his nerves. However, unbeknownst to him, every action he takes is being meticulously observed by Lin Xiaodong. What the hell, what kind of gun is that? It resembles an M4. I envy this guy for having a firearm. At this moment, just 1 floor below, Lin Xiaodong is intently watching the footage from the remote control car's camera. Beside him lies a large tablet displaying feeds from several other phones. To fully understand one's adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. The wisdom of our ancestors does not deceive me. Upon glimpsing the true visage of the foolish sniper, he realizes that his opponent is either a soldier or a special police officer, certainly not an ordinary individual. Confronting such a formidable character head-on is undoubtedly unwise. Fortunately, Lin Xiaodong has long since devised a comprehensive strategy to deal with him. The battlefield has been strategically set on the 12th floor, where the environment is relatively complex. Chapter 72. The pursuit before reaching the 12th floor, the boisterous exchange between Lin Xiaodong and Aju echoed through the corridor. Aju, eat quickly. That fool of a sniper will be here soon, and it will be troublesome. The soldier, stealthily descending, felt a sense of satisfaction. What could be more advantageous on the battlefield than having the enemy unwittingly reveal their position? How could someone aware of the potential for being tracked by adversaries dine so leisurely? Perhaps it was a trap, but then again, who could expect such a thing from an engineer, ignorant of the battlefield's unwritten rules? His thoughts wavered as muffled voices drifted through the corridor. The state-of-the-art, fully enclosed helmet captured their conversation, amplifying and clarifying the sound. In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. He certainly wouldn't suspect we've only fled to the 12th floor. If I were him, I would assume we retreated to a level with more defenses. After all, an additional layer of protection is always advantageous. Upon hearing this, the soldier's doubts dissipated. If not for the high-tech helmet, such a conversation would have been inaudible. His initial assessment, as the engineer had surmised, was indeed correct. They would seek refuge on a floor that offered more protection. After all, any rational individual would recognize that the presence of additional threats would pose risks to both parties. The more chaos the weaker side could create, the more they could counterbalance their disadvantages. The sounds continued to waft through the air, carried by the wind, as he approached the source of the noise. Hey, don't stare at my bowl. You have a pound of braised pork there. If you eat more, U1T be able to move. Having discerned their location, he lowered his weapon, no longer in a firing stance. He focused on his footing, ensuring his toes touched the ground first, with his heels barely making contact. Silent and swift, akin to a seasoned Special Forces operative, he relished in his stealth. "Hey, little girl, what are you doing? That's my food, and you're just going to snatch it away?" Holding his assault rifle, the soldier shook his head lightly at the oblivious individual. Such a person would merely become prey in a post-apocalyptic world. No, they would be stripped clean at the first opportunity. As he neared the room from which the voice emanated, he paused, startled. The door was ajar. Why was it not closed? His hair bristled. An unsettling feeling coursed through him. What sort of individual, pursued by others, would leave their door open while dining? He began to question his confidence in the strategy of retreating to the 12th floor. Unless, of course, this was a trap. His disdain for the engineer deepened. He couldn't even set a proper trap. According to military protocol, one must assess the mindset of those entering a trap. To put it plainly, if one were to lay mines, they should be placed according to the state of mind of the person who would trigger them. Had the door been locked, and he had to blast it open with a shotgun, the trap would have been far more effective. With the barrel of his gun pressed against the door, he cautiously pushed it inward, remaining vigilant. Should he hear any sound of tripwire or the pulling of a safety pin, he would instantly shift to the side of the door. Indeed, when he opened the door, he found a mobile phone on the coffee table in the living room, still recording intermittently. It was all rather childish. As he sighed internally, a sudden loud bang erupted from behind him. Without a moment's contemplation, he dashed back into the room. The sound had originated from behind, yet the assailant moved with such stealth. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck him heavily on the back, but the bulletproof vest rendered such an assault negligible. He rolled on the ground and aimed his short rifle backward. There was no one at the door. That fiend must be lurking around the corner of the staircase. Rising from the floor, he quickened his pace, swiftly arriving at the entrance. No longer cautious, he understood that in the absence of an enemy's presence, he must be wary of traps. However, once he commenced the pursuit, allowing the foe to set a trap was out of the question. Especially when he was close enough to catch up, he must continuously fire to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Upon reaching the corner, he peered around eagerly. If an armed adversary awaited, he would retreat immediately. Yet, there was no one. That scoundrel had escaped remarkably quickly. He then employed a specialized CQB indoor maneuver to reach the next corner. Leaning forward sharply, he still found no one. This time, he did not hasten to pursue, but boldly set a landmine at the entrance of the staircase. He was certain that the engineer would not dare to disarm it. With this done, he gripped his firearm and charged forward once more. Inside his fully enclosed helmet, a faint clicking sound emerged. It was undoubtedly the engineer's pet spider. As he drew nearer, the sound of the spider's tiny feet became clearer. Yet, he could still not hear the engineer's footsteps. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned about the engineer's escape. After all, the staircase door was sealed, and there was no means of escape through the elevator shaft. In the winding corridor, there was nowhere for the scoundrel to flee. He could either be hiding in his previous residence or have ventured outside the building. Any rational person would recognize that such actions would be tantamount to seeking death. Outside the building, there were no hiding spots, only the certainty of becoming a target. No, that would be too foolish. He wouldn't do that. After a moment's contemplation, he abruptly turned and silently advanced in another direction. If the engineer was merely a fool who only knew how to run forward, he was confident he would encounter him soon. Upon reaching the corner, he once again leaned out to observe, but saw no sign of the man. Instead, he beheld the wall of cash that he had painstakingly excavated. Later, for convenience, he had opened both walls of cash. At that time, he had been most perplexed by the sheer volume of money. It was enough to block an entire floor. The clicking of the pet spider grew increasingly nearer, and he raised his weapon as he concealed himself around the corner. He aimed precisely, whether it was the fiend or his pet spider. He could eliminate them with a single shot. Suddenly, he peeked around the corner and, indeed, caught sight of the hapless pet spider just as it turned the corner. Upon seeing him, it immediately spun around in a panic. "Don't run, little one. Today you shall pay for the destruction of others' homes." He let out a low growl, advancing with the meticulous steps of a close-quarters battle specialist, fiercely pursuing the direction in which Azu had fled. Just as he darted through a hole carved into the wall of banknotes, a voice suddenly echoed above him, proclaiming, "Withdraw the cash." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the opening on the wall of currency before him was entirely sealed by a fresh cascade of bills. Attempting to retreat, he found that the hole in the wall of notes behind him was similarly blocked off by an unknown influx of new currency. His only chance lay in the elevator shaft. However, before he could take a step, an avalanche of bills cascaded from behind, overwhelming him. In an instant, he was buried deep within the mound of cash, deprived of light and sound, unable even to extend his fingers. It is worth noting that a cubic meter of banknotes weighs an astonishing 1.5 tons. Had he not been clad in specialized combat armor, he would have surely been reduced to a mere pulp by now. It was at this moment that Lin Xiaodong, the sniper, revealed himself. He had been propping up the wall of notes against the ceiling, illustrating that when it comes to dealing with soldiers, the wealth of a wealthy patron proves most effective. Chapter 73. Star for a week. First gazing at the writhing pile of banknotes, Lin Xiaodong, with a cigar clamped between his teeth, found himself in a quandary. Should he kill him now? In order to do so, he would have to peel back the banknotes, at the very least revealing the man's body, and then deliver a heavy blow with the Wolf Fang spear. Although he had taken lives before, even that of an entire family, he truly struggled with the prospect of face-to-face murder once again. The fool still had a gun, and if he fell towards the elevator shaft, he ought to first bind his feet from behind before contemplating the front. The dilemma lay in the fact that keeping such a foolish sniper around served no purpose, especially when he would consume precious food and water. If he did not kill him, allowing him to continue writhing, who could say whether he might find a way to escape? The hard truth that a saintly figure would not survive 3 episodes came to mind. The thought of that individual, clad in a fully enclosed helmet and exuding an air of a special forces operative, tightened Lin's resolve. Such a person could easily eliminate him every night, and even during the day, he would stand no chance. It was indeed a challenging choice. Nevertheless, Lin had a plan for dealing with the struggling man amidst the banknotes. If he were to die, he could simply pile several tons of banknotes atop him until he was crushed. For now, he decided to let him live. Who knew if he might be of use in the future? If not, leaving him there would ensure his demise. As long as he could be contained, preventing any escape was paramount. "Aju, weave your web," he commanded. The little glutton climbed atop the nearly 1 meter thick, still wriggling pile of banknotes, beginning to spin silk. This was not the end of it. He deftly used the Wolf Fang spear to dispatch the zombie buried within the wall of banknotes, its black ichor splattering onto the pristine web. He then sprinkled another layer of banknotes on top, and before long, they solidified into a sturdy shell. Regardless of how much the occupant within struggled, escape was impossible. Indeed, once the banknotes, web, and zombie ichor fused together, the original writhing ceased entirely. Standing atop the hardening shell, Lin felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. He jumped a couple of times, disregarding whether the fool sniper buried beneath could hear him, and bent down to bellow, "You dare invade my lair? You'll be starving for a week first." The thought of the water on the rooftop that this wretch had used to extinguish a fire made his teeth grind in pain. If he squandered all the water, would they be forced to drink from the toilet once their supplies ran dry? That option was utterly unacceptable. Of course, there was another alternative, utilizing the manual water filter from their supplies to purify the water from the elevator shaft that had soaked the zombie. If it did not rain for a prolonged period, he might have no choice but to attempt it, though he had no intention of testing whether drinking the contaminated water would turn him into a zombie. Having spoken, he looked at the bewildered Aju, who was shaking his ample belly, and suddenly exclaimed joyfully, "Aju, whoever arrives last must share half of the braised pork with the others." No sooner had he spoken than the little glutton turned on his heel and dashed off, his speed far surpassing that of Lin without the leopard claw boots. However, now that Lin was donned in the leopard claw boots, he could run much faster than Aju. The only issue was that the path the foolish sniper had excavated through the wall of banknotes was now completely blocked. Reluctantly, he had to exit through the room with the gun cabinet and step outside the building. Every time I stand outside the building, gazing at its height above the ground and the scattered zombies, I experience a peculiar blend of joy and apprehension. I extend my foot, clad in leopard claw boots, attempting to reach the windowsill beside me. Suddenly, my foot slips. My heart races in both fear and unexpected delight as I balance on the sharp tips of my boots, finding them surprisingly stable on the icy ledge. I even tested the claws against the concrete wall. As long as I stood on my toes, the sharp tips could grip even the tiniest of indentations. No wonder cats can ascend and descend walls effortlessly. While I may lack their agility, my leopard claw boots provide substantial support during climbs. I cautiously made my way into a room with an open door. Just a few steps beyond the threshold, I spotted a tripwire set by the foolish sniper at the entrance on the rooftop. Recalling my previous search for that fool's hideout, I broke into a cold sweat at the thought of narrowly avoiding a crossbow bolt and a hammer. I truly dodged a bullet. Had that fool set traps amidst the supplies, I would have been long gone. Lost in contemplation, I casually tossed a handful of cash forward. The tripwire was triggered, and the ground erupted with a thunderous explosion. A small crater formed in the concrete floor, yet to my astonishment, the bills I had thrown remained unscathed. Goodness, what were these bills made of? So resilient that even a landmine can't destroy them. Nevertheless, my priority now is lunch. Eju, my little foodie, had already dashed into the room where I had placed my braised pork and rice. As per tradition, dining in the warm kitchen is the most comforting experience. With the foolish sniper dealt with, my spirits soared, and I indulged in an extra bowl of food. After a day of military rations yesterday, even the tastiest canned meats pale in comparison to the braised pork from my imperial kitchen. Suddenly, I felt a sense of gratitude for this post-apocalyptic world. At least I could indulge in braised pork without reservation. I reminisced about life in the old world, where my foodie wife, like most women, held little interest in meat. At home, we would rarely indulge, unlike now, where Eju and I could devour 2 pounds of braised pork in one sitting. Sated, Lin Xiaodong reclined on the sofa, clutching his belly and puffing on a cigar, his gaze drifting out the window, lost in thought. The recent battle to reclaim the sniper's lair yielded significant rewards, yet also increased my workload considerably. For instance, the manual elevator needs reconstruction, and I wonder how much damage that fool inflicted on the upper floors. Another pressing issue is the water supply. The water tank on the balcony must have been drained by that idiot. Finding a sufficient water source presents a considerable challenge. As my gaze wandered to the nearby buildings, a surge of inspiration struck me, accompanied by a curse for that foolish sniper. My drone, that reckless fool. My little drone has been destroyed. I could have used it to create a silk bridge between the buildings. Now that the water tank is depleted, unless there are survivors in the other buildings, they should still possess ample water. With this thought in mind, constructing a bridge between the buildings became my top priority. Moreover, it is essential to establish human-operated elevators within each building. This necessity arises not only for the purpose of searching for supplies, but also to facilitate movement within the premises. The volume of work is unprecedented, and he finds himself scratching his head in frustration as the problem seems to circle back to its origin. Where on earth can he find an assistant who would both relieve him of burdens and require payment? Although Eju could lend a hand, the question remains, where can he find a few capable individuals? Contemplating the notion of assistance, he cannot help but think of the treant residing within the core of his being, who is eagerly awaiting his guidance to attract zombies. If she refrains from spending the money she has earned, he would not merely be an unscrupulous capitalist, but rather a grand deceiver. Furthermore, even if he were to locate survivors, how could he ensure their loyalty? Enlisting the help of someone who covets his resources and might conspire against him is hardly a preferable option. As his thoughts spiral, the sense of overwhelming responsibility intensifies. Noticing that the day is drawing to a close, he rises with urgency to rouse Eju, who is peacefully slumbering nearby. At times, he finds himself envying the young girl, who, after satisfying her hunger, can enjoy undisturbed slumber in the comfort of their abode. Eju, it's time to wake up. We are heading home. Chapter 74. A bountiful harvest. Upon returning to the rooftop, Lin Xiaodong impatiently began to inventory the supplies. To his delight, he found not only what he expected, but also some additional items. The most valuable of these was the climbing apparatus belonging to the rather foolish sniper. It appeared that once fully charged, it could traverse any rope with ease. In addition, he discovered several crates of ammunition, specifically designed for rifles. The bullets were notably long and slender, approximately 6 millimeters in diameter, and upon examining the crate, he noted they were labeled as 5 millimeters rifle rounds. The drone remained steadfast beneath the butterfly-shaped airship, motionless and stable. Aside from having expended some acid rounds, the crossbow suffered no significant losses. In addition to acquiring rifle ammunition, he also possessed 1,000 rounds of handgun ammunition. He retrieved the revolver, aptly named Thor, equipped with a silencer and tactical rail. Now, he could consider himself armed. The weapon was holstered at Lin Xiaodong's side, reminiscent of a Western gunslinger. After testing the weapon, he noted the recoil was substantial but manageable, especially given his imposing height of 185 meters. At this moment, his statistics were as follows: balance, infinite expenditure, 0 intelligence, 5 weak, physique, 13 weak, agility, 12 weak, stamina, 15 weak, perception, 8 weak, skills. Skills can be added, requiring the consumption of godly wealth points. Godly wealth points, 0, can be used to enhance physique, increase comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. Uncertain of the power dynamics within the godly wealth system, he nevertheless felt confident wielding the 44 revolver, capable of firing an entire cylinder of bullets. The 44 was more manageable than the 50, though he had no intention of employing it unless absolutely necessary, as its loud report would undoubtedly attract the undead. A single shot fired from the rooftop would summon a horde of zombies below, much to Miss Tree's delight, who would enjoy a hearty meal. The system coldly reported a plethora of meaningless income figures. As usual, he found himself powerless against the rampaging mutants, forced to allow them to wander aimlessly near his location. After assessing his losses and gains, he was confronted with a grave issue. Water had run out entirely, depleted by the fool who had squandered it all. This posed a significant dilemma. Unless he could procure a water supply from neighboring buildings, he risked perishing from thirst. Of course, the ice collected on the windowsill and eaves did not count, and relying on ice for hydration offered little comfort. While he could still manage to prepare meals, the prospect of enjoying a cup of tea had become impossible. Damn it, he thought, you can kill me, but spare the water. Now I too must suffer from thirst alongside you. He gazed up at the sun, which had risen brightly in the morning sky, utterly at a loss for how to vent his frustration upon the one responsible for this predicament. Determined to find a way to the adjacent building, he addressed the zombies. Esteemed undead, I assure you, I do not wish to disturb your repose. Restoring the manual elevator proved to be the simplest task. He merely needed to reconstruct the base and reconnect the overhead pulley system. This endeavor consumed only half of his morning. Aju, he said, when we reach the lower level of the neighboring building, the most critical task shall rest upon your shoulders. The entrusted Aju listened attentively, its multifaceted eyes glimmering with joy as it blissfully wobbled its ample belly. The current plan is to take a spider and charge down to the adjacent building, allowing it to ascend while tethered by silk thread. I will remain below, gripping the thread. Once atop the building, I intend to wrap the silk around the elevator shaft several times to secure it. The other end of the thread must also reach the rooftop, firmly anchored to the elevator shaft. At that point, I shall utilize the clumsy sniper's climbing device to traverse between the two buildings. Of course, should we need to transport items or water, additional equipment may be required, but that is a task for tomorrow. Arriving at the elevator doors on the 33rd floor, I take out the climbing device and secure it to the weight of the silk line. Since there is no need to transport supplies today, employing a human-powered elevator seems unnecessary. However, upon acquiring the climbing device, I feel compelled to test it, though I have never used such equipment. The military-grade instructions are remarkably thorough, with clear engravings adorning every section. I activate the climbing device, securing the silk thread and attempting to pull it down. No movement. I switch on my flashlight to scrutinize the climbing device closely and press a button that appears to be for ascending. I tug at it, but there is no response. A careful examination of the instructions reveals a clearly marked descent button. Yet, the narrow gap beneath the button suggests it must be moved. After a moment of contemplation, I adjust my approach, pressing down and pulling. I try pulling the climbing device once more. It slowly descends, encountering considerable resistance. I continue to hold and push the button, increasing the descent speed as resistance diminishes. I then test the ascent capability, finding it equally manageable as the descent. However, during the ascent, a faint hum from a high-speed motor resonates within the device. Military equipment truly excels in functionality. I am impressed as I slip one foot into the rope loop beneath the climbing device. I press down and pull, and the device begins to glide down the silk thread. As I pull the button down, the descent accelerates. I marvel at this device, which is scarcely larger than my palm, especially noting that it charges automatically while descending. This implies that it merely requires a partial recharge to sustain prolonged use. Upon reaching the 10th floor, I customarily exit via the stairwell. This poses no challenge for someone equipped with leopard claw boots. I ascend 1.5 floors with each step, 2 steps per floor. The more I utilize the leopard claw boots, the more satisfied I become. They're not only silent in their motion, but also require only 1/3 of the effort I previously expended while running. Their remarkable energy storage capacity allows me to carry additional gear. My resentment towards that clumsy sniper has diminished significantly. At the very least, the equipment he provided is quite commendable. As for whether I shall let him suffocate below, or if he may serve another purpose in the future, that matter can be deferred. Stepping outside, I stride purposefully into the realm of the flame serpent tree. My intent is not driven by fear of zombies, but rather to eliminate a few jetting creatures lingering there. I have not measured the speed attained while sprinting in my leopard claw boots, but I estimate it exceeds 40 kilometers per hour. Their performance surpasses that of the carbon fiber ostrich boots. When confronting zombies, I no longer need to ride spider, nor does a spider have to risk itself among the horde. I can swiftly escape, rendering the zombies unable to pursue me, especially the jetting creatures, which incessantly attempted to target and spray their prey, moved with their short, stout legs, their gaping mouths in hot pursuit of his figure. Yet, they were perpetually unable to aim accurately, growing increasingly agitated as they tilted their large, round heads and emitted a series of hissing sounds. In contrast to these clumsy beings, Lin Chaodong, navigating through their midst, exhibited a certain grace. Much like Duan Yu, who had mastered the art of light-footed movement, he weaved effortlessly among the throng. However, instead of a flowing sleeve, he wielded a wolf-toothed spear. As the jetting creatures found their legs severed, the octopods could then contend with them effectively. Grasping the creatures' heads with their 6-part mouths, they would hoist them aloft, draining their corrosive fluids. Subsequently, they could meticulously peel away their skin and flesh, rendering this merely a modest appetizer for today's expedition. For Lin Chaodong, laden with rewards, this appetizer might well herald the promise of fortuitous fortune. Chapter 75. Collective Mutation. Standing below, craning his neck with a slight ache, Lin Chaodong watched as ascended the building. He felt an urge to follow it up. Yet the daunting height posed an insurmountable challenge for him. As he gazed up at a sense of parental concern welled within him. What if he reached the rooftop and encountered a zombie? The ordinary zombies, which were slightly faster than humans, posed little threat. However, the fear of confronting a powerful zombie or a spitter loomed large, particularly with the latter. It would be a tragic loss if Az's metallic legs were to be corroded by zombie fluid. Az climbed with remarkable speed, and its descent was equally swift. It plummeted. Watching his fall like a stone, Lin Chaodong could not help but exclaim, "Oh no, what is happening?" Panic surged within him. It must have encountered a zombie. Frantically waving his wolf-toothed spear, he found nothing on the building's exterior. Even if he wished to shoot, there was no target in sight. Seeing his tumble down, his heart raced with anxiety. From nearly 100 meters high, even an iron lump would surely be deformed upon impact. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Az spread its 8 long legs mid-air, exhibiting a semblance of graceful floating. Furthermore, he noticed a long, pristine silk thread trailing behind Az. Upon reaching a certain height, it ceased to release the silk and lightly landed against the building's outer wall. Only when it reached the ground and scurried back did Lin Chaodong's heart begin to ease. circling around as he saw no evident injuries. But his gaze remained fixed on the rooftop above. Regret flooded his heart. Why had he not thought to equip as with a mobile phone? If only he had, he wouldn't be left in ignorance regarding the situation on the rooftop. Fortunately, the silk thread was securely anchored. After tugging a few times, he found his had indeed tied it tight. Let us go, as we're heading home. I want to see what's on the opposite rooftop, and, if necessary, I'll take it down with a single shot. A surge of determination filled him, akin to a family member wronged, seeking to confront the perpetrator. As bore no signs of zombie acid, suggesting it had encountered either a powerful zombie or a leeching creature. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been knocked down. He instructed as to ascend the outer wall of their building, while he himself would climb the stairs. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his lack of planning, realizing he had acted foolishly. He could have simply lowered a silk thread from above and used his climbing gear to ascend and descend with ease, rather than laboriously climbing the stairs. To his utter disbelief, as he reached the 8th floor, a vivid crimson figure suddenly appeared on the wall. What the leeching creature? Where did this thing come from? He thought, instinctively raising his shield to cover himself, leaving only his eyes, shielded by goggles, visible. As he continued to ponder, he recalled that the zombies on the 10th floor had been cleared by his companion, while those on the 13th had been dispatched by the reckless sniper. The zombies from the 35th to the 32nd floors had been dealt with by him. But where had this leeching creature come from? At that very moment, thunderous footsteps echoed from above, accompanied by eerie, peculiar cries from the zombies. Without the need for sight, the sounds alone indicated the presence of either the formidable zombies or the jetting creature. Were they not previously obstructed by a thief's barricade on the 13th floor? What, then, was this entity before me? Regardless of the surprise it evoked, there was no choice but to confront it. At that moment, the licker, clinging to the wall, had all 4 of its claws embedded in the concrete wall, a construction of dubious ethical origin. The once unyielding cement crumbled into small fragments under the tremendous force of its claws. The strength of the licker's grip was astonishing. What struck him as somewhat amusing was that this creature was still clad in clothing, its elongated limbs protruding in a rather comical fashion. Yet, facing such a being, his mouth parched, breath quickening, legs trembling, who could find humor in this situation? The zombie sprawled against the wall-spotted Lin Chao Dong without the need for contemplation. With its red hind legs splayed out, it darted across the narrow corridor of the stairwell with lightning speed. Cursing under his breath, Lin thrust his wolf fang spear forward with fervor. Yet, swifter still was the licker's elongated tongue. In a sudden lunge, the licker opened its mouth, its tongue shooting forth with a velocity surpassing its advance toward Lin Chao Dong. Fortunately, only one eye was exposed behind the shield. By merely lowering his head and raising the shield, he managed to deflect the strike. Though he successfully thwarted the tongue's assault, he was inevitably pinned beneath the weight of a licker. A resounding thud echoed as his head collided with the wall behind him, causing a momentary dizziness, while the brim of his helmet tilted, exposing his face to the licker. The creature, originally scratching at the shield with its claws, wrinkled its nose, seemingly catching the scent of living flesh. Suddenly, it opened its jaws wide, its long tongue poised to strike once more. However, Lin Chao Dong, despite the dizziness, seized the opportunity to draw his revolver from the side of his leg. The cowboy-style holster was surprisingly efficient for a swift draw. Just before the licker's tongue could lash out, he fired a shot aimed at its temple. Discharging a firearm in the corridor was a double-edged sword, injuring the enemy while simultaneously assaulting his eardrums. The deafening report caused Lin to instinctively reach for his ears, but the approaching zombie prompted him to turn and flee in haste. The creature, emitting a grotesque laughter, was undoubtedly the jetting monster. At times, he even suspected that its laughter served as a means of echolocation akin to bats. He managed to escape, though not too far, rounding the next staircase. He raised his wolf fang spear. The power of the .44 revolver was significant, yet its noise was unbearable. A few shots might very well rupture his eardrums. Perhaps the tree girl could mend them. A memory of his first encounter with the cephalopod flickered through his mind, providing a modicum of reassurance. Indeed, Following the scent, the jetting creature emerged in the hallway, its thick legs thundering against the stairs. He readied his wolf fang spear, aligning the vibrant red laser dot and the 4 times magnification reticle on the creature's forehead. With a simultaneous release, the crossbow bolt and the airgun fired. Bang! Hiss boom! The sounds resounded in quick succession, the short bolt and the toothed projectile from the cephalopod striking their target almost concurrently. The calibration has long been completed. Within a distance of 10 meters, neither the crossbow bolt nor the airgun pellet would deviate. 2 crimson bullet holes appeared on the forehead of the spitting monster, and the hissing sound of high-pressure corpse acid could be heard from afar. The corpulent body of the spitting creature fell backward, crashing onto the floor with a dull thud, causing the entire staircase to tremble slightly. With the spitting monster down and no other zombies in sight for the moment, a sense of relief washed over. However, a sudden thought brought to mind the endearing figure of Aiju. Oh no, this could be troublesome. Based on the 2 zombies just dispatched, a most unsettling idea flashed through my mind. Could it be that today is the Ghost Festival, and the zombies have collectively mutated? Ordinary zombies evolving into aberrant ones, which in turn could transform into colossal zombies, lickers, or spitting monsters. Merely contemplating this notion made it evident that it posed a grave threat to everyone's lives. If faced one at a time, perhaps there was a chance relying on Aiju and the tentacles, but if all the zombies were to mutate and upgrade. Additionally, the image of the foolish sniper drifted through my mind. Would he be discovered by the zombies while buried under piles of cash? Or perhaps that thought was rather terrifying, reminiscent of the pursuers in Resident Evil who wield firearms. What if he were to become like that? What would I do then? Chapter 76. The Great Devourer and terrifying inference with a series of lingering regrets and a body on the verge of casting shadows. Lin Xiaodong dashed out of the first-floor hall along the fibrous appendages. As he emerged outside, he was momentarily paralyzed by the scene before him. The sound of tempered glass shattering echoed everywhere, as if the world were trembling in the throes of apocalyptic despair, high-rises quaking in fear. It was not only the building he occupied that was affected. The nearby structures were similarly besieged. As the glass shattered, a multitude of crimson figures, the Devourers, leapt from the windows. Alarmingly, they moved with a speed surpassing that of spiders, exhibiting an agility reminiscent of monkeys. Had they allocated all their attributes to swiftness? Faced with this catastrophic zombie mutation, what was he to do? The saucer-shaped aircraft was only half constructed, all thanks to that incompetent sniper. The mere thought of that fool, who lay buried under a heap of bills, ignited a burning resentment within him. Had that imbecile not interfered, the main body of the saucer might have already taken flight. Of course, even if it had, it would only be the body and incapable of actual flight. In this rapidly evolving biopunk apocalypse, mere survival was an inadequate strategy. One must continually grow stronger. Damn that ineffective divine system. Despite his inner turmoil, he tilted his head to scan the exterior of the building for any sign of the spider. To his surprise, a pristine white silk thread dangled from the rooftop. Yet Arachnid was nowhere to be seen. That little glutton must have climbed home rather quickly. He could only hope that no zombies had infiltrated there as well. Such an occurrence was entirely plausible. Before he could ponder further, a piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility, a woman's cry for help, its harshness akin to nails scraping against porcelain. It echoed painfully, sending a chill down his spine. A short distance away, from another building, he spotted a vividly dressed woman frantically waving her arms. However, the distance was too great, and the ground was rife with even more formidable mutated zombies, rendering any attempt to save her utterly futile. He fought the urge to glance at the woman who had been seized by the Devourers, dragged from the window, and torn apart amidst the ravenous horde. With no time to indulge in morbid thoughts, he secured the climbing device to the spider's silk, pressed the button, and began to ascend at maximum capacity. Despite the incessant mutations of the zombies, their varied, guttural growls could not completely drown out the shrill whirring of the climbing device's motor as it rotated at high speed. Amidst the cacophony, he ascended towards the rooftop, moving at a modest pace of 2 to 3 meters per second. As he rose higher, his field of vision expanded, revealing increasingly horrific scenes of zombie mutations. As he passed a glass window, he witnessed firsthand the horrifying transformation of an ordinary zombie into a mutated one. It writhed chaotically on the ground, and when it ceased its contortions, it lay flat on all fours. Remarkably, upon hearing the sound of the climbing device's motor, it slowly turned its head. Its golden eyes, with black pupils, bore little resemblance to the mutated zombies he had encountered before. What truly terrified Lin Xiaodong was the glimmer of intelligence that sparked within its eyes, a shrewd gleam that sent tremors of dread coursing through him. The mutated zombies are cunning, unlike ordinary zombies that mindlessly moan in hunger, relying solely on their numbers to overwhelm survivors. They hunt with a strategy, often coordinating in small groups, and their roars possess a guiding ability for the lesser zombies. In a fleeting moment, as he darted past the window, a mutated zombie lunged forward, landing on all fours. With one hand gripping the climbing device, Lin Xiaodong found himself unable to retaliate. He had no choice but to mimic a firefighter, using his feet to push against the exterior of the building. The lightened, climbing apparatus accelerated instantaneously, swiftly passing through the window from which the mutated zombie had leaped. Crash! The defiant, mutated zombie hurtled through the window, plummeting downwards. Yet, this was not the conclusion. It was merely the beginning. Amidst the shattering glass, more crimson figures emerged upon the building's facade. These were the lecherous feeders, even more perilous than the mutated zombies. They dashed recklessly outside, soon drawn to the sound emitted by the motor of the climbing device. As Lin Xiaodong beheld the approaching feeders, a chill gripped his heart. In midair, his crossbow could only fire once, followed by 5 bullets from his revolver. Even if every shot found its mark, he could only eliminate 7 of the feeders, while a dozen more relentlessly pursued him. Perhaps he should seek refuge in one of the nearby rooms to evade those feeders. Time was of the essence. He realized that the zombies would catch up to him before he could reach the rooftop, and his mind raced with thoughts of escape. However, upon glancing back, he was left frozen in fear, instinctively taking small steps. Some former feeders in the vicinity began to undergo transformations. Initially, they merely exhibited elongated limbs and bodies, resembling clumsy figures clad in short cotton jackets and shorts. Yet now, they were growing, their height increasing by a meter in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but they also became more robust, muscles bulging beneath their once loose clothing. The cotton jackets were stretched to the brink, while the shorts had split into 2 pieces. Some feeders even broke their belts, while others, constrained by elastic bands, had their shorts dangling like rags. Oh no, the great feeders, more terrifying than the ordinary ones. Before he could even devise a fitting name, he bore witness to a scene more dreadful than he had imagined. A colossal feeder suddenly seized a nearby, ordinary zombie and, with its mouth, larger than a human head, devoured it whole. This great feeder was insatiably gluttonous, fiercely sucking the life from the neck of the ordinary zombie, which lost its head in the process. He watched in horror as the once-clad zombie with its cotton jacket was reduced to a desiccated husk, as if made of paper, swaying in the wind like a flimsy banner. His eyes trembled at the sight of such horror, uncertain of how to confront this abomination. Amidst the terror, he discovered an even more chilling fact. The great feeder possessed a 3rd leg. Yes, the very thing everyone dreaded, signifying that zombies could potentially reproduce. This revelation called to mind the fundamental instincts of biology, survival, and propagation. It appears that even the undead, these biochemical entities, are not exempt from the fundamental biological imperatives of survival and reproduction. In the fleeting moments of his contemplation, he observed the approaching lickers outside the building's walls. Dressed in short cotton jackets and trousers, these creatures prompted Lin Xiaodong, a prodigy in biology, to ponder a new question. It seemed that the zombies indoors underwent mutations and evolution at a slower pace compared to their outdoor counterparts. Instinctively glancing at the sun, a startling hypothesis surged to the forefront of his mind. Could it be that, despite their ability to endure without sustenance for extended periods, these creatures, like all living beings, ultimately require nourishment? Otherwise, they would inevitably succumb to the depletion of energy, unable to escape the laws of biology. Thus, by analyzing the disparate mutations and evolutionary outcomes between the indoor and outdoor zombies, one could deduce a far more terrifying possibility than mere reproduction among the undead. That is to say, zombies might harness solar energy, whether through rapid absorption or gradual accumulation. This phenomenon could fundamentally explain why outdoor zombies evolve more swiftly than their indoor counterparts. Chapter 77. A swift return home just as Lin Xiaodong was being pursued by the lickers outside the building. Witnessing the entire evolution of a giant licker left him utterly astounded. Yet, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before him. The giant licker, having just consumed an ordinary zombie, slowly turned its gaze in his direction. Overwhelmed with dread from the surreal spectacle and the implications of his predicament, an intense fear surged within him, almost compelling him to scream. This creature, the giant licker, could sense human fear, far surpassing any thermal imaging, olfactory detection, or dynamic visual tracking. Even from such a distance, its awareness was palpable. The thought of it potentially coming to seek him out sent shivers down his spine. In the midst of sheer terror and an overwhelming urge to flee, Lin Xiaodong suddenly propelled himself off the wall with his legs, launching his body outward. The sound of the climbing device's motor diminished, and his ascent accelerated. Upon landing against the building's exterior wall, he found himself grounded by his clawed boots. Although the sensation differed from running on solid ground, the boots' capacity for generating power remained undiminished. With a sudden burst of energy, he took long strides, aided by the lift provided by the climbing apparatus, as if sprinting along the wall itself. Moreover, as he ran, the tips of his clawed boots instinctively extended, their sharp edges gripping even the slightest protrusions to offer substantial force. In an instant, he felt a wave of relief as the lickers, which had been drawing ever closer, began to recede into the distance. While he knew that returning home would likely entail a bloody confrontation with zombies, for the moment, he was at least safe. The rooftop of the building drew nearer with each wild sprint along the exterior. He contemplated the addition of a hook to his armor to secure the climbing device, granting him the freedom of both hands. Even on the outer wall, he could wield his wolf-toothed spear to teach the lickers a lesson. As his courage surged, another thought crossed his mind. He wondered whether the bodily fluids of the lickers and giant lickers were akin to those of ordinary zombies. Could they possess superior qualities? The scientific mind of a biochemical prodigy ignited within him, altering his perception of the lickers and giant lickers. While undeniably hazardous, were scorpions and snakes not equally perilous? Once they became cultivated crops, even the most dangerous of them remained mere harvests. It must be said, humanity is indeed a covetous species. With his greedy thoughts burgeoning, he cast his gaze back at the giant licker, only to find it no longer focused on him, instead swiftly moving to capture ordinary zombies, reducing them to mere paper-thin remnants. The creature feared becoming a crop itself. Perhaps he truly had an opportunity to conduct an experiment. The rooftop loomed ahead, and as he gripped the climbing device, he pressed the release button at the last moment. Propelled by the force of his clawed boots, he spread his arms wide, soaring toward the rooftop like a majestic bird. However, upon witnessing the state of the rooftop, his earlier bravado evaporated in an instant. Ahead, a Zeus was running, pursued by 5 or 6 lickers. It had always managed to evade the attention of the zombies, yet the lickers had taken notice of it. This was sufficient evidence of the lickers' exceptional dynamic vision. Fortunately, only the more advanced zombies possessed this trait, so it sufficed to guard against them. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly drew a glass vial of zombie bait from his pocket and smashed it onto the ground with a resounding crash. He struck his shield with the wolf fang spear. The sound was not particularly loud, as the shield was made of composite materials, producing only a muted thud. "Hey, red-skinned monstrosity, come here. Come to me. Let me see if you carry any valuable treasures." The commotion and the bait vial evidently had an effect. The licker, which had been pursuing Aiju, lost interest in the plump little snack and turned its gaze towards him instead. However, they did not charge directly at him. Rather, they exchanged glances as if deliberating. This further confirmed that lickers could discern human fear, sensing the subtle shifts in the electrical currents coursing through humans. It was likely this very ability that prompted them to pursue Aiju, whom they had previously disregarded. Red-skinned beasts, what are you staring at? Come on, I'm waiting for you. The more he analyzed the situation through the lens of biological knowledge, the more Lin Xiaodong understood that every living creature has its vulnerabilities. The ability to detect biological electrical currents was indeed a formidable trait. Yet, the capacity to discern emotions such as fear, anger, and the desire to fight would equally instill dread in lesser beings when faced with a superior entity, especially when Lin Xiaodong subconsciously regarded them as crops ripe for harvest. The lickers undoubtedly sensed his lethal intent. Realizing he had intimidated the lickers, Lin Xiaodong quickly instructed Aiju to seal the elevator shaft with webs, ensuring that all 3 floors were covered and adding several layers for safety. Caution was imperative, as the human-powered elevator could not be utilized temporarily. Failing to seal, it would allow more lickers to ascend via the shaft. As he observed the approaching lickers, Lin Xiaodong clenched his teeth. There was but one opportunity to survive on the top floor, to eliminate all the lickers within the building and devise a means to prevent others from ascending. As for the future, he had not contemplated it. Merely surviving the night was his immediate concern. Furthermore, he faced the pressing issue of dwindling water supplies. With 2 more resounding strikes of the Wolf Fang spear against his shield, he shouted at the lickers, "Come on, let us have it out." Yet, he was preoccupied with another thought. Behind him trailed a pack of lickers, and if they all surged forward together, even a superhuman would find it impossible to withstand their onslaught. Just as this realization struck him, he sensed impending doom. The lickers atop the building must have felt his sudden surge of fear as they all lunged toward him in unison. At that moment, he had quietly secured his climbing device to the webbing. As the lickers leaped toward him, he abruptly turned and sprinted towards the edge of the building. The lickers, driven by their instinct to hunt fear, were completely oblivious to his motive. They followed Lin Xiaodong as he leapt from the building's edge, craving the thrill of preying upon the terrified. Clinging to the spider's silk, Lin Xiaodong descended silently down the exterior wall of the building. The licker that leaped alongside him emitted a reluctant howl as it plummeted from the 30-story building, a descent of over 100 meters. One could observe the licker's head striking the ground, creating a black, fan-shaped pattern of viscous bodily fluid upon impact. Ultimately, the zombies are rather dim-witted. Even the licker possesses an intellect inferior to that of a mere child of 3. Lacking intelligence, they remain mere crops in the eyes of Xiaodong. Meanwhile, the tentacled beings below expressed their satisfaction with the bounty he provided, with the system announcing his earnings. A paycheck of 3,132 yuan has been deposited. Please check your account. Check my account? I have an infinite supply of cash. Does it matter whether I have income? This confrontation alleviated his concerns. Although the licker was agile and formidable, its physical strength had not increased to a concerning level. Yet, before he could return to the rooftop, the licker that had been pursuing him outside the wall was already before him. A grand battle was about to unfold. Chapter 78. Yu Cheater. As Lin Xiaodong ascended closer to the rooftop, the movements of the pursuing lickers below grew increasingly sluggish. It was evident that they sensed the potent battle intent emanating from him, a subtle electric current. In light of this, these creatures, accustomed to cooperative hunting, likely intended to wait for more lickers to arrive before launching their assault. However, Lin Xiaodong had no intention of granting them such an opportunity. Seizing the moment while they remained inactive, he raised his Wolf Fang spear, a vivid laser, appearing on the forehead of one of the lickers. These beasts possessed the ability to detect the subtle electric currents of humans, their eyes equipped with an exceptional capacity for dynamic visual tracking. Yet, regrettably, they lacked an understanding of science and were oblivious to the significance of the bright light point on their heads. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot forth, piercing the forehead of a licker several meters away. This time, as it fell, the creature emitted no roar, descending silently like a stone. Puff! Bang! The sound of a gas gun echoed as another licker met the same fate, plummeting without a sound. With these 2 shots, the remaining lickers below would soon be compelled to fight for their lives. From a certain perspective, this sigh of resignation conveyed not merely a strong battle intent, but also an underlying message of fear. Almost instantaneously, the lickers that had arrived simultaneously lunged at him along the exterior wall of the building. Anticipating this, Lin Chaodong activated his leopard claw boots, pressing the climbing device's button. In this state of high gravity, the simulator descended rapidly. Moreover, Lin Chaodong began to stride forth, utilizing the enhanced mobility of the leopard claw boots to maneuver laterally along the wall. In contrast to the lickers, he possessed the ability to halt, ascend, or descend at will, a distinct advantage. As he moved sideways, approaching one of the lickers, it silently leapt towards him. Yet, unbeknownst to the licker, as it launched its decisive attack, Lin Chaodong, who had been plummeting at great speed, abruptly halted midair. This unexpected pause rendered the licker's calculated strike a complete miss. Frustrated, the licker flailed its claws in a desperate attempt to return to the wall, even extending its blood-red tongue for a final strike. Had it the ability to speak, it would undoubtedly have shouted in anger, "You cheater!" But at that moment, Lin Chaodong was running at over 40 kilometers per hour, making him a difficult target to hit. With a powerful push from his legs, the leopard claw boots provided an even greater spring, propelling him 3 meters away from the building's exterior. The licker's attack, with its crimson tongue, completely failed to connect. What a thrill it was to deal with the lickers in such a manner. Yet, before Lin Chaodong could celebrate his triumph, his sprint was abruptly interrupted. The sudden halt caused him to tumble several times along the building's outer wall, rolling uncontrollably. When the world is happening, he looked up to find a web tethered to one of the lickers. The creature was ensnared so securely that the long webbing did not cause it to fall from the building. Oh my, the licker's claws were indeed razor-sharp. They seemed to be better suited for crafting the blades used in wrist guards. Deep within, I constantly remind myself that the devourers and the zombies are merely crops. Just a momentary lapse, and, as Lin Chaodong steadied himself against the wall after being thrown into disarray, he found himself besieged by 5 devourers. Among them was the one ensnared by the web. Raising his gaze, he noticed the creature regarding him with a delight reminiscent of a predator savoring its impending feast. However, he dismissed such thoughts. A mere crop daring to express such an expression indicated it had already been thoroughly seasoned. With the roar of the climbing apparatus's motor, Lin Chaodong dashed forward in his leopard claw boots. The devourer, descending towards him rapidly, closed the distance. In mere seconds, they were almost face to face. The devourer lifted its front claws, adopting a pose as if to embrace him. Its half-open mouth revealed a fleshy, serpentine tongue slowly extending outward. Yes, just like that. Stay still, Lin Chaodong thought as he swiftly approached the creature, drawing his revolver from his side. At a distance of less than 2 meters, he fired a shot aimed squarely at the devourer's chest. Having hardly any experience with firearms, only firing a few shots during practice with uncertain aim at greater distances, he felt confident that at this close range, hitting the broad chest should be a near certainty. With a resounding bang, the .44 Magnum's muzzle flash erupted like a flame, extending a foot from the barrel. Though the heart was indeed a vital point for a devourer, Lin Chaodong harbored no illusions about his ability to strike from 2 meters away. Yet the sheer power of the .44 caliber revolver was formidable. The devourer, preparing to embrace him, was struck heavily in the chest. Black ichor erupted forth like a fountain, startling Lin Chaodong into lowering his head. Although he frequently dealt with such ichor, he could not fathom the consequences should it contact his mucous membranes or wounds. Would it turn him into a zombie? Just as he lowered his head, a zombie fell upon his legs. Originally perched atop the building, Lin Chaodong stumbled and fell, his lowered head colliding with the wall, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet, the accursed devourer, spewing ichor, did not perish. Instead, it seized him in its descent. Its gaping maw was nearly larger than his own face, and he could see its blood-red tongue poised to strike like an arrow. In a moment of desperation, Lin Chaodong thrust the revolver into its mouth and pulled the trigger. At such close range, he witnessed the bullet instantly sever the loathsome crimson tongue. Moreover, the tremendous force of the .44 Magnum obliterated the devourer's skull. Despite the gruesome spectacle of splintered bones and flying flesh, accompanied by the black ichor, Lin Chaodong felt no revulsion, as though he had merely spilled a bottle of ink. As the devourer lost its head, its claws and arms relinquished their grip on him. He believed that the shot had severed the connection between the devourer's cerebellum and spine, rendering its lower body paralyzed and incapable of movement. Particularly, as the devourer fell, it landed squarely atop another pursuing Lin Chaodong from below. Two liquors plummeted downwards together. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, likening himself to a double yolk egg, and he couldn't help but scoff, remarking that this truly exemplified the essence of a double yolk. Lost in such whimsical musings, he continued his descent alongside the remaining zombies. This time, he did not rush, for should he distance himself too far from the pursuing liquors, he would find himself ensnared once more, as had occurred previously. As the liquors raced downwards, they gradually closed the gap, even attempting to strike him with their elongated tongues. However, these assaults missed, thwarted by his erratic zigzagging and sudden leaps. Approaching the 5th floor, he found himself flanked by two liquors, perilously close to ensnaring him in their embrace. Suddenly, several towering figures with six-petaled mouths descended from above, unnoticed by the liquors in their frantic sprint. Even had they been aware, they would have stood no chance of resistance. As the last few liquors on this floor were swiftly dispatched, Lin Chaodong idly listened to the system report his earnings. At last, this building was rendered temporarily secure. Chapter 79, Precaution Aju. What strategies can we devise to deter those insatiable devourers from ascending the building? Lin Chaodong exchanged glances with Aju, its 8 multifaceted eyes reflecting uncertainty. He found himself momentarily at a loss for solutions. Initially, he had aimed to complete the bridge technology connecting to the other building today, but upon discovering a critical detail, he set that aside for the moment. He realized that the lower half of his saucer-shaped airship had taken form quite well. It had performed admirably during the light rain 2 nights prior. The rainwater collected in the reservoir, though scant, provided at least a modest supply of potable water. After a night of gentle rain, the tank had accumulated approximately 30 centimeters of water, sufficient for a while. With the water situation under control, he now had to confront the immediate threat at hand. Outside the building, there was a possibility of devourers scaling the outer walls. This was now his foremost adversary. Failing to address this issue would rob him of restful sleep at night. The simplest solution would be to seal off a room with thick biomaterials and retreat to sleep behind a barricaded door. However, this would only postpone the inevitable confrontation come morning. A more permanent solution would involve preventing the zombies from climbing the external walls altogether, a task far from simple. His first thought was of Aju's webbing, yet that alone would not suffice unless Aju could vigilantly guard against the cold of night without rest. Not to mention, being suspended in a web every night could lead to exhaustion. Thus, he pondered methods to ensure that the zombies would fall should they reach the rooftop. Beyond fending off the climbers from outside, he also needed to address the zombies within the building. Initially, this task held little allure. After all, wouldn't it be preferable to remain hidden with enough provisions to last a year? Yet, as the zombies continued to mutate, they could become a greater threat in the future. In addition to neutralizing the external threat, he must also deal with all zombies lurking in the corridors. As for those confined within the rooms, their collective mutation, like today, was unpredictable. The lack of fresh sustenance and sunlight within the confines of the house would certainly delay their transformation. Frustrated, he scratched his head, wishing he could claw through to clarity. Yet, no better plan surfaced to thwart the climbing devourers. Resolute, he decided to first clear the zombies from the corridors. Perhaps inspiration would strike during the process. Clearing the zombies from the hallways was far less complicated than preventing the devourers from scaling the building. Noticing that no more devourers had emerged from the elevator shaft, he opted to descend using it. Just as he had done previously during the retrieval of the corpse fluid, he would simply use a lever to open the elevator doors. This time, however, the manual elevator's base only reached the upper opening of the elevator doors. No zombie could ascend through the merely 30-centimeter counterweight hole. He then tossed an enticing projectile against the opposite wall. Evidently, the mutated zombies had significantly enhanced their strength, yet they retained only the primal instinct to hunt, devoid of logical reasoning, regardless of the towering behemoth zombies or the ordinary and mutated ones. They all foolishly wander into the elevator shaft. There is no need for Lin Xiaodong to worry about their fall. Below awaits a ravenous horde prepared to devour their flesh. Only the wall-climbing lickers and the spitting creatures require meticulous handling. The former can simply be knocked down, while the latter must be dealt with more strategically. Although the elevator shaft is filled with quite a bit of water, the ravenous creatures lack effective means to counter the spitting monster's acidic spray. First, he flings a lure into the wall, then uses a lever to pry open the elevator doors. With his wolf-teeth spear poised at the entrance, he is ready to eliminate either the spitting creature or the licker at the earliest opportunity. Yet, his mind is preoccupied with thoughts on how to prevent the lickers from scaling the outer walls to the rooftop. As the elevator doors swing open, the lure and the cacophony of cell phone resonate, drawing the zombies towards the elevator entrance. One by one, they plummet into the shaft like cannonballs. Initially, this idea had thrilled Lin Xiaodong, but as he watched them, the novelty wore off. The zombies displayed an astonishing orderliness, queuing up to leap into the abyss, akin to a conveyor belt. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, but before he could grasp it, it vanished like lightning. What was he just contemplating? The conveyor belt. What relevance does it hold in preventing the lickers from ascending to the rooftop? After a floor's worth of zombies had jumped, and the bloodshed and sounds failed to attract more, he tossed a stack of bills onto the base, sending the human-operated elevator down to the next level. The machine halted, and he opened the elevator doors with a lever. He tossed out another lure and stared listlessly at the entrance. To his dismay, there were no zombies in sight. Indeed, the lure and sounds could influence the zombies in the adjacent floors. He retrieved more bills and placed them on the human elevator, continuing his monotonous descent. Perhaps this could work. A vivid image flashed through his mind. The lickers scaling the rooftop, where a sloped platform awaited, littered with scattered bills. The licker would confidently claw its way up, only to tumble down the building along with the unsecured currency. As this notion crossed his mind, Lin Xiaodong felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely the strategy suited for someone of his financial prowess. In his exhilaration, he pulled out a climbing device, ready to ascend to the rooftop. However, another vision flickered across his mind, a tempest raging, rain pouring, and unsecured bills swirling chaotically in the air. This tactic wasn't unfeasible. After all, financial constraints were not an issue for him. Yet, this approach was merely temporary, not aligning with his long-term aspirations. Disappointed, he stowed away the climbing device and turned to look at Zhu, berating himself for his foolishness. Could he truly be so inept as to not devise a better plan? As he spoke, he compacted his opened climbing device, catching a glimpse of the pulleys inside, which reminded him of that fleeting inspiration moments ago. He slapped his forehead, laughing heartily in the elevator shaft, realizing, in his folly, how simple the solution had been all along. Standing nearby, Zhu's 8 eyes rolled anxiously, perhaps worried that Lin Xiaodong might succumb to his mental affliction, as even his stomach ceased to quiver in fear. Without uttering a word, Lin Xiaodong diligently attached the climbing apparatus to the spider's silk and ascended with utmost vigor. In his impatience, he even propelled his long legs clad in leopard-clawed boots against the walls of the elevator shaft, racing towards the rooftop. Meanwhile, he muttered to himself in frustration, "I've been too comfortable here for far too long. My mind must be rusting, unable to conceive even the simplest solutions." Were his thoughts to be overheard, one might suspect his sanity was in jeopardy. Ever since his arrival in this world, not a single day had been tranquil. Zombies, lack of air, scarcity of water, torrential rain, arthropods, and even a foolhardy sniper had all plagued him. Yet, upon reflection, in this world, he was a figure of immense wealth. All essential resources were at his disposal without cost. With a little effort, he could monopolize the resources meant for hundreds. Life here was undeniably less burdensome than the oppressive mountains of education, retirement, healthcare, and housing that one must shoulder in the other realm. Indeed, it was far too tranquil. Chapter 80. You Are the Killer as Dawn Broke. I opened the window to bask in the splendid sunlight, observing butterflies as they danced around fragrant blossoms. The scenery was utterly enchanting. In the distance, you gazed upon me, your smile radiating beauty, and my heart blossomed like a flower, blooming exquisitely. Ascending to the rooftop, I surveyed the surroundings. The silhouettes of various buildings revealed the presence of numerous lickers. Below, a colossal licker meandered through the community, while ordinary and mutated zombies kept their distance. It seemed that while the zombies may be dim-witted, they possessed an instinct for survival and destruction. Additionally, there was a significant increase in the formidable zombies and spitters within the community, though I had yet to encounter other types of zombies. As for the lickers, they were not just present, they were abundant. This was undeniably terrifying, yet for Lin Chaodong, there was an undeniable sense of pride. Not only had he survived, but he was also thriving, at least for the moment. At this moment, within the building he occupied, the defense system on the rooftop was completed the previous afternoon. Though it may sound grand, the defense system was essentially a conveyor belt, arranged vertically at a 20-degree incline. Constructed from biomaterials, the conveyor belt was impervious to the claws of lickers. Especially with the two rotating rollers, it was nearly impossible to halt it. Brandishing a spiked spear, I leaned over the edge of the building to observe below, where several lickers were testing the conveyor. These few seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence, refraining from blindly lunging upward, as doing so would result in their plummeting to the ground below, becoming sustenance for the tentacled creatures. However, zombies could not be permitted to linger, particularly the more cunning lickers. Raising my spear, I directed the vibrant laser dot onto the head of a licker. With a mere pull of the trigger, I sent the bewildered creature to the underworld. Having dispatched those testing the conveyor, I resolved to complete my task for the day. I aimed to seal all the broken windows in the building, a task easily accomplished with damp bills, essentially just requiring thicker layers. Once the windows were sealed, I could continue clearing the zombies from the corridors. Once the entire building was secured, I could leisurely embark on constructing a dirigible. In my mind, amidst the biochemical apocalypse, no aircraft, heavy trucks, armored vehicles, or tanks were of any value. During such times, a dirigible capable of hovering without propulsion was far superior. When needed, a single rope would allow for effortless ascents and descents. Once the task was complete, the rope could simply be retracted. No matter how many zombies there were, they could not fly. Suddenly, a rumbling noise filled the air, an ominous sound that promised headaches and frustration. It was a drone. I hadn't anticipated that after setting the net to capture the aircraft, another would be replenished so swiftly. How infuriating! Why could they not engage in something productive instead of incessantly tormenting me? As I vented my frustrations, a plane resembling an A-10 Thunderbolt streaked across the sky. Compared to the drones of days past, it was significantly larger and structurally distinct. Its wings were shorter and appeared more robust, unlike the drones designed for prolonged aerial suspension, which featured exaggerated wings. At that moment, I observed the aircraft diving toward the community, and I was filled with bitterness as I watched the descending warplane. He leaped onto the drone secured atop the building, his electronic telescope directed towards the aircraft soaring in the sky, the magnification set to its utmost. "I curse your ancestors. I damn your entire family," he muttered, but then, "Oh, it's a manned aircraft. Even if there is someone aboard, they must surely be a deviant." As he spat forth a tirade of profanities, he tracked the fighter jet through the telescope. The aircraft swooped down towards the residential complex, seemingly displeased by the sight of the water-collecting balloon-like apparatus fixed to the rooftop. "Could you refrain from such foul language? You are, after all, a person of some standing," a voice, sharp yet alluring, suddenly interjected. As a pilot, it was reasonable to describe her tone as crisp. The allure might simply be her inherent demeanor, an odd blend of attributes indeed. Upon hearing the voice emanate from the drone's camera, he swiftly descended to stand before it. The lens, initially scanning the surroundings, eventually settled upon his face. Gazing into the camera, Lin Chaodong tentatively inquired, "Are you the operator of this drone?" "Hey, remove your filthy hand. Don't touch my precious lens," came the retort. Upon receiving this response, Lin Chaodong erupted in indignation, disregarding the gender of the speaker. "Are you out of your mind? We're in the midst of a post-apocalyptic world. Survival is already a challenge. And you're here causing trouble. What is the meaning of this?" Could you not speak so crudely? It's truly lacking in decorum, the woman countered. Lin Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback, a tinge of shame washing over him. He recalled his past as a top student in biology, yet lacking connections. He found himself unable to secure a position in a reputable company. Cast aside by society, he had been worn down by the harshness of life. The elegance and pride he once possessed were the first to be discarded. What nonsense about decorum! You possess such manners, yet bully a survivor, trapped amidst a horde of zombies. Pausing, noting her silence, Lin Xiaodong continued to vent. Let me tell you, I've prepared a net this time. If you have the guts, come down here and see if I don't put an end to you. The woman on the communication channel was clearly infuriated, responding with a single word before stammering. You're a murderer and antisocial. I truly want to ask, can't you engage in some civilized behavior? Her voice, though laced with indignation, possessed a certain melodic quality, even in her insults. Such a person ought to be singing or perhaps pursuing a career in the entertainment industry rather than piloting aircraft. Why, pray tell? Am I not acting like a civilized person? At this juncture, Lin Xiaodong faltered, grappling with a question that had long eluded him. In this biochemical apocalypse, was he a mere inhabitant or had he transmigrated? The former seemed manageable, devoid of past entanglements. Yet, if he had indeed taken over another's consciousness, the complications of past lives could be profoundly significant. For the first time, he realized that locating a mirror might prove to be of paramount importance. How is it? No more words, is it? A person as cruel as you ought to perish from thirst. Listen, although that woman hurls insults, her choice of words possesses a certain elegance and a hint of youthful naivety. The most vicious term one can utter is merely murderous maniac. It resembles the time just after my graduation when, armed with a self-important degree, I encountered nothing but obstacles. I am a murderous maniac. What evidence do you have? To my surprise, the pilot in the fighter jet ceased to respond. Instead, the roar of the engines intensified, clearly directing towards this very neighborhood. Unlike before, this time it swooped down, missiles dangling from its wings. The robust 7-barrel Gatling gun at the nose spun rapidly. Perhaps in the next moment, it would obliterate Lin Xiaodong and all that he held dear atop the roof. It was only then that Lin Xiaodong, lost in thought, straightened up. Gazing at the flat, inescapable rooftop, he closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the moment of his own destruction. Chapter 81. Thus, death is too cheap for you. The rumbling of the engines grew increasingly distinct as altitude diminished, revealing the missiles and weaponry mounted on the wings with clarity. The A-10 Thunderbolt II, the sole aircraft that Lin Xiaodong had ever taken an interest in, was formidable in its might. Just by observing the armaments, he could envision the catastrophic fate that awaited a tank under its relentless barrage. The depleted uranium penetrators and anti-tank missiles were undeniably powerful. No matter what sort of biochemical armor one might wear, even several 100 millimeters of steel would be reduced to mere fragments. As a man of science, he understood that in the face of overwhelming power, reason held no sway. Resistance was futile. He could merely close his eyes and await his demise. The sound of the A-10's 37mm autocannon was peculiarly distinctive, reminiscent of an uncontrollable torrent, like someone suffering from severe dysentery. With a sense of resentment and regret, he associated the aircraft's gunfire with the most dismal of scenarios. Ultimately, it mattered little. He was on the brink of death beneath those shells, and contemplating worse scenarios would only amplify his despair. In his mind, he even envisioned the pilot as a grotesque, plush creature, monstrous in nature. Surely, that female pilot must be a monster, at the very least psychologically disturbed. After all, what reason could a drone operator have for tormenting a survivor to such an extent? Yet after the artillery fire, he awaited a moment, but no explosions followed. To his astonishment, he was still alive. Damn it, I'm still here. Who was that girl in the plane shooting at? Who could possibly be more unfortunate than I am? Which survivor has drawn her ire? To be gunned down rather than tortured? Thoughts whirled through his mind as he heard a series of thunderous explosions resonating from within the vicinity. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the source of the sound, peering towards the area engulfed in smoke and debris cascading from the sky. Upon observing, he realized that the artillery had struck a vacant area of the community, targeting the zombies. What sort of zombie warranted the use of armor-piercing rounds? This seemed utterly outrageous. Just as the thought crossed his mind, clarity emerged. A vivid, robust figure appeared in his imagination. The surviving military had undoubtedly encountered a creature akin to the gluttonous behemoth. Zombies were not terrifying. Their swift movements were no match for nuclear weaponry, even if they could harness solar energy. The only true threat arose if zombies could reproduce, signifying an unending cycle of death and destruction. Especially when they consumed without excretion, coupled with their ability to utilize solar power, they posed a significant menace. Such creatures could potentially compete with humanity for the apex of the food chain. Unless, one day, humanity could eradicate zombies to the point where they developed a fear of humans within their very genes. Much like all wild beasts, encountering a person wielding a stick would prompt them to ponder whether that individual might be armed with a hunting rifle. That indescribable fear often penetrates to the very depths of one's genetic makeup, imprinted and passed down to subsequent generations. Grasping this notion, he immediately raised his electronic telescope to peer into the crater. Red flesh and fragments of bone were scattered everywhere. His assessment was accurate. The target under attack was indeed the prominently reproductive giant predator. The thunderous roar of an aircraft, reminiscent of an A-10 Thunderbolt, surged towards the sky, trailing a blue flame. Not far away, the drone reconnaissance system suddenly erupted with alluring cheers and shouts, evoking an ineffable joy akin to that of a first battle triumphantly won. Had he known that this aircraft was not there to target him, he would not have felt the need to react so defensively. At this thought, Lin Xiaodong paused. Had he known the aircraft was there to combat the giant predator, would he still have berated it? He would likely have muttered a few curses, albeit with less venom. His musings interrupted the pilot's jubilant cries, and after a brief silence, she coldly responded, "Such a death would be too lenient for you. You ought to face legal judgment or be tormented to death by a horde of zombies." "Hey, what do you mean by that? Did I murder your parents or toss your child into a well?" Just moments ago, he had felt a flicker of admiration for the female pilot, but now anger surged within him, compelling him to lash out. "My parents perished in this great catastrophe. You have no idea what you're saying." Upon hearing the pilot's retort, Lin Xiaodong, a man of tough exterior yet tender heart, immediately recognized his misstep. While engaging in quarrels is commonplace, to insult another's parents crosses a line. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," he hastily apologized, his rugged life having not entirely stripped him of civility. "You don't know. How could you not know? You. Poison. People." The fighter jet ascended into the clouds, its engine's thunder gradually fading into silence. As the distance increased, the clarity of radio communication seemed to diminish rapidly. The voices on the channel became sporadic, soon falling silent altogether. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he gazed skyward. The aircraft now vanished, its sound barely perceptible. Scratching his head in confusion, he grew increasingly curious about this planet. In the midst of an extraordinarily frigid winter and tumultuous winter storms, how could radio communication be so limited? Was there something amiss with the atmosphere of this world? The only individuals he could inquire about these matters were two, one male and one female. Yet both were his adversaries. The foolish sniper was easy to understand. He had disrupted the man's life, who had nearly taken his own. The hostility was palpable. As for the female pilot, should she return, he would certainly seek to understand what he had done to provoke such animosity. The more he pondered, the more his curiosity burgeoned. Could he truly be an enemy of the Eastern Republic of Kong? In this post-apocalyptic world, fraught with adversity and rendered a public enemy, he found it hard to recall any protagonist from the novels he had read that bore such tragic circumstances. Yet, this was of little importance. He resolved to set this matter aside and continue with his work. Whether considered a public enemy or not, it seems that within this community, there are truly only two living souls, himself and the foolish sniper. This place is not only abundant in supplies, but within the very building he occupies, there are scarcely any zombies. What reason could he possibly have to not strive for survival? The notion of being a public enemy is of little consequence. He is not even a native of this planet. However, The ice-cold barriers he fashioned to seal the broken windows are inadequate for the meager water supply in the tank. He must venture to the adjacent building, which fortunately poses no significant challenge, as a web had already been spun between the two structures the previous day. He raises his crossbow, scanning the rooftop of the opposite building. Just yesterday, the spider had plummeted from that very height. Had it not been for the silk it dragged along, a dire fate would have surely awaited it. The two buildings appear to be merely 30 meters apart, yet he detects no signs of life atop the roof. Nevertheless, an instinctual sense of foreboding informs him that beneath the facade of tranquility, peril undoubtedly lurks. Regardless of the dangers that may lie ahead, he must traverse this distance. For the sake of a peaceful night's sleep, this is his sole option. Chapter 82. The situation is quite eerie after observing for a considerable time. Nothing seemed to have been discovered. One would think it prudent to relax. Yet Lin Chaodong could not shake the unsettling sensation that an unseen eye, brimming with sinister desire, was quietly fixated upon him. If there were no zombies present, how then did Zhu fall that day? Following closely behind, Zhu's 8 large eyes stared blankly at him, its rotund belly remaining still, exuding an air of profound concern. Nestled within its compound eyes was a mobile phone, ready to connect via Bluetooth to activate its camera when needed. In future encounters of such a nature, the underlying cause could be unveiled. The climbing device was secure to the web, and with a gentle press of a button, it glided leisurely towards the adjacent building. A slender thread resembling a tail trailed behind, tethered by a loop to the web connecting the two structures, serving as a safety line. Additionally, as contemplated the previous day, a hook had been affixed to the climbing apparatus, with its other end attached to his chest armor. This arrangement allowed both hands to remain free while employing the climbing device, whether wielding a shield or a wolf-fang spear. Despite such preparations, an increasing sense of dread enveloped him as he approached the towering edifice. Was this an enhancement of his senses? Yet, heightened perception should not solely manifest as unease. Brandishing the wolf-fang spear, he remained poised to strike at any lurking threat. However, the scene before him resembled a graveyard, steeped in an icy silence. Even the winds that swept across the rooftop appeared to have slowed, and the ravenous sounds of the zombies were conspicuously absent. The eerie stillness was profoundly unsettling. It was undoubtedly a foreboding omen. He paused, retrieving a glass vial filled with a mixture of blood and water, casting it forward. Yet, neither the shattering of the glass nor the scent of blood drew forth any zombies. Proceeding with caution, he finally found his feet at the edge of the building. With a nimble leap, he ascended to the rooftop, his leopard claw boots making not a sound. Standing there, he refrained from unfastening the rope connecting the climbing device to his armor, nor did he detach the safety line. The unforeseen events he had encountered were numerous, to the point that surprises had ceased to astonish him. Yet this time, he felt an unmistakable presence of danger waiting for him. Who was it that so persistently sought his demise? He reminded himself that zombies were akin to crops. Would he fear a single corn stalk? A vivid image of a verdant cornfield flashed through his mind, only to be swiftly overtaken by a wave of dread. In his childhood village, he had frolicked with friends, hiding in the cornfield while playing hide and seek. One overcast day, after wandering for what felt like an eternity, he emerged, only to find his companions had not followed. Days later, when they finally discovered him, one friend had succumbed to a snake bite, transformed into a lifeless corpse. As one of the instigators of that tragic event, he had received a stern reprimand from his grandfather. From that moment onward, he resolved to eliminate any snake he encountered. Shaking his head, he replaced the image of the cornfield with that of a wheat field. This was far more comforting. Vast expanses of heavy wheat ears bowed gracefully under the weight of their plump grains, basking in the warmth of the sun above. Standing amidst the sprawling wheat fields, the only sentiment he felt was one of joyous anticipation for the forthcoming harvest. Indeed, maintain this mindset. Zombies are merely a resource, and I am determined to reap rewards and achieve wealth. The post-apocalyptic world is remarkably equitable, devoid of the social intricacies, qualifications, connections, and monetary inequities that plague human interactions. The thought of accumulating riches ignites a fervent desire from the depths of my being, instilling in me a profound curiosity about the unknown entities within this building. Danger? In the face of biohazardous creatures, which one is not perilous. However, when they can be harvested like grain, I dismiss the notion of danger. One must not show trepidation towards zombies. I wonder if ordinary zombies and mutated ones can sense human fear. After all, the entire line of the lickers, culminating in the Great Licker, can detect the faint electrical signals generated by human fear. Thus, it is imperative to envision them as mere crops. For even if I find myself in jeopardy, it is preferable to inviting danger upon myself. After solidifying this mental framework, I deftly unfastened the buckle connecting my climbing gear to my chest armor, proceeding quietly. I removed the climbing apparatus and donned it, basking in the splendid morning sunshine. Despite my psychological preparations, my heart still raced with anxiety. What is the matter? Why am I so restless? Perhaps I overindulged in morning tea. I had a hearty breakfast. Surely, I'm not experiencing low blood sugar. I grasped the safety rope and unfastened the buckle connecting it to my armor. The rooftop remained silent. I began to approach the elevator shaft, which should be the most accessible entry point to the building. I casually nudged the gear bag with my elbow, filled with a bottle of corrosive acid, capable of overcoming any lock. As I approached the elevator room, I treaded lightly, controlling the elasticity of my boots, embodying the stealth of a thief. Upon reaching the elevator room, the door stood wide open. Just my luck on my first day. Entry into the building proves to be a trivial task. Outside the elevator room, I leaned against the wall, doing nothing but straining to listen. Apart from the wind on the rooftop, there was a profound silence. Yet, an unsettling chill coursed through me, and I was almost certain that some danger lurked within this edifice. The presence of peril was unmistakable. I involuntarily stepped back. I immediately rallied my resolve. No, danger is merely a crop. Fortune favors the bold. Just wait. I shall soon venture in to confront you. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall in my boots, I reached upward, my fingers grasping the ledge of the elevator shaft. Above lay the water tank of the building's rooftop. With a slight jump, I compressed the spring of the boots, and the powerful recoil propelled me upward. I executed a graceful maneuver, vaulting onto the top of the elevator room, and seized the edge of the water tank to begin my ascent. Water, hoping the tank's contents had not been depleted. Upon reaching the rooftop tank, I lifted the lid with anticipation. The cover clattered down, echoing like a lost heart. The tank was utterly empty. I could see its bottom clearly. This was peculiar. The water in the tank had been consumed by myself and my foolish sniper companion, leaving it void. But what this building? Could there be more survivors within? Am I, perhaps subconsciously, apprehensive of the survivors residing in this building, fearing their covetous gaze upon my supplies? With the absence of water, my plan to seal the windows with damp banknotes has also evaporated. If all else fails, I could resort to soaking the notes in the filthy water from the elevator shaft. It is hardly a matter of great significance. In this apocalyptic realm, one might argue, humanity is subjected to its most profound scrutiny. Yet, as a philosopher once posited, human nature is the most fragile under duress. Thus, my sentiments toward the survivors are tinged with ambivalence, for they may turn adversarial over matters of self-interest at any moment. Conversely, the presence of survivors facilitates a greater potential for transactions, proving advantageous for the evolution of the opulent system. Having already expended several tens of thousands, the prospect of needing to accumulate 100 million while contending with a particularly meticulous system is truly disheartening. So, should I embark on a quest within this building to locate survivors? Indeed, for finding survivors bears a significant benefit. It grants insight into the state of the world. This knowledge will certainly aid in my future departure, allowing me to discern how this place differs from Earth. Additionally, if any of these survivors happen to be the very individuals who tormented Azu yesterday, then a thorough lesson may be in order. Thus, I shall proceed. Chapter 83. Fresh air. Resolute in his determination, Lin Xiaodong cautiously stepped through the door of the elevator shaft. Upon entry, he was greeted by an astonishingly fresh atmosphere. The building he inhabited was often pervaded by an elusive odor due to the presence of zombies. Though he had grown accustomed to it over time, the freshness of this building was perplexing. Moving quietly towards the elevator shaft, he noted the absence of zombie sounds within the structure. It remained uncertain whether this building truly lacked zombies or if the closed elevator doors contained the foul odors associated with them. He reached out to halt the airflow, peering into the inky abyss of the elevator shaft, which resembled an unfathomable chasm. The darkness below offered no visibility, akin to a bottomless pupil coldly scrutinizing him. "Just a mere wheat stalk," he muttered defiantly. "What are you staring at? Dare to respond, and I'll show you." Regardless of his thoughts, he retrieved tools to dismantle the two large exhaust vents, as navigating through the fan blades was quite inconvenient. Next, he instructed Aiju to extrude a long strand of silk from her spinneret, approximately 100 meters, securing it to the ventilation opening. He then produced his climbing gear, attaching it to the silk in preparation for descent. Observing his intent to enter the elevator shaft, Aiju hesitated, typically trailing behind him. After some contemplation, she reasoned that unless encountering a new and unknown zombie, there is unlikely to be anything excessively perilous. Could be a zombie cat or dog. In comparison to zombies, zombie beasts posed an even greater threat, exhibiting speed, silence, and lethality. Particularly, zombie cats, which could scale walls like lickers and possessed remarkable agility, were daunting adversaries. Nevertheless, this did not present a significant problem. He still carried a revolver, and if necessary, he could dispatch one with a single shot. Aiju's compound eyes remained fixated on the elevator shaft, occasionally glancing at Lin Chaodong, her ample belly quivering with anxiety. Witnessing his companion's fear from the previous day's encounter, he felt a surge of irritation. Gently patting Aiju's head, he reassured her, "If you're scared, just wait for me up here." Upon hearing his words, Aiju seemed even more frightened, for the first time grasping Lin Chaodong's arm with her pincers. It was evident she was tense, as if something extraordinary lurked below. Extraordinary? Was it not merely a zombie? What was so remarkable about a zombified pet? Surely, they could not conjure planes or artillery. And even if they could, his ancestors had once triumphed over them with little more than millet and rifles. Once again, he patted Aiju's head, exuding confidence and determination. "Do not fear. I shall descend and give it a good thrashing for you." Though Aiju released her grip, she still appeared apprehensive. However, she had already raised her rear, using her hind limbs to attach the silk to a nearby anchor. "Good Aiju, stay put and wait until I call for you to come down." With that, he did not wait for her response and pressed the button on his climbing device, beginning his descent along the silk. As the elevator doors on the 35th floor opened, he was met with a fresh atmosphere and an unsettling silence. For the sake of safety, he refrained from hastily exiting, opting instead to thoroughly search the entire elevator shaft. He activated the tactical flashlight on his crossbow, scrutinizing the conditions within the shaft. Apart from the elevator door on the 35th floor, which stood ajar, all other doors remained firmly shut. Exercising caution, he paused briefly on each floor. He pressed his ear against the elevator door, straining to discern any sounds emanating from the corridor outside. Each floor was eerily silent, devoid of even the slightest noise. In that moment, the sensation of being watched by a chilling gaze intensified. Had Aiju encountered something terrifying within this building? Something that had obliterated all the zombies? Was there a creature even more fearsome than the undead? He struggled to recall anything within the city that could rival the horror of a zombie. Furthermore, to eradicate zombies, whatever this entity was must possess considerable size, as well as resilience against acid, alkali, and biting. What on earth could it be? Perhaps a large stalker. Even a tank would hesitate to claim invincibility against the acid of a spitting monster. A zombie more formidable than a tank was simply ludicrous. With these questions swirling in his mind, he descended to the building's lowest level, pressing his ear against the elevator door. At last, he heard the unmistakable sounds of zombies. Not only the familiar moans of the ordinary undead, but also the sinister chuckles of spitting monsters and the growls of powerful zombies. Hearing these noises offered some reassurance. Clearly, several zombies lingered in the lower floors. Yet, why was there an absence of zombies in the upper levels of the building? Puzzled, he returned to the 35th floor, where silence reigned outside the elevator door, not a sound to be heard. This building was undeniably peculiar. The air remained fresh, devoid of the foul stench typically associated with zombies. Given such a pleasant atmosphere, perhaps he should consider relocating, if not for the eerie, unsettling feeling that loomed over him. The environment of this building would be quite agreeable. All the doors on the 35th floor were intact, none ajar. He pressed his ear against various doors, finding the interiors equally quiet. This was indeed strange. In his own building, at least 1 or 2 units on each floor housed zombies. He had previously speculated that the outbreak might have occurred during daylight, resulting in many homes being unoccupied. Yet, this floor harbored not a single zombie, which defied logic. With these thoughts in mind, he descended from the 35th floor to the 34th. This time, he eschewed the leap afforded by his leopard claw boots, instead opting for a careful, silent descent. To his astonishment, the 34th floor mirrored the previous one. No zombies were visible in this post-apocalyptic landscape, leaving him with an unsettling sense of unease. The absence of zombies should be a positive sign, yet the deeper he descended, the more he felt a chill creeping over him. Moreover, the image of those eyes watching him seemed to become increasingly vivid in his mind. Similar to the eyes of zombies, they were golden with slit pupils, and only then did he realize that they resembled those of a snake. No, more akin to an amphibian. The mere thought of snakes sent shivers down his spine. As someone from a farming background, he was not afraid of snakes. But what if there were zombie snakes? What might they look like? Could they shake their tails? Would their joints even allow for such a movement? If they couldn't, could they grip him by the neck? And would they succeed? The search encountered no obstacles, posed no dangers, and was devoid of zombies, allowing him to freely unleash his imagination. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden slap struck the back of his head, causing his helmet to emit a resounding thud. How foolish, he mused. It was winter, with nighttime temperatures plunging below -40 degrees. Snakes, being cold-blooded creatures, could only transform into sticks in such frigid weather. With this realization, his contemplation of the zombie snake finally came to a halt. However, as he delved deeper into the lower levels, the chilling sensation within him not only persisted but grew heavier. The serpent-like eyes in his mind became increasingly vivid, and he could almost sense the icy gaze directed at him. He reached for the thunder god at his side, now equipped with a 4x scope. Within the inorganic arsenal, there were 4 folding crossbows and an equal number of scopes, far more than he could utilize alone. Although the absence of zombies instilled a sense of dread during his exploration, he had resolved that, should there truly be no zombies or other perilous entities, he would seriously contemplate relocating to this building. Yet, the moment he opened the door to the lower stairwell, he realized that this was far from a prudent decision. Chapter 84. The Unscientific Zombie Beast. A sense of trepidation enveloped Lin Xiaodong as he pondered the absurdity of encountering a snake in winter. No, it was a python, and the very notion of a python in winter was utterly nonsensical. Clutching his wolf fang spear, he remained motionless, his mind racing with countless strategies, most of which proved futile. The creature before him was still slumbering, and he knew all too well the wrath that could arise from disturbing another's rest. This beast did not resemble a typical python. Its triangular head was relatively small, yet its girth was astonishingly wide, approximately 50 centimeters. As for its length, it coiled like a mound of dung, occupying nearly half the corridor. Its thick, lustrous scales glistened, resembling coins and exceeding a millimeter in thickness. Taking a cautious step backward, he contemplated retreating to the staircase and ascending. However, he halted. Even a single step on the staircase would be too slow. Ordinary snakes could only reach speeds of 11 to 15 kilometers per hour, and that was for those of slender build. The velocity of the creature before him was uncertain. Could he navigate the elevator shaft? If he could silently pry open the elevator door and maximize the climbing gear, combined with the agility of his leopard claw boots, perhaps, just perhaps, he could escape. Steeling himself, his legs quivered slightly as he moved forward. Fortunately, the leopard claw boots were remarkably effective, making no sound as he advanced. He opened the door, deftly extending the claw blade with a whisper-like click. The noise felt thunderous in the stillness, yet the slumbering python remained undisturbed. The elevator shaft was adorned with silent white spider silk, hanging motionless. Feeling along the silk for the hook, He knew that once connected to the climbing gear, he could ascend rapidly. As for whether the sound would awaken the snake, he still had his .44 Magnum revolver, which brought him a degree of comfort. After all, it was merely an emerald tree boa, albeit one that had dined on a zombie. No matter how ferocious, it was still a living creature. He believed a single shot could incapacitate it, and if necessary, 2 shots would suffice. Just as he prepared to secure the clasp on the spider's silk and press the button to ascend, a series of footsteps echoed from the elevator shaft. It was the gluttonous Zhu, surprisingly wandering into the fray at such an inopportune moment. The previously unnoticed mound of black dung began to stir, slowly shifting as it revealed a massive snakehead. Its eyes opened, golden irises with black pupils glinting with a sinister light. To his horror, as it raised its head, its neck expanded ominously. Indeed, it was an emerald tree boa, venomous, aggressive, and possessing a voracious appetite for snakes before its consumption of zombies. He had no idea what lay ahead, but it was clear that a creature of such size and ferocity would not be easily dealt with. Urgently, he whispered to Zhu, "Run, Zhu, run." Accustomed to fleeing at a moment's notice, Zhu swiftly turned and made for the rooftop. Listening to the distant sound of footsteps fading away, his anxious heart began to ease slightly. He moved cautiously, attempting to slip one foot into the climbing device's rope loop while the reticulated python had yet to launch its attack. Despite his fearlessness towards snakes, this particular creature, so robust that it could hardly be called a mere snake, was indeed a python, an entity capable of devouring a human. Moreover, this beast exhibited signs of sentience, with 2 small protrusions atop its head that resembled newly sprouted horns. Yet, such details were trivial. What mattered was that this thick python was venomous, and no one could contend with it. Generally, snakes possess poor eyesight. To put it simply, their dynamic vision is exceptional, but they struggle to discern stationary objects. As he shifted his foot, it seemed to attract the attention of the reticulated python, which slightly turned its head. Its black, forked tongue shot out like a spear from its mouth. The snake's tongue proved more adept than its eyes, highly sensitive to scent and temperature. As that dark tongue swiftly retracted, he realized it would not be long before the creature became aware of his presence. However, his trembling foot could not find its way into the soft rope loop of the climbing device. Judging by the python's demeanor, it would not let him escape easily, likely seeking revenge for its past captivity by humans, when it was once kept as a pet and stripped of its freedom. Damn you and your entire family. Why raise such a beast instead of something more manageable like a common snake? Is your head filled with nonsense? With a sudden leap, he propelled himself into the elevator shaft, aided by the spring-like elasticity of his leopard claw boots. Simultaneously, he pressed the climbing device S button, cranking the ascent to its maximum. The sharp whir of the motor pierced the air. He shot upward rapidly, while the python's massive form coiled and sprang into action. It was nearly unfathomable how such a hefty creature could move with such swiftness. Almost instantly upon his ascent, the python's head lunged toward the elevator door. Not only that, its dark, serpentine collar lunged like a spear at Lin Xiaodong. Fortunately, the latter was already accustomed to maneuvering in his leopard claw boots. Racing upward as his legs propelled him against the concrete walls of the elevator shaft. Unburdened by weight, the climbing device reached its maximum speed. Yet, the scene remained utterly hopeless. A spider, still scuttling upward with its 8 long legs, was far slower than the reticulated python. The python raced swiftly up the elevator shaft, its black tongue darting out to gather information, its stout body moving with astonishing speed. Unlike other snakes that slither, it shot straight up the concrete wall like an arrow. Damn it, he thought, without a second thought, as he swiftly drew his most powerful weapon, a revolver. Running straight up, transformed into a circular motion around the elevator shaft. While this certainly did not aid his escape upward, it did assist a novice like Lin Xiaodong in aiming. With a nearly circular trajectory, all he needed to do was point the gun toward the center of motion, well, perhaps just a tad off-center. The gunshot echoed loudly within the elevator shaft, nearly shattering his eardrums. Even the reticulated python appeared momentarily stunned, pausing for an instant. Yet the gunfire did not intimidate the creature. Rather, it seemed to awaken its ferocity. The robust body of the python accelerated towards its quarry. Bang! Another resounding shot rang out, and this time, it was evident that the bullet struck the formidable reticulated python. Alas, all he could discern was a faint spark, barely visible. Goodness, if the bullet could not penetrate, what was this creature? It appeared that fate was bestowing upon him a metaphorical bulletproof vest. Please forgive this avaricious fellow, having grown up in the countryside. He could not bear to waste any resources. However, if the bullets could not pierce its skin, how was he to retrieve the glossy, dark scales adorning its body? The prospect of potential spoils transformed this colossal and aggressive beast in his mind. No longer was it merely a fierce, reticulated python. It had morphed into a harvest that promised challenges and dangers. Certainly, peril still loomed, and the imperative to escape persisted. Yet, the pressing question occupying Lin Chaodong's thoughts was how to reap this formidable bounty. Chapter 85. The Abominable Living Feast. As Lin Chaodong circled the elevator shaft, he fired another shot, this time striking the head of the enormous python squarely in its eye. His marksmanship had not improved dramatically. Rather, the proximity had diminished significantly. The .44 Magnum bullet, fired at such a close range, proved formidable even against the colossal, seemingly impervious creature. The python emitted a furious hiss, resonating with a deep, primal anger. In the early days of the outbreak, it had been a mere 2-meter-long juvenile green python, confined within a reinforced glass enclosure, daily fed live white mice. Its owner had joined forces with a few other survivors, armed and united in a tenuous cooperation. When the supply of mice dwindled, the owner resorted to feeding it raw meat, an inferior substitute, but preferable to starvation. While its owner gazed upon it with care, others regarded it with gluttonous desire. One fateful night, the sorrowful owner, consumed by despair, stealthily released the python into a stairwell cluttered with debris, directly above a horde of zombies. Famished after days without sustenance, the python understood that humans were not its rightful prey, despite their peculiar demeanor. Thus, it took refuge atop the roof, evading the undead. The turning point came when, in a moment of desperation, it consumed a small, neglected pet dog. The unfortunate creature lay on the ground, its skin cracked and blood congealed, emitting a foul stench. The python injected venom into the carcass, yet the dog showed no signs of struggle. Ultimately, it had to pulverize the bones to devour whole. The taste was unlike any fresh meat it had previously encountered, somewhat rancid, yet imbued with newfound strength. Nestled in a quiet corner of the upper levels, it shed its skin, emerging more robust and powerful. As it feasted upon more zombies, its strength burgeoned, and it healed rapidly from injuries. It soon realized that moderation in its consumption prevented the need for further molting. Thus, it wisely avoided gluttony. The remnants of its owner's companions, while far more palatable than the zombies, were regrettably few in number within the entire building. The python often longed for encounters with more living beings. Today, however, was a day of excitement and frustration, as its tongue detected the intoxicating aroma of human flesh. Yet, the weapon wielded by the individual before it struck a dizzying blow to its head, leaving the creature perplexed and lost in thought. With a resounding bang, the sound reverberated through the elevator shaft as the bullet struck the python's head once more. The intense pain jolted it awake from its dizzy stupor, while the loathsome prey continued to circle the elevator shaft. This creature was remarkably swift, outpacing its previous laps with alarming speed. The python was determined not to let its fresh meal escape, and it quickened its pace. By now, the revolver, which held only 6 rounds, had already fired 3 shots. Aside from the first shot that missed entirely, the other 2 had found their mark upon the python's head. Lin Chaodong felt a surge of satisfaction at his improved aim, yet he remained troubled by his inability to penetrate the python's defenses. This predicament sparked a mix of anxiety and exhilaration within him, urging him to leap into action. Without penetrating the defenses, he could not slay the python, and without slaying it, the coveted scales would remain out of reach. In the biting cold of winter, wearing such scales would be uncomfortable without a layer of biomaterial armor beneath. With a loud bang, the fourth shot went astray, prompting Lin Xiaodong to curse himself for not practicing his shooting more diligently. Even if he could not breach the python's defenses, he could at least slow its movements, incapacitating it for a precious few seconds. As for capturing it, he could devise a plan later. After all, humans were far more cunning than serpents. Noting that the python was still several meters away, he turned to see Azu climbing towards the rooftop. A wave of relief washed over him as he shouted, "I'm heading home." He hastily retrieved a bottle filled with corrosive acid and hurled it at the python's head, an agent potent enough to dissolve even steel. The bottle shattered upon impact, splattering the crimson fluid across the python's head and face. Yet, the effect was negligible. The python merely shook its head, dismissing the acid as it dripped away. Astonished, Lin Xiaodong marveled at the resilience of those scales. He needed to devise a plan, a way to subdue this formidable foe. Continuing his frantic movement, he fired another shot at the python. Once again, he missed, and frustration simmered within him, nearly compelling him to hurl the gun at the python's forehead. For the final shot, he steadied his aching right arm with his left hand, fearing that he might lose grip if he fired again. He aimed the barrel at the python's head, targeting the area around its nostrils, hoping against hope that the bullet might fortuitously find its way into one of its nostrils. Though the anatomical differences between snakes and humans were significant, both belonged to the class of vertebrates. If he could sever the connection between its spine and brain, he was uncertain whether it would result in death. But paralysis and loss of bodily control were assured. The .44 Magnum round would undoubtedly have the power to rupture its skull from within. In an effort to ensure accuracy, Lin Xiaodong closed one eye as he struggled to recall the three-point alignment technique. In truth, at a distance of 10 meters, a marksman would hardly require such precision to hit the python's basin-sized head. Yet, Lin Xiaodong was a tenderfoot, a novice in the realm of marksmanship. As he approached the rooftop, the python loomed merely 5 or 6 meters away, its golden eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity, while its forked tongue flickered menacingly from side to side. Snakes are cold-blooded creatures, devoid of profound emotions. One could assert that these reptiles share a striking resemblance to zombies, often driven by instinct. To the snake, its master and Lin Xiaodong are merely fresh prey, more delectable than the undead. As for feelings of guilt, who among those who indulge in mutton or beef ever experiences remorse? The python surged forward, its jaws parting in anticipation of devouring its living meal in one swift motion. Having cleared the building of both zombies and potential nourishment, the python understood that food ground to bone was far from appetizing. The waste within its body mingled with the flesh, significantly diminishing the taste. With this thought in mind, it prepared to open its mouth and accept the loathsome prey. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out as the last bullet hurtled towards its head. Instinctively, the python's head twitched, yet could not fully evade the bullet's impact. The projectile did not penetrate its nostrils, as wide as pipes, but struck its eye instead. The bullet lodged in its brain, failing to pierce through its scales, releasing all its energy against the python's robust skull. A wave of excruciating pain rendered it incapable of climbing, causing its body to plummet from the wall to the first floor below. Witnessing the python's demise from a gunshot, Lin Xiaodong erupted in ecstatic shouts, proclaiming, at last, "My scales are within reach." Falling from the 33rd floor, over 100 meters, even a resilient creature would suffer a fatal fall. While he contemplated following to confirm the beast's fate, he ultimately decided against it. If the creature survived, the narrow confines of the elevator shaft offered no means of escape. Caution is the mother of safety. Thus, he resolved to descend and conduct a search of the first floor with his weapons. With these thoughts in mind, he swiftly exited the elevator shaft and approached the building's edge. Retrieving spider silk from Azu, he wrapped it around his waist several times, intending to descend quickly to the ground floor. As he undertook this task, he gazed at his armed guards and mused that if he could connect a climbing apparatus to the winch, he would no longer need to engage in such laborious efforts each time.